Long ago, there was a demon fox known as the Nine-Tailed Fox. With a single flick of its tail, mountains crumbled, and the earth split, bringing great suffering to the people. The villagers gathered ninjas to besiege it, and finally one person stepped forward, sealing it at the cost of his own life. He was the fourth Hokage, the hero, who saved Konoha village. At that moment, on the Hokage rock of Konoha village, a mischievous boy with golden hair, wearing goggles and orange jacket and pants, was carrying a bucket of paint and scribbling graffiti all over the rock. Seeing three ninjas in green vests rushing over, he quickly grabbed his bucket and ran.
Naruto, stop! How dare you do such a disrespectful thing? This is too outrageous. Today we must teach you a lesson.
The three chased closely, shouting angrily.
You guys are so annoying. Catch me if you can.
He turned around and made a funny face at them. Taking advantage of their distraction, he ducked into a narrow alley. After they passed, he came out muttering,
Idiots. They think they can catch me.
But as soon as he stepped out, he was startled. Standing right in front of him was his teacher Irika. He had skipped class and been caught red-handed. The consequences were predictable. He was dragged back to class. Today's lesson was a review test on the clone technique. Irika had each qualified student come forward one by one, and the standard was to transform into an exact copy of himself. The previous students performed well, and soon it was Naruto's turn. In the crowd, a girl with pale eyes secretly cheered him on. He walked up with full confidence, made hand seals, and a circle of chakras swirled around him. With a burst of smoke, a naked blonde-haired, blue-eyed, twin-tailed beauty appeared, half-hidden, striking poses in front of everyone. Irika was petrified, then a long stream of blood shot from his nose as he flew backward. He quickly stuffed tissues into his nose and scolded Naruto.
You have time to study this kind of jutsu, why not practice the 3 basic techniques? Otherwise you wouldn't fail every test.
Naruto smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Irika sighed. After school, he took a dejected Naruto to clean the Hokage rock. Later, Irika treated him to 2 bowls of ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, which restored his energy. Naruto said goodbye to Irika and went home, collapsing onto his bed. He was so exhausted. Lately, for some reason, he kept dreaming strange scenes every night. In his dreams, he seemed to become someone else, leaving him dazed even during the day. The next morning, Naruto opened his eyes with a hint of confusion. He took off his sleep cap and mumbled to himself.
Strange. Didn't I die of a heart attack? How am I here? Shouldn't I be on Snake Way or King Kai's planet?
He looked around the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings.
I was planning to go train with Lord Kai, but then this happened. What a headache. No. I am Naruto Uzumaki now. I will become the strongest Hokage ever and gain everyone's recognition. Whatever the goal is the same, to become the strongest. It doesn't matter who I am. Besides, I was already dead.
As Goku's heart found peace, his consciousness slowly faded. His soul transformed into spiritual power and memories, perfectly merging with Naruto's soul. Suddenly a growl came from his stomach. Naruto patted his belly and said,
Forget it, let's find something to eat first.
He then brewed a cup of instant noodles. But he found that this morning he ate several cups instead of just one and still felt unsatisfied. After eating, he rested a bit and started warming up before training.
My physical fitness is too weak, and my chi is pitifully small.
He assessed himself and felt dissatisfied. Then, he did one-arm push-ups and sit-ups. After one set, he was completely exhausted. During his break, he practiced the 3 basic techniques. With a puff of smoke, an identical Naruto appeared beside him.
Hey, what's going on? I actually used the clone technique so easily.
Naruto looked incredulous and thought,
could it be that the fusion of 2 souls enhanced my mental strength and control?
Then he successively used the transformation technique and the substitution technique, finding them all quite simple. He was finally sure that he was no longer the dead last, but a genius who could rival or even surpass Sasuke. Suddenly he seemed to remember something.
Oh no! I forgot, today is the Ninja Academy graduation exam. Is it still too late?
He was about to rush off, but then stopped and muttered to himself.
I wonder if I can still use that move.
He extended his index and middle fingers, touched them to the center of his forehead, and instantly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared on top of a large tree, nearly falling to his death.
This move is called instant transmission right. So powerful. I appeared so far away in an instant. But am not very good at it, am way off. I'd better just walk.
When Naruto arrived at the classroom, he found that everyone else had already finished the exam and gone home. He cautiously walked into the empty room and asked tentatively,
Is anyone here?
Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. A gloomy voice answered,
"What do you think?"
Naruto quickly turned around and saw Iruka's face dark as ink with fierce eyes staring at him. Sweat dripped from his head as he stammered.
"Iruka-sensei, hello. Have you eaten?" "Naruto, do you know what day it is? You dare to be this late? I've been waiting so long."
He pointed at Naruto and yelled, showering him with spit until he was satisfied.
"Alright, I won't waste time. Today's test is the clone technique. Naruto, are you ready?"
"No problem." Naruto grinned with a confident smile. He made hand seals, and with a puff of smoke a clone appeared before Iruka. The clone said,
"Iruka-sensei, how is it?" "Not bad, right?"
Iruka showed a surprised expression. He thought to himself,
Naruto's clone technique has reached this level. It seems he has worked very hard during this time.
Like a loving father, he revealed a gratified smile, and said to Naruto earnestly,
"Naruto, you have finally become a ninja who can stand on your own." "So I passed."
Naruto jumped up in joy, shouting,
"Yeah."
Iruka nodded and personally put the headband on him. To celebrate Naruto becoming a ninja, Iruka wanted to treat him to a big meal. But Naruto refused.
"Iruka-sensei, I actually prefer ramen."
Naruto squinted his eyes and showed a brilliant smile. Iruka understood something, his eyes slightly moist, and he gladly agreed. After finishing his ramen, Naruto did not return home, for there was no one waiting for him, and the place was too cramped to practice. He ventured alone into a secluded forest, his curiosity about the mysterious chi burning within him. He focused on the chi inside him, trying to control it to fly, a power he had long dreamed of, like a bird soaring freely in the sky. But nothing happened.
"Strange, why can't I? Is my chi too weak?"
Naruto scratched his head, pondering the problem. He tried a different approach, focusing on releasing chi externally. He held his hands in front of his chest, fingertips touching, and stared at the gap between them, imagining it condensing into a point of light. An hour later.
"Damn it, will this work? My eyes are sore."
Naruto rubbed his eyes, annoyed.
"I refuse to believe it. I won't leave until I do it."
Gritting his teeth, he persisted. After a short rest, he tried again. His perseverance paid off. A tiny blue light the size of a mung bean formed between his palms.
"Ha ha, I did it."
Naruto jumped up in excitement. Next, he relaxed his body, concentrated his chi, and released it steadily. After some time, he discovered with delight that he was floating a few centimeters off the ground. Once he mastered controlling chi, he learned to adjust its direction by allocating proportions. For example, directing more chi to the left side made him turn left. Naruto practiced according to the method he remembered. Unknowingly, night had fallen.
"Oh, it's already this late."
He glanced around and thought,
"I'll stop here for today. My chi is still weak and further training won't bring much progress. I'm not in a hurry."
He turned to go back, but then saw a familiar figure leaping between trees in the distance.
"Hey, isn't that Mizuki-sensei? It's so late, and he's carrying a huge scroll. Where is he going?"
Naruto's eyes showed a flicker of doubt. Suddenly voices came from afar.
"The sealed book has been stolen. The thief seems to have fled this way. The Hokage orders us to retrieve it. Split up and search. Don't let anyone suspicious escape."
Naruto thought to himself.
Could it be Mizuki-sensei?
He chased in the direction Mizuki had gone. Though his chi was still too weak for flight, he could reduce his body weight and increase his running speed. Using both hands and feet, he quickly caught up. Before Mizuki noticed him, he accelerated, snatched the scroll, and dashed away. Mizuki snapped back, his face darkening, as he glared at Naruto, who had already retreated to the side.
"Naruto, give me back the sealed book,"
he growled between clenched teeth.
"You must not give it to him."
Iruka rushed over and shielded Naruto.
"That scroll contains many forbidden techniques. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be disastrous. No matter what, don't let him have it." "Hee hee, Iruka, you're still so hypocritical,"
Mizuki sneered. Then he turned to Naruto.
"Naruto, let me tell you a secret, one that the entire village has kept from you for 12 years. Do you know why everyone hates you? Because you are the nine-tailed demon fox, the one who killed Iruka's parents and slaughtered countless villagers. Do you still trust Iruka now? He has been lying to you all along. How about this? Escape from Konoha with me. Everyone here despises you. No one cares about your feelings. There's nothing worth staying for."
Mizuki wore a maniacal grin as he extended his invitation.
"Naruto, don't listen to him. It's not like that."
Iruka started to explain. But before Iruka could finish, Mizuki's face twisted with cruelty. He threw a Fuma shuriken at Naruto.
"Die, demon brat." "Naruto, watch out.
Iruka shielded Naruto with his own body taking the hit. Hot blood dripped onto Naruto's face, making him widen his eyes.
Why?
He whispered. Iruka forced a smile as blood trickled from his mouth.
Because we are so alike. Only those who share the same pain can truly understand each other. After my parents died, no one cared about me anymore. I often did foolish things, like you, hoping to attract attention. Even after working hard to become better, I never received the recognition I wanted. That feeling is truly painful. Compared to me, you grew up alone, never knowing warmth, without care or understanding from family or friends. You had to face the villagers' abuse alone, abandoned by everyone. You must have suffered so much. I'm sorry you had to bear all this.
Iruka was now in tears. Mizuki, impatient, roared madly.
How touching. Since you're in so much pain, let me end your suffering.
He hurled countless shurikens at them. At the critical moment, Iruka reacted and dodged with Naruto. He planned to let Naruto escape while he held Mizuki off. But Naruto grabbed his arm and looked at him with determined eyes.
Sensei, leave him to me. Whoever dares to hurt the person I care about most, I will never forgive him.
Without waiting for Iruka's reply, he charged at Mizuki. Mizuki sneered.
A loser like you dares to say such big words.
Mizuki threw countless kunai and then pulled out a giant shuriken from his back, attacking Naruto. Naruto infused chi into his eyes, making the trajectory of every kunai visible. He dodged them and rushed toward Mizuki. Mizuki grinned wickedly and threw the giant shuriken. Naruto couldn't evade. It hit him, but turned into a log in a puff of smoke. Mizuki's face changed, but it was too late. Naruto appeared behind him and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Mizuki unconscious with a swollen face. The Konoha pursuit ninja arrived belatedly. Iruka explained the situation and they understood. They took the sealed book and the unconscious Mizuki to report back. Before leaving, they gave Naruto a long, meaningful look.
"Ah, that was a truly comfortable sleep,"
Naruto said, as he stood up, stretching his limbs and loosening his joints.
"Today is my first day as a ninja."
Keep going, keep going, keep going. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am going to become the strongest man in the ninja world, he declared firmly to his reflection in the mirror, noticing that the whisker marks on his face had gradually faded over the past few days, and were now completely gone. His hair stood up in a distinctive style, making him look radiant and handsome.
"Strange, why is this happening?"
He scratched his head, utterly baffled.
"But this look is actually quite pleasing."
He decided not to dwell on it further.
"I need to go take a photo later and send it to the old man third to make my ninja registration form. Can't forget that."
After silently repeating it 3 times, he began his daily training and various physical exercises. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Naruto finished his workout. After resting and having breakfast, he walked to the wardrobe. Seeing the orange jacket and pants inside, he didn't choose them. Instead, he put on a black short-sleeved shirt and dark blue shorts. This was not only more convenient for physical training, it also symbolized a new beginning. He wanted to leave a fresh impression on others, to show everyone that he had changed completely, no longer the mischievous brat they knew, but an excellent ninja. With that confidence, he stepped out of the house. On the Hokage rock, a bald old man wearing transparent glasses took a photo of Naruto.
"Say cheese."
The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, examined Naruto's ninja registration form. After a brief look, he wore a satisfied expression. This time Naruto had not only shaved off the whisker marks on his face, but had also deliberately styled his hair, making him look vigorous and cheerful. The photo was also well taken, showing that he took becoming a ninja very seriously. He nodded, and then spoke slowly.
"Naruto, you performed well yesterday. Not only did you retrieve the scroll of seals for the village, but you also defeated the rogue ninja Mizuki in direct combat. Your performance was outstanding, and you are already a qualified ninja. I selected a ninjutsu from the scroll of seals as a reward and also as my graduation gift to you."
With that, he handed a scroll to Naruto.
"How could I? This is all what I should have done."
Naruto scratched his head, looking embarrassed, but inside, he was overjoyed. After all, aside from the 3 basic techniques, he didn't have a single decent ninjutsu. After memorizing the technique called the multiple shadow clone jutsu, Naruto eagerly rushed off to practice. In a forest, Naruto formed a cross with his index and middle fingers, clasped his hands together, and shouted,
"Multiple shadow clone jutsu."
A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and a crowd of Narutos appeared. Once the clones appeared, they had nothing to do, and started chattering noisily. Seeing this, Naruto had to dismiss most of them, leaving only 10 to practice chakra control and ninjutsu. He himself focused on physical training. He had originally wanted to use clones to practice the instantaneous movement technique, But it was impossible because the clones had no chi within them, and his own chi was still too weak to share with others. After some time Naruto finished his physical training. He sensed the surroundings, and finding no issues prepared to practice the instantaneous movement technique. He had felt someone spying on him earlier. He didn't need to think twice to know it was that pervy old man, the third Hokage. He knew that old man had a crystal ball, and often used it to spy on women bathing. Once he had even caught him in the act, which led to the invention of the sexy jutsu. Now that the feeling of being watched had vanished, he didn't hesitate any longer, and directly began practicing the instantaneous movement technique. The day passed quickly, almost unnoticed, but Naruto felt fulfilled. It was much better than the days of being idle, and causing trouble everywhere. Sometimes people feel lonely, and lost precisely, because they lack clear goals, leaving them too free to let their minds wander. The next day Naruto got up early, and smiled at his reflection in the mirror.
Hey, good morning.
At the same time, he cheered himself on silently. No matter whether others supported or understood him, as long as he had self-respect and self-love, that was enough. Instead of waiting for others to save him, it was better to save himself. He looked at the beautiful calendar hanging on the wall, where the 15th was marked with a red circle. Below it were the words,
"Explanation meeting."
He murmured to himself.
Today is the day of the Ninja Academy graduation team assignment. I can't be late.
After a simple set of basic exercises and breakfast, Naruto headed to the Ninja Academy. When he arrived at the classroom, he noticed many people were already there. He greeted a girl with pale eyes.
Hey Hinata, you're early.
The girl's face turned bright red when she saw Naruto, and she stammered,
Naruto. Good morning.
After speaking, she lowered her head, staring at her chest, not daring to look at him. Seeing how shy Hinata was, Naruto didn't sit next to her, and instead found a seat in the front. To his surprise, the person next to him was the cold-faced Sasuke, instantly dampening the mood. Though Sasuke felt that Naruto seemed different today, his pride kept him from paying any attention. Hinata looked up at Naruto's back and thought to herself,
Naruto looks so handsome today,
making her face even redder. Naruto, however, intended to take a nap on the desk.
Hey, what's this?
A lazy, surprised voice sounded beside him. Naruto looked up and saw Shikamaru with his pineapple-shaped headband worn on his arm, and a fishnet shirt inside his jacket. No shame at all.
Shikamaru, something on your mind?
Naruto asked. Shikamaru suddenly realized.
Oh, it's you, Naruto. What are you doing here?
This question immediately annoyed Naruto.
Hey, can't you see this big headband on my forehead? I hate people like you who wear headbands in weird places, but can't see one on someone else's forehead.
Shikamaru gave an awkward smile. Suddenly hurried footsteps came from outside, and two figures squeezed in. One was a pink-haired girl in a red cheongsam with a headband on top of her head, Sakura. The other was a blonde with a single ponytail wearing a purple outfit, her headband around her waist flaunting her figure, Ino. The two were arguing as soon as they entered. Naruto heard them, looked over, and shouted a greeting.
Hey Sakura. Huh?
Sakura heard Naruto's voice, and looked at him puzzled. Though he seemed familiar, she didn't recognize. She came up to Naruto and asked,
Who are you?
Naruto. After some explanation, Sakura finally believed that this was Naruto.
Naruto, where did you get plastic surgery?
Sakura asked curiously.
Come on, I didn't get any plastic surgery,
Naruto argued. But Sakura's expression changed instantly.
TCH, if you don't want to say fine.
She pushed Naruto aside, and walked towards Sasuke. Yuruka walked into the classroom. After exchanging pleasantries, he informed everyone that the team assignments would be in groups of 3 led by a jonin to carry out missions. Then the grouping began. Time passed slowly, and soon it was Mingren's turn. Team 7 Xuanhua Mingren Chu Niang. Mingren's spirits lifted.
Awesome.
Yuzibo Zhuju.
Yeah.
Chu Niang jumped up directly. Zhuju looked disgusted. Mingren was as limp as a frostbitten eggplant. Team 8 Rishiang Chutian Chuanzhong Yan Jinai. Team 10 Shanzhong Jingye Neong Luan Chiododingsi. After the team assignments, Mingren originally wanted to go play with Chu Niang. But for some reason, he felt that if he didn't train, he would feel uncomfortable all over. So he could only go alone to the woods to exercise.
So slow,
Mingren complained while doing push-ups in the classroom.
Mingren, can you take a break? Aren't you tired?
Chu Niang thought that Mingren's constant training was attracting Zuozu's attention, causing him to ignore her, so she was a bit angry.
No choice. Who told our Team 7's instructor to be so late? The other teams have already been taken away by their new teachers. Only our teacher is the slowest, and we don't know when he'll come. What else can I do but train? Just waiting around foolishly is so boring,
Mingren explained with a smile. Zuiju, who was silently watching, felt complicated. In fact, he also didn't want to waste time, but he couldn't bring himself to train with Mingren. Known as the genius of the Uzibo clan, he had his pride. Competing with a dead last would be beneath his dignity. Mingren stood up ready to take a break. He saw the blackboard eraser on the desk, and came up with an idea to prank the new teacher. He wedged the eraser on top of the door frame, leaving only a small gap.
Mingren, isn't this a bit too much?
Chu Nying appeared worried on the surface, but inwardly she praised Mingren for a job well done. Zuoza's eyes flickered with disdain. He thought to himself,
how could such a petty trick possibly trap a jonin? What an idiot!
After some time, a ninja dressed in a green vest with white hair, using his collar as a mask, wearing his forehead protector slanted to cover his left eye, revealing a right eye like a dead fish, pushed the door open and walked in. The blackboard eraser hit him squarely on the head. Mingren was ecstatic, cheering and jumping. Chu Nying quickly said,
Teacher, it's none of my business. It was all Mingren's doing. I already advised him, but he wouldn't listen.
Zuiju looked incredulous and began to doubt.
Is this really a jonin?
The ninja picked up the eraser from the floor and slowly said,
what a troublesome brat. To be honest, my first impression of you all is very bad.
Then he took the three to the rooftop.
Let's start with self-introductions. What's there to introduce? As a teacher, you should already know all about us. On the contrary, we still don't even know your name.
Mingren was a bit annoyed. Chu Nying agreed.
That's right, the teacher should introduce himself first. It's just about what you like, what you dislike, your future dreams, and personal hobbies. In that case, it'll give you a demonstration first. My name is Chimu Kakaxi. I like reading books. As for what I dislike, I've already said it. I find you all quite annoying. I can't tell you my dreams, and my hobbies are wide-ranging. He only said his name.
Chu Nying was dissatisfied. Mingren nodded in agreement.
All right, now it's your turn to introduce yourselves.
Kakaxi looked at the Mingren spoke first.
My name is Xuanwen Mingren. I like eating at Yuraku ramen. I hate people who show off in front of me. My dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world, and my hobbies are sports and training. Oh, that's a good ambition. You'll have to work hard.
Kakaxi was a bit surprised.
Of course, and I've been working hard recently moving towards this goal.
Mingren said proudly.
Next. My name is Chu Nying. What I like is looking at Zuiju. What I dislike is looking at Mingren. My dream. My hobbies. Last one. My name is Uzibo Zuiju. I have nothing I like, many things I dislike. My dream, or rather ambition, is to restore the glory of the Uzibo clan and personally kill that man.
Mingren looked disgusted.
Not impressive at all, completely incomparable to me.
Chu Nying had a love-struck expression.
Zuiju is so handsome. Ha ha, it seems you are all full of personality. Since that's the case, starting tomorrow we'll officially begin missions. What mission?
Mingren asked curiously.
Of course, it's a mission that only the four of us can complete, the survival exercise.
Chu Nying looked at Kakaxi.
What is the survival exercise? Haven't we already become ninjas? Why do we need another exercise?
Kakaxi burst into laughter, his whole body convulsing. The three looked confused and bewildered.
Could Kakaxi-sensei have rabies? Should we send him to get a vaccine?
Mingren looked at Chu Nying and Zuiju with a questioning gaze. Seeing this, Kakaxi stopped laughing and said seriously,
the survival exercise is a trial with a mortality rate of over 66. Among the 27 of you this year, only 9 can pass and become ninjas. The remaining 18 will be eliminated. What do you think? Scared?
Kakaxi looked at the three. Mingren, carefree as ever, remained confident and eager. Chu Nying was now anxious. Zuiju tried to stay calm, but his body was honest. His hands were trembling.
Then the survival exercise will be held at the training ground. Arrive promptly at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember not to eat breakfast. Otherwise you'll throw up.
After saying that, Kakaxi left. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. The next morning, Mingren got up early before dawn and arrived at the training ground to meet Chu Nying and Zuiju. But they waited a long time and Kakaxi didn't appear. They immediately realized they had been tricked. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Kakaxi finally arrived late.
Sorry, on my way here I encountered a cat. It stole my dog.
The three looked unconvinced.
That excuse is too flimsy.
Kakaxi walked over to 3 wooden stakes, took out an alarm clock, set it to 12 o'clock, then pulled 2 bells from his crotch. He said to the three,
the survival exercise starts now and ends at noon. During this time you only need to snatch the bells from my hand to pass. Those who fail will not only be unable to become ninjas, but will also be tied to the stakes and watch others eat their meals.
Kakashi placed 2 lunch boxes on the pillar, and announced the start of the survival exercise. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated into the forest. Upon entering the forest, Naruto immediately performed the multiple shadow clone technique, creating 10 shadow clones that scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the original body used a teleportation-like move to arrive at Ichiraku Ramen and ordered a bowl of ramen. Are you kidding? How can one fight without a full stomach? He didn't want to face Jonin Kakashi on an empty stomach. Though Kakashi seemed unreliable, anyone who became a Jonin was certainly no pushover. He usually appeared carefree, but he wasn't truly foolish. As the saying goes, children of the poor learn to manage affairs early. Since he had grown sensible, he had been the master of his own household, he simply had few chances to show it. At the training ground, one of the shadow clones dashed out, declaring it would challenge Kakashi in a fair duel. Sasuke and Sakura, upon seeing this, couldn't help but cover their faces and silently curse the idiot. Facing the attacking shadow clone, Kakashi calmly reached into his ninja tool pouch. The shadow clone instantly became wary, but to its surprise, he pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise. Kakashi stated bluntly,
"Dealing with you, I can handle it even while reading a book."
The shadow clone, indignant at this, charged forward to fight him. Although it lacked chakra, its taijutsu and the 3 basic jutsu were decent. It launched a fierce assault on Kakashi, surprisingly holding its own for a moment.
"Your taijutsu is not bad, you've got some skill,"
Kakashi remarked with a flicker of surprise. Sakura, watching from the shadows, clenched her fists and cheered him on.
"Good job, Naruto. Keep it up and take him down in one go."
However, Sasuke, observing from the other side, was not as optimistic. He frowned, sensing that Kakashi would not be so easily defeated. Sure enough, Kakashi put away his Make Out Paradise and began to take things a little more seriously.
"Let me show you what is called the secret taijutsu."
With that, he dodged the shadow clone's attack and appeared abruptly behind it.
"Secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death."
The shadow clone let out a scream and vanished in a puff of smoke.
It was a shadow clone,"
Kakashi remarked, somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was eating ramen, suddenly felt a twinge in his rear and couldn't help cursing.
"That bastard Kakashi, how dare he! Absolutely unforgivable."
This outburst drew the attention of the surrounding diners, who all turned to look. Back at the training ground, Kakashi was trying to locate Naruto's real body when several kunai flew toward him. He dodged them, but unexpectedly a figure emerged from the river behind him and launched 2 shuriken. Kakashi smiled contemptuously and caught them with a single finger.
"Such petty tricks cannot defeat me."
But then he realized something was wrong. The 2 shuriken on his finger transformed into 2 Narutos, striking him off guard.
"Yes! It worked!"
Sakura, who was secretly watching, couldn't help exclaiming. Sasuke also showed a surprised expression.
"I didn't expect that dead lass to have some skill."
But as soon as the words were spoken, the Kakashi that had been hit turned into a tree branch.
"That was a close call. I almost got hit."
Kakashi appeared on a nearby tree trunk wearing a look of feigned relief.
"Well then, now it's my turn to attack."
He jumped down from the tree and slowly advanced toward the shadow clones. The 3 shadow clones couldn't help but retreat step by step.
"It seems about time. Let me finish you all off in one go."
Just as Kakashi was about to end the battle swiftly, with overwhelming force, an unexpected change occurred. The surrounding kunai transformed into 6 shadow clones, one of which even grabbed hold of Kakashi. The 3 shadow clones, instead of retreating, charged forward to attack him. Dust and smoke rose in all directions. When the dust cleared, one shadow clone shouted,
"What are you guys doing? You hit the wrong person."
Another shadow clone looked confused and asked,
"Is it a transformation jutsu?"
Another shadow clone shook its head and looked at him with disdain.
"Idiot, it's a substitution jutsu." "Bastard, who are you calling an idiot? Want me to kill you?"
Thus the scene briefly descended into chaos. Kakashi, hiding behind a tree, was utterly speechless. Sasuke and Sakura, witnessing this, were also completely bewildered. Kakashi stepped out from behind the tree, determined to end this farce.
"I'll eliminate you first, then go find those 2 little mice hiding in the shadows."
But as soon as he emerged, he was hit by several shuriken and turned into a log. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke, teasing,
"Finally couldn't resist making a move. But I haven't forgotten about you, the top rookie."
Without a word, Sasuke launched a kunai at him, but Kakashi easily dodged it. The kunai struck a tree trunk, cutting a rope and triggering a trap. Numerous kunai flew at Kakashi from all directions, but he evaded them one by one.
"Set up traps in advance." "Not a bad idea, but you're still green."
Before he could think further, Sasuke was already in front of him, executing a combo and successfully touching his bell.
Interesting. It seems I need to get a little more serious.
Sasuke's performance had piqued Kakashi's interest. Sasuke snorted in response, formed hand seals, and shouted,
Fire release great fireball technique.
A stream of chakra erupted from his mouth, undergoing a chemical reaction with the air, and forming a massive fireball that burned a large crater in front of him. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind.
Earth release headhunter jutsu.
Sasuke's face changed drastically, but before he could react, a hand pulled him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Kakashi walked up slowly and praised.
Not bad. To master such a jutsu right after becoming a Genin is indeed rare. But this is as far as you go.
Sasuke remained silent. For a loser, any words were a feeble rebuttal. Meanwhile, Sakura was still on her way. Unfortunately, as soon as she arrived, Kakashi took her down with a single jinjutsu. Her performance was practically handing him a victory. It would have been better to just throw a kunai from 800 meters. When Naruto's real body finally arrived, he found his shadow clones bickering and fighting among themselves, while both of his teammates had already been taken out.
How pathetic. I just went to eat some ramen, and they both got defeated so quickly. That's just too disappointing. Looks like it's up to me to show them how it's done.
He immediately dispelled the shadow clones to learn what had happened during his absence.
I wonder if he's going to make a move himself, or if he's running low on chakra.
Kakashi thought to himself as he watched the dispersing shadow clones. Suddenly over a dozen kunai shot out from the forest, heading straight for him.
Still using the same trick. Naruto, don't you understand yet? The same jutsu can't cause any trouble for me at Jonin.
Kakashi was about to dodge, but the kunai suddenly transformed into a dozen shadow clones attacking him.
Oh, so you're coming at me directly this time. But the result won't change.
He swiftly engaged, eliminating several shadow clones in no time.
Everyone spread out and attack with kunai and shuriken.
One of the Narutos commanded. The shadow clones dispersed, encircling Kakashi and launching shuriken and kunai at him. With no room to evade the onslaught, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, pressed his palm to the ground, and shouted,
Earth style dog wall.
For dog-headed earthen walls rose around him, blocking all the kunai and shuriken. Then he vanished, reappearing beside one of the Narutos and reaching out.
If I'm not mistaken, you must be the real one.
That Naruto's face paled as he leaped back, while the other clones hurled kunai and shuriken to stop Kakashi. But with deft movements, Kakashi dodged most of them and deflected the rest with his own kunai. Just as Kakashi was about to grab Naruto a kunai he had dodged transformed into Naruto himself, who snatched the bells with the speed of a lifelong bachelor. Kakashi froze, momentarily lost in a vision of his departed teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. He looked at Naruto with a complex glint in his eyes. He truly is the child of my sensei, already showing a glimmer of the yellow flash's brilliance. If he were watching from above, he would be proud. And Obito and Lin too. He touched the headband covering his left eye, a trace of desolation flickering across his face. Suddenly a voice broke his reverie. Hey!
Kakashi-sensei, did I pass?
Kakashi snapped back to reality, rubbing his chin. Naruto, you've exceeded my expectations. I didn't think you could snatch the bells from me. I underestimated you, but unfortunately all of you have failed. What? Kakashi-sensei, you're cheating. You said we'd pass if we got the bells. Naruto protested, looking defiant. Without further explanation, Kakashi led Naruto to the 3 training posts. Wait here until the others come. Though annoyed, Naruto could only wait. Soon Sasuke arrived with a just-awakened Sakura. Once everyone was present, Kakashi said slowly, the final result of this survival exercise is that none of you need to return to the Ninja Academy. Naruto and Sasuke looked confused. Sakura's heart leapt. Could she have won by doing nothing? But Kakashi's next words made their hearts sink. Because you are not qualified to be ninjas. You understand nothing. You don't know why a ninja squad is formed of 3, nor what the most important foundation of a team is. You never considered teamwork, you only acted alone. How can you complete missions like this? Sakura protested, but there were only 2 bells, and you said anyone who didn't get one would be eliminated. That's clearly designed to make us fight among ourselves. This is a test of your team awareness. Only those who set aside personal gain can serve the team better. In missions requiring cooperation, such individuals will not easily cause conflict, making it easier to accomplish the task. Kakashi explained. Do you understand now? I'll give you one more chance. This afternoon there will be a more intense bell battle. Those who want to participate eat the 2 bento boxes. But you cannot share them with Naruto. Anyone who violates this rule will be disqualified. With that he turned and left. Hey, what's the deal? Why can't I eat? Are you deliberately targeting me? Naruto shouted after him. Without looking back, Kakashi replied, yes indeed. Congratulations on guessing correctly, but no prize. Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura began eating their bento. Naruto didn't mind. He had already eaten a bowl of ramen. Besides, he had figured out why Kakashi singled him out. It was a test of team cohesion. On the surface, he liked Sakura, and Sakura liked Sasuke. Choosing either of them wouldn't demonstrate the point. He was the best candidate because he had no special bond with them beyond being teammates. Naruto smiled bitterly. Kakashi-sensei, is that what you think too? Here! Sasuke suddenly offered his lunchbox. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei said, we can't give it to Naruto or else. Sakura looked worried. It's fine, he's not here now, Sasuke said nonchalantly. No need, I'm not hungry, Naruto said honestly, but they didn't believe him. Sakura also handed over her lunchbox. Naruto reluctantly took a few bites. He had to pass Kakashi's test. Suddenly Kakashi appeared before them, his face dark with fury, and an oppressive aura. You dared to defy my rule. Any explanation? Or I'll have to send you all back. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto quickly interjected. You asked what a team needs most. Isn't it mutual help and support? Sasuke nodded in agreement. Yes, we are comrades, and should advance together. Those scared Sakura mustered courage. We are one, no distinction. Kakashi clapped his hands, as if about to explode in rage, then said, very well, you all. Pass. You are the first to pass this test. The previous ones were idiots, who only followed rules without thinking. A true ninja must see through the essence. In the ninja world, those who don't follow rules are called scum. But to me, those who disregard their comrades are worse than scum. So I declare Team 7 fully qualified. Starting tomorrow, you will officially undertake missions. Yay! That's great. Naruto cheered. Sakura clenched her fist, shouting inwardly. This is amazing. Sasuke couldn't help but smile. Naruto woke up, turned off the alarm clock, and began another monotonous day. After officially becoming Genin, they had been doing only drank missions, finding lost items, shopping, cleaning rivers, and he was getting sick of it. After completing a simple set of physical exercises and eating breakfast, Naruto went outside. He performed the multiple shadow clone technique, dividing into 30 shadow clones, assigned them training tasks, and then went to meet up with his teammates. These days, he had discovered that shadow clones could not only help him think through problems and practice ninjutsu, but also assist in conditioning his body and enhancing his physical strength. In truth, physical training was the process of acclimating one's body to a certain intensity. Shadow clones possess sensations. As well, they could provide him with cellular memory feedback, thus accelerating the pace of his cultivation. Although the training effect was far inferior to that of the original body, the sheer number of clones compensated for it. However, this also placed a tremendous burden on both body and mind, which ordinary people could never withstand. At present, he could only sustain a little over 30 clones. Any more would cause irreversible damage to his body. Thus, during this period, his physical strength had greatly improved, and the chi within his body had also grown considerably. He could now condense a blue orb the size of an eye and achieve brief flight, though the speed was somewhat slow, inferior even to running through trees. During this time, he also discovered one thing: when his body was injured and subsequently fully recovered, his physical strength would noticeably increase. Moreover, the more severe the injury, the greater the enhancement. However, he could not self-harm, and he had to maintain a proper balance, otherwise he might end up with permanent disabilities, from which recovery was impossible. This reminded him of a passive skill he recalled from memory known as the silence ability. He speculated that the silence mentality was somewhat abnormal. Encountering external stimuli would unlock their latent potential. Thus, injuries made them stronger while self-inflicted harm did not. And because he had merged with a silent soul, he too possessed this capability. With the enhancement of his mental energy and physical strength, his chakra refinement speed had also increased considerably. Now his chakra reserves had grown immensely. Through comparison, he found that his chakra was approximately 4 to 5 times that of Kakashi. Naruto arrived at a grove and met up with Sasuke and Sakura. There he learned that the mission was to find a cat named Xiaohu. After some effort, they successfully completed the task. They delivered the cat to the client, a fat woman who called herself the Lady Shirjimi. The little kitten was clutched in her arms and subjected to all sorts of mauling. The three of them silently mourned for it for 3 seconds. Afterward, Kakashi led them to the Hokage's office to see the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to accept a mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the mission list and read aloud. Kakashi's Team 7, the next mission is to babysit for the elder, or run errands to the neighboring village, or dig sweet potatoes. Naruto immediately became displeased and shouted loudly.
Why is it always this kind of thing? Can't you give us a higher level mission?
Iruka, upon hearing this, pointed directly at his nose and scolded.
What nonsense are you talking? You're just a rookie who just became a Genin, and you want to take on advanced missions. Don't you know that everyone starts by doing simple tasks to accumulate experience? Iruka is right. That's the village's rule. Genin can only take DC rank missions, Chunin can take CB rank, and only Jonin can take A rank missions. As for you who just became Genin, you can usually only take D rank missions.
Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and slowly explained to them.
I don't care anyway. And you said it yourself, that's just for ordinary people. I'm going to be the strongest Hokage, so how can I be the same? Besides, I'm no longer the little brat who only knew how to cause trouble. I'm a ninja who can stand on my own.
Naruto resorted to being stubborn. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and finally agreed.
Very well, then I'll give you a C rank mission. The mission is to escort a person to the Land of Waves. Oh, who is this person?
Naruto asked excitedly. Sasuke and Sakura also became instantly interested and turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not beat around the bush and directly called out.
Please come in.
A slovenly middle-aged man walked in holding a liquor bottle, wearing transparent glasses, with a bushy beard and a rope tied around his forehead. He took a sip of his drink, looked at them, and said with some dissatisfaction.
What's with all these kids? Especially that shortest one, he looks super stupid. Is this guy even a ninja?
The three exchanged glances. Naruto immediately exploded.
Damn old man, who are you calling stupid? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to a pulp.
With that he rushed toward him menacingly, but was held back by Kakashi. The old man took another drink, looking slightly tipsy, and introduced himself.
I am the great bridge builder Tsunade. During the time I return to my country to build a bridge, I hope you all will do your utmost to protect me with all your heart.
At the gate of Konohagakure, Naruto looked at the vast boundless sky outside, and could not help but feel excited. This was his first time going far away, so he was very lively, looking here and there, as if he had never seen the world. Naruto's behavior made Sasuke and Sakura feel extremely embarrassed. Tsunade doubted.
Is this guy really alright?
Kakashi smiled awkwardly and explained.
Although Naruto seems a bit unreliable, his strength is decent. Besides, I had Jonin and watching over him, so you can rest assured.
Tsunade nodded. Naruto thought to himself, this is definitely the worst client ever. The group continued onward, crossing a small stream. As they walked, Naruto suddenly noticed a small puddle ahead. He found it strange, it seemed it hadn't rained in the past few days, had it? He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Sakura, noticing something unusual, asked curiously,
Naruto, what's wrong?
Naruto smiled foolishly.
Nothing. I was just thinking about what to eat tonight.
Sakura rolled her eyes.
TCH, you're such a glutton idiot.
As they passed the puddle, two figures suddenly sprang out from behind. They wore gas masks and had strange equipment on one arm from which shot two chains. In an instant, they entangled the foremost Kakashi and shredded him to pieces, terrifying beyond words. Then with a flash, they appeared behind Naruto, wearing ferocious expressions, ready to eliminate the seemingly easiest target. Naruto in a panic dodged and appeared behind them, quickly knocking them unconscious. By then Sakura snapped back to reality, and seeing the scene was completely bewildered.
Huh? The enemies are this weak. Then what about Kakashi Sensei?
Kakashi, unable to keep up the act, stepped out and waved at them.
Hey!
Naruto scratched his head and laughed heartily.
Aha, Kakashi Sensei, I am so glad you're okay. I thought you were done for. You've got to be kidding me. How could I be taken down by such a low-level opponent?
Kakashi scoffed dismissively, then instructed the others to tie up the two ninjas. After some questioning, Kakashi learned their origins.
So they're rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. A bunch of ruthless bastards who'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Why are they targeting us?
He then turned to Tsunade.
Mr. Tsunade, it seems you haven't been entirely honest with us. Is there anything you'd like to say now?
Tsunade remained silent.
This mission, due to the involvement of ninjas, has exceeded the crank category and reached rank or above. This is no longer within our scope of duties, and we have the right to terminate the mission. What do you think?
Kakashi looked at the three. Naruto spoke first.
Of course we keep going. We finally got out on a mission. How can we give up halfway?
Sasuke replied with an expressionless face.
I don't want to go back empty-handed without doing anything.
Sakura was hesitant at first, but seeing that Sasuke didn't want to give up, she reluctantly followed.
Kakashi Sensei, I choose to continue the mission too. In that case, Team 7 will proceed with the mission,
Kakashi announced loudly.
Kakashi-sensei, what should we do with these two?
Sakura asked curiously. Before Kakashi could answer Sasuke a man a few words, but brutal actions replied first.
Kill them, of course.
He stepped forward and finished them off. The bloody scene turned Sakura's face pale. Soon the group arrived at the seaside where a wooden boat was already waiting. They boarded the small boat and set off toward the wave country. As they drew closer to the wave country, the surrounding fog thickened. Kakashi suddenly spoke.
Mr. Tsunade, now would you care to tell us the truth? Otherwise, once we drop you off on the shore, we'll return to the village.
Tsunade could no longer sit still. He hastily apologized.
I'm sorry, please hear me out. I've been targeted by a terrifying man. He runs a shipping company, Gato.
Gato?
That infamous tycoon?
Kakashi asked. Tsunade nodded.
Yes. On the surface, he's a shipping magnate, but behind the scenes, he hires thugs and ninjas to traffic drugs and contraband, doing all sorts of shady business. A year ago, he set his sights on the wave country. With his immense wealth and violence, he quickly monopolized the island's maritime transport and trade. The only thing he fears is a bridge that was started long ago, intended to connect to other islands. And the engineer in charge of the project is none other than me. So that's how it is.
Kakashi now understood the situation.
But since your enemy is such a dangerous man, why did you conceal the truth and hire us at a lower rank instead of putting out a higher level request?
Tsunade hesitated for a moment before finally revealing the truth.
Because the wave country is a very poor nation. Even the feudal lord has little money, and am practically destitute. I simply couldn't afford the exorbitant fee for a break mission, so I had no choice but to resort to this ruse.
The others frowned. Sakura reproached him directly.
Uncle Tsunade, how could you do this? Your actions could have put us, newly promoted genin, in mortal danger. Sigh. There was no other way.
Tsunade sighed.
If you really cancel the mission, it'll be killed as soon as I step ashore. But that's fine. It's just that my poor 80-year-old granddaughter will cry her eyes out every day, and my daughter might end up hating the Leaf Village, spending the rest of her life in loneliness. Of course that's not your fault. You need not worry about it.
Naruto was speechless. Come on, that's blatant emotional blackmail. The others exchanged awkward glances. Kakashi gave a helpless smile.
Fine, it seems we have no choice but to keep protecting you.
Tsunade quickly thanked them.
I'm truly grateful.
The group passed through an arched bridge and arrived at the wave country. They disembarked at a dock and entered a forest, where everyone began to stay alert. If the enemy wanted to ambush them, this would be the perfect place. So they didn't dare let their guard down. Suddenly Naruto threw a kunai into a nearby bush. The others tensed up and Tsunade trembled in fear, but after waiting for a moment nothing stirred. Naruto stepped forward and parted the branches only to find a rabbit. Sakura sighed in relief.
What's the big deal? It's just a rabbit. You're making a fuss over nothing,
she chided Naruto. Naruto frowned. No, he had clearly sensed a strong chakra fluctuation here. Could it be?
Damn, it's a substitution jutsu.
He quickly warned everyone.
Watch out.
As soon as he spoke, a massive blade came spinning toward them. Everyone ducked to avoid the attack, and the strange sword embedded itself into a large tree. A figure stood atop the handle. He was bare-chested with white bandages wrapped around his face, and a black leather strap around his neck. Like someone who was afraid he wouldn't find a rope to hang himself. Judging from the notches on the blade that perfectly matched the neck, it was clear he had tried to slit his own throat more than once. He was undoubtedly a desperado. Naruto stepped forward eagerly, but Kakashi held him back. With a serious expression he said,
This guy is not someone you can handle. Don't do anything rash. So it's the famed copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. No wonder the demon brothers failed.
The strange man spoke in a deep sinister voice.
A rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village, Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the Hidden Mist, specializing in silent killing. I never thought a man like you would be working for Gato.
Kakashi sneered. Zabuza gave a disdainful smirk.
Save the talk. We're just using each other. Kakashi, are you ready to face me? Then let's see what you've got.
With that, Kakashi pushed his headband up, revealing a blood-red eye with 3 tomos circling its pupil. Zabuza was taken aback.
Oh, you're using the Sharingan right from the start.
Naruto and Sakura exchanged confused looks.
What's the Sharingan?
They asked in unison. Sasuke showed a complicated expression and answered.
It's a dojutsu that can see through jinjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. It possesses powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. Its wielder has extraordinary insight, capable of observing chakra flow, casting, and seeing through jinjutsu and copying taijutsu as well as non-bloodline elemented ninjutsu. Is it really that formidable?
Naruto and Sakura explained in all their confidence in Kakashi growing.
Of course,
Sasuke said with a proud expression. However, Kakashi was not as confident as they were. Instead, he felt somewhat uneasy. If he were alone, he would have no fear of their opponent, but with 3 liabilities in tow he found himself stretched thin.
Hey, you all need to be careful. I can't use the Sharingan's power recklessly, and our enemy is no pushover. One slip up and we might end up dead.
At these words, the 3 of them immediately turned serious. Even Kakashi Sensei, who had activated his Sharingan, was so cautious. Clearly the enemy was extraordinary. Zabuza wasted no words. He leaped onto the river's surface, striking an arrogant pose, one hand pointing to the sky, the other forming hand seals, and shouted,
"Ninja art hidden ninjutsu."
With a massive output of chakra, a thick fog rapidly expanded from him in all directions, soon engulfing everything. As the mist grew denser, visibility shrank. Kakashi quickly warned,
"Everyone be careful. This is Zabuza's silent killing technique." "What's the silent killing technique?"
Naruto asked.
"It's a ninjutsu that kills silently and unnoticed,"
Kakashi explained.
"He's gone,"
Sasuke said, frowning.
"Don't worry, he'll likely come for me first,"
Kakashi reassured them. Suddenly a voice echoed around them, and a fierce killing intent surged toward the group.
8 vital points of the human body: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which one should I choose?
Under the weight of that killing intent, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade turned pale and broke into cold sweat. Naruto, however, seemed unaffected.
So this is the killing intent of a jonin. It's suffocating. It feels like he'll die if I let my guard down for a second.
Sasuke's face was grim, and his hand clutching a kunai trembled. Seeing this, Kakashi released his own killing intent to counter it, and the trio behind him instantly felt relief. Suddenly Zabuza appeared in the middle of the group. Startled, Kakashi instantly appeared before him, and pierced through him, only to find it was a water clone. Taking advantage of the moment, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, and swung his blade horizontally, cleaving him in 2. But Kakashi's body turned into a pool of water. Zabuza sensed trouble, but it was too late. A kunai was pressed against his neck as Kakashi appeared behind him, and declared,
"It's over."
Yet Zabuza did not panic. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile.
"Is that so? Do you really think so?"
Kakashi's expression changed as the Zabuza before him dissolved into water. A fierce gust of wind struck from behind, and without time to think, Kakashi ducked. Seeing his blade miss, Zabuza followed up with a swift kick, catching Kakashi off guard and sending him tumbling into the river.
Damn! I didn't expect his taijutsu to be this formidable.
Watching from the sidelines, Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. Naruto, however, was brimming with excitement.
Awesome! I really want to try fighting him.
Sakura's eyes were filled with worry. Kakashi had just surfaced from the water when he sensed something amiss.
What's going on? This water.
Suddenly Zabuza appeared behind him and shouted,
"Water release, water prison jutsu."
The surrounding water instantly formed a sphere, trapping Kakashi inside, immobile. He cursed his miscalculation. He hadn't expected the enemy to be so powerful. Maintaining the water prison with one hand, Zabuza formed a single-handed seal and summoned a water clone.
"Let me deal with those brats first, then they'll finish you off."
The water clone slowly walked toward Naruto and the others, taunting,
"You brats who put on headbands and think you're ninjas. True ninjas are those who tread the edge of life and death, who emerge from countless battles, and who are worthy of being recorded in my book. As for you, you don't even qualify." "Oh, is that so? But from now on you'll remember my name forever. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and am going to be the strongest ninja in the world."
Naruto shouted back at Zabuza. While Naruto was wasting time with words, Sasuke had already charged forward. But he was repelled just as quickly. He had only managed to throw a few shuriken before Zabuza's water clone grabbed him by the neck with one hand and tossed him back. Seeing this, Naruto stopped stalling and unleashed the shadow clone jutsu. 7 figures shot out of the mist and lunged at the water clone. Dust and mist swirled, and the battle was decided in an instant. Zabuza's water clone was truly ferocious. It killed 6 of Naruto's clones with a single sweep of its blade. But as someone once said, when the enemy has 7 men, and you slay only 6 with one strike, the one who dies in the end will be you. And so it was. The last Naruto clone drove a kunai into the clone's back, piercing its heart. Sakura and Tsunade stood dumbfounded. Sasuke's face was a mask of disbelief.
"How is this possible? He's just a dead last. How can he have such strength?"
Even Zabuza was momentarily stunned. That water clone possessed half his chakra, yet it had been defeated so easily. Just then a sharp whistle cut through the air. Several kunai flew from behind. Zabuza dodged, but one grazed his right cheek. However, the kunai suddenly transformed into Naruto, who punched him square in the left cheek, sending him flying. Freed from the water prison, Kakashi immediately confronted Zabuza, declaring an unknown duel to reclaim his lost pride. Though still dazed from Naruto's punch, Zabuza wasn't about to let Kakashi off easy, and the two began a contest of hand-seal speed. Zabuza boasted that his single-hand speed, honed over 20-plus years of solitude, had never met its match. He challenged Kakashi to keep up. With a dazzling flurry of hand seals, two voices rang out simultaneously.
Water release water dragon jutsu.
Two water dragons collided and tore at each other, then dissolved into a torrent that swept in all directions. Seeing that he couldn't overpower Kakashi, Zabuza snorted in disdain.
A guy who just rehashes old tricks like you will never defeat me.
He then unleashed another water release technique. But Kakashi, having spent years reading Ika Paradise, was far faster in forming seals. He completed his hand seals first and shouted,
Water release great waterfall jutsu.
A torrent of water surged forward, engulfing Zabuza and hurtling him along. It crashed and ran through everything until it slammed into a large tree. Before he could catch his breath, several kunai followed, pinning him to the tree. Suddenly, two flashes of light streaked by. Two needles pierced the carotid artery in Zabuza's neck. A masked figure appeared on a nearby tree branch. Kakashi stepped forward, checked briefly, and told the group that Zabuza was dead. The masked man claimed to be a hunter nin from the Mist Village. He thanked them for helping eliminate Zabuza, then departed with the body. Naruto watched the departing figures and thought to himself,
Zabuza, I hope I can face you directly in battle next time.
He could sense that Zabuza was not dead, for his presence had not faded. The group prepared to move forward, but after only a few steps Kakashi collapsed. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke rushed over, crying out,
Kakashi-sensei, don't die. What will we do if you die?
Tsunade quickly stepped in to calm them.
Don't worry too much, maybe he can still be saved. Let's take him back first.
The others agreed and nodded. At Tsunade's house, Kakashi opened his fish-like eyes. A woman who resembled an Uchiha approached and asked,
Sensei, are you alright?
Kakashi struggled to sit up and replied without hesitation,
Not good. I'm afraid you'll have difficulty moving for a week. I see. Then you should rest well and not move around,
she said, pressing him back down. Kakashi could only lie flat in resignation. Just then Naruto and the others entered.
Kakashi-sensei, you're finally awake. But you're really weak. You passed out after just a few jutsu. That's pretty pathetic,
Naruto teased. Sakura chimed in.
Really, Kakashi-sensei, your Sharingan may be powerful, but the side effects on your body are severe. You should use it less in the future, so we don't have to take care of you. That said, eliminating such a powerful ninja is certainly gratifying. We can rest easy in the days ahead,
Tsunade countered. Kakashi shook his head.
No, I feel something is off. Isn't Zabuza dead? Could there be another formidable enemy hidden?
The others were puzzled.
Usually pursuing ninja would dispose of the traitor's body on the spot, taking only the head to prove identity. But the one we encountered took Zabuza's entire body away. That's very troublesome and unnecessary. Also, the weapon he used was...
Sasuke, deep in thought, finished Kakashi's sentence.
A kind of throwing needle. Are you saying he's suspicious? Exactly,
Kakashi confirmed, then explained.
Throwing needles are usually used for acupuncture. Unless they hit a vital point, they don't cause much harm. Few people use them as weapons. Those who can wield them are skilled in medicine and know human acupoints. I suspect it put Zabuza into a false death state, intending to rescue him. They might be working together. No way.
The others found it hard to believe. Tsunade bluntly said,
Are you overthinking this? Though I can't be sure, we must take precautions. I can't fight for a while, so you'll have to rely on yourselves. I've decided to give you special training,
Kakashi said, looking at the three. Sakura had no confidence and said outright,
Are you kidding me? That's an enemy that even Kakashi-sensei takes seriously. No matter how hard we train, we can't match them in such a short time.
Sasuke looked uneasy, recalling the fear Zabuza had instilled. But Naruto was very confident, grinning excitedly.
Haha, finally my turn to shine.
Kakashi observed their reactions, then spoke slowly.
Sakura, have you forgotten who saved us when we were in danger? You've all been growing quickly, especially Naruto, who has improved the most.
Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sakura glanced at him and realized that Naruto had indeed grown much stronger without her noticing. He seemed more reliable now. Suddenly a small boy wearing a hat and overalls ran in and threw himself into Tsunade's arms.
Grandpa, you're finally back.
Tsunade smiled warmly.
Yes, thanks to these ninjas from Konoha. Inari, did you miss Grandpa?
Uh-huh. Inari nodded. Just then Inari's mother, the woman who resembled an Uchiha named Tsunami, introduced them.
Inari, these are the ninjas who escorted your grandfather back. Say hello to them. Mom, they'll be killed. Gato is invincible. He's the emperor of all sea transport with countless wealth and underlings. They'll have their heads smashed in by his men and fed to the dogs in no time.
Inari's face showed fear. Sakura's forehead vein bulged, and she clenched her fists, inwardly roaring.
He'll beat this brat to death.
Sasuke's expression darkened, teeth clenched. Kakashi sighed to himself.
What a nasty little brat.
Naruto couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward.
Hey, you wretched little brat. We're powerful ninjas. Gato is nothing but trash in our eyes. And from what I know, he's a villain who stops at nothing. Why do you praise him so much? Is he your
Inari was stunned and burst into tears and ran out. Tsunade sighed.
Sorry for the embarrassment. The child doesn't know better. Please forgive him.
Kakashi, leaning on two crutches, led Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to a forest.
Alright, let's start training now. First, let's talk about the basics of chakra. It is generated from the physical energy extracted from body cells and the spiritual energy accumulated through various exercises and countless experiences. Training chakra means blending physical and spiritual energy and storing it in the body. However, no matter how vast your chakra reserves, if you can't use them efficiently and waste them, you won't be able to fight for long. So what should we do?
Naruto asked.
That requires hard chakra control training to make your body remember the balance. This is what you'll practice next. And how do we do that?
Sasuke couldn't help but ask.
First, practice climbing trees,
Kakashi said after a moment of thought.
Climbing trees. How does that train chakra control?
The three were baffled. Without further explanation, Kakashi, leaning on his crutches, walked up the tree, as if on flat ground, eventually hanging upside down from the trunk. He explained.
To do as I did, you need to concentrate chakra on the soles of your feet and adhere to the trunk. However, even skilled ninjas find it difficult because the soles are the hardest place to control chakra.
As long as you master this control, theoretically you can learn any kind of ninjutsu. However, no matter how much I say, you won't grasp it immediately. It's better to experience it with your own body. The moment Kakashi finished speaking, a voice rang out.
Is that so? It doesn't seem that difficult,
Naruto asked, hanging upside down from a nearby tree. Kakashi looked incredulous at this, while Sasuke and Sakura directed suspicious glances at him. He coughed and explained.
Actually, it depends on individual talent. Some people are naturally born with strong chakra control. Naruto might be one of those cases.
Naruto's effortless success filled Sakura and Sasuke with confidence. Although Kakashi said he was exceptionally talented in this area, they didn't think they were inferior to Naruto, since his previous image as the dead last was deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. Sure enough, Sakura also easily completed the tree climbing training. Standing atop the tall tree, she happily called down to Sasuke.
Sasuke, this is really simple.
You should try it too.
By this time, Kakashi didn't know what to say, inwardly wondering.
Could it really be that simple? Was it just that his own generation was too incompetent, and now they couldn't keep up with the times? Sasuke, seeing this, no longer hesitated. He gathered chakra at his feet and walked straight up a tree. At first nothing happened, but who knew that halfway up he would fall off? Kakashi, witnessing this scene, finally felt relieved. However, Sasuke began to doubt his own existence.
Come on, wasn't I the top of the new students?
Wasn't he a genius of the Uchiha clan? Why couldn't he accomplish the chakra control training that others could do so easily? Was all of this a lie? So he tried a few more times, but whether due to mindset or something else, his performance was even worse than the first attempt. He gritted his teeth and punched the nearby tree.
Damn it, how can I be so weak? When will I ever be able to defeat that man? Sasuke,
Sakura called out from the tree, worried about him. Kakashi walked over and patted his shoulder, comforting him.
Don't be discouraged. Everyone has different strengths. You are not inferior to them. Kakashi Sensei is right. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. You're already impressive without having completed the tree climbing training, which proves your potential is immense. Once you complete this training, you will definitely make a huge improvement.
Naruto followed up. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he instantly regained motivation. He shot a grateful look at the two and resumed climbing the tree.
Kakashi Sensei, I've already mastered the tree climbing technique. What should I do next?
Naruto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi pondered for a moment, and led Naruto to the river.
Next you'll practice water walking. It's an upgraded version of tree climbing, much more difficult. You should have seen it before. The technique that allows one to stand on the water surface without sinking is water walking. Through the power of chakra, a ninja can sense nearby water molecules, including moisture in the air and puddles on the ground. This requires a certain amount of skill and training.
A ninja uses chakra to gather surrounding water molecules together, forming a continuous surface. This surface can support the ninja's weight like a solid, allowing the ninja to stand on the water. While standing on the water, the ninja must adjust their body balance to avoid falling into the water, relying on their reflexes and sense of balance. After finishing his explanation in one breath, Kakashi looked at Naruto beside him, and found that he had already disappeared. He looked around and saw Naruto already hopping around in the center of the river. Feeling speechless, he sighed deeply, called Naruto over, and said earnestly,
"In terms of chakra control, you've done very well. I have nothing more to teach you. Go train on your own."
Naruto was immediately displeased.
"What are you talking about? Who are you trying to fool? I haven't learned anything at all. You're telling me to go play by myself. That's too irresponsible."
So he said,
"Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you're being too perfunctory. How about teaching me a ninjutsu? So far I don't have a powerful attack technique. This is a weakness that cannot be ignored."
Kakashi felt that Naruto had a point. After thinking for a moment, he taught him in a ranked ninjutsu the Rasengan. Naruto learned it on the spot, and then ran off to practice, leaving Kakashi in shock.
"What a monster. This talent is even more outstanding than Minato-sensei's,"
Kakashi murmured to himself, watching Naruto's retreating figure. Naruto found a forest alone, split into over 30 shadow clones, and began rigorous training. Days passed one by one. During this time, Naruto and the others were repeatedly subjected to Inari's verbal attacks, and learned from Tsunade the reason why Inari had become like that. One day Naruto trained until very late. Exhausted, he dismissed his shadow clones, and fell asleep in the forest. When he woke up, he found a beautiful older sister in a pink floral dress standing beside him. She claimed to be gathering medicinal herbs and asked Naruto why he was sleeping there so early in the morning. Naruto answered her questions truthfully. She didn't understand why Naruto was so eager to become stronger. Naruto told her that he was striving to gain recognition, prove himself, and become someone that everyone could not ignore. He seemed thoughtful, and as he left told Naruto that he was actually a man. Watching the departing figure, Naruto thought to himself,
"Judging from his aura, this big brother, who looks like a big sister, should be the one who saves Abusa. But it seems he doesn't intend to kill me."
Actually, he had been awake for a while, just wanting to see what the other person would do. Suddenly a figure walked toward him. It was Sasuke, who looked at Naruto with dissatisfaction and said,
"You bastard, why didn't you come back all night? Don't you know everyone was worried about you?"
Naruto rubbed the back of his head and gave a bright smile.
"Haha, sorry. I trained too late last night and accidentally fell asleep here."
Hearing this, Sasuke ground his teeth and cursed inwardly.
"Bastard, do you have to be so hardworking?
As the saying goes, it's not that you're afraid of others being better than you, but that those who are better are even more diligent than you." He snorted and ran off to train. Naruto was puzzled, but with his stomach growling in hunger, he didn't think much and went back to eat. Soon another day passed. That evening at Tsunade's house, sitting by the dining table, Sakura couldn't help complaining as she looked at the served dishes.
"What's going on? Even Sasuke isn't coming back for meals on time anymore."
As Sakura finished speaking, Naruto and Sasuke walked in exhausted and drenched in sweat. After the meal, Inari, watching the two slumped over the table, couldn't help but demand,
"Why? No matter how hard you try, no matter how desperately you struggle, you can never defeat Gado's men. Why do you persist in such a pointless endeavor? You're annoying. Because we're different."
Naruto replied without lifting his head.
"Shut up. I hate the sight of you always with that stupid grin. You don't understand the situation here, nor do you grasp others' pain. All you do is show off."
Inari shouted at Naruto. Naruto, provoked, decided not to indulge him any longer. He retorted sharply,
"Don't judge others with your ignorant words. In our eyes, Gado is nothing. You're just a useless brat scared out of your wits by Gado. All you do is cry and wait for someone else to save you, too afraid to act. This world is full of people more unfortunate than you, yet they press forward. Only you play the victim, cowering in a corner, trembling, displaying nothing but weakness and fragility. To be honest, you're the most pathetic person I've ever met."
With that, he ignored Inari's sobs, rose, and walked out. Sakura called after him,
"Naruto, you've gone too far. He's just a child. How could you say such things? Too far."
Naruto didn't think so at all. Since he could remember, his ears had been filled with endless curses. He had grown long accustomed to it. Perhaps. The next morning after breakfast, Naruto and the others arrived at the bridge under construction, only to find all the workers lying on the ground, their fate unknown. Startled, they quickly formed a protective circle around Tsunade, alert. Suddenly a thick fog rose, and 10 water clones of Zabuza materialized before them, encircling them. However, these clones were weak, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had grown significantly stronger. In a flash, they easily eliminated all the clones, boosting their confidence. Then Zabuza appeared alongside the masked figure named Haku.
As expected, you're in league together,
Kakashi said calmly.
Shameless. You deceived us, and still have the audacity to show up openly,
Sakura said indignantly.
I hate this kind of pretentious, sneaky scum. I'll handle him,
Sasuke said expressionlessly.
Kakashi, you're dragging these brats out again. But this time you won't be so lucky. I found a way to counter your Sharingan,
Zabuza said confidently, forming hand seals to execute the hidden mist technique. As the mist thickened, Haku, who had been silent beside Zabuza, launched an attack, transforming into a whirlwind. Sasuke charged at him without a word, and the two clashed fiercely.
Zabuza was surprised. This brat's strength has grown remarkably. Unexpected.
But he didn't dwell on it, turning his gaze to Kakashi with battle lust. Kakashi was about to engage when a voice interrupted him.
Let me, Kakashi-sensei. I've been waiting for this, eager to test him in battle,
Naruto said with utmost seriousness, his tone brooking no refusal. Sakura stared in disbelief.
Naruto, what are you saying? That's... Sakura, let him go. I believe he can handle it,
Kakashi interrupted, exchanging a glance with Naruto. Naruto squinted, flashing a confident smile.
Don't worry. I'm going to become the strongest ninja in the world.
He then walked towards Zabuza.
Arrogant little brat. You think because you landed a lucky hit on me once you can look down on me?
Zabuza touched his cheek, recalling the unpleasant memory, his face darkening.
Then come and try,
Naruto taunted.
Today you'll show you why I'm called the demon of the hidden mist,
Zabuza said, vanishing into the thick fog. Soon the fog was so dense you couldn't see your hand. A voice echoed from all around.
In this environment, even Kakashi's Sharingan is useless. Don't expect him to save you.
Naruto remained calm. Though he couldn't see, neither could Zabuza. And he could sense the other's presence through his aura, pinpointing his location. Naruto spun and blocked the executioner's blade with a single kunai. Zabuza's eyes flickered with surprise.
Impressive strength. But a true ninja relies on more than just power.
They engaged in taijutsu combat, their silhouettes flashing and clashing, sparks flying. In the battle with Zabuza, Naruto integrated the combat experience and attack patterns from the memories in his mind, his techniques growing ever more refined. After a fierce exchange, they separated. The sound of blood dripping and heavy breathing was clearly audible in the silent mist. By now, Zabuza fully acknowledged Naruto's abilities. In terms of taijutsu, Naruto was no less skilled. The clash left both battered and bruised, each encounter fraught with deadly danger in this environment. Zabuza relied on sound and years of combat experience in the mist to pinpoint his opponent. But this brat named Uzumaki, Naruto, fresh out of the Ninja Academy with no combat experience, handled the situation with ease, a mystery he couldn't fathom. Seeing that this would only lead to mutual destruction, Zabuza decided to settle it with a water-style jutsu.
Hey kid, I can't move freely here. Dare to fight me on the sea. You don't want to destroy the bridge they worked so hard to build, do you?
Zabuza leaped off the bridge, and Naruto followed without hesitation. Standing on the water, they locked eyes. Zabuza attacked first, forming hand seals.
Water-style great waterfall technique.
A torrent of water surged toward Naruto. Undaunted by the oncoming deluge, Naruto's hands blurred as he formed seals, unleashing the same great waterfall technique. A massive current swept away Zabuza's attack and surged toward him. Zabuza was stunned.
Impossible. He's just a genin. How can he possess such immense chakra and control? And his hand seal speed is faster than mine, even after 20 years of solo practice. Damn it, what a joke. I, Zabuza, who slaughtered over 100 people in the graduation exam, and was hailed as the demon, how could I lose to a mere genin like you?
A massive tidal wave swept past, causing the nearby bridge to tremble and nearly collapse. Kakashi and the others on the bridge were startled, wondering what was happening. Zabuza leaped up, sprinting across the giant wave while forming hand seals. He shouted,
Water-style water dragon bullet technique.
A water dragon emerged beneath him, lifting Zabuza and charging toward Naruto. Naruto mimicked him, quickly forming seals and using the same technique to summon an even larger water dragon. He stood atop its head and charged to meet Zabuza. The two water dragons collided, and they engaged in close combat with equal ferocity. Blades clashed against kunai, sparks flying and blood splattering. For some reason Naruto felt an extraordinary excitement. The thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade where one wrong move could mean death was incredibly exhilarating. He was utterly captivated. After a fierce battle both were panting heavily.
Damn, Brad, just like Kakashi trying to defeat your opponent in their own specialty to gain a sense of superiority,
Zabuza demanded angrily. Naruto gave an awkward smile.
Actually, it's not what you think. It's really unavoidable. I don't know any other ninjutsu. These two water-style techniques, I learned them from watching you.
Zabuza didn't believe him, thinking Naruto was lying. He could understand Kakashi copying techniques with his Sharingan. But this brat claiming to learn just by watching once, he couldn't accept it. He must be trying to undermine his confidence and break his will.
Brat, don't look down on me. Today you'll show you my strongest water-style ninjutsu.
With that he rapidly formed hand seals and roared.
Water-style 9 dragons devouring extinction.
9 massive water dragons instantly formed, roaring as they lunged at Naruto. Naruto didn't hesitate to use the rank jutsu Rasengan. A blue sphere of light spun rapidly in his hand, shattering the water dragons one by one as he charged towards Zabuza. He broke through all obstacles, and the Rasengan clashed with the executioner's blade. Zabuza was sent flying, skidding across the water until he lost all combat ability. As the thick fog dissipated, Haku, who had been fighting Sasuke, saw this and lost the will to continue. He abandoned Sasuke, appearing in an instant on the water's surface to support Zabuza.
Zabuza, are you alright?
He asked with concern. Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a bit relieved.
I never thought I would lose to a brat. It seems I've been slacking off these years. Let's go.
Haku nodded.
I understand, Zabuza.
He then prepared to leave with Zabuza, but on the way they encountered Gato, who had arrived with a group of underlings and had captured Tsunade. Seeing Zabuza severely wounded and Haku in poor condition, Gato planned to claim the kill. However, he was swiftly taken out by Haku's 1,000 flying water needles of death. Kakashi and the others who had followed took the opportunity to rescue Tsunade. Gato's henchmen scattered in panic. At that moment Inari arrived with a group of people. Seeing Gato dead, and the battle over and that Tsunade was safe, he rushed forward and threw himself into her arms, sobbing.
I'm sorry, Mom. I was too useless just watching you get taken away.
Tsunade gently stroked his head and said softly,
It's okay, I don't blame you.
Hearing this, Inari cried even harder. Sasuke, covered in wounds, staggered over. Sakura hurried to support him, asking with concern,
Sasuke, are you alright?
But Sasuke clearly didn't appreciate it. He shook off Sakura's arm and gave her a cold glance.
I'm fine.
Sakura froze in place because she saw a pair of cold, ruthless, blood-red pupils. She had seen such eyes on Kakashi, the terrifying eyes known as the Sharingan. But why did Sasuke have them? She looked at Kakashi questioningly, but he remained silent.
Hey!
Naruto's voice rang out as he returned, waving at them. Everyone turned to look and was shocked. He was covered in blood. Sakura's lips trembled as she asked,
Naruto, are you alright?
Naruto smiled.
I'm fine. Actually, it looks worse than it is. There's nothing seriously.
Before he could finish, his vision went black. As he lost consciousness, he faintly heard Sakura's complaint.
Really, this is too reckless.
When Naruto woke again, he found himself lying in a hospital bed wrapped in bandages. Beside him was his good roommate Sasuke, who seemed to be in much better condition. The window was open close to the bed. Sasuke was staring out the window, lost in thought. Naruto didn't disturb him, and tried to sit up. But as soon as he moved, a tearing pain shot through his entire body. He had been lively after the battle, but now even a slight movement was agonizing.
You're awake.
Sasuke turned at the sound.
But I advise you not to move. Your condition is not good.
Naruto forced a smile.
How long have I been out? It's been a day since the battle ended.
Sasuke replied before turning back to stare out the window. Naruto didn't mind and began to assess his own condition. He felt his body was indeed in a bad state. Under normal recovery, it would take a long time to heal. But he was no ordinary person. With the Rasengan and instant movement, he could have ended the battle quickly. However, he chose to fight Zabuza Hiden to trigger a certain passive, leaving himself in this miserable state. The reason he dared to do this was twofold. First, he had the instant movement technique as an escape skill. Second, a powerful chakra hidden within him could rapidly heal his injuries. So he had nothing to fear. However, that chakra was dark and violent, affecting his mental state and chakra control. Normally he suppressed it in a corner, and only used it when absolutely necessary. Naruto slowly summoned the red chakra within him, letting it flow through his body. A warm current enveloped him, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, soon returning to perfect condition. Sasuke, sensing something, quickly turned around only to find Naruto already asleep in bed.
Was that feeling just my imagination?
After recovering, Naruto did not immediately rush to train, but instead took a rare day of rest lying in bed. In the forest, Naruto threw several kunai. Suddenly he vanished from sight, reappearing just in front of him. His hands blurred into motion, catching the kunai with perfect precision.
Amazing! I feel my strength, speed, and internal energy have all increased several times over.
Naruto gazed at the kunai in his hands, unable to suppress his awe. With no further interference from God, of the people of the Land of Waves worked together, and the bridge was soon completed. The day arrived for Naruto and his team to return to Konoha. Tsunade and his family, along with a large crowd, gathered at the bridge to see them off. Back in Konoha, Naruto and the others resumed their simple mundane missions. During this time, he became acquainted with the village's three troublemakers, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. After a friendly exchange, they successfully became Naruto's underlings. However, Konohamaru, lacking in tact, spotted Naruto with Sakura and ran up, calling her
big sister.
This resulted in a furious Sakura chasing him for 3 blocks. Sakura clenched her fists, bared her teeth, her eyes like a demon's. She looked left and right searching, and when she found no one, she stormed off in anger. Naruto and the others poked their heads out from a bush. Seeing Sakura leave, they sighed in relief. Konohamaru couldn't help but grumble.
Is that fat ugly thing really a woman?
But Sakura had doubled back. The moment Konohamaru's words ended, her voice rang out.
He found you.
So they began their escape again, but this time it was less smooth. Konohamaru collided with someone and was lifted off the ground. The man wore a black headscarf, purple paint on his face, and all black clothing resembling a large fat cat. On his back was a bundle tightly wrapped in white bandages. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Her hair was tied in 2 messy buns with wild ends, giving her a fiery look. She was dressed in a stylish, revealing outfit and carried a large fan on her back, clearly an expert in stirring up trouble.
Hey, you little brat, you crashed into me and it hurts,
the fat cat-like man said with a gloomy expression.
This is someone else's turf. Watch yourself or you might get beaten up,
the woman beside him warned. The man ignored her. Naruto looked at the 2 strangers and asked,
Who are you? Can you put Konohamaru down first? Are you a Konoha Genin? How about a little spar with me?
The man eyed Naruto provocatively. Sakura approached as well, sizing them up. In her mind she thought,
These seem like foreign ninjas. Why are they here?
Naruto glanced at the man and was about to teach him a lesson when a stone shot through the air, striking the man's arm. The sharp pain forced him to release Konohamaru. A figure appeared on a nearby tree trunk. He spoke calmly.
Outsider, what are you doing in someone else's village?
Sakura's face lit up with a lovesick grin as she cried out,
Sasuke!
The man turned serious at the sight of Sasuke. He unstrapped the mummy-like object from his back and said,
You know what? I hate little brats who are even younger than me, but act all cocky. Today I'll show you a thing or two.
Before he could finish his boast, a voice interrupted.
Kankuro, are you talking about me?
A figure suddenly appeared, hanging upside down from a tree branch. He carried a large yellow gourd on his back, had red hair, the character for love eye on his forehead, and eyes like a panda's. His arrival went unnoticed even by Sasuke, who was on the same tree. Seeing the newcomer, Kankuro broke into a cold sweat.
Gaara, I advise you not to speak ill of me behind my back, or I'll kill you,
Gaara said, fixing Kankuro with a cold, merciless gaze.
And we're not here for fun. Don't bring shame to our village.
With that, Gaara dissolved into sand and vanished, reappearing on the ground. He walked away without looking back, with Kankuro and the blonde woman quickly following. Sakura called out,
Wait! Judging by your headbands, you're from Tsunade, aren't you? Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allies, ninjas are not allowed to enter each other's territory without permission. What is your purpose here?
The 3 stopped. The blonde woman sighed.
You really don't know anything, do you? I'm Temari of Tsunade. We're here to take the Chunin exams.
She pulled out a pass for Sakura to see.
Chunin exams?
Naruto looked confused. His underling Konohamaru sighed and explained.
It's an exam to promote a Genin to Chunin.
Naruto finally understood.
Oh, I see. Chunin exams, huh?
Sasuke, intrigued, asked.
Hey, you with the gourd on your back, what's your name?
Gaara turned to face Sasuke and replied slowly.
Gaara of the Sandstorm. I'm somewhat interested in you too. Tell me your name.
Sasuke smiled.
Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, what about me? I'm Uzumaki Naruto.
Naruto shouted, feeling left out as they bonded. But Gaara didn't even turn around. He coldly spat out.
Not interested.
This irritated Naruto greatly.
What's the big deal? Am I really not as impressive as Sasuke or Sakura?
Konohamaru and the others nodded in unison. Hearing their confirmation, Naruto began to reflect. Why was he so strong yet never taken seriously? What was the reason? He finally concluded that it was because he didn't know how to be cool. He had none of the presence of a true powerhouse. The next morning Kakashi told them to meet at the usual spot. Predictably he was late. Again, Naruto and the others ignored Kakashi's bizarre excuse for being late and got straight to the point.
It's a bit sudden, but I have something to tell you. I've recommended you for the Chunin selection exam. Here are the application forms,
Kakashi said, handing 3 forms to them.
Look them over. I want to make it clear that this recommendation is not mandatory. You can participate voluntarily. If you decide to sign your names, and come to room 301 at the academy at 3 p.m. 5 days from now.
On the way back, the 3 of them had different thoughts drifting in their minds. Mingren was very happy as Zhuju's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Xiaoying looked worried. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that time a small episode occurred. Ming Huang was captured by a mysterious person, but was rescued by Mingren. But he realized things were not as simple as they seemed, because the mysterious person was actually teacher Lu Ka in disguise. Mingren guessed that this was a test of his strength and might be related to the upcoming Chunin exam. At the school gate, Mingren was swinging on a swing, while Zhuju stood with his arms crossed leaning against a large tree nearby waiting for Xiaoying to arrive. Before long, Xiaoying came walking from afar. Mingren hurried over and complained.
Xiaoying, you're so late today.
Xiaoying said somewhat apologetically.
Sorry I kept you waiting.
Then she looked at Zhuju and said,
Good morning, Zhuju.
Zhuju nodded. He sensed that Xiaoying was a bit off today, probably worried about the Chunin exam. The 3 of them entered the school together, and went to the 2nd floor only to find it crowded with people gathered in a huddle. They stepped forward to see that 2 people were blocking the entrance, and were currently kicking and punching a watermelon head. Mingren rubbed his eyes, and finally saw clearly that the one being beaten was a genin with a watermelon-shaped head, drooping eyelashes, sparkling teeth, and wearing a green tight-fitting jumpsuit. At that moment a girl wearing a pink Chongsan-style top with a small side opening and a traditional bun hairstyle helped him up. The 3 walked forward. Zhuju spoke dominantly.
Move aside, don't block our way to the 3rd floor, and put away your little tricks.
The 2 gatekeepers were somewhat surprised.
Oh, you actually saw through it?
Zhuju sneered and said to Xiaoying behind him.
Xiaoying, you must have seen through it long ago, right? After all, whether in analytical ability, observation, or professional knowledge, you are the best in our class.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoying was deeply moved and whispered,
Thank you.
Then she said,
Of course I saw it long ago. This is the 2nd floor, how could there be room 301?
Seeing that their trick was exposed, the 2 dispelled the illusion. The number on the door plate changed from 301 to 201, and the onlookers immediately burst into commotion. However, the 2 gatekeepers were clearly unwilling to give up. One of them said irritably,
Even if you saw through it, so what? You still can't get past us.
With that, they directly attacked Mingren and the others. Zhuju, seeing this, did not show any weakness and moved to meet them. Just as the 2 were about to collide, a green figure suddenly appeared in the middle and blocked the attacks with bare hands. It was the watermelon head, who had just been beaten up, but now he showed no sign of his previous cowardice.
Didn't we agree to keep a low profile and not attract attention? What's going on with you?
A person with long hair and white eyes walked over to the watermelon head and asked. The watermelon head was a bit embarrassed. Without saying much, he answered with actions. He came to Xiaoying and introduced himself.
Hello, you're Xiaoying, right? I am Luokali. Please, I insist you agree to go out with me. I will work hard to become stronger and protect you with all my might.
Instantly everyone was stunned. Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, then after recovering she directly refused.
No way. You're not my type, and your eyebrows are too thick.
Luokali was clearly dejected after being rejected, lowering his head and bumping into the nearby wall. Seeing this, Mingren was very happy, feeling that he was no longer the only one rejected by Xiaoying.
Hey, what's your name?
The white-eyed one, clearly interested in Zhuju, came up to him and asked. Zhuju's reaction was as expected, still looking arrogant. He replied,
Before asking someone else's name, you should first state your own.
The white-eyed one was taken aback. Suppressing his displeasure, he forced a smile and said,
Quite a personality. How old are you?
Suizhu glanced at him and said coldly,
I have no obligation to answer such boring questions. Please don't disturb me.
Suizhu's attitude almost made the white-eyed one fume with rage. Mingren and the others continued forward and arrived at a spacious hall. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind.
Please wait a moment.
The group turned around and saw that it was the watermelon head again.
What a persistent guy. But no matter how hard you pester, Xiaoying will never like you because she's mine alone.
Mingren pointed at Luo Kuli and shouted. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished, Xiaoying knocked him unconscious with a single punch. Luo Kuli paid no attention to Mingren's words, and instead looked at Suizhu.
You are Yuzhibo's Wazoo, right? I am Luo Kuli. I challenge you. How about it? Let's duel. I heard that you are not only the top of the new students, but also the last descendant of the Yuzhibo clan known as the Genius Clan. I want to see the gap between myself and a genius. Since you know I am from the Yuzhibo clan, you still dare to challenge me. Truly ignorance is bliss.
Suizhu laughed proudly, mocking Luo Kuli's overestimation of his own abilities.
Please enlighten me.
Luo Kuli assumed a stance ready to fight. Just then a voice rang out.
Bastard, you guys don't ignore my existence.
Mingren stood up from the ground. He came to Luo Kuli and shouted.
I am Xuanhua Mingren. Luo Kuli, do you dare to have a match with me?
Luo Kuli shook his head.
Sorry, I have never heard of the name Xuanhua Mingren. I only want to challenge Yuzhibo's Wazhu.
Seeing this, Mingren said no more and began to get serious. He vanished from the spot instantly. Before Luo Kuli could react, he was kicked in the face and sent flying. Luo Kuli stood up, touched his cheek, and looked incredulous.
How is this possible? I didn't see his movements at all.
Xiaoying, who was watching from the side, was bewildered. Suizhu directly activated his Sharingan. Mingren glanced at Luo Kuli and said slowly,
Are you ready?
With that he vanished again. Luo Kuli was sent flying, bent over, and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, unable to get up for a while. Cold sweat broke out on Suizhu's forehead. He thought,
How is this possible? My Sharingan can't even capture his figure. Suizhu, what did Mingren just do? Why did Luo Kuli suddenly fly away?
Xiaoying asked, puzzled.
I'm not sure either.
Suizhu replied absent-mindedly.
You are Xuanhua Mingren, right? I'm sorry, earlier I underestimated you. I apologize here. You are indeed a very formidable and worthy opponent.
Luo Kuli struggled to his feet and said to Mingren,
To show my respect, I will now give it my all.
With that he crouched down and prepared to remove the leg guards. Just then a voice sounded, stopping his action.
Enoughly. The taijutsu I taught you is not meant to be used against comrades. So stop it.
Moreover, you have indeed lost, but not because of your opponent's overwhelming strength. You were defeated by yourself. As an excellent ninja, one should know humility. No matter who the opponent is, you must not be careless or underestimate them. An adult version of Luo Kuli made a dazzling entrance, standing on the back of a giant red turtle.
I'm sorry, Teacher Akai, I have let you down.
Luo Kuli lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake upon seeing the newcomer.
It's okay for a young person to make mistakes occasionally. As long as you know your mistakes and can correct them, you are still a good child. As punishment, you will run 100 laps around the school.
Meikai came to Luo Kuli, patted his head, and said. Luo Kuli's tears streamed down.
Teacher Akai is really too kind. I think this punishment is too light, so I decide to run 200 laps. Li, you are indeed my finest disciple, truly excellent. In that case, I will punish you to run 250 laps.
Meikai praised without stint. Then the two exchanged a glance and embraced, weeping. Mingren and his two companions witnessed this scene, their mouths twitching, nearly getting goosebumps all over from embarrassment. They didn't want to interact too much with these two abnormal fellows, so they quietly slipped away. The three arrived outside classroom 301 and found Kakashi had been waiting there for a long time. Kakashi was very gratified to see the three coming together.
Xiaoying, you came too. This is good, you didn't disappoint me. In fact, this exam can only be taken if the three of you are together. If any one of you had given up, I would not have let you in.
The three were shocked upon hearing this, feeling immensely relieved. Xiaoying wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kakashi.
I know what you want to ask, but I don't want to explain too much. The exam is about to start. You go in first. When the time comes, you will naturally understand my intention.
Mingren and the others nodded, pushed open the door, and entered. After seeing the situation inside, they couldn't help but feel a bit scared. It turned out that there were quite a few people participating in the Chunin exam, most of them new faces. Seeing the door open, They all looked over with fierce and ferocious expressions that would scare a child to tears. Mingren and his companions were no exception. They almost went weak in the knees and knelt down in surrender. Fortunately, they had seen the world, so they forcibly suppressed this impulse. The examinees, seeing that only 3 little kids had entered, lost interest instantly, and turned away to mind their own business. Zhuju and Xiaoying secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but Mingren was a bit annoyed.
What's the big deal? Are they looking down on us?
Xiaoying, who had just relaxed, was startled and rushed forward to cover his mouth. Just then a figure ambushed Zhuju. She jumped directly onto his back, locked her legs around his waist, wrapped her arms around his neck, launching a close-up attack that almost made Zhuju unable to parry, nearly surrendering. Xiaoying was stunned at the sight, that erupted in anger.
Damn it, Jingyi, you fat pig! Let go of Zhuju, let me do it! Oh, it's the broad forehead Xiaoying. I didn't expect you ugly monster to come too. But I told you Zhuju is mine. Even if you're in the same team, you can't take him away.
With that, she made a face at Xiaoying. At this moment, Nalian Luan, who had a pineapple-shaped head, and Qiudaotingxi, who wore underwear on his head, and was eating snacks, also came over to greet them.
Hey, you're participating in this troublesome exam too. I thought who it was. It's the idiot trio.
Mingren couldn't help but tease.
Hey, please don't say that. Don't you know who the real idiot is?
Luan said, speechlessly looking at Mingren.
Oh, it's really lively. I didn't expect all 9 of us rookies to participate in the Chunin exam together.
A voice came from the other side. A guy with a guide dog on his head and 2 horizontal bloodstains on his face walked over, accompanied by a girl with cataracts and a sunglasses-wearing person.
It's Ya Chu Tian and Ji Nai.
Luan yawned lazily. Chu Tian shyly stepped forward to greet.
Mingren, Luan, hello.
Qiuanzhongye walked straight to Zhuju.
Long time no see. Zhuju, how far do you think we can go in this Chunin exam?
Zhuju was unimpressed and replied coolly.
Yeah, you seem quite confident. Of course, we've been training hard recently. I will definitely not lose to you in this exam.
Qiuanzhongye declared confidently. Mingren couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this.
Yeah, you're too self-righteous. You make it seem like we haven't been training seriously.
Ya snorted and turned to look down at Mingren.
A loser like you can never catch up to my training progress, no matter how hard you train. Damn it, you dare to look down on me. Want me to punch your teeth out?
With that, he was about to go at Qiuanzhongye, but was held back by Xiaoying.
Mingren, don't be reckless. If you start a fight here, you might get disqualified from the exam.
Suddenly, a silver-haired person, wearing transparent glasses, walked over and said to everyone,
Everyone, could you please be quiet?
Upon hearing this, Jingyi immediately became upset.
Hey, who are you? What gives you the right to tell us not to talk?
The person introduced himself.
My name is Yao Sherdou. I am your senior. I do this for your own good. If you don't believe me, look over there.
Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and saw many people glaring at them fiercely, instantly breaking into cold sweat. Yao Sherdou explained.
Because the exam is coming up, most people are a bit anxious and restless. They need some quiet right now, and your noise disturbed them, so they feel displeased with you. I see.
Everyone realized suddenly, then thanked him one after another, developing a favorable impression of his senior they had just met. Afterwards, Yao Sherdou told everyone about his extraordinary achievements in participating in the Chunin exam many times, and his indomitable spirit. In their conversation, everyone also gained a lot of information. They learned that the total number of participants in this Chunin exam was 153, 30 from Sharon, 21 from Yurin, 15 from Sarin, 12 from Mongren, 72 from Mai, and 3 from Inrin. Yakushi Kabuto was conversing with the crowd when misfortune suddenly befell him. 3 individuals claiming to be shinobi from the Inrin village confronted him. Among them, one wore a robe emblazoned with 3 characters for death, symbolizing early death, late death, and death in the present. Another had his head entirely wrapped in white bandages, revealing only a single eye. The last was a young woman, her jet black hair already reaching her waist, and now nearly dragging on the ground. Yet no one had come to claim her hand in marriage, for the exorbitant bride price she demanded was beyond anyone's means. The 3 Inrin shinobi burst forth, accusing Yakushi Kabuto of looking down on them. As their words grew more fervent, the bandage-wrapped fellow, who dared not show his face, was consumed by jealousy and malice. He swung a fist the size of a sandbag straight at Kabuto's handsome visage. The onlookers refrained from intervening, sensing that this newly acquainted senior was not as simple as he appeared. True to their suspicions, Kabuto effortlessly evaded the attack. But in the next instant, his cheap Niniyun iridescent glasses shattered with a crisp crack. And that was not all. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of bitter bile that had aged for 82 years. The crowd was astounded. How could such a composed and enigmatic senior fall so easily? They also marveled at the insidiousness of the enemy's technique, which struck even though he had dodged in time. Just as they were contemplating whether to aid this cheap senior, a smoke bomb was detonated in the classroom. From the smoke emerged a group of people led by a middle-aged man with a scarred face, whose sharp features were stern and imposing. "All you brats stand still and be quiet. And you three from the Eastern village, do you want to be disqualified from the exam?" The scar-faced man bellowed at the examinees, pointing at the Eastern trio. The Eastern trio, intimidated by the ferocious-looking man, instantly transformed into obedient children, nodding and bowing profusely, not daring to let out a single peep. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't started a fight. Otherwise, he would have been the one getting yelled at. The scar-faced man stepped up to the podium and introduced himself. "I am the chief examiner of the first stage of the Chunin exam, Marino Ibiki. I want to make it clear during the exam no fighting is allowed without the examiner's permission. Even if permission is granted, anyone who deliberately kills another will be disqualified." The examinees exchanged bewildered glances. "All right. I've said my piece. Now come forward to submit your applications, receive your number tags from me, and take your seats accordingly. The first stage, a written test, will then begin," Ibiki announced to all participants. One by one, they stepped up to submit their applications and collect their number tags. Once everyone was seated, the test papers were distributed. Afterward, Ibiki addressed the room. "This exam consists of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. A wrong answer will deduct 1 point. The results are calculated based on the total score of each team. If any member scores 0, the entire team will be eliminated. Furthermore, any act of cheating will result in a 2-point deduction each time you are caught. So I advise you to behave yourselves. The final question will be announced 45 minutes into the exam. The total time is 1 hour. Begin now." As soon as Ibiki finished speaking, everyone began scrutinizing the test paper. A single glance sent a chill down their spines. The questions were extraordinarily difficult. Many broke out in cold sweat. Naruto and Sasuke were no exception, and even the studious Sakura couldn't help but worry for them. Naruto forced himself to calm down. Then a realization struck him. The examiner had said that cheating would deduct 2 points per offense. If he cheated once, and could answer 3 questions correctly, even if caught, it wouldn't matter much, right? I never thought Uzumaki Naruto would have to cheat in the Chunin exam. How embarrassing. Naruto felt a pang of shame. But when he looked around, he saw that most people were cheating. Some had even been caught 5 times, leading to their entire team's elimination. Seeing this, Naruto's shame evaporated. It seems everyone else has the same idea. It's not my fault. The questions are just too hard. Naruto consoled himself, then began to scout for a target. Sakura was too far away. Cheating off her would require telepathic communication, which, though safe, was too troublesome, and would require an explanation afterward. So he turned his gaze to Hinata, who was sitting nearby. "At this distance, I only need to stretch my neck a little to see. And with my speed, such a subtle movement would be undetectable even to a jonin." Thus he occasionally craned his neck. Hinata seemed to notice something, and immediately blushed crimson. This made Naruto a bit embarrassed. Having copied enough, he stopped his little tricks, and began to observe the grand cheating battle around him. He saw Sasuke activate his Sharingan, and the guy named Gaara was using sand to form an eye. The one with the white eyes stared, wide veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. Rock Lee kept glancing at the ceiling, while Kiba's dog Akamaru looked around left and right. From time to time, insects flew overhead. Ino was sleeping on her desk, while Shikamaru, contrary to his usual indolence, was writing furiously. "Humph. All these flashy and practical tricks. None of them can compare to my straightforward, shameless copying," Naruto thought disdainfully. Soon 45 minutes passed. Ibiki took the stage to announce the final question. "This question is special. You may choose to answer or not. But if you choose not to answer, you will be deemed unqualified, and your entire team will be eliminated. If you choose to answer, but get it wrong, then I'm sorry. You will lose the right to ever participate in the Chunin exam again." His words caused an uproar. The examinees erupted in fury, cursing Ibiki. Kiba even threatened to set his dog on him. But Ibiki was unfazed. He raised his middle finger at the crowd, and berated them all as worthless trash. The proctor stood up solemnly, and lined up behind him in support. Naruto too jumped to his feet, looking ready to pummel him. But eventually he was calmed by Hinata's tender, gentle gaze. Once the examinees had settled down, Ibiki asked those who wanted to give up to raise their hands. Naruto, of course, did not give up. He was destined to become the strongest ninja in the world. Besides, he wasn't worried. If he really couldn't answer, he could telepathically ask Sakura. And if even Sakura didn't know, He could always ask Kakashi-sensei. After much deliberation, many chose to withdraw. In the end, about 60 or 70 people remained.
Very well, you all pass.
Ibiki suddenly announced to those who remained. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard.
Pass. But we haven't even heard the 10th question yet.
The crowd erupted into murmurs. Ibiki raised his hand to silence them, then explained that the decision to answer or not was itself the 10th question's test. Temari from Tsunade questioned the purpose of the entire exam if that was the case. Ibiki explained.
The first 9 questions were designed to assess your intelligence-gathering abilities. The final question tests your courage to take responsibility in special situations, your determination not to give up when facing difficulties, and... Before he could finish, a window shattered, and a figure wrapped in a bedsheet burst in. She pinned the bedsheet's corners to the ceiling with kunai, creating a curtain that blocked Ibiki and forced him to exit. On the curtain were written, Second exam, Proctor Mitarashi Anko.
Naruto now saw her clearly, a woman wearing a fishnet suit inside, and a pale yellow jacket, outside looking heroic and well-endowed. A true beauty. Ignoring the bewildered crowd, she introduced herself casually.
I'm the proctor for your second exam, Mitarashi Anko. How about it? Were you impressed by my entrance?
The crowd was speechless, covered in black lines. Seeing no applause, Anko felt a bit awkward. She surveyed the clueless examinees with annoyance, noticed there were still 78 people, and was somewhat surprised. She questioned Ibiki behind the curtain.
What's going on? Why are there still so many people? Did you go easy on them? Why are there still so many? Did you go easy on them?
Ibiki, though a bit helpless, answered patiently.
This year's examinees are all quite excellent, so compared to previous years the number remaining is a bit higher. Is that so?
Anko seemed skeptical.
But it doesn't matter to me anyway. I'm going to eliminate half of them in the next exam.
The corners of her mouth curled into a sinister smile. The examinees' faces turned grim, most showing worry, clearly shaken by the news. Of course, there were also reckless ones, like Naruto, still brimming with confidence.
Next. I guess there's nothing more to say.
Anko thought for a moment.
That's it for now. As for the exam time and location, ask your own instructor. I can't be bothered with you. Dismissed.
The next morning, the examinees gathered outside a forest surrounded by barbed wire. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Anko began her introduction.
The forest behind me is the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. The second part of the Chunin exam will take place inside. You'll soon understand why it's called the Forest of Death. I hope you won't wet your pants in fear. TCH, what a joke. You think that'll scare us? I'm not fazed at all.
Naruto said dismissively. Anko, amused by the challenge, replied with a sneer.
Oh, little boy, you've got guts. But those with the biggest guts usually die the fastest. You'd better be careful.
As she spoke, a kunai flew toward Naruto. But he wasn't worried. After all, in the martial world, speed overcomes all. As long as he dodged, the one behind him would be hit. A scream rang out as the kunai struck an examinee's arm. His companion couldn't help but scream and sip. Anko smiled sheepishly.
Sorry, force of habit. My hand slipped and I threw a kunai.
The man whose arm was struck calmly pulled out the kunai, licked it clean, and walked over to return it to Anko.
No problem. Just be more careful next time.
Anko took the kunai, eyeing the sarcastic fellow with a meaningful look. A skinny guy with a thick purple rope around his waist, trying to look like a sumo wrestler despite his frail frame. Sakura broke out in a cold sweat, thinking the proctor was far too dangerous. And that guy who just walked past seemed like a freak too.
Alright. Now let me explain the second exam. The Forest of Death is a primeval jungle surrounded by 44 entrances. You'll undergo a 5-day survival trial inside, and the objective is to collect scrolls.
Anko held up 2 scrolls for everyone to see.
There are 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls. There are 26 teams here, and they'll distribute them randomly. Your goal is to gather both types and bring them together to the tower at the center of the Forest of Death. Hand them over to the staff there, and you pass. You may use any means to obtain them. 5 days. What will we eat during that time?
Someone asked. Anko produced a map.
This is the map of the Forest of Death. There are rivers and various wild animals, plenty of resources to sustain you. But first sign this consent form. Why do we need to sign this?
Someone asked in confusion. Anko smiled as she handed out the forms.
Because if something happens to you, it won't be my responsibility.
The examinee about to take the form froze.
Wait, can I still withdraw now?
Anko flashed a mocking grin.
Of course. Not. Since you're here, how could I let you quit halfway?
She shoved the form into his hands. Naruto and his team stepped forward, took the forms from Anko, and studied them seriously.
Kid, not bad. You dodged my kunai, but don't you dare die in there,
Anko said to Naruto. Naruto scratched his head, looking confused.
Huh? Are you talking to me? Bastard. It's been ages since anyone ignored me like that. A kid like you. Better just be strangled now.
She appeared behind Naruto, grabbed his neck, and shook him. Naruto's vision swam, and his eyes turned into spirals.
Will Naruto be okay?
Sakura worried, glancing at Sasuke, since the proctor seemed quite unhinged. Sasuke calmly reassured her.
Don't worry. She won't really hurt Naruto.
Anko mercilessly threw the unconscious Naruto onto the ground. Sasuke and Sakura hurried over to check, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Naruto was fine.
Everyone has received the consent form, right? After signing it, you can exchange it for a scroll over there.
Madarashi Anko pointed to a small wooden hut nearby. Soon everyone had signed the consent forms, and the small hut had a curtain hung up beginning to distribute the scrolls.
They really leave no room for mercy.
No one knew what scroll the others held. Once they encountered each other, it would surely end in conflict, making the competition even fiercer. Sasuke saw this and couldn't help but remark.
Then our situation will be very dangerous too.
Sakura looked worried.
Sakura, don't worry, with me and Sasuke here there's definitely no problem. We'll protect you, you just need to stand behind us.
Naruto showed a bright smile and made a firm promise. Sasuke also gave Sakura a look that said,
Don't worry, there won't be any problem.
Sakura nodded, feeling instantly much more at ease. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked to the small hut, pulled aside the curtain, and entered. They handed over the consent forms, and received a heaven scroll, which was temporarily entrusted to Sasuke for safekeeping. Then, under the guidance of an official, they arrived at entrance 12 to wait. More than 10 minutes later, the official opened the entrance, and Team 7 quickly rushed inside, heading deep into the forest. Soon the three stopped at a location.
Sasuke, what should we do now?
Sakura couldn't help but look at Sasuke. Before Sasuke could answer, Naruto spoke up first.
Of course, find something to eat first. Otherwise, with an empty stomach, how can we have the strength to deal with the enemies ahead?
Sakura was about to retort, but Sasuke agreed.
Naruto is right. In this situation, we should conserve our strength as much as possible to deal with the complex circumstances.
Seeing that even Sasuke thought they should find food first, Sakura had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then she asked,
So what should we do? If we wander around randomly, the enemy will easily seize our flaws and set up an ambush. Don't worry about finding food, just leave it to me.
Naruto patted his chest in assurance. However, Sakura couldn't help but caution.
Naruto, don't do anything reckless. If something happens to you with only me and Sasuke left, even if we manage to get the Earth Scroll, we won't be able to pass the exam. Don't worry, I'm really strong now.
Naruto showed a confident smile. Sasuke patted Sakura on the shoulder and said,
You have to trust Naruto. He's a member of our Team 7, such a small matter won't stump him.
Then he looked at Naruto.
Remember to come back soon, or we won't wait for you here forever. Don't worry, you'll be back soon.
With that, he completely disappeared.
Naruto's gone.
Sakura looked bewildered. Sasuke nodded. At this moment, he too couldn't quite understand how Naruto had left. Not long after, Naruto suddenly appeared not far from Sasuke and Sakura, carrying a tiger on his shoulder, and greeted them.
Hey, come over and take a look at this tiger. How about we roast it and eat it? How about we roast it together and eat it?
Sakura hesitated, but Sasuke walked toward Naruto first, explaining as he went.
Sakura, don't worry, it's really Naruto. If it were an enemy, they would never do something so conspicuous.
Then the three dissected the tiger, making some into jerky as provisions, and roasting the rest to eat. Naruto devoured a tiger leg ravenously, while the other two watched in astonishment. After eating their fill, the three began discussing how to get the Earth Scroll, but suddenly Naruto excused himself to go to the bathroom. On a tree not far from where the three were, a person wearing an oxygen mask was stealthily watching everything. Seeing Naruto leave, he immediately felt an opportunity. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, making his hair stand on end.
Who are you? Did you come to deliver the Earth Scroll to us?
Naruto appeared behind the man and asked with interest. Without a word, the man immediately fled.
Are you kidding me? Someone who can appear behind me without a trace is definitely not someone I can handle.
So he had no intention of fighting. Seeing the enemy try to run, Naruto instantly appeared behind him and struck him down with a hand knife, killing him on the spot. Looking at the guy lying on the ground with a broken neck, Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
Sorry about that. In doing this for the first time, I didn't control my strength well, so I hit too hard. I hope you understand and don't blame me in the afterlife.
Naruto clasped his hands together and prayed piously to the corpse. Then he searched the body, but found no scroll, feeling a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden change occurred. A giant python opened its massive jaws and lunged at Naruto from behind. It seemed Naruto would be swallowed, but he remained calm. He threw a kunai backward which pierced straight through the snake's head, then continued to pierce through several large trees before stopping. At that moment, the wind attribute chakra on the kunai dissipated. Naruto appeared on a large tree, casually pulled out the kunai and headed back towards Sasuke and Sakura without looking back, because he sensed a powerful and evil chakra and guessed they might be in danger. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura were hiding behind a large tree, their faces full of terror. Blood was flowing profusely from Sasuke's right thigh, but he had no mind to care about that because the enemy was unimaginably powerful. He focused all his energy on watching the figure in front of the tree, completely unaware of the danger behind them. Sakura was about to warn him, but he covered her mouth. Unable to bear it any longer, Sakura directly pulled open Sasuke's arm and shouted a warning.
Sasuke, watch out, there's a snake behind.
The two quickly dodged. The giant snake bit into the tree trunk and was killed by several shuriken thrown by Sasuke, who was furious with fear. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a terrifying thing happened. The giant snake's corpse split open, and a horrifying figure slowly emerged. He revealed a sinister smile, and said in a low, hoarse voice,
"I love to see the look of prey fleeing in panic."
Combined with the intense killing intent, he exuded every word sounded like glass shattering, making the two tremble with. Suddenly his body twisted like a boneless snake, coiling around the tree trunk and rapidly approaching Sasuke and Sakura. The two broke out in cold sweat at the sight. Whoosh! A kunai embedded itself in the path ahead of him. A voice sounded.
"If you take one more step, it'll kill you."
Mingren appeared on a tree trunk nearby, inwardly marveling.
Learning from Zuishu to show off feels great. No wonder he always acts cool every now and then.
Zuishu and Xiaoying showed surprise and joy at Mingren's return, but Zuishu quickly regained his composure and shouted at Mingren.
"Idiot, get out of here now. He's not someone we can handle."
"Don't be reckless." The terrifying figure then turned to Mingren.
"Mingren, you're back too. It seems my giant serpent has been killed by you. Of course that trash wasn't worth my effort. I just twitched my finger and wiped it out."
Mingren gazed at the familiar figure before him. He had actually noticed this person long ago, and even tested him with Honda's kunai, but the other party had endured it without revealing himself.
"Oh, is that so? You have such ability."
Yuan clearly expressed doubt.
"You who only bully the wounded and weak dare to look down on me. Since you're so blind, let me show you the might of Lord Uzumaki." Mingren.
Feeling indignant at Deshuan's underestimation, Mingren silently vowed to teach him a lesson and prepared to strike. Zuishu, sensing the danger, thought Mingren's action would provoke the enemy. After analyzing the situation, he concluded they had no chance of victory. His fighting spirit waned, and he quickly spoke to stop Mingren.
"Wait."
Zuishu deactivated his Xiaolinian and pulled out the celestial scroll from his ninja tool pouch.
"I can give you the celestial scroll, but I hope you'll leave here with it."
Zuishu forced himself to stay calm and pleaded with a bluster.
"Zuishu, what are you doing? How can you hand the scroll over to someone like him?"
Mingren couldn't understand. Was this still the Zuishu he knew? He would actually choose to compromise with the enemy.
"Zuishu."
A flicker of disappointment passed through Xiaoying's eyes.
"Both of you shut up."
Ignoring their protests, Zuishu threw the scroll toward the enemy. Mingren flashed and intercepted the scroll. Seeing this, Zuishu, like an angry bird, snapped.
"Mingren, you bastard, why are you messing things up?"
Without a word, Mingren punched him, stunning Zuishu.
"Are you really Zuishu?"
"The Zuishu I know wouldn't be so cowardly and weak. I think you've been blinded by fear and have lost your mind. Do you really think handing over the scroll will guarantee hell? Let us go."
Mingren roared at Zuishu with a tone of disappointment. Hee, Mingren, you guessed right. I never planned to let you go. As for the scroll, it'll just kill you and
Yuan looked at the three with a playful expression, his killing intent undisguised. Zuishu and Xiaoying trembled in fear, their faces filled with shock and anger. Without further delay, Yuan bit his thumb, smeared it on the back of his hand, and chanted.
"Ninja art summon."
Mingren appeared before him in an instant, punching him in the abdomen. Yuan felt as if hit by a train, blasted backward, snapping several trees before stopping. He spat out a mouthful of snake gall liquid and staggered to his feet.
"TCH summon. I'll summon you, you pervert."
Mingren appeared before Yuan, pointing at him and cursing.
"Mingren, I admit your strength has surprised me, but now it'll get serious."
Yuan praised him, then raised his right hand.
Hidden Shadow Snake Hands.
His arm instantly transformed into several snake heads lunging at Mingren. Mingren pulled out a kunai, flashed, and several snake heads fell to the ground. Dashyun showed surprise.
Oh! Have you already mastered the nature transformation of chakra? What?
Dashyun noticed that during his speech his body had been sliced in half by Mingren.
So impatient. Mingren, can't you let me finish?
Suddenly a kunai pierced his forehead. Zwishu and Xiaoying looked blank.
Is it over?
But reality told them otherwise. A disgusting figure crawled out of the corpse's mouth, looking different from before, much more handsome. Unfortunately, as it emerged halfway, Mingren again pierced its head with a kunai. This time the body turned into mud. Mingren realized it was an earth clone. Sure enough, Dashyun emerged from a tree spewing a torrent of poisonous snakes that swarmed toward Mingren. But Mingren didn't intend to confront them heat-en. He teleported beside Dashyun, slammed a wind-release Rasengan into his face, then instantly vanished. The wind-release Rasengan spun and expanded, destroying the tree and everything around, leaving only a crater about a dozen meters in diameter. By then Dashyun was nowhere to be seen.
Did we succeed?
Zuozu's spirit had recovered somewhat, and he no longer feared Dashyun. He reignited his fighting spirit and activated his Xylinian to scan the surroundings.
Yeah. Mingren, you're amazing. You actually defeated such a terrifying enemy.
Xiaoying jumped with joy, relieved to be alive.
Is that so?
Suddenly a gloomy voice sounded near Zwishu and Xiaoying. Dashyun emerged from a tree trunk, a snakehead darting from his mouth to bite Zwishu. Mingren arrived in time to sever the snakehead. He looked at Dashyun, but saw no disappointment. Instead, the man wore a triumphant smile. Mingren frowned. Suddenly a cold gleam shot from the severed snakehead, piercing his abdomen before he could react. Mingren teleported away from Dashyun, appearing before Zwishu and Xiaoying. He pressed his hand over the wound, but blood still gushed out uncontrollably.
Mingren!
Zwishu and Xiaoying rushed to his side, asking with concern.
How are you? Can you still hold on? It's a serious wound, but nothing too critical. Sorry for worrying you. That damn bastard, he fought dirty, ambushing a genin who just graduated from the Ninja Academy. I was careless and didn't dodge, so he got me.
Mingren indignantly recounted the other's despicable tactics. Dashun's mouth twitched. To be honest, this battle had been extremely frustrating for him. He had been completely suppressed from start to finish, unable to use any of his techniques. That brat Mingren not only surpassed him in speed, but also seemed to possess space-time ninjutsu, not far behind even the fourth Hokage. His sensory ability was also quite good, though it seemed limited to inanimate objects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been wounded by Dashun's heavenly sword of Kusanagi, the Sora no Tachi. Orochimaru, wielding the Kusanagi blade, fixed a predatory gaze upon Naruto and his companions. Sakura, feeling the tension rise, whispered a suggestion.
Sasuke, Naruto, maybe we should just run away. Sakura, are you joking? I, Uzumaki Naruto, am destined to become the strongest shinobi in the world. My enemies either flee before me or face utter defeat. I will never surrender, nor will I ever run away,
Naruto declared with formidable intensity. Had it not been for the blood still gushing from his abdomen, even Orochimaru might have been intimidated.
But, Naruto, you're in no condition to be stubborn. Normally anyone in your situation would choose to retreat.
Sakura tried to reason with him. Naruto's bravado instantly evaporated, and he hurriedly pressed his hand against the wound on his abdomen. Orochimaru, who had been patiently waiting, could no longer tolerate being ignored. He stepped forward to assert his presence.
Hey, you little brats, it seems you haven't taken me seriously at all. That displeases me greatly, so I've decided to finish you off swiftly.
Sasuke and Sakura's faces paled. They assumed defensive stances, their eyes locked on Orochimaru without a moment's respite. Naruto suddenly spoke up.
Wait!
Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback. Orochimaru wore an amused smirk.
What is it, Naruto? Are you planning to surrender? Of course not. It's just that I've lost too much blood. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Could you give me a moment to recover?
Naruto scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Sasuke facepalmed instantly, while Sakura couldn't help but complain.
Naruto! Seriously, how can you just tell the enemy something like that? Sorry, Sakura. I just got a bit flustered and forgot.
Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. He mused inwardly.
What an intriguing little brat. I'm growing more eager to see what you and Sasuke will do next. What surprises will you bring me? But only if you manage to survive.
Orochimaru added silently, and then prepared to strike. Naruto no longer held back. A crimson chakra erupted from his body, enveloping him. His pupils transformed into blood-red slits, 6 whisker-like marks emerged on his face, and his wounds healed rapidly. But the transformation did not end there. Naruto's face contorted into a grotesque visage revealing long fangs. His hands turned into sharp claws. A torrent of crimson chakra cocooned him into a sphere expanding outward relentlessly. Sakura was bewildered by the sudden change. Sasuke frowned, cold sweat trickling down his face.
Who is this guy Naruto? How can he possess such powerful and sinister chakra?
Orochimaru was equally astonished.
So this brat is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. No wonder he had that speed and space-time ninjutsu. Was it a contingency left by the 4th Hokage?
Before he could ponder further, a beastly roar shattered the air. The sphere burst open, revealing a creature about 7 or 8 meters long and 3 meters tall, resembling a hellhound yet somewhat fox-like. Its limbs blazed with crimson flames, and its 3 tails whipped around, summoning gales that demolished all the surrounding trees, hurling Sasuke and Sakura away. The ground was gouged into a massive crater, yet the monster hovered in the air, as if treading solid ground. It cast a glance at Orochimaru, and then vanished. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Before he could react, the monster clamped its jaws around him, holding him in its mouth. A fearsome chakra began to erode and dissolve his body, making him feel as if he were melting. He slashed wildly with the Kusanagi blade, but it was utterly ineffective. Moreover, the Ninetales chakra invaded his own, disrupting his ability to mold chakra, leaving him unable to perform jutsu. He quickly transformed into a white serpent, but as its heads lashed toward the monster, they were incinerated into nothingness upon contact with the crimson flames. Realizing that continuing this way would lead only to reincarnation, yet unable to relinquish his obsession with the Sharingan, Orochimaru finally made up his mind, and deployed his secret weapon. He spat out a slippery scroll from his mouth.
This is an experimental sample I painstakingly acquired. It seems I'll have to use it up today, but at least it will serve its purpose. Too bad it's still only a prototype.
Orochimaru opened the scroll, extracted a test tube, and tossed it into the throat of the monster that Naruto had become. The monster's throat instantly became inflamed, and it sneezed, sending Orochimaru flying. A mysterious black gas rapidly spread and merged with the Ninetales chakra. The monster let out a pained roar, shrank gradually, and eventually reverted back to Naruto's form. However, his current state was dire. The black gas and Ninetales chakra intermingled and converged within him, producing a devastating force that ravaged his body, surpassing even the Ninetales' regenerative abilities. Naruto was in agony. He glared at Orochimaru, demanding,
"You damn bastard, what have you done to me?"
Orochimaru staggered to his feet, studied Naruto for a moment, and then spoke calmly.
"Don't get so worked up. I just gave you a little gift. I hope you like it."
Sasuke and Sakura, who had been watching from afar, rushed over. Seeing Naruto's ominous condition, they hurried to check on him.
"Naruto, are you alright? Are you okay? Don't come near me. My situation is not good. I'm afraid
Sasuke interrupted him, speaking with determination.
"Don't worry. Leave this to me. I'm not so helpless as to rely on others for protection."
He then turned his gaze to Orochimaru. The latter's aura had weakened considerably, no longer possessing the overwhelming pressure it once did. This emboldened Sasuke, who saw an opportunity to claim the kill. Without hesitation, he charged forward.
"Wait, Sasuke."
Naruto knew how formidable Orochimaru was, and believed Sasuke had little chance of victory. He considered retreating, but his call came too late. Sasuke and Orochimaru were locked in a fierce battle, and Sasuke's confidence soared as he saw a path to victory. He wielded kunai and shuriken with unprecedented flair, unleashing a barrage of fire-style jutsu, as if they cost no chakra at all. A flurry of moves that looked impressive yet dealt negligible damage. Embarrassed and enraged, Sasuke, under immense pressure, finally succeeded in performing Chidori. This was the rank jutsu that Kakashi had taught him after the battle in the Land of Waves, now mastered at last. The Chidori proved its might, immediately striking Orochimaru straight through the chest. However, Orochimaru was delighted, and embracing Sasuke's neck bit him. The move caught Sasuke off guard. He thought to himself,
"This guy must be part dog. Suiju!"
Naruto and Sakura cried out, startling Orochimaru so much that he flinched and hastily released his mouth, like a guilty little wife caught in the act of infidelity. Suiju clutched his neck, letting out a hoarse, desperate roar. At that moment, he wished he could die.
"Damn it, I can't believe that disgusting bastard left a hickey on my neck. How am I supposed to show my face now? Suiju, this is my farewell gift to you. I believe you'll like it. If you want to quickly gain greater power, come find me."
Seeing his goal achieved, Orochimaru prepared to retreat. Fearing that Suiju might be led astray, Sakura quickly interjected.
Are you kidding? We can't stand you enough. Why would you ever go to you? Is that so? That's because you don't understand him. No one knows you better than I do. I know what he desires most, and I believe that one day he will come to me.
Having spoken, Orochimaru melted into the tree trunk and vanished. After confirming he was gone, Sakura hurried to Zuoju's side, her face etched with worry, and asked,
Zuoju, are you all right?
If she hadn't asked, he might have managed a few more groans, but the moment she did, Zuoju collapsed into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Sakura panicked, tears streaming down her face as she cried,
Zuoju! Zuoju!
When Zuoju didn't respond, she called out to Naruto.
Naruto's Zuoju is.
But turning around, she found Naruto had fainted even more thoroughly. At least Zuoju had let out a few cries. He lay there without a sound.
Ah!
Sakura felt as if the sky had fallen. She let out a piercing scream that must have scared off countless small animals. After a bout of loud crying, Sakura calmed down considerably. Forcing herself to pull together, she carried Zuoju and Naruto to a safe place, and began setting up defenses around them. With both key combatants of Team 7 unconscious, she was the only one left to rely on. She had to be prepared against any potential enemies. The night passed without incident. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating Sakura's weary face. She slowly opened her bleary eyes, rubbed them with the back of her hand, and realized it was already dawn.
Damn it, I fell asleep.
Then she remembered Naruto, and Zuoju quickly checked on them, and sighed with relief when she saw they were both improving. Just then a squirrel suddenly darted by. Sakura sensed trouble, and immediately threw a kunai to scare it away. She breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that 3 hidden figures lurking in the shadows had witnessed everything. These 3 wore headbands from the Sound Village, the Sound Ninja Trio. They were Tuasi, a hunchback with white bandages covering his head, only one eye visible, Saku, a flamboyant man with 3 death characters printed on his clothes, and Jean, a black-haired scheming girl. Saku, somewhat annoyed, whispered,
Why don't we just attack? 2 of them are already incapacitated, and the only one left is a woman who looks obviously weak. There's no need to be so cautious. Better to be careful. I've already spotted something, so we can make our move now.
Tuasi explained, and when he judged the time was right, he prepared to strike. With that, the Sound Ninja Trio leaped out from the shadows without any concealment. Startled by the noise, Sakura turned around in alarm. She recognized the trio. They had crossed paths before, and she knew they were trouble. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and fear crept into her expression. She stared at them warily, and asked, her voice trembling,
What do you want? Hee.
The Sound Ninja Trio exchanged glances, and sneered. Tuasi spoke first.
I heard that Uchiha Zuoju is the top rookie in your class. We from the smaller villages would really like to see the strength of Muya's new number 1.
Sakura gritted her teeth in fury.
You? You're utterly shameless. You know Zuoju is unconscious, yet you still challenge him. Why don't you just go challenge the first Hokage himself? Ha, would love to see the first Hokages with style, but he died too early. Alright, let's do it.
The trio didn't want to waste any more time, afraid of unforeseen complications. Although Sakura had prepared in advance, she was still no match for their overwhelming strength. Just as despair began to set in, and she was about to give up, a figure suddenly appeared and drove back the Sound Ninja. He flashed a brilliant gleaming smile, and gave Sakura a thumbs up. Sakura recognized him. It was Luokuli, who had crossed paths with him before. She couldn't help but ask,
Aren't we rivals? Why are you helping me? Because you are the one I would risk my life to protect. I remember telling you that once, didn't I? I don't know what happened to Naruto and Zuoju, but isn't this the perfect time to fulfill my promise? So Sakura, rest assured. From now on I will protect you.
Luokuli declared with unwavering determination.
Shall we?
Sakura was deeply moved, and even her address became more intimate. Luokuli assumed a fighting stance against the Sound Ninja Trio.
I am the Azure Beast of Mii Luokuli. I will be your opponent now. Kid, I suggest you mind your own business. Otherwise, no matter what beast you are in front of the Sound Ninja Trio, you'll be tamed like a docile farm animal.
But their words clearly had no effect on Luokuli, who remained unmoved. When they saw that soft tactics didn't work, they decided to use force. Jean, one of the trio, stepped forward and walked toward Luokuli. Seeing this, Luokuli focused his mind, knowing that with 3 opponents the situation was unfavorable. He planned to use a lightning-fast technique to eliminate one of them quickly. But as she approached, her attitude did a complete 180. She began to flirt with Luokuli, batting her eyelids and cooing.
Handsome, you're so cool. I like guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes. They look honest and dependable, perfect for settling down. How about we give it a try? No bride price needed, I'll even throw myself at you.
She winked playfully. She finished with a playful wink. But Luokuli remained unmoved, still watching her performance, with a wary expression.
What a heartless blockhead.
Jean's smile vanished, her face turning cold as frost. She turned and walked back, saying,
I can't handle this kid. He's all yours.
Her two companions nodded. Tuasi exuded a sinister aura, like a mummy emerging from a pyramid. His bloodshot single eye glared fiercely at Luokuli.
Kid, you want shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish.
With that he struck directly, throwing a punch at Luokuli. Rock Lee uprooted a tree root to block this punch. Having witnessed Kabuto Yakushi's misfortune, he was wary of the enemy's peculiar attacks, and dared not make direct contact. Seizing the moment, he unraveled the bandages on his hands. With lightning speed, he kicked two into the air, leaped behind him, bound him with the bandages, and drove him headfirst toward the ground, like a falling meteor. Dust erupted from the ground. Rock Lee emerged gasping for breath, his expression grim. Though he had successfully executed the front lotus, he sensed something amiss the moment they struck the earth. Sure enough, moments later two stepped out of the dust seemingly unscathed. He spoke with a hint of lingering fear. Your taijutsu is truly impressive. I nearly met my end here. But unfortunately you failed. I won't give you another chance. With that he lunged at Rock Lee. Lee, his muscles strained from the front lotus, could barely dodge, and could only block with his arms. Yet Tu's attack was far from simple. Though Lee deflected the fist, the ultrasonic waves from the strange device on Tu's arm left his ears bleeding, and his vision blurred. Tu, never one to stay silent, launched his sonic assault, while explaining, I possess the ability to manipulate sound waves. The device on my arm is a sound amplifier. Using it I can unleash ultrasonic attacks at will. Those struck by it will be overwhelmed with surging blood, racing hearts, and uncontrollable bodies. Rock Lee, noticing Tu's lips moving incessantly but unable to hear a word, finally shouted, Hey, what are you saying? Can you speak up? I can't hear you. Enraged, Tu grew more vicious in his strikes. Overwhelmed, Rock Lee was soon battered and collapsed to the ground. During the distraction, Kin, who had been watching from the sidelines, appeared behind Sakura and grabbed her hair. Kin tugged at Sakura's hair with a smug expression. Seeing Sakura's pain, she grew even more excited and taunted, So you're just a flower pot. But your hair is even softer than mine. You must take good care of it, huh? What brand of shampoo do you use? A love-struck fool like you. No wonder you're so weak. You seem to like Uchiha Sasuke, don't you? If I killed him right before your eyes, I wonder how you'd react. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Kin flashed a twisted smile. Kin's words struck Sakura like a thunderbolt. Recalling the past, she realized she had always been protected without contributing anything, first by Sasuke and Naruto, then by Lee. She had taken their care for granted, never considering how to reciprocate or safeguard this hard-won bond. Now awakened, she resolved to change. I'm sorry. I've been so selfish. You must be disappointed in me, she murmured, wiping away her tears. What? Kin was bewildered by Sakura's sudden transformation. Meanwhile, not far away, Ino from the Ino Shikacho trio complained, What's going on? A whole day has passed, and we haven't seen a single team weaker than us. Maybe we're the weakest team, Shikamaru said lazily with a resigned expression. Don't be so pessimistic, Shikamaru. That's impossible. Though Ino put up a brave front, anxiety gnawed at her heart. Sensing her worry, Shikamaru rubbed his chin and mused, If there is a team weaker than us, the most likely candidate is Team 7. Ino retorted, Come on. Sasuke is the top rookie of our year. Even if Sakura and Naruto are mediocre, Team 7 can't be that bad. But Shikamaru wasn't convinced, not necessarily. Sasuke is a genius, sure, but he only excels at exams. In real combat he might not be that formidable. With two deadweights their overall strength may not surpass ours. Sakura is indeed weak, that's true. But Sasuke is an undeniable genius, not someone easily defeated. Although Ino outwardly clashed with Sakura, she didn't want to face Team 7 and vehemently disagreed. But no sooner had she spoken than she was proven wrong. Ino, Shikamaru, come quick. Naruto and Sasuke are down. Sakura is fighting the enemy. Choji shouted from a tree branch. Sakura cut her hair to declare her resolve and forced the enemy back. Her mastery of the three basic techniques was so proficient that the Sound Ninja trio found themselves momentarily helpless. Yet she knew this was temporary. Once they adapted, she would have no more chances. Thus she resolved to eliminate one enemy before that happened. She assessed the trio and chose Zaku. Tu was too formidable, and Kin, who had barely fought, remained an unknown. For safety she targeted Zaku, who manipulated air currents. Having witnessed his attack style, she had devised a countermeasure increasing her odds of success. She first used the substitution jutsu to confuse Zaku, then took a kunai strike to her body. When he mistook her for a clone, and let his guard down, she closed in, and stabbed at him wildly. But her poor taijutsu meant the blows were blocked by his prosthetic arm. In a frenzy, she bit down on it. Let go. Let go. Zaku punched her smooth forehead repeatedly. Even with blood streaming down her face, she refused to relent, determined to fight to the death. Either she would drain his blood first, or he would beat her to death. After all, she had long hated her mocked white forehead. If he could help reshape it, even smashing half of it off, so be it. Though Sakura didn't care, someone couldn't stand by. Ino, her legs trembling, saw her best friend in such a wretched state, and could no longer endure. She dragged her two teammates to stand forward. You bastard. Stop. Let Sakura go. Zaku was exasperated. Excuse me, can you get it straight? She's the one biting me. Embarrassed but adamant, Ino insisted, I don't care. Just stop first. Seeing Ino's team appear, Sakura gave up her suicidal assault, released her bite, and quickly retreated. Ino moved forward to support her with Shikamaru and Choji close behind. They shielded Sakura and faced off against the Sound Ninja trio. Why? Sakura asked, utterly bewildered. Ino replied without turning back. I told you, I will never lose to you. Don't think you can steal the spotlight in front of Sasuke all by yourself. Ino. Sakura seemed to understand. Alright, leave the enemies to our team. You just protect Sasuke and the others. Hey Shikamaru, can you stop dragging me? I don't want to face these enemies, I'll get killed. Choji's cowardly demeanor gave Shikamaru a headache. Come on Choji, you're a man. How can you leave a girl to flee alone? Saku, seeing the fat coward's pathetic state, couldn't help but taunt. Hey you big fat pig over there, if you want to run then run. Don't worry, we won't stop you. But hearing this, Choji immediately grew displeased. Ino, Shikamaru, stop hesitating. These guys are too infuriating, they completely disregard our Leaf Village. We must teach them a lesson and uphold the village's honor. With that, he transformed into a meatball tank and rolled towards Saku. Though Ino and Shikamaru were somewhat dumbfounded, they didn't hesitate to act. Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique to bind Tosu, one of the Sound Ninja trio. Ino didn't lag behind either. After instructing Shikamaru to watch over her body, she used the mind-body switch technique to forcibly possess Kin's body. Then, using Kin's body, she threatened the remaining two enemies to stop. But upon realizing she wasn't the real Kin, they unhesitatingly attacked her. Ino realized the danger and quickly called for Choji. Choji arrived in time to intercept Saku's decapitating air wave, but was sent flying. Kin's body was caught in the blast and injured, and Ino's own body suffered with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Shikamaru's attention wavered, and Tosu seized the opportunity to break free. How naive, thinking you could threaten us with Kin. To tell you the truth, we don't really care about passing the exam. Our real target is Uchiha Sasuke. Tosu, seeing the situation was settled, smugly revealed the truth. Shikamaru and the others felt their hearts sink. It's all over. Just as they were about to resign themselves, a voice rang out. Was it you who injured Rock Lee? Two figures suddenly appeared on a nearby tree branch. Shikamaru and the others saw it was Niji's team. Recalling Rock Lee lying nearby, whom they had almost overlooked, they instantly understood the situation. Tosu and Saku frowned. Damn, two more nuisances have shown up. Niji, receiving no answer, turned frosty, and coldly demanded again. I ask you, is it you who injured Rock Lee? His eyes bulged with veins, and he glared fiercely at the Sound Ninja trio. Saku and Tosu were startled, feeling as if they were completely seen through. Ino quickly returned to her own body. Sakura had no choice but to step forward. Senior Niji, Rock Lee was injured by the Sound Ninja while protecting me. She spoke with guilt. Niji nodded. He looked at the Sound Ninja trio. Do you have anything to say? Tosu saw no point in denying it. Though the newcomer seemed formidable, he decided to admit it openly. You mean that guy in the green jumpsuit, the one with decent taijutsu? If it's him, then yes, I was the one who injured him. What, you want to avenge him? That guy is a member of our team. Since you treated him like that as his teammate, I must seek justice for him. I will go all out. I hope you don't disappoint me, Niji said with a grave expression. Then bring it on. Tosu and Saku braced themselves, but after waiting for a while, Niji still didn't move. Saku snapped. You bastard, stop pretending. Don't you want to avenge your comrade? Why aren't you attacking? Niji snorted coldly, revealing an enigmatic smile. My intervention is no longer needed. Someone else will deal with you. What are you talking about? Tosu and Saku were confused. Suddenly everyone sensed a powerful chakra. They turned to see Sasuke, who had somehow awakened.
Sasuke.
Sakura exclaimed in delight, but she immediately noticed something amiss. Sasuke's face and half his body were covered in black tadpole-like curse marks, and he radiated a formidable purple chakra that was both striking and terrifying.
Are you okay?
She asked cautiously. But Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he asked about Sakura's injuries. Upon learning that she had been hurt by Saku of the Sound Ninja Trio, he went straight for him without another word. Saku, seeing Sasuke's overwhelming chakra, was already intimidated before the fight even began. The curse marks on Sasuke's body added to the fright, making Saku retreat step by step.
What a joke. You're just a guy who got knocked out. I don't believe you're that strong. Watch my decapitating air wave.
Saku shouted, thrusting both hands forward to unleash his ultimate technique. A shockwave destroyed everything in its path. But Sasuke had already carried Sakura and the unconscious Naruto to a spot behind him. Sasuke set Naruto down, then, in a flash appeared before Saku and sent him flying. He followed up with a fire-style Phoenix Sage fire technique targeting Saku. Saku hastily used his decapitating air wave to block the attack. Just as he thought Sasuke was nothing special, several shurikens shot out from the flames, piercing through his defense and striking his body, drawing blood. Fortunately, he managed to protect his vital points.
Saku, watch out!
Tosu suddenly shouted from the side. Saku's face changed, but before he could react, Sasuke grabbed him from behind, pinned him to the ground, and twisted his arms.
Did you think that was the end?
Sasuke sneered. With a sickening crack, he broke Saku's arms as Saku's face twisted in terror.
You're next. I hope you can make this fun for me,
Sasuke said with a sinister grin, turning to Tosu. Tosu was terrified. He quickly admitted his mistakes, flattered Sasuke profusely, and wisely handed over the Earth Scroll. But Sasuke was clearly not ready to let him off easily.
Your name is Tosu, right?
He asked coldly.
Tosu. Am nothing but a piece of trash. It'll only dirty your sight by staying here. Well, just be on our way.
Tosu, sensing Sasuke's mood, grabbed his teammates and tried to flee. Sasuke moved to stop him, but Sakura hugged him from behind, sobbing and reciting the Holy Mother's heart-calming mantra in his ear. The evil thoughts in Sasuke's mind were dispelled, and the curse mark slowly receded. He suddenly felt utterly drained, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground.
Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan possesses such chakra. How interesting.
Ningxiai sighed inwardly as he witnessed this, growing even more intrigued by Zhuozhu. Tian, seeing the enemies driven off, quickly stepped forward to check Luo-Kali's condition. After finding no major issues, she woke him up. Luo-Kali was very surprised to learn that Zhuozhu had defeated the 3 Sound Ninja.
I never expected Zhuozhu to be so powerful. But I couldn't even defeat a single enemy,
Luo-Kali said, feeling very dejected and listless. Seeing this, Tian quickly comforted him.
That's because you had to protect Xiaoying. If you were alone, you definitely wouldn't have lost to them.
Luo-Kali's mood improved a lot upon hearing this, and he couldn't help asking,
how is Xiaoying now?
Although Tian was a bit dissatisfied, she still answered truthfully.
She's fine, and now she's with Zhuozhu. Oh.
Luo-Kali nodded, and immediately ran off to find Xiaoying. Tian stood there speechless, dumbfounded.
Thank you, Xiaoli. The way you fought desperately for me made me understand many things. I feel I've become a little stronger,
Xiaoying said solemnly.
It's nothing. Actually, I didn't help at all. I was beaten so badly by the enemy that even I feel terrible. It seems my efforts are far from enough,
Luo-Kali said shamefully. Then, after promising that he would never let Xiaoying down again, he left with his teammates. Jingyi helped Xiaoying fix her hair, then left with Lu Wan and Ding Xiai. After all, their team was at a complete disadvantage in this Chunin exam, so they had to hurry and prepare early, or they would be eliminated. Team 7 had now collected both types of scrolls. Zhuozhu and Xiaoying only needed to wait for Mingren to wake up, and then they could go to the tower together with the scrolls to pass the second exam. During this time, the only thing they had to do was guard the scrolls in their hands. At this moment, although Mingren seemed fine on the surface, drastic changes were taking place inside his body. When that mysterious black power first entered his body, its strong destructive attribute indeed caused him great harm, leaving him unconscious. However, as time passed, that power was rapidly consumed, and Mingren's body's strength rapidly increased through constant destruction and repair. His body gradually adapted, so now it could no longer cause him any trouble. Just as that mysterious black power was about to be exhausted, an unexpected change occurred. It suddenly spun and transformed into a small black hole, sucking all of Mingren's chakra into it. The black hole grew rapidly at a visible rate. It began to frantically devour the nine-tailed fox's chakra within Mingren, and soon the nine-tailed fox's chakra was also completely consumed. In the dark damp sewer the sound of water dripping echoed. There was a massive iron door here, and inside a pair of huge blood-red vertical pupils slowly opened.
Strange. I spent over a decade carefully seeping my chakra out of the seal. Why has it suddenly all lost connection? It seems I have to start over. But after so many years the seal set by the guy is gradually loosening, so it won't be as troublesome.
After the black hole devoured all the chakra, it began to slowly stabilize. Mingren woke up groggily. He rubbed his eyes, and looked around but didn't see Xiaoying or Zhuozhu. He immediately shouted,
"Xiaoying, Zhuozhu, where are you?"
He had only shouted a few times when a complaining voice came.
"Mingren, why are you shouting so loud? Are you trying to attract enemies?"
Xiaoying and Zhuozhu walked slowly from afar. Mingren smiled awkwardly.
"I thought you had left me here and gone by yourselves. Come on. We're a team. Without you the two of us can't pass the second exam. How could we abandon you? You don't even need to think about that."
Xiaoying looked annoyed.
I didn't think that far."
Mingren grinned foolishly.
"But it's really great that you two are okay. What could happen to us? On the contrary, someone was unconscious for 3 days. If you hadn't woken up soon, we would have taken you to the tower first,"
Zhuozhu said coldly.
"I was unconscious for 3 days.
Mingren touched his chin with a look of disbelief. He looked at Xiaoying, and only after she nodded did he accept the fact.
"Damn it, I was unconscious for so long. Then I must have missed a lot of interesting things."
Mingren showed a reluctant expression, then asked the two about what had happened during this time. Xiaoying and Zhuozhu didn't hide much, and simply told him everything from beginning to end.
"Damn Sound Ninja, how dare they bully Xiaoying. In the next match don't let me run into you, or it'll make you pay,"
Mingren said angrily.
"Actually, it's okay. Because in this battle I learned to be strong, and it makes me feel like I'm a little closer to you."
Xiaoying smiled, pretending to be indifferent. She didn't want everyone to worry about her.
"But your hair. It's fine. Actually, I've wanted to change my hairstyle for a long time. Long hair affects combat, and is troublesome to wash. It's fine like this now. Alright, Mingren, you should worry about yourself. You've been unconscious for so long you'd better check yourself to make sure nothing is wrong."
Zhuozhu touched his neck and warned, feeling the guy's methods might not be so simple.
"What could be wrong with me? I feel full of power, stronger than ever,"
Mingren said dismissively. Suddenly he felt like something was missing. He scratched the back of his head, thinking left and right, and finally,
"What's going on? Where is my chakra?"
Mingren broke out in a cold sweat. He carefully sensed the chakra inside his body, but found it completely empty. Seeing Mingren's expression was not right, Zhuozhu showed a knowing look. After a long while Mingren had to admit that something was indeed wrong with his body. Faced with Zhuozhu and Xiaoying's questioning, Mingren dejectedly told him about his situation.
"What the heck? Even you Mingren have a problem. I feel like our Team 7 is about to disband."
Xiaoying was very speechless. Over the past 2 days, she had noticed that whenever Zhuozhu used chakra, the curse mark on his neck would act up, causing him great pain, and preventing him from freely using ninjutsu. But unexpectedly Mingren was even worse. He had lost all his chakra. Were they competing in misery, or testing her? Xiaoying instantly felt immense pressure. "Sakura, don't worry, even without chakra, I am still quite formidable." Naruto noticed Sakura's concern and confidently patted his chest. "Oh," Sakura responded absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Naruto showed a dissatisfied expression. "Come on, you look like you don't believe in me at all." Then Sasuke suggested that Naruto try to refine some chakra. He gave it a go, and successfully refined chakra, but before he could celebrate, he was ruthlessly swallowed by the black hole. Naruto shook his head, feeling utterly useless. However, thinking of his magical energy and strong physical power, he instantly regained confidence, saying, "So what if I don't have chakra? I, Naruto Uzumaki, can still become the strongest in the ninja world." What Naruto didn't know was that, after the black hole swallowed the chakra, he refined it, soon spat out a more refined golden chakra, but the amount was too small for him to notice at the moment. Having not eaten for 3 days, Naruto was now so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. He hadn't noticed this before, but now realizing it, he clutched his belly and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Sasuke and Sakura could only go find him something to eat. After Naruto was well fed and rested for a moment, Team 7 didn't delay any longer and quickly headed towards the central tower. They did not encounter any other teams along the way, which made Sakura breathe a sigh of relief. This was actually quite normal, After all, it was already the last day, and those who could pass had already done so. Those who couldn't pass had already given up, and were hiding somewhere waiting for the exam to end. However, as they approached the tower, Naruto sensed 2 chakra fluctuations. He found an excuse to leave the team when above the 2 individuals, and discovered that their attire was identical to that of the ninja he accidentally killed. He immediately understood they were teammates, thinking, no way, I absolutely must not let Sakura know that I killed someone, otherwise it would be a huge problem. So he quickly dealt with the 2 of them. The 3 of them safely arrived in front of the tower, pushed the door open, and took a look around only to find it empty. What's going on here? Aren't there supposed to be staff here? How come there's not even a ghost around? Naruto felt deceived in an instant. Then the 3 discovered clues in the calligraphy written on the wall by the 3rd Hokage. Based on the clues, Sakura believed that opening both the Heaven and Earth scrolls simultaneously would provide guidance. Thus Naruto and Sakura carefully opened the scrolls together. After the scrolls were opened, they found nothing special. It simply had the character for person written twice, and suddenly smoke began to rise. Seeing this, Sasuke understood quickly, and hurriedly said, this is the technique of possession, you 2 hurry, and throw it on the ground. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately tossed the scrolls away, and the 3 of them nervously stared at the spot. Watching Sakura and Sasuke's serious expressions, Naruto couldn't help but act silly, pointing at the smoking scrolls, and shouting, come out, dragon. His antics left Sakura and Sasuke dumbfounded. Sakura was extremely exasperated, saying, Naruto, what nonsense are you saying? This is a possession technique, not a summoning technique. How could that kind of thing appear? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Naruto burst into laughter. Sakura immediately reacted, her face turning red with anger, as she punched Naruto to the ground. At that moment, a figure emerged from the smoke, stunned by the scene. The 3 realized that the person who came through the possession technique was actually their teacher from the Ninja Academy, Iruka. Hey Iruka-sensei, why are you here? Naruto asked, puzzled. Iruka smiled, saying, isn't it strange? I am a Chunin responsible for the final reception for the 2nd exam. Congratulations on passing the 2nd exam, but the upcoming assessment will be even more perilous. Do you want to continue? He looked at the 3 of them, finally stopping at Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto firmly replied, Iruka-sensei, isn't this already a given? From the moment you placed the headband on me, I was no longer the underachiever I once was, but a qualified and excellent ninja. Therefore, no matter what, I will not back down, for this is my ninja way. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Seeing their resolute attitude, Iruka chose not to persuade them to withdraw from the competition, but to trust his students instead. Team 7 under Iruka's guidance arrived at a hall, where all the teams that passed the 2nd exam had gathered, including the other 2 new teams from Konoha. Seeing that all the participants had arrived, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, walked to the podium. He surveyed the crowd, and was very surprised to see 9 newcomers collectively pass the 2nd exam, saying no wonder they recommended newcomers for the Chunin exam. This batch of newcomers is indeed exceptional. He then began to explain the importance of this exam, and the purpose of holding the Chunin exams. From Hiruzen's words, everyone learned that the Chunin exam was a microcosm of the wars between the allied nations, and the exam results would affect the future development of each ninja village, reflecting the strength and weaknesses among the nations. Representatives from various feudal states and entrusted nations would come to observe the exam, and the results would impact how many missions each ninja village would receive afterward. Hiruzen handed over the matters of the 3rd exam to a person named Konoha's own Kizashi. Kizashi wore a green vest, had a deep blue headscarf wrapped around his head, a Konoha headband on his forehead, and a pale complexion that made him look a bit weak. The upcoming 3rd exam concerns the interests of the major ninja villages, so participants must give their all. Since it is a series of individual matches, anyone who does not wish to participate or feels unwell can withdraw in advance. Now, does anyone want to withdraw? Kizashi surveyed the 21 candidates who passed the 2nd exam. Please, the most uncomfortable here is you. Sakura couldn't help but mutter in her heart, but then she thought of something, and turned to Sasuke with a worried expression. Although Naruto had also lost his chakra apart from the shadow clone and body flicker technique, he seemed to have not used any ninjutsu, so she felt that it wouldn't make much difference whether he had chakra or not. She completely forgot that she only knew the body flicker technique. Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? Kizashi asked again. Just when everyone thought no one would withdraw, a voice suddenly rang out, Examiner, I give up. Everyone was quite surprised and turned to look, as they had already come this far, and didn't expect someone to drop out. Naruto and his friends were also curious about the person who gave up, so they looked over as well. It seems to be Senior Yakushi Kabuto. He seemed to have participated in the Chunin exam 7 times, right? Why is he giving up this time? Sakura found it hard to understand. Maybe he lacks confidence in himself. Sasuke didn't care much about Yakushi Kabuto. A guy who had failed the Chunin exam 7 times wasn't worth his attention. However, Naruto didn't agree much. He felt that this senior was not weaker than any of the opponents he had faced, and he sensed a familiar aura from Yakushi Kabuto. Because the first 2 exams were too simple, the number of remaining participants this year is far too large. Therefore, before starting the 3rd exam, we must first hold a preliminary round. Seeing that no one else withdrew, Moonlight Hate announced to the remaining examinees. The moment he finished speaking, the scene became lively, and some voiced their dissatisfaction. Are you kidding me? At a time like this, why do we still have to hold a preliminary round? However, Moonlight Hate did not mind the complaints, and instead explained the rules. This competition is divided into 10 matches. 2 participants will be randomly assigned for unknown individual combat. Victory is determined when one side voluntarily concedes, or the opponent loses combat capability. However, I advise you all to stop at a touch, to avoid harming the harmony. I do not wish to see an extra body appear in the arena. When necessary, I will intervene to stop you. Regarding Moonlight Hayate's warning, some nodded, but many more sneered. Gaara from Tsunade, for instance, completely disregarded his words. As the match was about to begin, Naruto was already rubbing his hands together, eager and impatient. Unexpectedly at that moment, Sasuke's curse mark suddenly flared up, causing him great agony. Sakura saw this, and advised him to withdraw from the match, but Sasuke firmly refused. Sasuke told Sakura that he actually didn't care about the so-called Chunin exam. He just wanted to see how far he could go under these circumstances, and to verify his own level of ability. This was very important to him, so he would never give up. On the platform, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Konoha Jonin also noticed Sasuke's abnormality. They knew it was the curse mark planted by Orochimaru activating. Anko Madarashi was well aware of the curse mark's terror, and believed it was already remarkable that Sasuke had managed to survive until now. She suggested forcibly withdrawing Sasuke from the match. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated, deciding to observe further, and terminate the match immediately if any accident occurred. A windowsill slowly rose, revealing an electronic screen. The preliminary round officially began. As the electronic board flickered, 2 names appeared on the screen. Ahem! Moonlight Hate announced loudly, the first match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Shiton Kai. Now please move upstairs to watch and leave the arena to the competitors. The crowd went upstairs one after another. Sakura watched Sasuke with a worried expression. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder, and expressed support, believing that as a man one should stick to one's own convictions, and never back down easily under any circumstances. Afterwards, Kakashi also came over and gave Sasuke a few words of caution, saying that he already knew about the curse mark. He told Sasuke that if the curse mark got out of control, the match would be terminated, and he would intervene to stop Sasuke. On the empty arena, only Sasuke, Shiton Kai and Moonlight Hate remained. The 2 exchanged a glance. Shiton Kai spoke first. Hey kid, even though we're both from Konoha, I won't go easy on you. You'd better be mentally prepared. Bring it on. Although due to the curse mark, he couldn't use his Sharingan, or even chakra freely, Sasuke still showed no weakness. Upstairs, Gaara, Neji, Rock Lee and others who were interested in Sasuke stared intently at the 2, eager to see how Sasuke would perform next. As Moonlight Hate announced the start, the 2 threw kunai and shuriken at each other. However, due to the curse mark's activation, Sasuke actually missed in his most skilled area. From the very beginning, he fell into a disadvantage. This made Sakura, watching from upstairs, extremely nervous. Naruto also frowned, feeling that Sasuke's performance was far from satisfactory. He couldn't help but think it seems the curse mark's influence on you is really severe. On the field, Shiton Kai pressed the attack, but was caught by Sasuke's heart-piercing throat-locking kick, which locked his neck. But this was exactly what he wanted. Shiton Kai grabbed Sasuke and activated his bloodthirsty absorption, and Sasuke instantly felt his chakra rapidly draining, leaving him utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Shiton Kai did not let his guard down. Instead, he pounded Sasuke's chest with his fists, nearly making him spit out a mouthful of tomato juice. Sasuke felt he was done for. He recalled running under the sunset. That was his lost youth. The last figure of a man appeared in his mind, pointing at his forehead, and saying calmly, "My foolish little brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me. Hate me. Live on in this ugly way." With that thought, Sasuke burst out instantly. A move 9 Heaven's Thunder double kick sent Shiton Kai flying into the air. Then he leaped high and followed up with fatal instant prison kill. After the combo, Shiton Kai was beaten so badly, he could no longer take care of himself. Moonlight Hate went up to check side, and announced first round of the preliminaries. Uchiha Sasuke wins. This sudden turn of events caught the audience, who had been somewhat disappointed in Sasuke, off guard. Gaara crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth lifting. Interesting. Uchiha Sasuke, as expected of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan, you are worthy to be my opponent. Neji murmured to himself. Sasuke, you really are strong. Add Naruto, Neji, and the Sand Village guys, it seems I have quite a few opponents. But I feel like I'm about to burn up. Is this the feeling of youth? Rock Lee clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fiery passion. Yo, Kakashi, the disciple you taught isn't bad. As expected of my archrival. Make Kai praised Kakashi beside him. Kakashi gave him a deadfish stare and asked, Are you talking to me? Make Kai instantly turned to stone. Haha, as expected of my lifelong rival, even the way you answer questions is so stylish. Sasuke staggered upstairs. Sakura quickly went to support him. Naruto teased Sasuke, you're so lame you almost lost the match. Sasuke snorted coldly. Then it's your turn to perform next. I hope you don't do too badly. You'll definitely be fine. No matter who the opponent is, the final victory is mine. Naruto replied with full confidence. A hint of surprise flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and he thought to himself, even without chakra, he's so confident. Naruto, just how strong have you become? Sakura was absent-minded, her worry visible. No matter who her next opponent was, she had no confidence in winning. Is this as far as I can go? Just then Kakashi came over to them, saying he was going to take Sasuke to seal the strawberry on his neck. No, it was the curse mark. However, Sasuke wanted to watch the rest of the match. Kakashi said this matter brooked no delay, and must be done immediately, then forcibly took Sasuke away. Alright, now let's begin the second match of the preliminaries. The contestants are Shino Aburame versus Zaku. A Jonin wearing the Sound Village headband attempted to leave, but was blocked by Naruto.
Where are you going, old man?
The Jonin licked his tongue, sizing Naruto up with interest.
Kid, why are you blocking my path? Do you know that doing so could easily get you killed? Nothing, just that you feel familiar, like someone I've met before, as twisted and disgusting as you. Disgusting little brat, your way of speaking makes me want to kill you,
the Jonin said, licking his lips with a perverse grin.
Old man, you shouldn't be so sure of yourself. If you can't pull it off, you'll be the one embarrassed, because my life is pretty tough,
Naruto said with a serious expression.
And this match has a Sound Village ninja competing. As a Jonin from the Sound Village leaving now seems highly suspicious.
The Sound Village Jonin hesitated, and ultimately chose not to leave, instead watching the match patiently.
Naruto, what are you doing over there?
Sakura called out. Naruto smiled, and walked over, bluffing.
Nothing much. I just found that old man friendly, so I chatted with him a bit. Is that so?
Sakura wasn't entirely convinced, but she didn't dwell on it, and focused on the match. Naruto exchanged a meaningful glance with the Sound Village Jonin, and seeing that the man made no further move, he turned his gaze to the arena. The battle had already begun. Zaku, having had his arm broken by Sasuke, now had only one hand restored to normal function, the other still in a sling. Yet he felt he was back in fighting shape, and boasted he could thrash Shino Aburame with one hand. When Shino didn't believe him, Zaku launched a vacuum wave without warning. But the impressive attack only stirred up dust, inflicting little damage on Shino. Shino stood up as countless parasitic insects crawled out of his body, covering him entirely. The sight sent chills down the spines of Zaku and the audience above, nearly triggering trypophobia. Zaku forced calm on the battlefield, saying nonchalantly,
Just a bluff. You must be at your last gasp. I advise you to surrender now, and stop pretending, or else it'll have to get serious.
Shino was speechless.
Please at least look behind you first.
But Zaku clearly didn't believe him.
Don't try that old trick. You want me to turn around so you can ambush me. That ancient move is outdated.
Naruto, watching from above, couldn't help but remark.
This guy really has no clue about the situation.
Zaku, sensing something amiss, cautiously turned around and found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of insects. Yet he didn't panic. He said to Shino,
I have to admit you're tough enough to make me use my other hand.
Zaku untied his bandage, aimed one hand at Shino, and the other at the insects behind him, preparing to unleash a vacuum wave, only to have it backfire. Air burst from his arms, and Zaku let out a piercing scream. It turned out Shino had already blocked the emission holes in Zaku's palms with insects, causing his own technique to cripple his hands. Thus the second preliminary match ended with Shino's easy victory. As Zaku was carried away on a stretcher, he still managed to threaten.
You just wait, he'll be back.
His body was limp, but his mouth was still tough. The third match pitted Kankuro of the Leaf Village against Kankuro of the Sand Village. As soon as it began, Kankuro aimed for a quick finish. But But Kankuro was no pushover. He immediately closed in for close combat, turning his body boneless, and wrapping around Kankuro, trying to strangle him. After struggling for a while, he realized he was grappling with a puppet. Exhausted, he was eventually countered by the puppet and defeated. Before being carried away, he let out a frustrated roar.
I'm so unsatisfied, but I'm spent. Alright, now let's begin the fourth preliminary match.
The fourth match pits Sakura Haruno against Ino Yamanaka. Contestants, please enter. Sakura's expression was complicated. Naruto cheered her on from the sidelines. If he could use chakra, he might have deployed his newly developed harem jutsu, transforming into a gorgeous girl group to wave flags for her. Sakura and Ino locked eyes. As Moonlight Hate announced the start, they charged at each other and clashed. Yet they seemed restrained, lacking the fierce edge in their fight, appearing somewhat sluggish. Temari of the Sand Village couldn't stand it anymore.
Is this what Leaf Kunoichi are like? Fighting like it's a game of house. Hey, who are you to talk behind someone's back like that? That's so rude. I deeply condemn such behavior.
Naruto pointed at Temari indignantly. Temari squinted, looking down at the short golden-haired kid.
Oh, am I wrong? I hate little brats like you who have no skill but love to shout and show off just to get attention.
Naruto's eyes burst with flames. He went berserk.
Damn bastard. Rock Lee, don't hold me back. Let me kill her. Don't think he'll go easy on you just because you're a girl. Ninja are beyond gender.
Rock Lee was taken aback, then quickly stepped in to restrain Naruto.
Naruto, calm down, don't be impulsive. If you really fight, what if you accidentally kill her?
The three Sand Village shinobi, who had never tanned despite living in the scorching heat for over a decade, turned as black as charcoal. Gaara, who had remained silent throughout, shot a malicious glance at Rock Lee.
You'd better be careful because they'll break your legs,
he said coldly. Naruto was displeased. He pointed at Gaara and shouted,
Hey, you gourd boy over there. Why are you threatening Rock Lee? Come at me if you have a problem. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Don't get the wrong person.
But Gaara didn't bother acknowledging him.
I told you I'm not interested in you.
Naruto wanted to say more, but Rock Lee stopped him.
Naruto, let me talk to him.
Naruto nodded. Rock Lee looked gravely at Gaara.
Are you challenging me?
Gaara replied flatly.
You can think of it that way. In that case, I accept your challenge. It's an honor to be recognized by you, and I look forward to crossing swords with you.
Rock Lee's eyes were sharp, brimming with fighting spirit, as he glared at Gaara, forming a stark contrast with the silent background blending Naruto beside him. Their treatment was worlds apart. One was like a passionate, inspiring protagonist, the other an insignificant, attention-seeking extra. In the arena, Sakura provoked Ino with her words, declaring that she was no longer the mere follower she once was, but an outstanding ninja who had surpassed Ino, urging her to give her all and come at her with full force. She returned a red headband to Ino, then untied the forehead protector from atop her head and fastened it across her forehead, displaying her resolve. Ino, undaunted, directly cut off her long hair and began to untie the forehead protector from her waist. The spectators upstairs were bewildered, thinking Ino was about to take off her pants, but upon closer inspection, they realized she had tied the forehead protector around her waist. The crowd inwardly felt ashamed, reproaching themselves for their unclean thoughts, believing they were not pure-minded enough to be qualified ninjas. With the forehead protector on, Ino no longer hesitated and began to fight Sakura with all her might. However, Sakura's strength surpassed her expectations. They were evenly matched, locked in a prolonged struggle. Ultimately, Ino decided to go all in, using the mind-body switch technique to control Sakura and force her to surrender. But Sakura doubted she would succeed, for she was all too familiar with the mind-body switch technique. The user focuses their soul's energy into a single point and releases it toward the target in a straight line. If it misses, the spirit cannot return to the body for a short time, a fatal weakness. In other words, if she could evade Ino's mind-body switch technique, she would secure the final victory. However, Ino had premeditated. First, she made Sakura believe she had already used the mind-body switch technique. When Sakura let her guard down and approached, Ino used chakra to connect the hair she had cut earlier, turning it into a rope that bound Sakura's legs, then seized the opportunity to use the mind-body switch technique and control Sakura. Just as Ino was exulting, preparing to manipulate Sakura's body into conceding, a twist occurred. Sakura's violent personality suddenly emerged, savagely trampling Ino's soul, forcing her to reluctantly release the mind-body switch technique. With her plan foiled, Ino engaged in a final clash with Sakura. Afterward, both collapsed to the ground unconscious. Moonlight Gale could only declare the match a draw, thus the fourth preliminary round had no winner. Naruto and Shikamaru carried the two up to the observation area and laid them side by side. Since neither had used powerful ninjutsu, the fight had been purely hand-to-hand, so they bore no serious injuries, merely exhausted from exertion. They would likely wake up in a moment, so the others relaxed and turned their attention to the match. Now two female ninjas entered the arena, Temari from the Sand Village and Tintin from the Leaf. Naruto and Rock Lee shouted loudly, cheering for Tintin. But to their dismay, Tintin was utterly ineffective. She flung out all sorts of random ninja tools without managing to land a single hit on her opponent, and was ultimately knocked out by Temari with a single swing of her fan. The entire match was utterly unremarkable. It not only boosted the morale of the Sand Village, but also deflated the pride of the Leaf. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just been praising Tintin's combat awareness, and how well she performed in every aspect when,
"Who would have thought that cocky woman is actually pretty strong?"
Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Rock Lee nodded in agreement.
"Right. It's not that my teammate is weak, but the opponent is too strong."
After the duration of one match, Ino was the first to wake up. Not long after, Sakura also opened her eyes, but this still showed that Ino was slightly stronger than Sakura.
The next match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Kintsuchi. Contestants, please take the stage.
Moonlight Gale announced loudly.
I know what a bothersome guy. I really don't get why I have to take part in such a boring match."
Shikamaru grumbled as he leisurely descended the stairs. By the time he reached the arena, Kin had already been waiting for a while.
"You're way too slow,"
Kin complained, irritated by Shikamaru's tardiness.
"I didn't ask you to wait for me. If you're really impatient, why not just forfeit the match?"
Shikamaru replied in a tone that could infuriate anyone.
"You?"
Kin was left speechless, then spat out a threat.
"If all you do is talk, when the match starts, it'll tear your mouth apart."
Shikamaru paid no heed to Kin's threat, maintaining his nonchalant, slouching demeanor, which made Kin feel underestimated. As Moonlight Gale declared the match began, Shikamaru immediately activated the shadow imitation technique. His earlier behavior was merely a ploy to deceive his opponent, thereby increasing his chances of success. But evidently his plan failed. Not only did his opponent evade his shadow imitation technique, but she also counterattacked, firing two Saban needles at Shikamaru. Shikamaru dodged the Senbon, but noticed that they had two small bells attached. He wondered if the Sound Village also had a tradition of bell stealing. However, he quickly dismissed that idle thought and began to ponder his opponent's intentions.
"First you shoot Saban with bells attached. After I get used to that rhythm, you mix in ordinary Senbon, making me unconsciously ignore them. I've seen through your trick."
Kin smiled mysteriously and casually shot two Saban. Shikamaru was puzzled, thinking such an attack posed no threat to him. Just as he was about to dodge, a sudden chime rang out. Shikamaru was momentarily distracted, and the Saban pierced his arm. The spectators upstairs looked bewildered, unable to understand why Shikamaru had been hit by such a simple technique.
"So that's it."
Naruto focused his energy into his eyes and discovered the reason.
"Oh. Naruto, did you notice something?"
Sakura asked involuntarily. Ino and Choji drew closer upon hearing this, but Naruto decided to be mysterious, saying they would find out soon. Ino and Choji were unimpressed, thinking they knew Naruto well enough, and teased that his old habit of showing off had resurfaced. Meanwhile, Shikamaru on the arena had also seen the trick.
Using chakra threads to control the bells on the Saban, and casting a jinjutsu on me.
Then Shikamaru formed a plan. He deliberately let a few Saban hit him, and when Kin let her guard down, he transformed his shadow into a thin thread and secretly controlled Kin. But Kin thought that even if Shikamaru controlled her, the shadow imitation technique alone couldn't do much. To her surprise, Shikamaru simply leaned back, and she was knocked unconscious against the wall behind her. After Moonlight Gale declared Shikamaru the winner, he began preparing for the next match. So far 6 matches had been held. Among the 9 rookies, only Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, and Choji had yet to compete. While Naruto looked forward to it eagerly, the others stared nervously at the electronic screen, fearing they would be matched against a powerful opponent. Amid the tense atmosphere, the screen finally displayed the next match's opponents.
"Next match, Xuanwan Mingern vs. Chuanzhongya,"
Yueguang Jifeng announced loudly.
"Finally, it's my turn. My opponent is Ya, but that guy doesn't seem impressive. He's no match for Sasuke."
Mingern displayed a disappointed expression.
"Please stop making Sasuke sound weak. He's the top of our class."
"You're always the dead last, yet you keep acting like you're something special."
"Is that really okay?"
Sakura and Ino hadn't spoken yet, but Shikamaru couldn't help interjecting.
"Hey Shikamaru, sounds like you've got a problem with me. But let me tell you, I'm really strong. You'd better watch out or he'll knock you out." Aw, you're overthinking it. I don't have any such idea.
Shikamaru looked helpless, reminding himself not to argue with a fool. Chuenzhongya stared at the screen several times, confirming his opponent was Mingren, then finally sighed in relief.
Close call. At least it's not that guy from Tsunade.
In the Forest of Death, he had been terrified by Gaara's bloody killing methods, leaving a psychological scar. His ninja dog Shikamaru was still trembling, not fully recovered.
Didn't expect my luck to be this good. I got matched with Mingren the dead last. Looks like this match is a sure win.
Chuenzhongya's perception of Mingren was still stuck in the Ninja Academy days. For that idiot, who couldn't even master the 3 basic techniques he had believed, he completely outclassed him in both intelligence and strength.
Actually, Mingren isn't that weak. He's always been training very hard.
Hinata defended him weakly from the side.
Enough, Hinata. Stop explaining for him. That guy only skips class and pulls pranks. He never has the patience to train properly. And even if he got serious now, he'd never catch up to my pace.
Chuenzhongya didn't agree with Hinata's words. He believed Mingren's weakness came from laziness and lack of proper training. On the other side, Jonin and Yui Kurenai looked at Kakashi, who seemed unconcerned, and asked,
Your student is about to compete. Aren't you going to encourage him? Oh. Encourage what? But you're one to talk. Isn't Chuenzhongya your student?
Kakashi countered.
That's different.
Yui Kurenai explained.
Oh. How is it different? Don't tell me you think you can beat Mingren. Isn't that obvious? As far as I know, Mingren was a complete dead last at the academy. Even if he improved under your guidance after graduation, yes, growth has been far more rapid. His strength now is leagues beyond what it was in the academy. I don't see how Mingren can win.
Yui Kurenai was puzzled. She sensed something unusual in Kakashi's words and probed further. Kakashi flashed a mysterious smile.
Forget it. He'll let you in on something. What news? About Mingren. He once defeated Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, all by himself.
Kakashi's words were startling, and Yui Kurenai's face showed disbelief.
You're saying Mingren defeated the demon Zabuza, the rogue ninja of Kirigakure, who assassinated the Mizukage and escaped unscathed from the water country?
Kakashi nodded affirmatively. Yui Kurenai murmured.
How is that possible? He's just a genin who graduated not long ago. How did he manage such a feat? And that's an enemy even I wouldn't be confident defeating. Did he use that power?
Yui Kurenai looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head.
No, I didn't sense any tailed beast chakra at the time. I don't know how he did it, but I'm certain he defeated Zabuza by his own strength. I see. So Mingren's strength is now comparable to a Jonin. Facing such a formidable opponent, how will you respond,
Yui Kurenai looked toward the arena with concern. Unaware of all this, Chuenzhongya walked to the arena with a relaxed stride and a broad smile. He shouted up to Mingren, who was still upstairs.
Hey, dead last, what are you waiting for up there? Don't tell me you're too scared to face me now that you know your opponent is the great me. This guy.
Even Sakura found Chuenzhongya's arrogance unbearable.
Mingren am backing you. Go down there and beat him up.
But Mingren remained calm. He called out and vanished into thin air, reappearing directly in the arena. Mingren's entrance gave Chuenzhongya quite a fright, and both the examinees and their supervising Jonin widened their eyes at the sight.
So, he possesses such strength. This match is getting more interesting. Your blood. It will surely love this.
Gaara's face twisted into a savage grin. Kankuro beside him broke out in a cold sweat. Having such a neurotic little brother was a huge burden. Temari didn't mind much. She focused on the arena, developing a flicker of interest in Mingren. This guy she had dismissed as a clown seemed not so simple on the surface. On the other side, Niji looked surprised.
I didn't expect to misjudge him.
He glanced at Rock Lee beside him and noticed the latter wasn't shocked. Curious, he asked.
Lee, did you already know Mingren was no ordinary? Of course, I've sparred with him before. Oh, how did it go? Can you share some info about Mingren? Since I might face him in later matches, I'd like to get a preview. Well?
Rock Lee looked embarrassed, unsure how to answer.
What's wrong?
Niji noticed Lee's strange expression. Rock Lee hesitated for a moment, then finally confessed.
Truth is, I didn't even see how he moved. Because he was just too fast. In terms of speed, he surpasses even Geizensiai in his normal state. Lee, you must be joking. That's impossible. How can you compare Mingren to Geizensiai?
Titen immediately retorted. Niji didn't voice his opinion, but it was clear he didn't believe Mingren possessed such exaggerated strength either. Just then a voice interrupted.
Lee is right. Mingren's speed is indeed at an astonishing level, there's no doubt about it.
Might Guy strode forward, his expression serious as he affirmed Mingren's strength. On the arena, Kiba Inuzuka had completely lost his initial confidence. He stared at Naruto with a grave expression, thinking to himself, is this really the dead last? Naruto at this moment was entirely different from his usual playful self. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of invincibility. Moonlight Gale had already announced the start of the match, but Kiba didn't know how to strike. Feeling immense pressure, he could only console himself, he must be bluffing. The gap between us can't be this huge. I can't be intimidated by him. Beast imitation ninja art, four-legged technique. Having made up his mind, Kiba hesitated no longer. He swiftly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his limbs, to assume a beast-like form, enhancing his speed and attack power. Kiba charged at Naruto on all fours, leaping forward to attack. But to Naruto his speed was far too slow. No matter how Kiba attacked, Naruto evaded with ease. Shikamaru, watching from above, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered in disbelief, he hasn't moved a single step, just stood there and dodged every one of Kiba's attacks. There's no way a dead last could pull that off. Was the whole dead last act just a lie? Panting heavily, Kiba looked at the unscathed Naruto and couldn't help but sneer, are you just going to keep dodging? Sorry, but you're just too weak. If I made a move, the match would end instantly. That would be too boring. Naruto scratched the back of his head and spoke matter-of-factly. To Kiba, however, this was nothing short of an insult. Bastard, don't look down on me. It'll make you regret underestimating me. With that, he pulled out 2 military ration pills. One he tossed to his ninja dog Akamaru, and the other he swallowed himself. After taking the pill, Akamaru's appearance changed from a white dog to a red one. Shikamaru and Ino watched curiously. What did Kiba and Akamaru just eat? But when it came to eating, Choji was the expert. He explained, those are military ration pills. I've heard they're a secret medicine that lets a man fight for 3 days and nights straight. They contain 10 times the protein of beef and are easily absorbed. After taking one, a ninja's chakra can double. That powerful. How much for one? He'll buy a few to try someday. Shikamaru decided to get some to carry around. They might come in handy. Choji perked up immediately. Actually, my family sells military ration pills. Since you're a teammate, I can give you a 10% discount. Just a 10% discount? Come on, we've been friends since childhood. I thought you'd give them to me for free. Shikamaru sighed, a little disappointed. Choji, seeing this, immediately distanced himself from Shikamaru, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Beast imitation ninja art, beast human clone. The red Akamaru leaped onto Kiba's back, and with a puff of smoke transformed into a copy of him. The 2 Kiba figures stacked together, prepared to attack Naruto. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hold on. Kiba paused, looking at Naruto with confusion. What's wrong? Scared and ready to surrender? Of course not. I just think this is getting boring, so I want to make it a bit more challenging for myself. With that, Naruto pulled his headband down over his eyes. I think this should make things more interesting. Naruto's gesture caused an uproar. Some jonin even thought he was being arrogant and unfit to be a ninja. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watching the scene, shook his head inwardly. Naruto had given him a pleasant surprise earlier, but now he was disappointed by his actions. You're certainly strong, but belittling your opponent like this might cost you the match, Neji commented, unable to understand Naruto's behavior. Sakura also grew worried. What is Naruto doing? This is too reckless. Hinata looked at the arena with concern. Haha, Naruto, you're amazing. You should be this passionate. That's Naruto for you. Shikamaru mused, he's completely ignoring Kiba. I wonder how this will turn out. Do I even need to say it? No matter how strong Naruto is, he can't win if he can't see his opponent, Ino declared. On the arena, Kiba had moved past anger and forced himself to calm down. Naruto, I didn't think you'd become this arrogant. But you'll pay for your actions soon. Oh really? I'll be waiting. Seeing Naruto's smug expression, Kiba swore to himself that he would beat that annoying face swollen, so had never dared to act tough again. Without another word, Kiba exchanged a glance with Akamaru, then they flanked Naruto and rushed in. One human and one dog were about to strike, but Naruto showed no reaction. Kiba smiled in triumph. Got him. You're all talk after all. Suddenly, he saw the corner of Naruto's mouth curl up and realized something was wrong, but it was too late to pull back. Kiba and Akamaru were sent flying, crashing hard to the ground and skidding to a stop. What happened? Naruto didn't seem to do anything, Kurenai Yuhi remarked, puzzled. She looked at Kakashi beside her. Kakashi, who had already activated his Sharingan, explained slowly just as Kiba and Akamaru were about to hit him. Naruto reacted instantly, dodging both attacks by a hair's breadth and making them hit each other. So Kiba and Akamaru were injured by their own attacks. Kurenai understood, her face full of disbelief. He's already at this level. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also moved. This reaction speed. Truly the child of Minato and Kushina. Without such excellent genes, an ordinary ninja could never reach this level. It seems Naruto is starting to show the talent he was meant to have. Damn it, I got careless. Kiba got up from the ground. Looks like I have to use my trump card. Akamaru. Are you okay? Kiba called out to Akamaru, who stood up shakily and nodded to indicate he was fine. Fong over Fong. Kiba and Akamaru spun rapidly in the air, transforming into two tornado-like whirlwinds that charged at Naruto. Kiba, is this your final move? In that case, let's end this. The scene unfolding in the arena left all the observing ninjas utterly astounded. Kiba and Izuka's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Up in the stands, Shino Aburame, who usually went unnoticed, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He actually broke through the Fong over Fong with his bare hands. And in the midst of high-speed rotation, he directly grabbed both Kiba and Akamaru, forcibly halting the technique. How did he manage that? As Kiba's teammate Shino was well aware of the power of the Fong over Fong, yet he had never witnessed such an occurrence. Naruto, have you become this strong? Hinata should have felt happy for Naruto's progress, but for some reason a sense of loss welled up within her. She tightened her grip on the ointment in her hand, feeling that Naruto's figure was drifting farther and farther away from her. Ino, who had believed that Naruto could never defeat Kiba while blindfolded, was now completely dumbfounded. Gaara furrowed his brow, his expression more serious than ever. Temari recalled the moment she had mocked Naruto, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and made up her mind to forfeit immediately if she ever faced him in the match. Kankuro even felt that Naruto could dismantle his puppet with his bare hands and pin him down effortlessly. He was grateful that Sasuke had stopped him the first time they met Naruto, otherwise the match might never have begun, and he would probably be lying in a hospital bed on N4 drip right now. What a joke. How could I be defeated so easily? Kiba, whose wrist was seized, tried to break free, only to find Naruto's grip astonishingly strong, like an iron vice, locking him in place. He then attempted to strike Naruto with his legs to force him to let go. But unexpectedly Naruto hurled him, man and dog alike, effortlessly through the air, sending them crashing into the wall and knocking them unconscious. The seventh match of the preliminary round, winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Moonlight Hate announced loudly, so stunned by Naruto's performance that he forgot to cough. As the victorious Naruto prepared to return to the stands, a timid voice called out from behind. Naruto, congratulations on passing the preliminaries. Naruto turned around with a bright smile. It's you, Hinata. You do your best to, okay? Hinata nodded obediently, a blush spreading across her cheeks, then shyly ran off to check on Kiba. After Hinata joined Kiba and Shino, Naruto flashed beside Sakura, startling her. And Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked, inexplicably nervous. What could happen to me? Kiba, that guy couldn't even scratch me. So how was my performance? Totally cool, right? Naruto bragged to Sakura. Seeing Naruto acting like a goofball again, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself. Guess I was overthinking it. The Naruto just now had given Sakura an unfamiliar feeling, making her imagination run wild. But now that he was back to his usual self, she felt much more at ease. Sure, it looked impressive, but I don't know, he's still far behind Sasuke. Hey! Sakura, are you kidding me? How am I worse than Sasuke? I'm clearly the better one. Seeing Naruto's defiant expression, a smile crept onto Sakura's lips. Yeah, this is the Naruto I can count on. Ahem, well then. Let's welcome the next match. As Moonlight Hate finished speaking, the electronic screen began to rapidly cycle, finally displaying two names. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. A civil war within the Hyuga clan. Kurenai Yui sighed, already knowing the outcome before it began. Unlike the match between Kiba and Naruto, Kurenai was well aware of Hinata's abilities. Given the strength Neji had shown so far, Hinata stood no chance. In her view, the result was already decided. Ah, Hinata, I hope you don't take this too seriously. Otherwise, given the feud between the main and branch houses of the Hyuga clan, I'm afraid. The match officially began. Hinata and Neji stood facing each other, both activating their Byakugan. Lady Hinata, I advise you to surrender now. Because you are no match for me, and you are not suited to be a ninja. Niji did not immediately attack. Instead, he prepared to use his silver tongue to convince Hinata to forfeit, aiming to achieve victory without a fight. This way, he could not only humiliate the main house, but also showcase his intellect. For this moment, he had not only thoroughly studied military strategy, but also delved into psychological materials, and even consulted several psychology masters. Now he considered himself a master-level expert in psychology. Handling this obviously easy-to-manipulate heiress of the main house posed no pressure for Niji. Ahem. Niji cleared his throat, ready to begin his persuasion. Moonlight Height, watching from a distance, looked puzzled and thought to himself,
"Is this kid imitating me? Looks like I have a successor. Your personality is too timid. You have no confidence in yourself and often feel inferior. How can someone like you continue down this thorny and cruel path of a ninja? I'm sure you've already realized this. But you still couldn't refuse your teammates' invitation to participate in the Chunin exam. However, this isn't what you truly wanted. For you, being a Chunin is enough. So follow your heart and just give up now. That's better for everyone. If you keep going like this, even if you become a Chunin by luck, you'll only harm yourself and others, dragging your teammates to their deaths and missions."
Niji's words deeply pierced Hinata's fragile heart, leaving her lost and helpless. Gathering her courage, she struggled to refute.
"That's not true. I just want to change this imperfect self through my own efforts. I have never intended to burden my teammates, and I will never become a hindrance." "Haha, you think you can change your personality? What a ridiculous claim. Even you don't believe it yourself. A person's nature is predetermined. No matter what you do, you cannot change it. It's just futile struggle. This is your fate. Some are born as the strong, achieving heights others can't reach by simply doing what they enjoy. Some are destined to be mediocre. No matter how hard they try, their cowardly nature will gnaw at their determination, like a bone-eating worm, leading to ultimate failure. They are like a caged canary. No matter how much they struggle, they cannot escape the cage and soar in the blue sky."
Upstairs, Mingren, unable to bear seeing Chu Tian, so relentlessly pressed by Ning Xiai, finally lost his patience. He shouted directly at Chu Tian, "Don't let someone like that influence you. It is absolutely right to follow the desires of your heart, and move forward bravely. Those who say fate cannot be changed are the truly ridiculous ones. If that were the case, then why do shinobi strive? Why not just lie down and wait for destiny's judgment?" Such words not only trample on the peace and beauty forged by the blood and sweat of countless martyrs, but also deny one's own efforts. The one who speaks like this is the real fool. Mingren. Encouraged by Mingren, Chu Tian regained her confidence. She assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, her gaze determined, as she said to Ning Xiai, "No matter what, I will not give up. Cousin Ning Xiai, please enlighten me." Seeing Chu Tian's earnest expression, Ning Xiai realized his plan had failed. He gave her a deep look before also assuming the gentle fist stance. "Very well. Let me show you the gap between us. Then you will see that everything I said is correct." With that, he activated his white eye and charged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian did not hesitate to activate her own white eye, and met him head-on. The two clashed, and at first Chu Tian seemed to have the upper hand. However, during the exchange, Ning Xiai had secretly used the Hyuga clan's acupoint sealing technique to block the meridians in her hands, rendering her gentle fist completely unusable. As expected, after a palm strike, Chu Tian was injured internally. Yet she did not admit defeat. She refused to appear so weak before Mingren, and did not want to disappoint his expectations. As long as she could follow Mingren's steps, and silently support him from behind, that was enough. Even if I cannot use the gentle fist, I will persist until the end. Dragging her heavy body, Chu Tian attacked Ning Xiai using only taijutsu. She endured his blows with her frail frame, and under the fierce assault of the gentle fist, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Seeing this, Jing Yi and Xiao Ying could not help but be moved. They felt a secret shame, realizing that they had been completely outshone by this seemingly introverted and shy girl. Chu Tian. Mingren's emotions were indescribably complex. Watching the frail figure in the arena, he recalled his past self, who had trained to the point of collapse just to gain recognition. Though he was always the last in line, he had never given up. That feeling was still fresh in his memory. Just because of a single word of encouragement, she's fighting this hard. What a fool. Mingren sighed, unsure whether he was referring to Chu Tian or himself. Suddenly he felt he should do something. Just as Ning Xiai spotted a weakness in Chu Tian and prepared to end the fight with a gentle fist strike to her abdomen, someone grabbed his arm and flung him away. Ning Xiai performed a backflip, landed on his feet, and slid across the floor until he was near the wall, barely stopping. He looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the arena, gritting his teeth as veins bulged at the corners of his eyes. Xian Wen Mingren. Mingren. Chu Tian, swaying unsteadily, thought her injuries were causing hallucinations. Mingren quickly stepped forward to support her. Enough, Chu Tian. You've done well. You don't have to keep going. Mingren. Is it really you? Chu Tian still could not believe it. Only when Mingren nodded solemnly did she confirm it was real. Mingren. Sorry. I couldn't defeat my opponent. With that, Chu Tian fainted. Hey Chu Tian, are you okay? Mingren was at a loss. Let us take over. Shi Rihong arrived with the medical team. Mingren quickly stepped aside. After examination, the medical staff found that Chu Tian's internal injuries were severe, so they rushed her to the hospital for treatment. You bastard. If anything happens to Chu Tian, I will never forgive you. Mingren pointed at Ning Xi and cursed. Ning Xi was also furious. You've interfered with my match several times. Are you ready to come down and fight me now? Bring it on, who's afraid. I won't lose to someone like you who always talks about fate and submits to destiny. Just as they were about to clash, Luo Kali timely appeared and stopped them. He argued that their match should be held in the official tournament under the watchful eyes of the crowd to be meaningful. Mingren found this reasonable and turned to leave. Ning Xi also lost the desire to fight, as he was not confident he could defeat Mingren. The brief clash had already made him experience the terrifying strength and speed of his opponent, and his wrist was now red and swollen. Luo Kali sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yu Guangji Feng, seeing that all unrelated personnel had left, began the next match. The electronic screen displayed the matchups Luo Kali versus Tsukuyomi. Lu Wan upstairs couldn't help but sigh, what a small world. But then Ding Xi, your opponent is Wei Luo from the Saiyan village. Although I haven't seen him fight, he seems to be a formidable opponent. It looks like you have no chance of winning either. Can't believe I'm the only one from our team who passed the preliminaries. Ding Xi, who was snacking, paused for a moment, then shrugged indifferently. Whatever. I never thought I would pass the Chunin exam anyway. Xiao Ying's expression was complicated. She recalled how Xiaoli had fought for her sake, and a trace of worry appeared on her face. Hey Xiaoli, are you okay? I heard you lost to that guy before. You have to win this time. Mingren patted Luo Kali's shoulder and encouraged him. Don't worry, that was just an accident. I won't allow myself to lose to someone of that caliber twice. Luo Kali assured him solemnly. Then he walked over to my Kukai. After an exchange between master and disciple, he unhesitatingly turned and jumped off the building. In the arena, Luo Kali exchanged a glance with Tsukuyomi, and then declared firmly, this time, I will give it my all, and will not lose to you again. So, you better be prepared. Tsukuyomi across from him also looked serious. Last time, he had only managed to defeat Luo Kali with the help of his teammates. Now facing him alone, he honestly lacked confidence. But he couldn't show weakness, so he had to say something. Is that so? Then go ahead and try. Yue Guang Jifeng announced the start of the match. Rock Lee bent down to untie the weights from his legs. As everyone looked on in confusion, wondering what kind of bizarre move he was making, he tossed the weights aside, causing them to crack the floor and kick up a cloud of dust. The inexperienced Jinin were stunned, and even some Jonin were left dumbfounded.
He, as expected of the person I Xuanhua Mingren have my eye on. Little Lee really has some tricks.
Tosu, the opponent of Rock Lee, broke out in a cold sweat at the sight.
This guy, when he fought me last time, he was actually carrying weights of this magnitude. Now that he's taken them off, I wonder how fast he'll be. Although your strength isn't enough to make me take off my weights, for the sake of caution, I've decided to fight you with all my power. So you'd better resign yourself to your fate.
Rock Lee, while speaking, unwrapped the bandages on his hands. As soon as he finished, he vanished right before Tosa's eyes. Tosa's expression changed drastically. One of his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings.
Where is he?
However, his strength was completely unable to keep up with Rock Lee's terrifying speed. He was punched left and kicked right, his face bruised and swollen. Fortunately, his face was already unrecognizable, wrapped in bandages, so it didn't show much effect. But in the end, he took a direct hit from the front lotus and collapsed, unable to rise. Yue Guang Jifeng was about to announce the next match when Wailuo had already stepped forward. Dingxi had no choice but to force himself to step into the arena. However, after exchanging a glance with Wailuo and sensing his intense killing intent, he immediately had second thoughts. After the match began, he conceded without a second word. This greatly displeased Wailuo, who decided to find an opportunity to kill that damn fatty. After the preliminary rounds ended, the third Hokage Yuanfei risen gathered the 8 ninja who had passed and announced publicly that the official selection matches would take place 1 month later. The reason for this was that the feudal lords and representatives from various countries needed time to travel to Mai. The participants could also use this period to train and improve their strength as well as gather intelligence on their opponents. Then Shikamaru raised a question.
Lord Third Hokage, can only one person become a Chunin in this match?
Uenfei Risen shook his head and told everyone.
Not necessarily. It depends on your performance in the matches. At that time the judging panel, the leaders of the various ninja villages, and the feudal lords of each country will vote to decide who becomes a Chunin. Afterwards Uenfei Risen added a few more points to note during the matches and then dismissed the group. Leaving the venue, Mingren went to visit Chutian and Zuiju, but was repeatedly turned away, which made him very frustrated. Forget it'll go find Teacher Kakashi to check my physical condition. I don't know if my chakra can be restored.
Mingren, who was about to act, suddenly froze. He sensed inside his body and unexpectedly discovered a strand of golden chakra extremely pure. So he immediately abandoned the idea of going to find Kakashi, and returned home alone to begin studying it. Through repeated experiments, Mingren discovered that this strand of golden chakra was a new type of chakra produced by the black hole devouring the chakra he had refined and then spitting it out. It was far purer than the original chakra, and the ninjutsu released with it had greatly increased power, which delighted Mingren.
This is fantastic. With this, I can use ninjutsu again. But the refining speed is a bit slow. I wonder when I'll be able to restore my previous chakra reserves.
Suddenly Mingren had a flash of inspiration. An immature idea formed in his mind, and he decided to give it a try. He sat cross-legged, concentrated his mind, and began to mobilize his spiritual energy and physical energy. He imagined pouring them continuously into the black hole, and then waited silently. Before long a large amount of golden chakra surged out from the black hole and flowed through his entire body.
Haha, I didn't expect it would actually work. It seems I Xuanhua Mingren really am a genius.
This chakra refining speed is much faster than before. It seems it won't be long before I can once again possess a massive amount of chakra. For the next week Mingren spent his time refining chakra and testing. Through observation, he discovered that this new type of chakra was actually the product of the black hole devouring spiritual energy and physical energy, then merging them with a form of natural energy drawn from the outside world. This chakra, composed of 3 types of energy, not only possessed 4 characteristics, but also had 3 forms, and could freely switch between them. The blue chakra was wind attribute with cutting properties, the golden chakra was rich in vitality, and had powerful healing and restorative effects. The black chakra possessed both destruction and devouring characteristics. Mingren freely switched the chakra in his hand among the 3 colors, playing with great delight. During his exploration, he also discovered that this chakra greatly enhanced his taijutsu.
I wonder if it has any effect on jinjutsu,
Mingren thought to himself. However, he couldn't try it since he didn't know any jinjutsu.
Why not go to Teacher Kakashi and learn a few jinjutsu to try? He's known as the copy ninja, and is proficient in over 1,000 ninjutsu. He should have some right. Besides, with such powerful chakra, I can't do without some powerful ninjutsu. I must make him teach me a few ranked ninjutsu. Yeah, it's settled.
Mingren muttered to himself for a while, and finally made up his mind. But when he ran to find Kakashi, he couldn't find him anywhere.
Hey Xiaoying, do you really not know where Teacher Kakashi went? Come on Mingren. Why are you asking me about this? He's a grown man and not following him around all day. How could I possibly know where he is? And Zuiju has also disappeared.
Xiaoying's voice gradually became dejected, and she ended up looking despondent.
I see. Xiaoying, don't worry. Zuiju must have been taken by Teacher Kakashi for special training. Honestly, they didn't even take us along. I'm also in the official selection matches, you know. How unfair.
Mingren comforted Xiaoying a bit, then left grumbling. After saying goodbye to Xiaoying, Mingren went to the hospital again to visit Chutian. This time he managed to see her without trouble.
Mingren, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so amazing. I feel like my injuries are completely healed. Of course. This is a new ninjutsu I've developed. You're the first person to see it. This is a secret between the 2 of us, Chutian. You must never tell anyone, okay?
Mingren looked smug, then pretended to be serious and warned Chutian.
Is this a secret between me and Ming?
Cushin's face flushed crimson and her heart raced, as if it would leap out of her chest. Mingren was delighted to see Cushin's reaction. His act had succeeded. So he pretended to be calm, and said with a smile,
Yes, Chutian, this is a secret between the 2 of us. You must keep it well.
Chutian shyly nodded. She didn't know why she trusted Mingren so much, but every word and every sentence he said made her heart pound. A ninja of the Hyuga clan watched Naruto's departing figure, and said to Hayashi Hyuga beside him,
"Clan leader, is it truly wise to allow that demon fox brat to associate with Lady Hinata?"
Hayashi Hyuga sighed.
"Let it be. Perhaps that brat might indeed change Hinata after all."
His voice faded to near inaudibility by the end. After leaving the hospital, Naruto did not immediately head home. Instead, he split into dozens of shadow clones for training, while his original body planned to relax. After a week of arduous refinement, his chakra reserves had once again reached the level of 3 Kakashis. Moreover, the shadow clone technique executed with his current chakra proved far more effective for training than before. Naruto arrived at the hot springs intending to find a spot for a good soak. However, he noticed a suspicious figure peeping outside the women's bath.
"Hey! What do you think you're doing, you big pervert?"
Driven by a strong sense of justice, Naruto rushed forward to stop his misbehavior. The man turned around annoyed to find his fun interrupted by a blonde-haired brat.
"Hey kid, keep your voice down. You'll get us caught."
Naruto sized him up. The man was tall with a forehead protector bearing the character for oil, and long white hair reaching his waist. 2 red lines ran beneath each of his eyes, stretching across his cheeks. He wore a red outer coat over a brown outfit, wooden clogs, armor-like gauntlets on his hands, and a massive scroll strapped to his back.
"You're a grown man sneaking a peek at women bathing, shameless." "Oh, aren't you here to peep too?"
the man said shamelessly, looking at Naruto. Naruto exploded, pointing at his nose and cursing.
"What the hell? How could I be as filthy as a pervert like you? I came here properly to soak in the hot springs."
The man pushed Naruto's hand away and said calmly,
"Hey kid, don't get so worked up. Actually, I'm not here to peep either. To tell you the truth, I'm a great writer gathering material for my work. Surely you've heard of my masterpiece, Make Out Paradise. It's been selling like hotcakes lately. Make Out Paradise. That's the book that Kakashi Sensei always reads. Are you really a writer? Here just for inspiration, not for peeping."
Naruto still had his doubts. The man seemed highly suspicious. The man patted his chest and assured him,
"Genuine, I swear. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, the Great Jiraiya. Would I deceive a mere child like you?"
Suddenly a commotion arose, followed by a voice.
"The pervert's over there. Everyone surround them. So it's an old pervert with a little pervert. We can't let them escape."
Several girls wrapped in white towels led a crowd of villagers wielding weapons encircling them.
"Not good, we've been discovered,"
Jiraiya thought to himself. Then he said to Naruto,
"Hey kid, I've got things to do. I'm out of here."
With that he leaped onto the roof and fled swiftly. Naruto snapped back to reality, glanced at the villagers glaring at him, swallowed hard, and shouted into the distance,
"You bastard! Wait for me."
He then gave chase. Jiraiya sprinted and vaulted across rooftops, but found he couldn't shake Naruto. Puzzled, he muttered,
"This kid is definitely not ordinary."
He stopped and asked Naruto, who had caught up,
"Why are you following me, kid? Let me make it clear, I'm not into men. TCH such a pervert. And stop calling me kid. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to surpass the Hokage and become the strongest ninja in the world." "Oh, is that so? Then what business does the strongest ninja shadow have with me?"
Jiraiya teased with interest.
"Well, yes. I think you're a highly suspicious character, so I've decided to arrest you and hand you over to the old man third,"
Naruto said, scratching his head and putting on an air of finality. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
"Ha ha ha. What did you say? You're going to arrest the great Jiraiya? Huh? That's hilarious."
Tears streamed down Jiraiya's face from laughing. Jiraiya's exaggerated reaction annoyed Naruto, who felt thoroughly belittled. He frowned and demanded,
"Is it really that funny, you bastard?"
Seeing Naruto's serious expression, Jiraiya composed himself.
"All right. Actually, it wasn't funny at all. Your joke had no punchline. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Don't take it seriously,"
he explained with a hand on his belly, looking earnest. But Naruto clearly didn't buy it, so Jiraiya changed the subject.
"By the way, what did you say your name was?" "What's with you? You didn't pay any attention at all. Don't you know that's rude? All right, you're a real chatterbox, kid. I'll remember next time, so just answer my question first,"
Jiraiya said dismissively.
"Then listen up. I'm the strongest Chunin in Konoha's history, Uzumaki Naruto, and I'll become the strongest man ever, surpassing even the Sage of Six Paths. What do you think? Impressed by my grand ambition? You'd better become my underling now, or you'll miss your chance forever with a small fry like you."
Jiraiya looked disgusted, unable to help thinking.
This kid is even more arrogant than I am.
But the name Uzumaki Naruto sounded familiar. Could this kid be? Two figures flashed through Jiraiya's mind. He studied Naruto closely and muttered,
It must be. The same hair and eyes, and the age matches. No wonder I felt a strange familiarity the first time I saw him.
Having confirmed his suspicion, Jiraiya's gaze softened considerably.
Hey kid, you're a Konoha Jinin, right? Yeah, didn't I just say that?
Naruto was exasperated by Jiraiya's question. He figured the old man must have some problem, either intermittent amnesia or a decade-long cerebral thrombosis, given how he kept asking the same things.
I heard Konoha is holding the Chunin exams. Did you sign up? Of course, I participated in the Chunin exam, and I've already advanced to the official selection rounds,
Naruto said with a look of pride.
Oh really? Since you've made it to the official selection, why aren't you with your squad leader for special training? Instead you're here idling around.
Jiraiya looked somewhat puzzled.
Well, it's because I'm just too strong. There's no need for any so-called special training. Believe it or not, with just a little effort, I can reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. The mere Chunin exam is no challenge at all. And I'm not here to idle. Training requires a balance of work and rest. I'm just out to relax a bit, which is good for my mind and body, and helps me improve faster.
Jiraiya's face darkened with exasperation. He thought to himself,
this kid doesn't seem to have inherited any of Minato's humility and good sense.
He began to wonder if he had mistaken the boy.
Is that really the case? Or maybe your squad leader finds you too annoying, and secretly went off to train with someone else without even bothering to invite you.
Jiraiya teased provocatively.
Impossible. Don't talk nonsense, you. Kakashi-sensei and I get along perfectly well. Nothing like that would ever happen.
Although Naruto tried to argue, Jiraiya could still glean something from his expression. He directly asked,
Hey brat. Do you want to receive personal guidance from the great Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin? You mean, you want to train me?
Naruto was stunned, unable to grasp what this strange old man was thinking.
That's right. How about it? Feel like the luckiest person alive, overwhelmed with joy.
But Naruto showed no interest at all.
Cut it out. You're nothing but a peeping Tom who sneaks a peek at girls bathing. Anyone can tell you're not a remarkable ninja, and you probably don't have much skill. Forget it. You brat, you have no eye for talent. I am the legendary Jiraiya, known as the Sage. There is no fighter ninja in this world, and you dare to look down on me.
Jiraiya summoned an orange toad with a necklace bearing the character loyalty around its neck. He stood on the toad's back, striking a pose he thought was cool, and boasted. Naruto showed a hint of surprise.
I didn't expect you to know that kind of jutsu. You seem a bit more capable than I thought.
Seeing that Naruto's opinion of him had improved, Jiraiya pressed on.
Of course. I know countless techniques, and even more powerful ones than that. This is nothing. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? That's awesome.
Naruto's attitude did a complete 180. This made Jiraiya realize he had been tricked, but since it was already done, he couldn't easily back out. He kept his composure, pretending he had seen through it all along.
If you want me to guide your training, you must follow my orders during this time.
Jiraiya set the condition.
No problem.
Naruto readily agreed, then eagerly asked.
So what should I train next? Well, first, I need to understand your current progress. What progress?
Naruto asked, puzzled.
Things like tree climbing and water walking training,
Jiraiya explained.
Oh, that. I've already finished that kind of training long ago. I see. So your basic training is essentially complete. Next we can move on to ninjutsu training. Ninjutsu training. Pervy Sage, are you going to teach me a powerful jutsu? Hey you brat, don't call me Pervy Sage. Call me Jiraiya-sensei. Got it, Pervy Sage. Alright Naruto. Now I'll teach you a super powerful rank jutsu. Watch carefully and don't blink. Wind-style great breakthrough.
A cloud of dust instantly rose.
Pervy Sage, what are you doing? I can't open my eyes. And this doesn't seem like a ranked jutsu at all.
Naruto complained, rubbing his eyes.
Haha, are you okay? Sorry, my mistake. This time I'll perform a real rank jutsu. Watch closely.
Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, casually formed a blue chakra sphere in his hand, and slammed it against a nearby tree, creating a large gap. Seeing this, Naruto instantly lost interest.
What's the big deal? It's just a Rasengan. I already learned that long ago.
Jiraiya, who had expected to see Naruto's shocked expression, was dumbfounded.
What? You've already learned the Rasengan? Yeah. Kakashi-sensei taught me.
Jiraiya still didn't quite believe it. He suspected that Naruto's Rasengan might be incomplete or flawed. So he said,
Naruto, show me your Rasengan.
Without another word, Naruto formed a blue spinning sphere of chakra in his hand and then casually tossed it away. Jiraiya shook his head inwardly. Once the Rasengan left the palm, it became uncontrollable, either flying off and exploding into something or simply dissipating. As far as he knew, even Minato, the creator of this technique, couldn't use it as a ranged attack. Naruto's approach, in his opinion, was. A loud boom echoed, and a huge crater appeared in the distance. Jiraiya was completely stunned. After recovering, he forced himself to remain calm, coughed a few times, and asked,
Naruto, can you control the Rasengan after it leaves your hand? Yeah, it's pretty simple. I just learned it casually. Is there a problem? Haha, no problem. It seems your Rasengan is quite proficient. It'll teach you something else.
Then, he went to the huge crater created by the Rasengan and inspected it, noticing something off.
The power of this Rasengan is a bit excessive. And from the residual chakra, I detect traces of natural energy. It resembles Sage Chakra, but it's different from the Sage Chakra of Mount Myaboku. Is it a new type of Sage Chakra? Why does Naruto possess this power? Is it because of the Nine Tails or something else?
Jiraiya was completely baffled. So he called Naruto over.
Naruto, gather your chakra and let me see. Sure.
Naruto readily agreed. He had no intention of hiding it. Such things would inevitably be exposed whenever he used ninjutsu. Moreover, with his current strength and his ability to instantly teleport, he had no concerns about his safety, a confidence born of power. An overwhelming azure chakra surged across Naruto's body, stirring up dust, and stoned boulders levitated midair, as the earth trembled faintly beneath his feet. Jiraiya immediately intervened. Enough, cease now. Nod. Naruto's appearance shows no transformation akin to Sage mode. Could I have misjudged this? That cannot be right. This chakra is unmistakably an unconventional form of Senjutsu chakra. Perhaps its seamless integration with Naruto accounts for the absence of physical alteration. Lost in contemplation, Jiraiya was abruptly jolted from his thoughts by a voice. Hey, perverted sage. Do you know any formidable jinjutsu? Jinjutsu. Why on earth would you seek to master jinjutsu? It's mere sleight of hand illusion, empty trickery with negligible practical value. True shinobi scorn such methods. Jiraiya feigned disdain for jinjutsu, hoping to dissuade Naruto, though truth be told, he himself lacked proficiency in it, and could not possibly teach it. That doesn't sound right. A truly accomplished shinobi must master jinjutsu. Naruto's skepticism was unmistakable. In seeing Jiraiya's strained, constipated expression, Naruto suspected the so-called perverted sage knew no jinjutsu at all, and felt a pang of disappointment. Hey Naruto, what's that look for? Surely you don't imagine me the legendary Jiraiya incapable of jinjutsu? No. Is that really the case? And of course not. I was merely pondering which jinjutsu to teach you. Now my decision is final. Without further delay, he tossed a scroll toward Naruto. And Naruto caught it, puzzled. What is this? Jiraiya explained. This scroll contains the strength jinjutsu, Mirage Moonwater technique. I acquired it serendipitously. Legend holds that mastery grants absolute control over an opponent's 5 senses, an utterly terrifying art. Yet jinjutsu itself is intangible, elusive, ineffable beyond verbal instruction. Thus, I cannot guide you directly. Success hinges entirely upon innate talent. And strength jinjutsu, capable of dominating the 5 senses. Incredible. Naruto leapt with joy, utterly disregarding Jiraiya's cautionary afterword. Relieved yet exasperated, Jiraiya sighed inwardly. He had omitted one crucial detail. Though supremely potent, no one had ever mastered this technique. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted such a scroll to Naruto. Alright Naruto, stow the scroll away for now. Mastery won't come swiftly. This art demands profound cultivation. Let me impart something else first. Naruto carefully secured the scroll and asked curiously, perverted sage, what extraordinary jutsu will you teach me next? Precisely, the summoning technique I just performed. In the summoning technique, it is a space-time jutsu wherein the user forms a blood contract with a specific creature, enabling instantaneous summoning. Jiraiya then summoned a colossal toad clutching a massive scroll in its mouth, which extended its tongue to deliver the scroll to Naruto. Jiraiya instructed, simply inscribe your name in blood upon the scroll, and seal it with your thumbprint. Under Jiraiya's expectant gaze, Naruto bit his finger, formed the hand seals, Hai Suyushin Wei, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Ninpo, summoning technique. A thick plume of smoke erupted, within which a vast shadowy silhouette flickered ominously. As the smoke dissipated, a gargantuan crimson toad emerged, its maw clamped around a colossal pipe, its waist bound in bandages, a massive short sword strapped to its side, clad in a deep blue short-sleeved tunic, and bearing the bold kanji shirt across its back. The moment it appeared, it demanded of Jiraiya why it had been summoned, completely ignoring Naruto perched upon its back. "Naha, Gamabunta. This time it wasn't I who summoned you, it was someone else entirely. Don't mistake the source." Jiraiya chuckled, defusing Gamabunta's rising fury with calm explanation. "Preposterous. Who else in this world could possibly summon me, unless it's the fourth Hokage himself? And while not the fourth Hokage in person, this boy bears a profound connection to him. He is the Force legacy. You two must coexist harmoniously." In having spoken, Jiraiya dissolved into a billowing cloud of smoke and vanished. Naruto, initially elated at having summoned such a titanic toad, quickly grew irked when Gamabunta ignored him entirely. "Hey, you oversized toad, I summon you. From this day forth, I am your master, and you shall obey me without question." "Obey you? Huh? How absurd, to think a brat like you could command me, the great Gamabunta. Get off my back, now. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Daring to disregard me, Uzumaki Naruto. Beware, I'll pummel you if you don't show proper respect." "Pummel me? That's the most ludicrous jest I've ever heard. First steady yourself on my back before boasting like that, brat." Gamabunta began leaping wildly, attempting to dislodge Naruto, but after prolonged exertion Naruto remained poised and unshaken upon its back, while Gamabunta itself collapsed breathless and spent. "Huh? Why'd you stop jumping?" In arms crossed, Naruto gazed blankly, then receiving no reply delivered a sharp kick to Gamabunta's flank. "Hey, I asked you a question. Did you run out of steam? Brat. Don't get cocky, I merely suffered a cramp. Rest a moment, then we'll settle this properly." Naruto hopped down and strode before Gamabunta. "Oh, you need rest. Then close your eyes and lie flat, that accelerates recovery. Allow me to assist you." Instantly chakra flooded his body. Naruto sensed his strength surging to unimaginable heights, then drawing back his fist, he struck Gamabunta squarely beneath the jaw. "This is Sage Mode." Gamabunta's bulging eyes widened in utter disbelief. "Brat, wait. Too late." The impact reverberated outward in a shockwave. Gamabunta skidded violently backward, scraping across the earth for over 100 meters. Trees toppled in its wake, carving a deep furrow into the soil. A colossal pipe tumbled from the air. Naruto caught it effortlessly. "By the way, smoking while sleeping harms your health. I'll hold onto your pipe for safekeeping." Mingren actually defeated the great toad when Tai Zilayi, watching the astonishing scene from afar, rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
What is he doing with Wentai's pipe?"
Mingren dispersed the sage chakra in his body, immediately feeling the pipe in his hand grow heavy, nearly dropping it. However, he was very satisfied.
"This weight is just right. Though it's hard to swing, that's exactly what makes it better for training. So, I'll swing it 3,000 times continuously until I'm completely exhausted." So he's training in taijutsu. I never thought he could swing something so heavy with just his physical strength. That's really astonishing. This power is almost as strong as Gangsho's monstrous strength. But using a pipe as a taijutsu training tool, only Mingren would think of that. Zilayi sighed inwardly. Time flies and days slip away. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Soon the day of the official selection tournament had arrived. The feudal lords and representatives from various countries had also arrived, one after another. At this moment, the streets of Muyi were packed with people bustling with excitement. They wore all kinds of clothing, weaving through the crowd and chatting with each other. Their faces were filled with anticipation and excitement, because today was the day of the long-awaited official selection tournament. On the other side, a group of samurai-clad performers were demonstrating swordsmanship, their sword techniques sharp and fierce, drawing rounds of applause from the onlookers. Merchants, performers, and tourists from various countries also wandered the streets, with the sounds of hawking, chatting, and cheering filling the air. At this moment, Muyi was like a huge magnet, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming selection tournament, hoping to witness, with their own eyes, the emergence of a powerful ninja who would stand out and showcase their talent and strength in this grand event. However, for some, this selection tournament might be just a test, a trial. But for those with ulterior motives, it could be an opportunity to seize the chance and change the landscape of the ninja world. No matter the outcome, this selection tournament would be recorded in history, becoming an unforgettable chapter in their lives. Alright, Shaoli. Today's training ends here. Next, prepare to face the challenges ahead.
Do you have confidence? On the outskirts of Muyi, my Kakai, who was walking on his hands around the village, suddenly stopped and spoke to Luo Kuli, who was performing the same training beside him.
No problem. Teacher Akai.
Luo quickly stopped training upon hearing this, clenched his fist, and vowed with determination. In a forest, an open space was filled with various kunai and shuriken with a large pit in the center. At this moment, Rixiang Ningxiai stood expressionless inside it. Perched on a tree trunk nearby, Tian couldn't help but exclaim,
Amazing! He actually caught all the attacks from all directions without a scratch. Under this absolute defense, even if the opponent's speed is faster, it's useless, right? As expected of Ningxiai, he has made such remarkable progress in just 1 month.
Suddenly the sound of a firework bursting echoed in the sky.
Ningxiai, the selection tournament is about to start. Let's hurry over.
Tian called down to Ningxiai.
I understand.
On the other side, Shouju said to the daydreaming Wei Luo.
The match is about to start. Let's go too. I hope you can restrain yourself a bit and act according to the plan.
The selection tournament venue was an open-air arena enclosed by tall walls, with rows of spectator seats above. By now it was already packed with people, and the feudal lords and village leaders from various countries had taken their seats patiently waiting for the match to begin.
What's going on? Why haven't Sasuke and Mingren shown up yet? Could something have happened?
On the spectator seats, Xiaoying sitting with Jingyi said worriedly.
Alright, Xiaoying. You're just worrying for nothing. They're probably just delayed by something.
Seeing Xiaoying's anxious expression, Jingyi couldn't help but tease.
Maybe they forgot the date of the selection tournament. If it's Mingren, it's possible.
Lu Wan, who was nearby, interjected.
That can't be. Right.
Xiaoying and Jingyi said in unison, though their tone was full of uncertainty.
No way. Erosenin, are you saying today is the start of the selection tournament?
Mingren looked bewildered.
That's right. As a participant, don't you know? You must have seen the firework just now, right? That's the signal that the selection tournament has officially started. I see. To be honest, I really did forget.
Mingren scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed.
It seems. I need to hurry over.
Just as Mingren was about to head to the arena, he suddenly remembered something.
Oh! Erosenin, help me return this to the Toadwin Tai.
With that, he tossed the pipe in his hand toward Zilayi, then disappeared in an instant with a body flicker.
Hey Mingren, what are you doing? That's too reckless.
Zilayi dodged frantically, and the pipe fell to the ground, creating a large crater.
Now you remember to return the pipe to him. Wintai might have already quit smoking by now.
But come to think of it, Mingren's talent in taijutsu is truly astonishing. In less than a month, he went from barely being able to swing it with both hands to now easily swinging it with one arm. It's hard to imagine what heights he will eventually reach on this path.
Please have the contestants enter.
A special jonin, who claimed to be Buji Huixian, with a toothpick in his mouth, walked into the arena and shouted to the audience.
Looks like I have to go down first. What a bother.
Lu Wan complained as he jumped down into the arena. The other contestants also entered one after another.
Only 7 people. Are the remaining 2 not here yet?
Buji Huixian looked at the group. Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Wan thought that among the present contestants only he and Jinai were relatively familiar with them. Since he couldn't rely on Jinai at all, he had to step forward and answer.
Examiner, the 2 who didn't show up are named Xian Wen Mingren and Yuji Bozwa Zhu. As for why they didn't come, I don't know either. I see. In that case, let's first draw lots to select our opponents.
Then he took out a box and gestured for the contestants to come forward and draw numbers. Soon each person got a number of their own. Then Buji Huixian showed the matchup chart to everyone. The chart showed no. 1 versus no. 2 the winner versus no. 3 no. 4 versus no. 5 no. 6 versus no. 7 no. 8 versus no. 9. On the arena, everyone revealed their numbers.
What the heck? Why am I fighting another woman again? I hate dealing with women.
Shikamaru complained. Niji glanced at everyone's numbers, noticing that besides himself being number 2, Rock Lee was number 3, Gara of the Sand Village was number 4, Shino Aburame was number 6, Kankuro was number 7, Temari was number 8, and number 9 was Shikamaru Nara.
Numbers 1 and 5 are still unclaimed. It seems my opponent will be either Naruto Uzumaki or Sasuke Uchiha. Oh! My opponent is one of Naruto, Sasuke, or Niji. That really gets my blood pumping.
Rock Lee's eyes blazed with burning passion.
Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. If I kill you, that should prove the meaning of my existence, right?
Gaara's face was full of killing intent, revealing a bone-chilling smile.
What's going on? Why hasn't the match started yet?
More and more spectators in the stands began to grow restless. Seeing this, Genma Shiranui had no choice but to send someone to consult the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi.
Naruto!
Hinata worried from the stands as she saw Naruto hadn't appeared yet. As time passed, the audience began to murmur, speculating about why the two contestants hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, the chief examiner Genma Shiranui was also worried. If the match couldn't proceed normally due to their absence, it might provoke discontent among the feudal lords and representatives from various countries. He began to think about how to handle this situation. Upon learning of the news, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to dispatch the ANBU to find Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha and bring them to the arena. Looking at the prosperous scene before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi recalled his own youthful experiences. He too had once been a passionate ninja, constantly striving to become an excellent one. He knew that Naruto and Sasuke were both exceptionally talented, but they still needed more training and growth. He hoped that through this Chunin selection exam, they could become more mature and confident. After the ANBU's diligent search, they finally found the three, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, eating ramen at Ichiraku Ramen. It turned out that on the way to the arena, Naruto had run into the leisurely duo. While he had been somewhat anxious seeing how calm Kakashi and Sasuke were, he relaxed as well. After that, Kakashi offered to treat Naruto and Sasuke to Ichiraku Ramen, and Naruto agreed without hesitation, completely forgetting about the match. Urged by the ANBU, the three rushed to the arena. When Naruto and Sasuke finally arrived, the audience was already extremely impatient. But when they saw the two young ninjas finally arrive, the entire venue erupted in warm applause and cheers. Although some spectators continued to grumble, it didn't affect the overall atmosphere of the match. Before the match began, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi also came to the arena. He apologized to the audience and assured them that he would do his utmost to ensure the match proceeded smoothly.
The Chunin selection exam is a competition to select the most outstanding ninjas, and every participant is the pride of our village. Although some contestants are late, this will not affect the fairness and quality of the match. I believe every participant will give their all to win more honor for our village.
Under the third Hokage's reassurance, the audience gradually calmed down. They began to focus their attention on the match, anticipating an exciting contest.
Alright, you two come over and draw lots first.
Genma Shiranui said to Naruto and Sasuke.
Let me go first.
Naruto quickly stepped forward.
TCH, there's only two of us, what's there to fight over?
Sasuke said with an indifferent expression. Naruto pulled out a slip of paper and opened it, revealing the character.
One. Haha, I really am the strongest.
Genma Shiranui smirked and added.
Indeed impressive, since you're the only contestant here who needs to defeat two opponents to advance. Oh, is that so? But it doesn't seem like a big deal. Only two. Even 1 against 9 wouldn't be impossible.
Hearing this, all the contestants' faces darkened. Shikamaru couldn't help but complain.
Hey Naruto, what nonsense are you talking? Even if we ignore whether you have that strength, just look at the number of contestants. Including yourself, there are only 9. How could there be an unever-sustained situation? Unless you're counting the examiner. Although this toothpick-chewing examiner doesn't look impressive, I didn't think that way. That's entirely your own imagination, Shikamaru.
Naruto directly denied it.
Alright. The first match begins now. The rest of you wait outside,
Genma Shiranui announced.
Huh? The match is starting already. Sasuke hasn't drawn a lot yet,
Naruto said in confusion. The other contestants glanced at Naruto, as if he were an idiot, then turned and left the arena. Shikamaru walked out with his hands clasped behind his head, saying without looking back.
Idiot, because there's no need for that. Whether he draws or not, he's still number 5.
Soon only Naruto, Neji, and the examiner Genma Shiranui remained in the arena. After explaining the match rules, Genma Shiranui said to Naruto,
Kid named Naruto Uzumaki, you're the first examinee to look down on me as an examiner. I hope your performance won't disappoint me, or else.
Then he also left the arena.
Now there's only the two of us on the field, so stop rolling your eyes and get moving,
Naruto said casually, completely disregarding Neji. Neji let out a cold laugh.
From what I know, you're just a dead last. Back in the Ninja Academy, you couldn't even pass the basic 3 body techniques test. Although I don't know what caused your taijutsu to improve so rapidly, that alone is not enough to change your inevitable defeat at my hands. Because your vaunted speed and strength are utterly useless against the absolute defense of my Byakugan. You talk too much. Since you want to make a move, go ahead.
With that, Naruto's body vanished instantly and reappeared behind Neji. However, Neji was prepared. He lightly leaped, floating into the air. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Naruto's face, then the corner of his mouth upturned in a disdainful smile. Niji on the other hand watched Naruto warily, knowing that this dead last was extremely troublesome, and that he must not let his guard down in the slightest. Suddenly Naruto's figure vanished again, leaving only a gust of wind. Niji's expression changed, as he quickly leaped backward, assuming the starting stance of the gentle fist, ready to unleash his special technique, the 8 trigram 64 palms. Suddenly a voice sounded beside Niji.
I've heard the Byakugan has a 360-degree vision. It can see the opponent's chakra pathways, acupuncture points, and the flow of chakra within the body, a kind of X-ray vision, a telescopic eye that can see far distances, and a highly perceptive inside eye. By using chakra, it can even magnify the field of vision, allowing one to see things within a radius of 1 kilometer. Its insight surpasses even the Sharingan. Is it really that formidable? I'd very much like to see it.
Naruto stood by with his hands behind his back, making no move to attack again. Seeing that Naruto did not take advantage of the moment, Niji was somewhat surprised.
I didn't expect you to know so much about the Byakugan. Did Lady Hinata tell you?
He glared at Hinata in the audience, with a displeased expression.
I overheard the information about the Byakugan by chance. Don't drag Hinata into this. And even if I knew nothing about the Byakugan, you would never be my match. It seems I've already stepped into your 8 trigrams domain. Aren't you going to strike?
Naruto taunted, looking at Niji. In the audience, Tenten smirked.
This idiot Naruto daring to carelessly step into Niji's gentle fist attack range. Looks like this match is already decided. That Naruto. He's even more of a show-off than me.
Sasuke, witnessing this, immediately sensed the crisis, feeling that his title of King of Cool was probably no longer safe.
Aw, seriously. First Sasuke, now even Naruto has become arrogant. It feels like my comrades aren't very reliable. Maybe Konoha will completely decline in our generation.
Shikamaru began to worry about the future of Konoha.
How dare you underestimate me? Very well, as you wish. Don't regret it. Gentle fist 8 trigram 64 palms.
Niji no longer hesitated and struck directly. Kiba, seeing Naruto move through Niji's fierce gentle fist assault, as if strolling through a park, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Recalling his own fight with Naruto, he couldn't help but let out a sigh.
As much as I hate to admit it, I have to say that Naruto is indeed quite formidable. Even Niji, who possesses the Byakugan and is hailed as the genius of the Hyuga clan, might not be a match for him. And right now he's not even serious, he's just playing around.
On the arena, Naruto freely darted through Niji's 8 trigrams domain as if it were empty.
So this is your gentle fist? Doesn't seem like much. Attacks so weak. Can they really hurt anyone?
Naruto expressed doubt about Niji's strength.
Damn you, you bastard.
Niji gritted his teeth. Niji gnashed his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging, his face twisted in a ferocious expression that could rival even Sadako in terms of frightfulness. He changed his palm technique, switching to the 8 trigrams 128 palms. However, his 128 palms looked to Naruto like nothing more than fancy hand-waving. Before Niji could land a few strikes, Naruto caught his hands. Niji struggled with all his might, but could not break free. Just as everyone thought the match was over, Niji suddenly curled his lips into a cold smirk.
You think that's all I've got? Today you'll show you the secret technique of the gentle fist.
A burst of chakra shot out from every pore on Niji's body, repelling Naruto's hands. Then he spun around, chakra forming a sphere that destroyed and pushed away everything around him.
There he is! Niji's absolute defense.
In the audience, Tenten breathed a silent sigh of relief.
With this move you shouldn't lose to any Jinin, right? A secret technique passed down through the main house, yet a child of the branch house has mastered it on his own. Niji's talent in the gentle fist is truly extraordinary. With his 8 trigrams palms rotation, he is completely unbeatable.
Hayashi Hyuga spoke with a complex expression. Hinata, upon hearing this, showed a look of surprise. She gazed at Niji in the arena, and a sense of unease welled up within her. She began to worry for Naruto.
Uzumaki Naruto. Is this as far as you can go? What a pity. I can't kill you with my own hands.
Gaara spoke with a murderous tone, his words laced with regret.
Naruto. Is he okay?
Sakura looked at Sasuke beside her.
Don't worry. That guy isn't someone who can be taken down by such a simple move. Sakura, you should trust your comrade.
Sakura nodded obediently. Kakashi shook his head.
Saya is expected of a lovesick Sakura, completely unaware of her comrade's strength. This is hardly a good thing.
The dust in the arena settled. Naruto appeared with slightly dirty clothes, but no injuries. The audience erupted in excitement.
What kind of monster is this kid? He took an attack of that magnitude and came out completely unscathed.
Someone exclaimed.
Yeah, This is completely beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. It's impossible for a genin.
Another spectator chimed in.
Impossible. You took a direct hit from my rotation, and you're completely fine. What trick did you use to evade my attack?
Neji, unable to accept this fact, demanded an answer from Naruto. Naruto brushed the dust off his clothes and said casually,
So this move is called rotation. It's quite impressive. Feels like a full-body massage. I'm completely relaxed now. As for how I dodged your attack, didn't your Byakugan see it? The truth is you just don't want to admit it. Alright, it's my turn now. To be honest, against an opponent like you, I only need to use 30% of my strength to secure an overwhelming victory.
Naruto kept stating the facts as he walked toward Neji, completely oblivious to the fact that Neji had become an angry bird. With one step, he instantly appeared behind Neji. But Neji was prepared. A massive amount of chakra burst from his body, and he tried the same trick without hesitation. However, just as the chakra sphere was forming, Naruto shattered it with a thunderous knee strike. Naruto quickly appeared in front of Neji, and delivered a heavy punch straight to his abdomen. Neji coughed out while curling up like a shrimp writhing on the ground. His eyes were vacant, his expression utterly defeated. Naruto let out a sigh with an air of aged wisdom. He stepped forward, patted Neji's head, and comforted him.
You are indeed a remarkable genius. With enough effort, it's not impossible for you to surpass me in the future.
Neji's eyes lit up at the words. But before he could gather his spirits, Naruto continued.
Though the probability is less than 1 in 10,000, it's still worth striving for.
The light in Neji's eyes instantly went out.
Hee hee.
Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
Sorry. I've always been straightforward, that's my ninja way. Hey you. That old man with the toothpick in his mouth. Aren't you going to come out and announce the results?
Naruto shouted loudly.
Coming. You little brat, you have no respect for the examiner. I'm at least a special jonin, can't you give me some face? And what I'm holding isn't a toothpick, it's a saban. Don't get it wrong.
Shiranui grumbled as he arrived at the arena. After checking and confirming that Neji had temporarily lost mobility, but was not seriously injured, he ordered someone to carry him away.
If you don't need a break, then well, proceed with the next match. But judging by your condition, even if you fought another round, you'd probably be fine, right?
Shiranui inquired.
Of course he'll continue the match.
Naruto answered without hesitation.
In that case, I declare the next match to proceed. Contestant number 3, please take the stage. Finally, it's my turn. I never expected Neji, whom I had set as my goal, to lose to Naruto so easily. But Naruto used to be a dead last too. This proves that if you work hard enough, even a dead last can overtake a genius.
With that thought, Rock Lee felt his entire body surge with power. Full of fighting spirit, he leaped up and jumped into the arena impatiently. Seeing this, Kakashi let out a sigh.
Who would have thought that two people both called dead lasts would meet in the final round of the Chunin exam like this? This fully proves that the potential of a dead last is immeasurable. I was once a dead last too, and now through my own efforts I've become an elite jonin on par with you, a genius ninja. No matter how pathetic a person is, as long as they put in enough sweat, they will eventually become something remarkable. That is the beauty of youth.
My guy said with a proud expression.
Rock Lee. Even if you're my opponent, I won't go easy on you.
Naruto looked seriously at Rock Lee.
Naruto, same here. Let's give it our all, and have a true man-to-man duel.
Rock Lee said with utmost sincerity. Then he removed his weights, assumed a fighting stance, and charged at Naruto. Their battle was fierce, their movements so fast that ordinary ninjas could barely track them, leaving the audience completely baffled about the situation.
What's happening now? Who's gaining the upper hand?
Random Civilian A looked at Random Civilian B with a blank expression. The nearby Random Civilian B shook his head helplessly.
We're both random civilians. Why would you think I'm better than you?
Random Civilian A. After a round of exchanges, the two briefly separated.
It seems Naruto has the edge,
Shikamaru remarked.
Huh? Shikamaru, how can you tell? Isn't it a draw?
Ino beside him asked, puzzled.
Come on, it's obvious. Although neither seems injured on the surface, Naruto is still calm and composed, as if he's holding back, while Rock Lee is already sweating and looks exhausted.
On the arena, the two clashed again. Naruto handled Rock Lee's lightning-fast attacks with ease, effortlessly blocking every strike.
Rock Lee, your speed seems to have slowed down. Looks like this is your limit. In that case, lie down and have a good rest.
Naruto caught Rock Lee's fist and flung him away, sending him crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust.
Is it over?
Kakashi said as he watched.
No, not yet. Rock Lee isn't the kind of man who gives up easily. The real battle is just beginning.
My guy countered. Kakashi was unimpressed.
Even if he puts up a fight after taking that kind of attack, and with his stamina completely depleted, there's no way he can turn things around. Kakashi. Just watch. Rock Lee is the only one besides me who has mastered the taijutsu technique. He's an excellent ninja who never gives up no matter what. Had pay any price, even training that extremely dangerous, forbidden technique. That's the kind of person he is.
My guy was extremely emotional. He wiped the tears from his eyes, and shouted to the arena without caring about his appearance.
Get up, Rock Lee. Isn't this the battle you've been waiting for? So go ahead and show everyone the results of your relentless training. Impossible.
Just when every spectator thought Rock Lee couldn't possibly get up again, a voice rang out. Rock Lee, lying in the crater, moved his fingers, then dug deep marks into the ground and clenched his fist.
Master Guy, how could I let you down?
He staggered to his feet and looked at Naruto with determination.
Naruto, let us continue this unfinished battle.
Naruto felt from Rock Lee that same fierce will that he himself had once possessed, the will unique to a dead last. He grew more and more excited and spoke passionately.
Rock Lee, you're great. You truly are someone I Uzumaki Naruto acknowledge. Now show me the true power hidden beneath your unyielding spirit. Rock Lee.
Sakura was moved by Rock Lee's will and called out with a complex expression. Beside her, Sasuke also looked at Rock Lee with newfound respect.
Not bad, that bowl-cut guy. Go, Rock Lee.
Tenten, who hadn't even lost her composure during Niji's match, couldn't help shouting loudly.
Looks like Konoha has a few decent guys after all.
Kankuro put aside his contempt for Konoha ninjas.
What? Just a bunch of stubborn brats.
Temari refused to admit it outwardly, but inwardly she began to take her next opponent seriously.
Why? Is this what Yashimaru called love? But why? I still don't understand.
Gaara screamed, clutching his head. Temari and Kankuro sighed at this. On the arena, Rock Lee suddenly seemed to have recovered his stamina, showing no signs of the exhaustion from before. The spectators marveled.
Teaching the child such a forbidden taijutsu at this age, is that really wise, Guy?
Kakashi questioned.
Kakashi, do you truly understand? For people like us, time means the distance to our dreams. It's more precious than life itself and cannot be waited for. If you were in my shoes, I'm sure you would make the same choice.
My guy replied in a very serious tone. Kakashi fell silent upon hearing this.
Life gate, injury gate, open. No, that's not enough. Next, the closing gate. Open.
On the battlefield, Rock Lee's skin was flushed red, and his body emitted a green aura. This was a unique forbidden technique taught by his master, my guy, called the
8 inner gates.
The reason he was able to recover his stamina was that he had opened the second gate, the
Gate of Rest,
which lifted the body's fatigue limit, overloading and squeezing out bodily energy to restore stamina. The next,
Gate of Life,
could enhance his attack and speed, but his body would begin to become flushed and red. It was the last safe zone of the 8 inner gates. After opening it, he could use the
Reverse Lotus,
the
Gate of Injury,
further enhanced attack and speed, but his body began to suffer damage, entering the danger zone of the 8 inner gates, truly entering the state of the 8 inner gates. With the 5th gate, the
Gate of Closing,
open, Rock Lee's speed was enough to stir the air and lift the ground as he moved.
Unfortunately, I still can't open the 6th gate, the Gate of Scenery, and use the Morning Peacock.
Rock Lee was somewhat dissatisfied. Even with the
Gate of Closing
opened, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Naruto. However, even so, he would never back down.
Naruto, take this. Shadow Leaf Dance.
Rock Lee roared, and in an instant, he vanished. Moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he appeared in front of Naruto, and kicked the unprepared Naruto high into the air. Then he followed up with a
Reverse Lotus,
using attacks that surpassed the speed of sound to deliver multiple consecutive blows to Naruto. The audience was stunned.
What kind of technique is this? The speed is just too exaggerated,
Sasuke exclaimed with a horrified expression. Shikamaru broke out in a cold sweat.
Too fast. I can't see it at all. Nice one, Lee. Just like that, knock Naruto down and teach him a lesson for Niji. Naruto.
Hinata clasped her hands over her chest, looking very nervous.
No.
Kakashi, who had activated his Sharingan, noticed something amiss. He saw that under Rock Lee's fierce assault, Naruto actually curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, and suddenly released his clenched fists. It was clear that Naruto was fully capable of counterattacking at this moment, but for some unknown reason, he gave up.
Naruto, what exactly are you thinking?
Kakashi was somewhat puzzled.
That should be about enough, right?
On the surface, Naruto, who seemed powerless under Rock Lee's assault, suddenly lifted his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and uttered a bewildering statement.
WH. What?
Rock Lee looked incredulous.
I said this match is over. Although I don't know what technique you used to greatly boost your strength in a short time, it's clear that it's causing you heavy damage. Your body can barely withstand this power anymore, can it? So you'd better just lie down because I don't want to lose such an interesting opponent as you.
With that, he threw a powerful punch with lightning speed, unleashing an irresistible force that struck Rock Lee, sending him flying backward like a bolt from a bow. He crashed into the wall, and the sturdy barrier instantly spiderwebbed with cracks.
This should be over now,
Naruto sighed to himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure stumbled to its feet from the dust. Now it was Naruto's turn to be incredulous.
Impossible. After taking such a heavy blow, the guy at least shouldn't be able to stand up again.
Then, he took a closer look at Rock Lee, noticing that he was covered in wounds, his eyes were glazed, and his pupils were unfocused, clearly already in a state of unconsciousness.
Even when severely injured and unconscious, he still refuses to fall. Lee is truly an admirable man,
Naruto exclaimed sincerely. The audience also noticed Lee's condition was wrong, and upon hearing Naruto's words, they couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Might Guy appeared on the battlefield and said to Rock Lee,
Lee, the match is over. This time we have indeed lost. But even so, you are still my proudest disciple, so let's go back.
Might Guy's words took effect. Rock Lee's body went limp, and he was then taken to the hospital by the medical team.
Hey kid, are you okay?
Asked Ginma, who was holding a toothpick in his mouth. Naruto, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality, and replied indifferently,
Old man, do I look like there's something wrong with me? Haha, it seems you're indeed fine. My worry was completely unnecessary. Your performance does give you the right to look down on me, but there's still the next match to come, so you'd better go rest over there. What's the deal? So you were just bothered that I was in the way? I knew you couldn't be that kind.
Naruto left the arena with a disgruntled expression.
This kid.
Ginma was speechless.
I didn't expect Konoha to have such a formidable genin. This kid's physical strength has probably surpassed the limits of an ordinary ninja. Does he have some special physique?
The fourth Kazekage, wearing a blue and white bamboo hat and a white scarf dressed in mourning attire, looked with interest at the similarly dressed Hiruzen Sarutobi.
Well?
Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated.
Since the third Hokage is unwilling to answer, then forget it,
the fourth Kazekage said with some regret.
I'm sorry. This matter concerns the village's secrets, so I cannot inform the Kazekage. I hope you understand.
Hiruzen Sarutobi replied perfunctorily.
It's fine. Compared to that, I'm looking forward to the next match. It seems to be Gaara of Arsenic against Uchiha Sasuke, the descendant of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, right? I wonder who is stronger.
The fourth Kazekage showed a longing look.
Next, please welcome contestant number 4 Gaara and contestant number 5 Uchiha Sasuke to the stage.
On the battlefield, Ginma announced. The audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers, a stark contrast to the atmosphere of the previous match. After all, most spectators had come for the reputation of the Uchiha clan's descendant. After all, he was the last openly known member of that clan. Following the principle that rarity adds value, everyone wanted to see him with their own eyes. Of course, this was also fueled by the propaganda and promotion of interested parties.
Sasuke, you must be very careful. I feel that the guy named Gaara is not as simple as he appears on the surface. There's a very terrifying chakra hidden inside him. If it comes to the worst, you can choose to give up.
Naruto warned him very seriously. Sasuke was surprised to hear this.
I never thought that you, who are usually fearless, would say something like that. I'm not afraid of that guy, but...
Enough. Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke interrupted him.
Naruto.
I know what you want to say, but do you really know me? Since you are confident you can defeat the enemy, how could I possibly lose to him so easily? With that, he turned and brushed past Naruto, heading toward the arena. After a few steps, he stopped and said without looking back.
Because I've never thought him inferior to you, so don't be so arrogant. Sasuke, keep it up. I believe you can definitely defeat the Gaara. Naruto, how could you boost the enemy's morale and dampen our own?
Sakura quickly stepped forward to speak up for Sasuke. Watching Sasuke enter the arena, Naruto sighed and thought to himself,
that Sasuke's still so stubborn and competitive. Looks like he'll have to step in at the crucial moment. After all, I'm not the kind of person who gives up on his comrades so easily.
In the arena, Gaara used the sand teleportation technique to appear before Sasuke, a bloodthirsty grin on his face.
The blood of the Uchiha clan descendants of the legendary Sage of Six Paths must be very delicious. I'm sure Mother will be very pleased.
Gaara of the Sand Village, now you're completely insane. But even if your mind is twisted, I won't go easy on you. If you're trying to gain sympathy with this act, you've picked the wrong target. I'm not that naive, Naruto, I'm a cold-blooded avenger. Sasuke taunted unceremoniously. In the audience, Naruto was furious upon hearing this.
That bastard Sasuke, how dare he say that about me? Fine, let him fend for himself. Uchiha Sasuke. Such an annoying fellow. But the thought of you being torn apart by me, reduced to a broken and cold corpse, makes me especially excited.
Gaara, whose heart was completely twisted, erupted instantly. A stream of yellow sand drifted from the gourd on his back, flew into the air, and coalesced into countless pebbles. A chilling voice rang out.
Ninja art sand shower.
As soon as Gaara spoke, the pebbles shot towards Sasuke, like a hail of bullets.
Not good.
Sasuke quickly dodged. The sand pebbles struck the ground, leaving pockmarks. Just as Sasuke was about to counterattack, he suddenly found his feet unable to move. Looking down, he realized that sand had unknowingly bound him. Before he could break free, a voice rang out again.
Sand shuriken.
Sasuke's heart sank. He looked up and saw that the gourd on Gaara's back had transformed into a pair of sand wings. Gaara was now floating in the air, and the surrounding sand had turned into countless shuriken flying toward him. He quickly formed hand signs.
Fire-style fireball jutsu.
A torrent of flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, forming a massive fireball that met the sand shuriken. Gaara sneered at this.
Useless. My sand is refined from rare underground minerals. Both its melting point and hardness far surpass steel. Your puny flames are completely ineffective.
Indeed. The sand shuriken pierced through the fireball without hindrance, and every single one struck Sasuke.
Sasuke!
In the audience, Sakura's pupils contracted as she screamed in anguish.
Sakura. Could you calm down a bit? Sasuke. He's fine.
Naruto patted her shoulder. Sakura was stunned. She looked at the arena in confusion, and saw that the Sasuke hit by the sand shuriken had turned into a tree branch. She let out a sigh of relief. Then she looked around and saw everyone staring at her with strange expressions. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt mortified. Several kunai flew toward Gaara, but they were easily blocked by the sand shield surrounding him. Sasuke was hiding on a tree trunk near the wall, his expression grave.
The sand can automatically defend itself. What a troublesome enemy.
Just as Sasuke was thinking of a countermeasure, an eyeball above had already spotted him.
Hey, little mouse, I've found you.
Gaara suddenly raised his hand, and made a grabbing gesture toward the bushes by the wall.
Sand hand.
The sand on the ground instantly transformed into two enormous hands lunging toward Sasuke's location. Dust and smoke billowed as the surrounding trees were destroyed. Sasuke, who had narrowly dodged the attack, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought,
"That was close. I almost got caught."
The audience clicked their tongues in amazement.
Is this really a genin? With such strength, even I would probably be killed on the spot if I'm not careful.
A jonin from a small ninja village remarked.
Sigh. It seems we've completely fallen behind the times.
Another jonin from a similar village agreed. Choji, who was eating potato chips, was so terrified by Gaara's fearsome power that he dropped his chips without realizing it. He clutched his heart and exclaimed,
"So scary. Good thing I gave up quickly back then, or I'd be dead by now."
Shikamaru poured cold water on him.
"Choji, don't celebrate too early. That guy is very displeased with you. I heard he once vowed to find an opportunity to kill you, so you better be careful."
Choji heard this, and suddenly felt his chips lost their flavor.
"Shikamaru, you're terrible. You know Choji is timid, yet you always scare him."
Ino, who was nearby, couldn't help but complain.
"That Sasuke might end up getting killed."
Kiba's face turned very grim as he recalled the scene he had witnessed in the Forest of Death. Hinata and Shino also changed expressions upon hearing this. Realizing he could no longer hide, Sasuke stepped out directly, ready to face Gaara Hiden. Taking advantage of Gaara landing on the ground, he executed the improved version of Shadow Dance that Kakashi had copied from Rock Lee and taught to him. Although Sasuke's speed was far inferior to Rock Lee's, when he opened the gate of opening, it was comparable to Lee's speed without the weights. Gaara's sand defense couldn't keep up at all. Sasuke's fists repeatedly struck his face, even cracking the sunscreen sand that Gaara called his sand armor. However, his appearance remained unchanged. He was still that incredibly handsome gourd boy. Forced into a corner, Gaara had to switch from offense to defense using
Desert Wave.
The sand formed an extremely defensive sphere that protected him inside. The sand sphere was like a spiked turtle shell, leaving Sasuke helpless for a moment. However, inside the sphere, Gaara was not idle. He used Quicksand Torrent to turn the entire arena into a desert. Then he manipulated the surging quicksand to engulf Sasuke. With no place to stand, Sasuke had to use chakra to cling to the wall.
Uchiha Sasuke, you might as well stop struggling and let my sand engulf you. This technique was specially developed to deal with Naruto Uzumaki. After witnessing his terrifying speed, you absolutely cannot escape.
Gaara's voice echoed from within the sand sphere.
Is this technique created specifically to counter Naruto? I never expected that, as a member of the Uchiha clan, I would be so underestimated.
Sasuke's expression instantly darkened. As the desert continued to erode, the surrounding walls began to sway precariously.
It seems I can only use this technique to quickly resolve the battle.
Resolute Sasuke gathered a massive amount of lightning chakra, releasing a high-intensity current from his hands that emitted a piercing sound like the cries of 1,000 birds. He then charged towards Gaara at lightning speed, breaking through the layers of sand waves. Even as Gaara continuously activated the sand-binding coffin, it could not slow his advance. Watching the ghostly figure approaching him, Gaara's expression began to grow serious. Soon Sasuke broke through layer after layer of defense, arriving before Gaara, with the Chidori in his hand, radiating a dazzling blue light piercing towards the sand sphere enveloping Gaara. Fearful for his life, Gaara saw the power of Sasuke's Chidori, and immediately unleashed his strongest defense, the Shield of Shikaku. A gigantic sand cat wearing a straw hat appeared before Gaara, blocking the Chidori's attack. Reluctantly, Sasuke gritted his teeth and pressed on. A glimmer of blue light flickered behind the Shield of Shikaku, appearing very glaring. Gaara broke into a cold sweat, and without hesitation took the opportunity to activate the sand-binding coffin, engulfing the desperately struggling Sasuke. Startled, Gaara intended to use Sandstorm Funeral to kill Sasuke, but was interrupted by two voices.
Gaara!
Having dispelled the desert wave, he turned to look in the direction of the voice, discovering that the ones calling him were Temari and Kankuro. Seeing their concerned expressions, Gaara recalled the plans for this mission. He forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil, and temporarily abandoned the idea of killing Sasuke. Feeling the pressure lifted, Sasuke activated Chidori once more, breaking free from the sand-binding coffin's control, and successively breaking through the defenses of the sand shield and sand armor, leaving a hole in Gaara's shoulder. Injured Gaara trembled all over, and with excessive chakra consumption, the monster hidden within him, the one-tailed Shikaku, was at risk of going out of control. The leading jonin of the Sand Ninja village, Yagura, decided to initiate the plan early. He ordered Temari and Kankuro to take Gaara to a safe place to recover, and then secretly contacted the Sound Ninja village's ninjas. A chilling aura permeated the arena. A member of the Umbu removed his mask, revealing a familiar face behind glasses. A smile crept onto his lips as he murmured,
"Is it finally time to begin?"
He then swiftly formed hand seals.
Nirvana technique.
Many noticed something was amiss. The entire arena fell eerily silent as feathers began to rain down from the sky.
Is this an illusion?
Naruto, who had already begun studying strength Jinjutsu, the water moon mirror flower technique, immediately sensed the anomaly. He looked around and found that most people were caught in the illusion, falling into a state of coma, with almost no one unaffected. Naruto suddenly noticed that Sakura beside him was completely fine, which surprised him. Speaking his mind, he directly said,
"Hey Sakura, that's great. It turns out you weren't caught in the illusion."
However, Sakura appeared somewhat displeased.
"Naruto, what do you mean? Am I supposed to be caught in the illusion?" "Sakura, that's not what I meant,"
he hurriedly explained. But Sakura, unwilling to listen, instead looked at the arena with concern. In the arena, Temari and Kankuro took advantage of the chaos to carry the injured Gaara away. Naruto Shikamaru suspected that the disturbance was likely related to them, so he assigned Sasuke an urgent task to pursue the Sand Ninja siblings. At this moment, the fourth Kazekage also seized the opportunity to hold the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage, revealing his true identity as Orochimaru in public. Then four strange ninjas from the Sound Ninja village appeared, working together to cast a barrier formation called the Four Purple Flames formation, trapping both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru within. Meanwhile, a large number of Sound and Sand ninjas invaded Konoha, wreaking havoc. They were extremely brutal, killing anyone in sight, sparing even the livestock. Eggs were smashed. However, when they arrived at the Ichiraku ramen shop, they dared not cause a scene. Instead, they obediently went in to order a few bowls of ramen, paying double the price after finishing, and left with smiles, nodding and bowing to the owner, promising to return.
That disgusting guy is named Orochimaru. What could his purpose be? I wonder if the third Hokage can handle it.
Naruto felt a bit worried for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had personally experienced Orochimaru's strength. Although he had suppressed Orochimaru the last time, they thought it was only because he caught him off guard with his teleportation technique. Despite his best efforts, he still ended up suffering a huge loss. If it came to a fair fight even now, he couldn't confidently say he could defeat Orochimaru. For ninjas with generally high offense and low defense, teleportation does provide a significant advantage. However, that is only against ordinary ninjas. When facing those with high speed, keen perception, or special talents, its effectiveness diminishes. This was evident from his battle with Hyuga Neji. Although he did not use teleportation at that time, he was certain that if the opponent's strength was comparable to his, even with teleportation, a surprise attack would fail. As for the chi within him, it was still far from reaching the level that could destroy the world. Although his body had undergone 2 enhancements, he still had not trained long enough, and its current power likely could not compare to ninjutsu performed with Sage Chakra. Thus he did not dare to underestimate an enemy like Orochimaru. Just as Naruto was contemplating whether to assist the third Hokage against Orochimaru, Kakashi suddenly approached and assigned a task to him and Sakura.
Naruto, Sakura. I'm worried that Sasuke might be in danger if he goes after the 3 from the Sand Ninja village alone, and that Orochimaru is also eyeing him. I fear he might have a backup plan, so I've decided to send you 2 to support him. Is that alright? Yes, Kakashi-sensei.
Sakura immediately agreed without hesitation upon hearing that they were going to support Sasuke. Naruto, however, hesitated, as he looked towards the location of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Kakashi noticed Naruto's concern and said,
Don't worry. The third Hokage will handle Orochimaru. I'm sure everything will be fine. After all, the third Hokage is known as the strongest Hokage in history. While he may not excel in bloodline limits, he is proficient in all 5 elemental ninjutsu, and not only holds the title of ninja professor, but is also Orochimaru's teacher, so you have nothing to worry about. That old pervert, the third Hokage. Is he really that powerful?
Naruto exclaimed in disbelief.
Indeed. Once the third Hokage gets serious what Orochimaru is, he can easily handle him without question,
Kakashi said with insincerity. Kakashi's praise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the long list of intimidating titles filled Naruto with confidence, making him feel sorry for Orochimaru. Completely at ease, Naruto followed the orange-colored ninja dog Pakin summoned by Kakashi along with Sakura to support Sasuke. Even without the ninja dog, Naruto could lock onto Sasuke's position through his perception of chi, but only within a limited distance.
Wait!
The ninja dog Pakin suddenly stopped sniffing the air before approaching Sakura. Sakura looked puzzled.
Pakin, why did you stop? Did you find something?
Pakin nodded, his canine face unusually serious. Sakura felt a chill under his gaze, a bad premonition rising.
Could it be Sasuke?
Pakin shook his head.
It's not about him. It's about you. I noticed. Your shampoo is the same brand as mine, but your fur is nowhere near as silky as mine. I suspect the shampoo you bought might be counterfeit.
Sakura froze, then flushed with embarrassment.
Ha ha!
Naruto burst into laughter. Playtime and jokes aside, supporting Sasuke was crucial. The duo and the dog pressed on. Soon Naruto sensed 9 unfamiliar chakra signatures approaching. The ninja dog Pakin also sensed the danger.
Not good. Enemies are catching up, and there are 9 of them. Given their speed, they must be very familiar with Konoha. I suspect they are Orochimaru's subordinates.
Sakura panicked.
What should we do?
Pakin sighed helplessly.
Come on, I'm just a dog. Shouldn't you be asking yourselves that?
Realizing her mistake, Sakura felt ashamed.
I'm sorry. I feel so useless, always relying on others without any initiative of my own. Enough, Sakura. Don't say such discouraging words. Sasuke is waiting for us, so you need to stay strong. As for the enemies behind us, leave them to me. Naruto, you're right. Sasuke needs help, and we can't afford to waste time here. So I'm counting on you. But make sure to catch up quickly, well, wait ahead.
Sakura, now reinvigorated, spoke to Naruto with gratitude in her eyes.
Sakura, just take care of yourselves. I'm going to surpass the Hokage someday. Taking out a few small fries is nothing troublesome for me.
Naruto gave Sakura a reassuring look and vanished.
Hey young lady, can that kid really handle it alone? The enemy is a squad of over 9 chunin.
Pakin doubted, considering Naruto was just a Chunin.
He should be fine. Naruto might seem unreliable on the surface, but he truly possesses the strength to even defeat a Jonin.
Despite his doubts, Pakin chose to trust Sakura's words.
The kid ahead seems to have noticed us.
8 ninjas wearing Sound Village headbands were dashing forward. One of them spoke.
No need to worry. 2 genin and a dog, they can't escape even if they know. The battle is one-sided, and the boss will praise me for a job well done. Oh, that's quite catchy.
A voice suddenly rang out. The ninja answered without hesitation.
Of course. As a Sound Village ninja, you either master a sound-based jutsu or speak in rhymes. That's how you catch the attention of Lord Orochimaru, who loves music. So I need to practice regularly. Fool, it's the enemy,
someone shouted. The 8 sound ninjas immediately assumed defensive stances, scanning the area warily, until they spotted Naruto on a tree trunk. They sighed in relief.
It's just the Konoha genin we were chasing. Fancy you delivering yourself to us. If we capture you and present you to Lord Orochimaru, he'll be delighted.
The rhyme-speaking sound ninja stepped forward and attacked Naruto directly.
You idiot, wait!
8 Naruto clones instantly appeared beside the 8 sound ninjas. They tried to counter, but found no substance, leaving them puzzled. Just a simple clone technique. Suddenly everyone clutched their necks and fell to the ground in terror. The last sound ninja hiding in the rear as backup was filled with horror.
What happened? 8 Chunin taken down in a single exchange without any resistance. No! I must flee this place immediately.
The ninja turned pale and bolted, but a voice echoed like a death knell in his ears.
Trying to escape. Too late.
A head flew and blood stained the grass nearby. Naruto flicked the blood off his kunai and murmured.
Sasuke, did you really think I was just a soft-hearted naive fool? From the moment I became a ninja, I was prepared. I will never show mercy to my enemies. Almost caught up. But ahead, besides the 3 Sand Village ninjas and Sasuke, there seem to be others. Should we go now or wait to meet up with that kid first?
The ninja dog Pakken looked at Sakura questioningly.
Others. In that case, let's sneak over and observe the situation first. After all, we don't know when Naruto will catch up, and am worried about Sasuke's safety.
Pakken nodded and led Sakura onward.
Aw, mother, it hurts. You damn bastard, you dare hurt my body again. I'll kill you.
Gaara's arm and half his face had transformed into a monstrous form, looking terrifyingly fierce. Under his frantic attack, Sasuke was barely surviving, dodging perilously.
Damn it, I can't use Chidori anymore. At this rate, I might actually be killed.
Sasuke hid behind a large tree, panting heavily. Before he could catch his breath, Gaara's attack struck again, destroying his hiding spot. Exposed, Sasuke endured a storm of attacks, and facing a desperate situation, finally decided to risk everything. He forcibly squeezed out his remaining chakra, causing the curse seal sealed by the sealing evil seal to activate again. Black runes spread across half his body and his entire face. Sasuke, empowered by the curse mark, unleashed Chidori once more, clashing with the monstrous Gaara. Although he managed to blow off one of Gaara's arms, he lost his combat ability, and the curse mark's erosion left him paralyzed. Yet Gaara's severed arm regenerated shortly after, plunging the defenseless Sasuke into deep despair. As he awaited death, a desperate cry pierced the air.
Sasuke!
Several kunai flew, striking Gaara's sand-formed hand, but to no avail. A figure resolutely stepped in front of Sasuke, yet he felt no relief, only because it was Sakura. He quickly urged.
Sakura! Leave now! You can't handle this monster. You'll die here, and you can't save me either. I won't! Sakura, stop being stubborn. I said I want.
She turned, her face streaked with tears, and sobbed.
I know I'm useless, always a burden. I understand that staying here means nothing but a pointless death, but I can't bear to watch you die before my eyes. So let's face this together, Sasuke.
Sakura wiped her tears, her expression more resolute than ever.
Another one offering herself up. But it makes no difference. 1 or 2 will kill them all. For someone who loves only himself, you're all the same. So just die obediently.
Enraged by their display of affection, Gaara went berserk. Undeterred, Sakura fired more kunai to halt his advance.
Still such petty tricks.
Gaara sneered, his sand hand deflecting all the kunai, continuing unabated toward Sakura and Sasuke. Suddenly an explosion erupted. Gaara's sand hand was blown to pieces, and he was sent flying backward.
Did it work?
Sakura had hidden explosive tags in the kunai. The first volley was a feint to make him careless, and the plan succeeded. Sasuke, who had given up, stared in disbelief. He had struggled so hard against this enemy, and Sakura took him down so easily. Temari, watching from the shadows to avoid Gaara's rampage, was stunned by the sight.
The kunai for the sneak attack were normal, but the ones thrown directly hit explosive tags. Truly a cunning move. But Gaara is not so easily defeated.
As she spoke, Gaara, who had fallen, stood up with his head lowered. His Saiyan hand had regenerated and his transformation had deepened. He grew a tail-like appendage, his legs mutated into monstrous forms resembling a mini one-tailed Shikaku.
Forgive me, Mother. I let someone harm the body you gave me repeatedly. You must be suffering, aren't you? I'm sorry to cause you such pain. To earn your forgiveness, I will slaughter those who brought you this agony in the most brutal way.
Gaara's maniacal mix of laughter and tears sent chills down Sakura's spine. Though she had mentally prepared herself, facing death still stirred fear. In her moment of terror, Gaara vanished from sight. Before she could react, his Saiyan hand ensnared her. Struggling was futile. Gaara's twisted face curled into a cruel smile.
Go ahead, fight as hard as you can. It'll crush your body into pulp, letting you die slowly in despair and agony. Enjoy the process.
His Saiyan hand began to tighten, and Sakura screamed in pain.
Ah, Sakura. Damn it.
Sasuke watched helplessly, unable to do anything. Then a flash of golden light severed Gaara's Saiyan hand. Naruto appeared between them, driving a Rasengan into Gaara's abdomen, flinging him hundreds of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sakura gasped for air, clutching her chest. Sasuke sighed in relief and collapsed.
Sakura, Sasuke. Are you two okay?
Naruto asked, though he knew the answer.
What do you think? If you'd been any later, you'd be collecting our corpses.
Sakura retorted, rolling her eyes. Naruto laughed awkwardly, about to explain when Pakin suddenly appeared.
You two are still alive. Great.
He wiped sweat from his doggy forehead with a paw. Sakura nearly exploded.
You worthless mutt. How dare you show your face? You ran off the moment things got dicey.
But Pakin remained unruffled.
What nonsense, young lady. I ran to fetch reinforcements. Otherwise this kid wouldn't have made it in time. You didn't expect me to fight, did you? Why not?
Sakura was puzzled, thinking all summoned creatures were powerful.
Come on, I'm just a tracking ninja dog with no combat ability. Not all summons are meant for battle. My specialty is tracking prey.
He sniffed, and his expression turned grave.
Huh? This scent is off. What is it? I can't remember.
Pakin paced in thought. Suddenly his eyes widened.
Oh no! Why is this thing here? I'd better scram before I lose my doggy life today.
He turned to Naruto and the others.
Hey kids, my mission's done. I'm out. Take care of yourselves.
Then he vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto was baffled.
What's his deal? Why did he leave so suddenly? We should head back too.
Sakura felt a strong sense of unease. Naruto nodded and moved to help Sasuke, but sensed something wrong.
This presence. Sakura, take Sasuke back first. I have something to deal with,
Naruto said to Sakura with a serious expression. Seeing Naruto's expression and her own ominous premonition, Sakura guessed something major had happened. Realizing she would only be a burden here, she could only leave with Sasuke. After walking a certain distance, she suddenly stopped and shouted at Naruto's back.
Naruto, you take care too. Remember to come back early.
Unfortunately, Naruto had already walked far away and did not hear her words. Naruto arrived at the large pit where Gaara had fallen, only to find him completely transformed. His entire body was wrapped in sand, swelling continuously until it became a tanuki, about 60 to 70 meters tall, covered in cursed seal patterns.
So this is the monster hidden inside Gaara's body. It's really plump. Doesn't look very agile.
Naruto let out a series of exclamations.
Haha, this lord is finally out again. Where is this? Isn't this supposed to be in the land of wind?
The tanuki-like monster looked around. After scanning it, finally noticed Naruto.
Hey, are you the brat who called me a monster and said I'm fat? This lord is Shikaku of the One Tail, not some monster. Although I look a bit plump, and still very agile.
It then lifted its short leg, only to almost stumble and fall. This infuriated it.
I hate brats like you the most. I'm going to eat you. I heard that little kids like you, still wet behind the ears, are not only tender and delicious, but also very chewy, crunchy even. This lord would like to have a taste.
Drooling, Shikaku swung its massive claws swiftly toward Naruto, easily pinning him under its paw.
This is what happens when you dare to mock this lord.
Just as Shikaku was smugly thinking of picking Naruto up and tossing him into its mouth, suddenly it felt an immense force coming from beneath its paw. Its claw was lifted uncontrollably.
Huh? What's up with this brat?
Shikaku was dumbfounded. Had it run into a tough nut right out of the gate? Before it could think further, Naruto, now in Sage mode, tightly grabbed Shikaku's claw.
Check this out. Sage Naruto's super shoulder throw.
With a loud shout, Shikaku's massive body was lifted off the ground and hurled away. The ground shook violently. Shikaku, dizzy from the fall, shook its head and scrambled to its feet.
Damn brat. I was careless just now. I wasn't steady, so I slipped. Now I'm ready, prepared to wind-style air bullet.
A huge air bullet shot from Shikaku's mouth, hurtling toward Naruto.
Such a powerful wind style. In that case, it'll have to show some real strength. Check this out. Wind-splitting. Sky-slashing strike.
Naruto leaped into the air, clasped his hands above his head, and gathered energy in both palms. His body arched like a bow, and with the power of his waist, he swung out a massive blue crescent. The crescent spun toward Shikaku, slicing its air bullet in half and severing one of Shikaku's claws. It carved a long arc into the ground before disappearing into the distance.
Brad, what kind of technique is that? Doesn't seem like a ninjutsu.
Shikaku wiped the cold sweat from its forehead, picked up its severed hand, reattached it, and looked at Naruto.
Haha, of course it's not ninjutsu. It's a new technique I developed by combining taijutsu with a mysterious power called chi. I'm the only one in the world who knows it. Want to learn? I can teach you, but you'll have to become my underling first.
Shikaku was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage.
What a joke. A brat like you wants me as your underling. You're not even close. Wind-style sand scatter shot.
Countless wind-accelerated sand bullets rained down on Naruto. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palms on the ground.
Sage Art triple earth-style wall.
3 massive earth walls rose in front of Naruto. However, Shikaku's sand scatter shot was incredibly powerful, destroying 2 walls, before finally being stopped by the last one. By then, Shikaku had already been charging a stronger technique. It compressed a massive amount of chakra into a dense violet-black sphere. The terrifying pressure emanating from it made Naruto frown with concern.
Brat, try to take this tail beast ball.
Without waiting for Naruto's reply, it released the hyper-compressed chakra sphere toward him. Watching the unstoppable violet-black chakra ball hurtling toward him, Naruto sighed.
Looks like you'll have to try this one.
He placed his hands at his waist, forming a cup shape, and condensed a brilliant blue energy ball in his palms.
Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha.
A blue beam shot from Naruto's palms, colliding with the violet-black tail beast ball. At that moment, it seemed as if the world itself had changed color. As Naruto poured on more power, the tail beast ball was pushed back toward Shikaku. Seeing this, Shikaku panicked.
Thighs. How is this possible? Someone actually pushing back a fired tail beast ball. That defies all logic.
Having lived for most of its life, Shikaku had fired countless tail beast balls, yet now it encountered a customer who wanted a return. What did that mean? It meant its tail beast balls were inferior, no longer meeting customer demands, gradually being phased out of the market. This gave Shikaku the idea of improving its tail beast ball. But that was for later. Right now, it had to deal with this troublesome brat.
Humph. Once I Shikaku fire a tail beast ball, it can never be returned. No returns is my principle as a tail beast.
So it also poured all its power into controlling the tail beast ball, engaging in a tug-of-war with Naruto's Kamehameha. A blinding light burst from the center of the collision. The world suddenly fell silent, and then a deafening explosion erupted. A shockwave that annihilated everything, accompanied by searing flames, spread outward, destroying all surrounding flora and fauna before surging into the distance. Sakura, who was heading back to the village with Sasuke, first heard a tremendous roar, then felt the ground violently shake. She had to stop and look into the distance. She saw a massive mushroom cloud rising with flames, a spectacular sight. But she had no mood to appreciate this rare phenomenon. Instead, she worried about Naruto's safety.
That's the direction we came from. What happened there? I wonder how Naruto is doing.
Such intense chakra fluctuations, and such astonishing destructive power. What kind of person is fighting over there? Zillayi had just summoned a summoning beast to deal with several giant snakes, when he was drawn by the shocking change in the distance.
Should I go take a look?
The center of the explosion had now become a huge crater glowing red inside, with some areas showing signs of crystallization. Not far from the center, a bedraggled figure crawled out of the dirt. It was Shoju of Sharin village. She was covered in wounds, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, apparently caught in the blast. She coughed violently, gasping for breath, and it took a while before she recovered. Shoji looked around and was horrified to find that the area that was once a forest had been leveled with a huge sinkhole in the middle. She began searching everywhere and finally spotted a piece of clothing. Prying away the dirt, she revealed Wolo is severely wounded and unconscious. After giving him a thorough check, Shoji breathed a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and murmured,
Good, nothing missing. I never expected that brat named Xuanhua Mingren could actually beat Wolo, who was fully tailed beast transformed to this state. It's unbelievable, but this is as far as it goes. Because even Wolo, who had become Shoha, has reverted to his jinchuriki state and suffered such severe injuries. There's no way he could have survived that explosion.
Shoji bandaged Wolo as simply stabilized his injuries and prepared to leave with him. Suddenly a bell-like sound rang out. Two mysterious men in black cloaks with red clouds and white conical hats approached. The taller one carried a large weapon wrapped in white bandages on his back. Shoji became alert at once, sensing they might be hostile.
Little girl, can you hand over the one-tailed jinchuriki to us?
The tall man looked at Shoji.
Who are you people?
Shoji placed her hand on the fan on her back, ready for battle.
You don't need to know that. I can't believe that Deshuan's information was true. The one-tail and nine-tailed jinchuriki actually gathered together and had such a fierce fight. This saves us a lot of trouble. I just hope the nine-tailed jinchuriki didn't die in that explosion, or it'll be troublesome. Alright, shut up, Guijiao.
The companion beside him was already impatient.
We rarely get out, don't be so serious all the time. You should relax once in a while. You're always so tense that it'll lead to burnout. I don't want to see you die young. I don't want to waste too much time here, so let's finish the mission early.
The thin man named you clearly wasn't buying it.
Fine, I understand.
Seeing this, Guiju had to compromise.
But it seems they won't cooperate, so let me take care of her first. As you wish. But make it quick, because I don't want to wait too long.
Yu said coldly, his three Mozilian eyes showing no emotion.
Don't worry. I won't keep you waiting. Someone like her is easy for me to take down.
Hearing their conversation, Shoji launched her attack first.
Phone Dunley and you.
With one swing of her fan, the two vanished. But Shoji wasn't relieved. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she quickly looked around. A voice like thunder sounded in her ear.
Little girl, where are you looking?
Before she could turn around, she was kicked in the abdomen and sent flying dozens of meters. She almost had a miscarriage on the spot. Fortunately, she wasn't pregnant. After kicking Shoji away, Guiju didn't bother with her anymore and walked straight toward the unconscious Woluo. Just as he was about to touch Woluo, a kunai shot rapidly and forced him back. When he looked at Woluo again, he found him gone. Even Shoju, who had been kicked away and should have lost her combat ability, was also missing. In the forest, Shoju looked at the figure in disbelief.
You? How can you still be alive? Hey, big sister from the Sand Village, you still look down on people as always. I am a man who will surpass the Hoing and walk the path of the strongest. How could I be done in so easily? You're too naive.
Mingren exuded an aura of overwhelming arrogance. If it weren't for his rather unsightly appearance at the moment, he might have actually impressed Shoju.
Hey, you brat named Xuanhua Mingren, before you say that, can you put on some clothes and pants? I'm a girl standing in front of you. Is it really okay to be so exposed?
Shoju covered her eyes in shame and anger. Mingren scratched the back of his head awkwardly and explained.
You mean this? My clothes were destroyed in the explosion. There's nothing I can do about it. So you don't need to worry about these small details. As they say, a great man is not bound by trivialities. Besides, a truly excellent ninja is beyond gender. Wearing clothes or not isn't that important.
Mingren successfully convinced himself, shaking off his previous embarrassment, feeling that this was how a qualified ninja should be. Shoji was instantly dumbfounded. Recovering, she quickly said,
Even so, seeing you like this is still too much for my eyes. Is that so?
In fact, Mingren was also a bit annoyed. In his memory, no matter how intense the battle, the Saiyans at most had their clothes torn. How come even his pants were gone? To be honest, he didn't feel particularly exposed. The important parts were covered with leaves similar to ancient cavemen. But others didn't seem to think so. It seemed he was indeed the purest one. So he decided to find some clothes to wear temporarily. First, he glanced at Shoju, imagining himself in women's clothing. He shuddered at the thought, and quickly shook his head. Then he fixed his gaze on the unconscious Woluo, and nodded in satisfaction.
Indeed, the gourd boy goes better with leaves.
This thought crossed Mingren's mind. So he reached out his claws toward Woluo, and began to strip his clothes. Shoju looked dumbfounded and stopped him.
Hey! What are you doing, brat? Oh! You're asking about this. I just thought what you said made some sense, so I'm looking for some clothes to wear. I believe Woluo won't mind.
Mingren focused on pulling off Woluo's clothes, answering without looking back.
Oh, you stingy girl from Tsunade, you had clothes all along but didn't bring them out earlier. How petty you are.
After Temari retrieved a change of clothes for Gaara from her storage scroll, Naruto finally let him go. It was a brown outfit. Once Naruto was dressed neatly, he looked into the distance.
Guess it's time to meet those two. They seem to be after Gaara and me, so I doubt they'll give up easily, right? So farewell, you miserly big sister from Tsunade.
With that, Naruto vanished instantly.
That kid, not a bad physique.
Temari watched the spot where Naruto had disappeared, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Naruto had left the two siblings from Tsunade alone because they had lost their combat capability. Whatever their intentions, they posed no immediate threat to the village. As for dealing with them, he decided to leave it to the higher-ups of Konoha. He didn't want to meddle in such troublesome matters.
Hey Itachi, what was that just now?
Kisame asked his partner.
They were rescued by the Ninetales Jinchuriki. I see. So the Ninetales Jinchuriki is indeed tenacious. I knew it. The strongest of the nine-tailed beasts couldn't have been taken down so easily. But Itachi, why didn't you stop him?
Kisame was puzzled.
Because the Ninetales Jinchuriki can use space-time ninjutsu. If he wanted to leave, we couldn't stop him. And if he didn't want to go, there was no need to block him.
Uchiha Itachi explained calmly.
The Ninetales Jinchuriki knows space-time ninjutsu. That'll make capturing him much more difficult. Itachi will have to rely on your Sharingan. Hopefully he hasn't become a perfect Jinchuriki like the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, but that's unlikely given his age. So shall we wait for him to come to us, or head straight to Konoha to find him? No need. He's already here.
Uchiha Itachi looked up at the sky with a grave expression. A figure was floating in midair, defying gravity without any external aid.
Huh? Already here? When?
Kisame quickly followed Itachi's gaze, and saw a dark silhouette high above 100 meters in the sky.
He's activated flight mode. Looks troublesome. These kids these days have all sorts of tricks.
Kisame couldn't help but remark.
Oh, he spotted us.
Naruto noticed the two looking up at him.
That guy has a Sharingan. Could he be a relative of Sasuke? But wasn't the Uchiha clan wiped out? Maybe he's...
A guess formed in Naruto's mind.
Hey, you with the Sharingan down there. Are you Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's brother, and the rogue ninja of Konoha?
Uchiha Itachi looked surprised.
Oh, you know my foolish little brother. How is he doing? Of course I know him. Sasuke and I are on the same team. As for how he's doing, thanks to you, he's always thinking about you, his older brother, and wants to take revenge on you. You can imagine how he's doing. That's good to hear.
Uchiha Itachi showed a relieved expression. This irritated Naruto, who wanted to beat him up, make him realize his mistakes, and have him apologize to Sasuke in person. But Naruto knew it was just wishful thinking. Someone who had slaughtered his entire clan, including his own parents, couldn't simply reform. To prevent Sasuke from getting hurt, when they met, Naruto decided to take care of Itachi right here.
I know Sasuke might not want me to interfere. He wants to kill you himself, his most hated enemy. But as his comrade, how can I stand by? And since you've come to me, you'll stay here.
Naruto then put on a serious face, as if about to unleash his ultimate technique.
Watch closely. I'm about to use my most powerful move. You'd better be careful or you'll die.
Itachi and Kisame on the ground watched Naruto in the sky with solemn expressions. After all, this was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki whose power could suppress the One-Tailed Shikaku. Seeing this, a cunning glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. He shouted loudly, "Solar Flare!" A blinding light burst forth, making Itachi and Kisame unable to open their eyes.
And it's not over yet. Watch my continuous energy wave barrage.
Countless blue laser beams shot from the blue spheres in Naruto's palms, raining down like a meteor shower. Though less powerful than the Kamehameha, they were faster and more numerous. After the smoke cleared, the ground was riddled with countless craters 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Itachi and Kisame were nowhere to be seen.
Got them. Probably not. Should I toss a few more like Sage, our giant Rasengan, down there?
With that, he summoned several shadow clones and began spinning Rasengan. The two hiding underground quickly emerged, their clothes tattered and looking disheveled.
Hey kid, don't go too...
Kisame said angrily to Naruto above.
Haha, sorry. But your Sharingan is too dangerous, I can't afford to get close.
Naruto stopped his actions and dismissed the shadow clones. In truth, he had only been bluffing to flush them out. Sage Art Giant Rasengan was powerful but slow, with a low hit rate against agile opponents, unless they stayed underground, making it effective. Naruto suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Kisame, kicking him. Though Kisame managed to block with Samahata the immense force of Sage, Naruto sent him flying hundreds of meters.
The Sharingan might be powerful, but as long as I don't look into the user's eyes, I should be fine. One down now, it's your turn, Uchiha Itachi.
Suddenly a voice rang out.
Oh, is that so? I never thought I'd be looked down upon by a brat. That's quite annoying.
Kisame, who had been kicked hundreds of meters away, suddenly stood up seemingly unharmed. Naruto was astonished.
He took my full force kick and got up unscathed. He's a monster.
Kisame didn't feel pleased by the compliment. He knew his own condition. The kick had nearly incapacitated him. Fortunately, he had stored a vast amount of chakra in Samahata, using some to quickly heal his injuries. But the remaining chakra wouldn't withstand many more kicks. As the tailless-tailed beast, this was the first time he had been utterly dominated in taijutsu.
Water release, exploding water collision wave.
Unable to gain an advantage in taijutsu, Kisame Hashigaki performed a ninjutsu, spewing a massive torrent of water from his mouth that transformed the surroundings into a vast lake.
Oh! To create such an expansive lake in a place devoid of water, such formidable water release.
Naruto exclaimed in admiration. Kisame, however, did not stop after unleashing the exploding water collision wave. He formed another hand seal.
Water release, water shark projectile.
A water current enveloped him, transforming into a water shark that glided through the air and charged toward Naruto. As it approached Naruto, Kisame extricated himself from the water shark, which then plummeted vertically toward Naruto. Landing on the water's surface, Kisame did not idly await the outcome of his attack. He pressed one hand against the water and shouted,
"Water release, 4 water sharks."
4 water sharks burst forth from the surface and flew toward Naruto. At that moment, Naruto had just shattered the original shark into a torrent of water, with a single punch, only to be met by the assault of 4 more water sharks. Without a second thought, he charged forward and dispersed them with successive blows. However, the shattered sharks transformed into water droplets that continued to shoot toward him. At such close range, executing any jutsu or evading was impossible, so he resolved to withstand the attack with his body. After all, blows of this magnitude could not harm him in his sage mode. To his surprise, the water droplets striking him coalesced into a spherical prison, trapping him.
Bound by the water prison technique, you can no longer move. Surrender quietly.
Kisame stood up, exhaling a secret sigh of relief, inwardly rejoicing.
Though he is indeed formidable, he is still nothing more than a brat.
Just as Kisame let his guard down, in that moment of relief, Naruto shattered the water prison, with a single punch appearing directly before him, and drove his fist into the shark-like face. Kisame's shark eyes contracted, and he felt as if he was about to be finished.
Amaterasu.
A jet-black flame materialized in front of Naruto's fist, halting his assault. Kisame seized the opportunity to retreat and create distance.
What kind of flame is this? It's black.
Naruto marveled. Suddenly a sense of dread washed over him, and without hesitation he vanished from his spot using his instant movement technique. The instant Naruto's silhouette disappeared, black flames erupted on the water surface where he had stood. Unrestrained by the water, they blazed ever more fiercely, spreading outward in all directions.
Close call. I almost got caught by that strange flame.
Naruto reappeared at a distance, visibly shaken. He gazed toward Itachi Uchiha, noticing that one of his Sharingan eyes was bleeding, covered by his hand. The other, visible eye, had also undergone a transformation. Its pupil now resembled a shuriken.
It seems this black flame is a power unleashed through Itachi Uchiha's awakened special Sharingan, and it appears to have considerable side effects.
He had no time to dwell on it. He intended to seize the opportunity and eliminate Itachi Uchiha. Naruto teleported behind Itachi and drove his fist through him, only to discover it was a water clone that promptly detonated. Although it caused him no harm, it successfully bought time for his teammate.
Water release, great shark bomb technique.
A colossal shark formed entirely of water leaped from the surface and opened its massive jaws to bite Naruto. Naruto was engulfed and dragged beneath the water. On the surface, Kisame swiftly merged with his massive sword Samahata, transforming into a shark man and diving underwater to attack Naruto, who had just regained his bearings. Transformed into a sharkman, Kisame not only gained the ability to breathe underwater, but also experienced a significant boost in speed and strength. Meanwhile, Naruto's agility and offensive power were noticeably diminished in the water. Under this shifting balance, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage, accumulating several injuries. Naruto understood that fighting underwater was unfavorable, so he prepared to leave the water. Kisame sensed his intention and taunted.
Brat, aren't you supposed to be strong? If you have the nerve, don't run. What's the point of hiding with space-time ninjutsu? Or are you scared and planning to flee? This bastard. Does he really think I'm a child? Trying to provoke me into losing my cool. How dare he underestimate me, Uzumaki Naruto? Fine then. I'll fight you to the bitter end.
After an unknown duration.
Damn it, I still can't hold out. I'm about to run out of air.
Naruto covered his mouth, bubbles streaming upward with fresh injuries marring his body.
Looks like I have no choice but to use this.
Resolved, Naruto positioned his hands in a claw-like stance at his waist. Believing his plan was succeeding and victory was assured, Kamehameha Hashigaki momentarily halted his attack, staring at Naruto with a serious expression.
Hey brat, what trick are you trying to pull now? Are you planning to use that move you used against the one-tailed Shikaku? It's useless. With my speed underwater you can't possibly hit me, so save your strength. Is that so?
Naruto flashed a confident smile, unsettling Kamehameha Hashigaki. A dazzling orb of light coalesced between his hands, but this time instead of releasing it directly he raised it above his head. A blue radiance expanded rapidly in all directions, evaporating the surrounding water.
What?
Witnessing this, Kamehameha Hashigaki desperately exerted every ounce of his power to flee into the distance, but was ultimately engulfed by the radiance.
What's happening?
On the water surface, Itachi Uchiha felt the entire lake begin to tremble and churn. Then a blinding blue light penetrated the water from below, and he immediately fled outward. After the blue light dissipated, the lake created by Kisame's exploding water collision wave vanished as well. Just then a large fish plummeted from the sky, landing right beside Itachi Uchiha. He rubbed his eyes, and realized it was Kisame's Samahata. Disappointed, he lamented that his dinner plans for the night had been ruined. Nevertheless, he decided to take it back, considering it as Kisame's memento. Perhaps Kakuza could help him sell it for a good price. After all, he was already suffering from terminal lung cancer, and could pass away any day. Before that, he had to leave enough inheritance for his foolish younger brother Sasuke, lest he starve on the streets. In the end, it was all the fault of his wretched father, who, unsatisfied with being a security captain, insisted on leading a rebellion. The result was the execution of the entire clan, and the confiscation of their assets. He himself was forced to join a criminal organization, and embark on a path of crime. Just as Itachi Uchiha was lamenting his tragic life, Kisame suddenly emerged from Samahata's mouth, startling him. He inwardly muttered,
"Damn buddy, you're not dead after all. You could have said so earlier. I was getting my hopes up for nothing."
Yet outwardly, he remained as calm as ever, as if he had anticipated everything. This unflappable demeanor, even as Mount Fuji crumbled before him, earned Kisame's profound admiration. As Kisame emerged from Samahata, the sword rapidly shriveled, shrinking to a third of its original size, before stopping, appearing limp and feeble. Kisame looked at it with deep sorrow, murmuring,
"My beloved wife."
"Itachi."
"Huh?"
"Kisame."
"I meant my Samahata. By the way, Itachi, I've already wounded the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If we join forces, there's still a decent chance of capturing him. Want to give it a try?"
Itachi shook his head.
"No, the opportunity is gone. A powerful individual is heading this way. If I'm not mistaken, it's him, the one known as one of the three ninja Jiraiya." "Oh, Jiraiya of the three ninja. If it's truly him, then even the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist or the Uchiha clan before the massacre would pale in comparison. In that case, we'd better leave here quickly."
Itachi nodded. The two vanished in a burst of smoke.
"Have they left already?"
After healing his wounds, with the golden sage chakra, Naruto landed from the sky and arrived at the spot where Itachi and Kisame had departed. However, he had no intention of pursuing them, as he had no confidence in defeating the pair if they fought together.
That chakra. It's the Purdy Sage. Why is he here?"
Before he could think further, Jiraiya came leaping in from afar.
"Naruto, are you all right? What happened here?"
"Well?" Naruto recounted the entire incident to Jiraiya, bringing him up to speed.
"I see. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki are members of the Akatsuki, an organization aiming to collect the 9-tailed beasts scattered across the ninja world to start a war and dominate the world. It's an ambitious criminal syndicate made up of multiple strength fugitives." Then am I in great danger?"
Naruto wore a frightened expression.
"You don't need to worry too much. Their mission failed, so they probably won't target you again for now. Let's head to the third Hokage's place first and see what's happening."
Jiraiya's tone carried a hint of urgency.
"Ha, pervy sage, why are you so anxious? The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. That Orochimaru is no match for him." Who told you that?"
Jiraiya was speechless.
"It was Kakashi Sensei. Is there a problem?"
There was a huge problem. Though the old man was formidable in his youth, calling him the strongest Hokage was a stretch. Now that he's old. But since bragging isn't a crime, and I myself claim to be a sage, it's fine." Jiraiya muttered inwardly but said aloud,
That's true, but accidents can happen. Let's hurry up.
The two quickly returned, soon arriving at the village. However, Naruto was stunned by the sight before him. The entire Konoha had lost its former prosperity, riddled with holes and devastation.
How could this be? Is this really the village? The village was attacked by the combined forces of Suna and Oda, resulting in heavy casualties. And even the third Hokage died in the battle against Orochimaru.
Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji appeared suddenly, explaining the recent events to Naruto. Naruto found it hard to accept. The invincible third Hokage, the pillar of Konoha, had fallen.
There are still enemy ninjas wreaking havoc in the village. We need to deal with them. If you're free, why not lend a hand?
Shikamaru invited Naruto. Snapping out of his shock, Naruto agreed, and joined them to eliminate the remaining enemies. Since Orochimaru was severely wounded, the main force had retreated with him, leaving only abandoned small fry. The mission was completed smoothly. The death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, plunged the entire village into grief. All Konoha ninjas dressed in black attended his funeral with solemn faces. The gloomy sky suddenly poured rain as if mourning him and the fallen souls. Everyone wore serious expressions as they stepped forward to offer a white chrysanthemum. Watching the scene, Naruto began to ponder why people live. No matter how brilliant or remarkable you are in life, upon death everything turns to smoke. It all seems meaningless. If death is inevitable, then what is the purpose of striving? Time passed in contemplation as the funeral drew to a close. The crowd dispersed and Naruto walked absent-mindedly, not speaking to anyone. The sky gradually cleared, and a ray of sunlight fell on his face, dispelling the gloom in his heart. Suddenly everything seemed beautiful, and he understood something. In the following days, Konoha began reconstruction. Since the Jonin instructors were too busy to lead missions, all the Genin were idle.
Naruto, you're incredible.
In the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, two people were walking on their hands. Rock Lee wore an admiring expression.
Haha, this is nothing. With hard work you'll be able to do the same someday. Really?
Rock Lee stared at Naruto with his big serious eyes.
Of course.
Naruto replied with certainty. Given Rock Lee's injuries, he should have been in the hospital. But when Naruto visited him, he healed him directly. They then secretly left the hospital and came to the forest to train.
Alright, Lee. I'm going to speed up. You better keep up.
With that, Naruto moved his hands rapidly like feet, dragging a tree as thick as three men could embrace behind him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Rock Lee's sight. The Ino Shikacho trio was strolling leisurely ahead when they heard the noise. Turning around, they saw Naruto and couldn't help but complain.
What kind of stunt is Naruto pulling now?
Naruto spotted them and shouted,
Hey, you three, get out of the way. Don't block the road.
The three watched Naruto speed past without slowing down, confused.
What did Naruto just say?
Shikamaru looked at his two companions.
He told us not to block the road,
Choji said, eating chips. Ino nodded. Ah. 3 shooting stars streaked across the sky.
Strange. Am I seeing things? Shooting stars in broad daylight.
Rock Lee, who had caught up, rubbed his eyes. What? Pervy Sage, you mean you want to take me to find a person named Gangho and ask her to become the 5th Hokage? Actually, I think it's completely unnecessary. There's a very suitable candidate right in front of you, so there's no need to make it so troublesome. Mingren, you're not talking about yourself, are you?
Zillai's face darkened as he asked speechlessly.
Of course, besides me, the great Schwanwa Mingren, who else is qualified to inherit the title of Hokage? Alright. Mingren, stop joking around like that. If they actually let a little brat like you become the 5th Hokage, other ninja villages will laugh us to death. So forget about it, just go back, pack your things, and prepare to hit the road. After saying that, Zillai directly used the body flicker technique and left. Zillai walked through a forest, feeling the ground tremble, shocked by Mingren's monstrous strength. Mingren, there's a town ahead. I plan to go there to gather some information. Do you want to come along? Pervy Sage, do you even need to ask that? Of course I'm going, Mingren quickly replied. He threw the 5-meter round boulder on his back into the air, jumped up, and smashed it to pieces with a single punch. The two arrived in the town and found it bustling with excitement. It turned out to be a festival these days, and Zillai decided to stay here for a while. Using the excuse of inquiring about Gang's house whereabouts, he directly abandoned Mingren and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Mingren had no choice but to wander around on his own. To be honest, this was his first time alone in a place like this, but he wasn't shy at all. He was curious about everything, looking here and there, holding a large pile of food in his arms. Who would have thought that 2 clueless guys would bump into him? Among them a bald brute who looked like a lackey seeing that Mingren was just a little kid pointed at him, and started cursing and extorting him. Hey kid. Do you know who you bumped into? This is a Chunin from Iwagakure. If you know what's good for you, apologize quickly, and pay 100,000 Ryo, and my big brother will be magnanimous and let it go. The people around saw this scene, and gathered to watch the excitement. They pointed at the two, but no one dared to step forward and speak out. Kid. Did you hear that? The bald brute, seeing that Mingren still looked indifferent, felt his pride wounded, and decided to teach him a lesson. He strode forward aggressively, and reached for Mingren's collar, but then... Aya! Mingren walked toward the outskirts. The onlookers quickly made way, gazing at his retreating figure with awe and reverence before scattering, revealing the two men lying on the ground bruised and battered. After eating and drinking his fill, Mingren found a quiet and comfortable place, sat cross-legged, and began to refine chakra. After more than a month, the amount of his chakra had increased dramatically, now nearly at the level of 10 Kakaxi. But he was still not satisfied. After all, Kakax's chakra ran out after using 2 ninjutsu, which made Mingren feel that 10 times Kakax's chakra wasn't that much. After completing the task of refining chakra, Mingren once again divided into 200 shadow clones, and began training in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. He was fairly satisfied with his progress in ninjutsu and taijutsu, which could be described as lightning fast. However, his progress in jinjutsu was somewhat disappointing. It could be said that he had made no progress at all. But he persisted, showing no intention of giving up. During the time Mingren was training with shadow clones, Zilai returned. Seeing how hard Mingren was working, he formulated the next step of training for him in ninjutsu, combining the shape transformation and nature transformation of chakra to develop my own ninjutsu. Mingren pondered thoughtfully. After Zilai pointed out the direction, Mingren's progress in developing the new technique was very smooth. He easily completed the 2 stages of training, cutting leaves and a waterfall. In an open space, Mingren was meditating with his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. He extended his right hand and condensed a Rasengan in his palm. Then the surface of the Rasengan changed, gradually forming a shuriken-like shape around it, spinning rapidly, driven by the Rasengan's rotation. It worked. Next is to infuse the nature transformation of wind chakra. As the wind nature transformation was infused, a sharp piercing sound erupted, as if announcing its birth to the world. It looks like it succeeded. Should I find a place to test its power? Just as Mingren was pondering this question, Zilai appeared before him. Mingren, I didn't expect you to develop such a powerful ninjutsu in just a few days. Truly remarkable. But now is not the time to test it, because I just learned that Gangho is in Shortakuji Street, so we must act immediately. I understand, pervy sage. In that case, let's set off immediately. Then the two directly headed to Shortakuji Street. Is this Shortakuji Street? It doesn't seem like much. Mingren looked at the town before him, feeling it was far from what he had imagined. Shortakuji Street is a major red light district in the southwestern part of the Land of Fire, mainly operating casinos, hotels, amusement parks, and other facilities. It's an entertainment zone that easily leads ninja to violate the 3 prohibitions. Its charm is not something a child like you can understand. Zilai leered at the beauties around him, while explaining to Mingren.
Is that so? Then where should we go to look for Gangho?
Well, upon hearing this, Zilai put away his lecherous expression, and began to think seriously.
How about we first go have a good meal, maybe we'll run into her by chance.
But Mingren clearly didn't believe it.
Are you kidding? How could we possibly run into her so easily? There's no such coincidence in the world. Pervy sage, have you become stupid from writing books?
Haha, Mingren, you have to believe that some things are just that wonderful. Zilai brought Mingren to a tavern and was about to enter. But Mingren was reluctant. As a child, he said, he didn't drink alcohol. Unfortunately, he was still dragged in, which made him very unhappy. Who would have known that this old degenerate would set his sights on 2 beautiful women as soon as he entered? He directly approached them, sat down with them, and started chatting, leaving Mingren feeling helpless. So he had no choice but to follow, found a seat next to Zilai, and began listening to their conversation. What he heard stunned him. He stood up abruptly, pointed at the blonde-haired woman in green clothes, and looked at Zilai with disbelief.
She is the Gangho we're looking for.
Jiraiya nodded. However, Tsunade, who was pointed at, appeared somewhat displeased. She glared at Naruto with a hostile look in her eyes, asking,
Where did this little brat come from? Do you have no sense of politeness?
Naruto crossed his arms, displaying an attitude of indifference. A somewhat awkward smile appeared on Jiraiya's face as he introduced.
This is Naruto, a current genin of Konoha. Although he is just a Jinin, his strength and talent are exceptional with potential that surpasses that of the fourth Hokage in his youth. Oh, is that so?
A flicker of surprise crossed Tsunade's eyes.
But so what? The fourth Hokage was once evaluated by you as the most talented ninja, even believed to have the potential to change the landscape of the ninja world, yet in the end, he chose to die meaninglessly. So those who harbor unrealistic ideals yet disregard their own safety no matter how excellent they are will never have a good outcome.
Tsunade's face was filled with sarcasm, but deep in her eyes lay endless sadness and longing. Naruto suddenly stared at Tsunade seriously and questioned.
Is it really like that? Isn't it precisely because such people exist that this world becomes a better place? As long as one is alive, there will inevitably come a day of passing. Even if one does nothing and lives a peaceful life, there will still be regrets. If that's the case, why not pursue the desires of your heart, and do what you are capable of, even if it means sacrificing something? At least you leave your own mark, which is far better than living a life of silent obscurity and dying unnoticed in some corner. Moreover, their sacrifices are not meaningless. They contributed their strength to create a beautiful future, which makes them great. And you sitting here enjoying the shade have no right to question the greatness of those souls.
Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, and after regaining her composure, she slammed her palm on the table, shattering it into pieces, standing up in a furious rage.
Brat, do you know who you're talking to? A mere Jinin thinking he has some talent doesn't know the sky is high and the earth is thick, daring to speak to me like this. I've seen many like you, often small fry, who don't live long, so don't be too conceited. If you're not convinced, then come along.
After saying this, Tsunade directly left the tavern, and the staff, who witnessed this scene, looked at her leave with wide eyes, not daring to stop her for compensation. The owner, having run the tavern for many years, had never seen someone so arrogant. He felt offended, so he gathered a few thugs and hurried after her. Naturally, Naruto, being the party involved, was not going to back down, and followed closely behind. Jiraiya certainly wouldn't miss such an interesting event. Tsunade's henchman Shizune, who was holding a little pink pig, initially planned to settle the bill, but ultimately chose to dine and dash upon recalling the tavern owner's pursuit. As it turned out, her decision was correct. By the time Shizune arrived at the scene, several thugs were already incapacitated, and the tavern owner, looking disheveled and trembling, was begging for mercy.
So what did you come to find me for?
Tsunade looked at the tavern owner with an unfriendly expression.
Well, due to issues with the quality of the dining table, we failed to provide adequate service, so I came to apologize to the esteemed guest.
After saying this, he handed over a sum of 100,000 ryo to Tsunade. Seeing his sincerity, Tsunade accepted it without guilt, saying,
You really worked hard. If there's nothing else, hurry back. Don't keep the guests waiting.
The owner, feeling relieved, nodded repeatedly, and then rushed off. Tsunade didn't pay attention to this small incident, but looked up at Naruto on the rooftop.
Brat, come down. Let me see what kind of abilities you have to dare to be so brazen in front of me. I heard you are the best in taijutsu among the Sannin, and possess terrifying strength. No one has been able to take your punch, Hiden. I've been wanting to see your strength for a long time. How about it? Would you like to make a bet?
Naruto smiled and provocatively looked at Tsunade. Upon hearing that Naruto wanted to bet with her, Tsunade immediately became interested.
What do you want to bet on?
Shizune, seeing this, was left speechless.
She's still the same, not a bit changed.
Jiraiya sighed.
It seems the lecherous sage was right. She truly deserves the title of fat sheep, indeed, both poor in skill and loves to play. Let's bet on whether I can take your punch. If I win, you'll come back to Konoha and take on the position of the fifth Hokage. How does that sound?
Tsunade was very surprised by Naruto's reckless behavior.
Are you serious? My punches are no joke. You could very well lose your life. Or maybe you plan to die under my fists to make me feel guilty, so I would return to Konoha to inherit the Hokage position. If that's the case, then you've miscalculated, because to me your little life is not worth much. You're wrong, I have no such intentions.
Naruto directly denied her thoughts. Tsunade still had some doubts, and looked towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya wore a knowing smile.
Tsunade, don't underestimate Naruto, he's a monster in terms of taijutsu. Oh, is that so? In that case, I won't say more, but let me state this in advance: if I win, you all go back where you came from, and don't disturb me again. Alright, no problem.
Naruto agreed without hesitation. Jiraiya nodded as well. Soon the group arrived at a relatively open area.
I'm ready, Granny Tsunade.
A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he called out to Tsunade.
Brat, you're playing with fire.
Tsunade looked like she was about to explode.
No way. I've never used fire release, only that guy Sasuke enjoys playing with fire.
Naruto wore an innocent expression. However, the enraged Tsunade did not listen to his excuses, and quickly charged at him, throwing a punch at Naruto's handsome face, which he thankfully blocked with his hand.
Not bad, brat. Your reaction speed and strength are quite impressive, but I only used 20 of my power just now. Granny Tsunade, you're really cunning. They say don't hit the face, you came right at my face. What if I hadn't blocked and got disfigured? I still don't have a girlfriend. Brat, you don't need to worry, this is my newly developed perfect shaping punch. A few punches and you'll have a chiseled face with incredible masculine charm. Alright. Next I'm going to get serious. Are you mentally prepared, brat? Haha, Granny Tsunade, bring it on.
A large amount of chakra gathered on Tsunade's arm, then she swung a punch filled with tremendous destructive power towards Naruto. Naruto's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, and punched back. A muffled sound erupted, as a terrifying force exploded at the point of contact between the two punches. The air around them distorted, and cracks spread outward from the center, followed by the ground shaking and fracturing.
No way. A mere Jinin can actually take Tsunade-sama's punch heaten. This is unbelievable. Is Konoha undergoing educational reform to implement elite management?
Shizune looked incredulously at the destruction, while the little pig in her arms nodded and squeaked in agreement. Seeing that Naruto had taken her powerful punch without a scratch, Tsunade felt her pride was somewhat wounded and gritted her teeth, saying,
Damn, brat. You got some skills, but don't celebrate too early. I only used 70 of my strength just now. Next I will go all out, so if you can't withstand it, don't hold on.
Naruto felt moved by Tsunade's concern for him and replied sincerely,
Granny Tsunade, you really don't need to worry. Just go all out because I only used 50 of my strength just now. You brat.
Tsunade felt that Naruto was mocking her. The veins on her forehead bulged as she erupted with a terrifying aura, her golden ponytails flying in the wind, almost turning her into a Super Saiyan. Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exclaiming,
What a frightening woman. You scared me. I thought she was going to transform.
With her aura reaching its peak, Tsunade used her legs to push off the ground, creating a massive crater as her figure vanished. Seeing this, Naruto did not dare to be negligent. He gathered all his energy, combining chi and power, turning to block using his arm to fend off Tsunade's fierce kick. Instantly, ripples spread out, the ground caved in, and dust rose. Tsunade performed a backflip, landing smoothly, but found Naruto still unscathed, which made her even more furious.
I refuse to believe this. I, Tsunade, one of the legendary Saiyan, cannot deal with you, this little brat.
With that, she charged at him once more.
Cough, cough, cough.
Two figures emerged from the dust, looking at the surrounding devastation. Jiraiya, who enjoyed the show, chuckled.
Haha, these two really are going all out. Tsunade-sama, really? At her age, why is she still competing with a child? Thankfully it's outside. If it were in the town, who knows how much we'd have to pay.
Shizune couldn't help but complain, recalling the huge debts accumulated over the years, feeling a headache coming on.
Concentrate a large amount of chakra at the point of attack, then explode at the moment it contacts the target. Although it possesses tremendous destructive power, it requires strong control and consumes a lot of chakra and mental energy. It shouldn't last long.
Naruto thought to himself. After several clashes, he had basically figured out the principle of Tsunade's immense strength. Her powerful force was a ninjutsu that utilized the explosive power of chakra and did not belong to conventional strength. In a normal state, she was not much different from ordinary ninjas, and against faster opponents, she could easily suffer losses. Indeed, after a brief skirmish, Tsunade, who had consumed a large amount of chakra, showed a marked decrease in her attack power. By the end, Naruto even lazily allowed her little punches to land on his chest, posing in various ways to receive Tsunade's full body massage.
Granny Tsunade, what are you doing? Why is your strength getting weaker? Could it be that you've grown old, neglected your training, and often drink, smoke, and stay up late, leading to a serious decline in your physical strength? Otherwise, as one of the legendary Saiyan, you shouldn't be so weak. With your current strength, can you really serve as the 5th Hokage?
Naruto expressed his doubts. Gasping for breath, Tsunade was nearly enraged to the point of death. In a fit of rage, she suddenly grabbed Naruto by the neck, transforming into a vampire and biting down. A scream erupted.
Ah! Granny Tsunade, no, I mean Sister Tsunade, I know I was wrong, please let go. You bit into my carotid artery.
Inside a restaurant.
Hey! Tsunade, are you really not coming back to Konoha with us?
Jiraiya spoke again.
Stop nagging, you old man. You don't want to take on the position of the 5th Hokage yet, you want to trick me into taking it. No way.
Tsunade remained unmoved.
Don't say that. You know I'm not cut out for this. If I really went to be Hokage, I'd just create chaos in Konoha. Normally that wouldn't be a big issue, but after the last attack by Orochimaru, Konoha's strength has been severely damaged to the point of shaking the foundation. At this time we need an excellent leader to guide everyone, but clearly that person is not me, and you should understand that, Tsunade. Enough. Stop talking.
Tsunade shouted angrily, throwing down her bowl and walking away.
What the heck? Tsunade is really something. At her age she still acts like a spoiled child, clearly losing but refusing to admit it, and throws tantrums by not eating just like a kid. No wonder she's still not married.
While Naruto devoured his food, he spoke, his mouth stuffed full. Upon reaching the door, Tsunade clenched her fists, her forehead veins bulging her face, looking terrifying, causing the diners around to scatter.
Naruto, please don't say that about Lady Tsunade. She wasn't always like this, it's all because...
Shizen began to explain on Tsunade's behalf. Inside the hotel.
Perverted sage, what should we do now? Should we just go back? Or should we just tie her up? Naruto, this isn't good. I think we should try to convince her a bit more, maybe she'll change her mind. If that doesn't work, we'll...
That night on the trunk of a large tree, two figures looked down at the brightly lit street below. Suddenly one of the figures showed a pained expression.
Damn!
The burning sensation in his hands was growing stronger if this continued.
Lord Orochimaru, please bear with it for a few more days. I believe Tsunade will definitely be able to heal your hands.
Beside him, a glasses-wearing ninja with silver hair looked very concerned, clearly a thoughtful subordinate. Time passed in waiting. A week had gone by.
What's going on? How much longer do I have to wait? I really can't understand what the pervy sage is thinking.
Sigh. I wonder what everyone is doing now. Naruto muttered to himself while doing his daily physical training.
Huh? How many push-ups did I just do? Forget it, it'll start over.
A huge rock rose and fell again with Naruto's movements. In a tavern. Jiraiya was slumped over the table, seemingly quite drunk. The tavern owner came over and shook him.
Hey! Wake up! If you want to sleep, go to a hotel. Don't hinder my business here.
Jiraiya opened his bleary eyes and rubbed his head.
Damn, my head is so dizzy. I feel completely powerless. Did that damn Tsunade drug my drink?
The tavern owner, seeing Jiraiya muttering to himself, urged impatiently.
Alright. If you're fine, just leave quickly. My liquor has no issues. Don't try to blackmail me.
Jiraiya staggered back to the hotel and found Shizen to ask about Tsunade's whereabouts. Shizen said she hadn't seen her since early morning. Jiraiya sensed something was off and felt that the two were hiding something from him. Faced with Jiraiya's interrogation, Shizen, realizing she could no longer hide it, had to confess everything. It turned out that before they came, Tsunade and the others had already contacted Orochimaru. He proposed a condition that Tsunade couldn't refuse, asking her to heal his necrotic hands. Although Tsunade didn't agree at the time, she didn't refuse either.
You mean Orochimaru blackmailed Tsunade by offering to revive Shinjin Iwaki and Kato Dan? That's right. That's what Orochimaru said. I thought Lady Tsunade wouldn't agree to his terms. After all, he's the terrifying guy who tried to destroy Konoha, so I kept it hidden. I never expected. Shizen, you're wrong. If it's for those two, Tsunade might really do something like healing Orochimaru's arms, because their place in her heart is more important than anything.
After drinking 2 buckets of water, Jiraiya felt much better, and said to Shizen,
We must rush over to stop her immediately. If Orochimaru recovers his hands, with his hatred for the third Hokage, there's no telling what he'll do to Konoha. Then he'll go find Naruto.
Shizen turned to leave, but was stopped by Jiraiya.
It's too late. That kid Naruto has gone off somewhere to train. I think he'll summon a toad to find him while we head over.
Although Shizen was worried, she had no better option, and could only nod in agreement. On an abandoned, deserted street, 2 figures stood facing each other. One spoke first.
The time we agreed upon has come. You should give me your answer. So tell me your choice, Tsunade. Orochimaru, can you really let me see Iwaki and Dan again? Rest assured, as long as you heal my hands, I will definitely fulfill what I promised. You need not doubt that. In that case, let's begin.
So the two slowly walked toward each other. But just as Tsunade was about to touch Orochimaru, a shuriken interrupted them. Both turned to look aside, and found that the attacker was actually Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru's face instantly darkened.
I never expected you to betray me at a time like this.
Hearing this, Kabuto tensed up, ready to strike. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely break free from Orochimaru's control. Although he didn't want to act so soon, once Orochimaru's hands were restored, he would find it difficult to escape. So he had to take a gamble. Orochimaru was also conflicted. Although he had long known Kabuto harbored ulterior motives, he had lost his hands now. Without Kabuto's assistance, he couldn't deal with Tsunade at all, and might even end up being beaten down. So he quickly made a decision. Orochimaru turned back to look at Tsunade.
Actually, you never intended to heal my hands, did you, Tsunade? But fortunately, thanks to your timely intervention, I wasn't ambushed by her. Kabuto, you really are my most capable subordinate. Actually, you don't need to be nervous. I have never doubted your loyalty. I believe you have no intention of betraying me, right?
Orochimaru turned around and spoke to Kabuto, who had appeared behind him. Kabuto, who had originally planned to attack Orochimaru from both sides, with Tsunade, was completely stunned. Realizing the situation, Kabuto understood that Orochimaru was giving him a way out. Since he didn't want to leave Orochimaru so early anyway, he decided to take the opportunity. After all, as long as Orochimaru's hands weren't restored, everything was fine. As for whether Orochimaru would settle scores later, he wasn't worried at all, because he had enough value to be useful.
That's right. How could I possibly betray Lord Orochimaru? Actually, I had long seen through Tsunade's scheme. If she truly wanted to heal you, she wouldn't have such intense killing intent. It was precisely because I noticed this that I intervened to stop her.
After saying this, Kabuto shielded Orochimaru behind him to show his loyalty. Tsunade watched their act speechlessly. Who are you two performing for? Or do you think I'm old and have poor eyesight? Although I do have a bit of presbyopia and am not nearsighted.
All right. In that case, you two can stay here today.
Tsunade couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense. She punched forward, and the entire area turned into ruins. Kabuto clicked his tongue in amazement, and quickly suggested,
Lord Orochimaru, fighting here is disadvantageous for us. Let's leave this place, and find a more spacious area to make plans.
Orochimaru agreed, and the two immediately fled. Tsunade had never read military texts, so she naturally didn't understand the principle of not pursuing a cornered enemy. She followed closely, pressing the attack. The three chased each other, until they reached a flat area. Kabuto suddenly changed his demeanor, becoming emboldened. He began showing off in front of Tsunade, effortlessly performing various evasive maneuvers with agile footwork, leaving her unable to do anything for a time. Time passed. Tsunade, having expended a large amount of chakra, began to pant. Of course, Kabuto wasn't much better. Feeling the time was right, he without a word stabbed a kunai into his own palm. The bloody sight caused Tsunade, who was hemophobic, to tremble all over, collapse to the ground, and lose her combat ability. Seeing this, Kabuto was about to approach and check. However, Jiraiya and Shizune arrived just in time and rescued her.
Deshiwan, you are still the same, only resorting to these unscrupulous and despicable tricks. Is that so? In truth, to me, it doesn't matter what means I use as long as the goal is achieved, that is sufficiency Lai. Are you here to stop me? That's right. I will not stand by and watch you recover your hands to harm me again.
Lai then performed the summoning technique, summoning the Great Toad Wentai. Deshiwan and Yao Shirdo exchanged a glance. Yao Shirdo stepped forward, cut his hand, and then manipulated Deshiwan's hand to form seals, summoning the summoning beast Wan Shi.
All right. Let me see how much you have improved over the years.
Deshiwan stood atop Wan Shi and charged towards Lai, while Yao Shirdo followed closely, targeting Jing Yin. The battle erupted instantly. Lai's strength was greatly diminished due to being drugged by Gang Shou, while Deshiwan had lost his hands. Thus their fight reached a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand for a time. The Great Toad Wentai, after being defeated by Mingren, had quit smoking and drinking, undergoing rigorous training. With self-discipline, its strength had significantly improved, and it was able to hold its own against Wan Shi in close combat. However, Jing Yin was not as effective. After only a few exchanges with Yao Shirdo, she was ambushed by his earth release technique, and he used a chakra scalpel to sever the tendons in her legs, causing her to collapse and be unable to rise. Having defeated Jing Yin, Yao Shirdo approached Gang Shou and taunted, being the most outstanding medical ninja, yet you suffer from hemophobia.
Lady Gang Shou, your performance truly brings shame to the title of the Sannin. I used to respect you, but you have disappointed me greatly.
After saying that, Yao Shirdo stepped forward and kicked her chest several times, looking as arrogant as could be. Lady Gang Shou, get up.
Alright, you supposed to be strong. Get up and hit me. How can a great figure like you be trampled under my feet? Don't you feel any shame?
Seeing Gang Shou unresponsive, Yao Shirdo, frustrated by her lack of spirit, kicked her a few more times, shouting, snap out of it. Get up. Watching Yao Shirdo continuously kicking Gang Shou, Deshiwan fell into deep thought. What the hell is that guy doing?
Why doesn't he quickly subdue Gang Shou and come help me against Lai? This was because he was too far away to hear what Yao Do was saying. Otherwise, suddenly a voice rang out, Senior Do, long time no see. What are you doing?
Yao Do turned his head at the sound, and saw Mingren, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ah, it's Junior Mingren.
Lady Gang Shou is old and her legs are not agile, so I am giving her a foot massage. Don't misunderstand. Oh, is that so?
Mingren did not believe such nonsense. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could tell from the scene that Yao Do was clearly in league with the Shiwan. So he planned to quickly deal with the opponent, and then help Zilai Yi. Unexpectedly, Gang Shou, who had been suffering from hemophobia, staggered to her feet.
Granny Gang Shou, are you all right?
Mingren asked upon seeing this.
What?
Yao Do slowly turned his head, and saw Gang Shou standing before him with her head bowed, his face full of disbelief. Mingren, leave this guy to me. I will kill this bastard with my own hands, Gang Shou said with a dark expression. She raised her head, revealing two mysterious black lines emerging on her forehead and extending down to her cheeks.
What is this?
Mingren nodded at this and ran off to assist Zilai Yi. Watching Gang Shou approach with a fierce aura, Yao Do couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. Lady Gang Shou, please listen to my explanation. Actually, Mingren, we meet again.
I didn't expect you to not only survive my No. 404 experiment and scathe, but also to escape the hands of the Shao organization. Truly, the younger generation is formidable.
Da Shiwan looked at Mingren before him, feeling emotional. Enough, Da Shiwan, stop your nonsense. Let's settle this once and for all. Mingren knew Da Shiwan was full of cunning tricks, so he didn't want to chat with him, and directly charged forward to beat him up. Da Shiwan was already inferior to Mingren in taijutsu, and now, with his hands lost, he was completely defenseless. Soon he was pinned to the ground and thoroughly beaten. This made Mingren feel somewhat disappointed. Da Shiwan, unable to use ninjutsu without his hands, no longer held much interest for him. Feeling there was no chance left, Da Shiwan left behind a shell, used the cicada sloughing escape technique, and fled. On the other side, Yao Do, who had been severely punished by Gang Shou, saw the situation was unfavorable, and fled even faster than Da Shiwan, but not before Gang Shou tore off one of his arms. Seeing both of them had fled, Mingren without a word fired a simple raisin shuriken into Wan Shi's mouth, successfully securing a snake corpse. In this battle, Mingren had the best performance, followed by Gang Shou. Although Zilai Yi had no major achievements, he did hold Da Shiwan back for a while. Jing Yin was basically useless throughout. The Great Toad Wen Tai had originally wanted to have another duel with Mingren to avenge his previous defeat, but after witnessing Mingren's ferocity, he was frightened and decisively returned to Mayaboku Mountain. After this incident, Gang Shou, who had been thoroughly beaten, not only cured her long-standing hemophobia, but also changed her mind, agreeing to return to Mu Yi and become the 5th Hokage.
What the heck, this old woman clearly needed a good lesson. But at least, the mission is accomplished. Now I can go back and finally enjoy delicious Ichiraku ramen again.
The group began their return to Mu Yi, but Gang Shou was in no hurry at all. They stopped and started along the way, taking many detours, and it took a considerable amount of time to finally get back to the village. However, before they could catch their breath, Sakura came running over in a hurry. At first, Mingren was a bit happy, thinking that Sakura knew he was back and had come specifically to greet him. But he soon noticed something was wrong. As Sakura got closer, the urgency on her face became clearly visible. Sakura arrived before Mingren, panting heavily, tears streaming uncontrollably. She sobbed, Mingren,
Sasuke has been taken away by ninjas from the Sound Village. I beg you to save him. All the Jonin are out on missions now, and in the village only you can handle this. This is my one and only request, so please I beg you bring Sasuke back. Sakura, don't worry. Sasuke is not only your favorite person, but also my comrade. So I will never abandon him.
Although Naruto felt a bit down, he still made a promise. After all, this was not the time to be emotional. He had learned from Jiraiya and Tsunade that Orochimaru possessed a forbidden technique called
living corpse reincarnation,
and he suspected that Orochimaru might use Sasuke as his next vessel. He would never allow that to happen. He then asked Sakura about the details, and quickly headed toward the Sound Village.
Before that, Shikamaru and the others had already formed a rescue squad and set off right. I wonder how they are doing now.
With that, Naruto gathered Sage Chakra, activated Sage Mode, and began to sense using Chi. After entering Sage Mode, Naruto's perception of Chi greatly improved. Images of all the surrounding flora and fauna clearly emerged in his mind, spreading out into the distance.
Found them. It's Shikamaru, Choji, Niji, Kiba, and Shino. The other 4 auras should be the enemies. But Sasuke isn't among them. I wonder where he is now. Forget it, it'll just go over and ask.
With that, Naruto vanished from the spot.
Their strength is ridiculously high, probably at Jonin level. I can't believe that on my first mission as team leader I've run into such trouble. Even I have to admire my own luck.
Choji standing nearby sighed helplessly.
Alright Shikamaru, this is no time to complain. Just think of a way out. Sai, what else can we do? We've tried everything and nothing works. They're clearly highly experienced, excellent ninjas far beyond what we half-baked Jinin can match. This is my first time leading a team, but it might also be my last. I feel so pressured, if only someone could come to support us. Shikamaru, stop joking. If there were any spare hands in the village, this mission wouldn't have been assigned to us. You're actually hoping for reinforcements. That's impossible.
Kiba was unconvinced.
I know that, but... Hey, you little brats over there, are you treating us as if we don't exist? Since you're so full of energy, let me just devour all your chakra.
Among the sound for a fat man stepped forward impatiently.
Earth release Earth prison dome.
The fat man's name was Jirobo. His strength was astonishing. He punched the ground, cracking it, and the shattered earth formed a prison that trapped Shikamaru and the other four inside.
Alright. Now it'll slowly absorb your chakra.
Jirobo stepped forward and placed his hands on the earth prison.
Is it over that easily? How disappointing. Sakon, you'd better not underestimate the Leaf Jinin. I heard that a Jinin named Naruto Uzumaki is incredibly strong. Even Lord Orochimaru has suffered a loss at his hands. So we should be cautious. Taiyuya, please cast another layer of Jinjutsu on them.
Kadamaru, the strange man with 6 arms, spoke up.
You sure know how to order people around. But I think you have a point.
Taiyuya, the only girl among the 4 with red hair, grumbled a bit but nodded in agreement. Inside the earth prison, Shikamaru and the other 4 quickly noticed their chakra rapidly draining away, realizing it was caused by the enemy's technique. Just as they were trying to break out of the prison, a melodious flute sound echoed, pulling them into an illusion. Shikamaru broke one of his fingers in time, using the pain to break free from the Jinjutsu, only to find that Shino hadn't been affected at all. This frustrated him.
Sai, if I had known you were immune to Jinjutsu, Shino, I wouldn't have bothered with this thankless task.
Shikamaru reattached his finger, complaining, as he walked over and slapped each of his comrades, who were still under the Jinjutsu, to wake them up. Shino shrugged.
You didn't ask, so whose fault is that?
After everyone woke up, they tried again, and finally found a weak point. Using Choji's human bullet tank, they successfully broke out of the earth prison. But as soon as they emerged, they were stuck by spider webs, unable to move. Then countless shuriken and ninjutsu rained down on them, engulfing them. Inside the broken earth prison, 5 figures quietly slipped out under the cover of the explosion's dust. Kiba, patting Akamaru in his arms, murmured with a shudder.
That was close. Good thing Shino used his bug clone to test the waters beforehand, or would probably be dead by now. Indeed, my teammates are more reliable.
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out.
Earth release Earth mound.
A huge ball of earth crashed down from above, causing the group, who had just escaped death, to turn pale. The 5 quickly dodged, managing to escape unharmed.
Summoning technique Rain Spider. Let me restrict their movements first.
Kadamaru used a jutsu to create a huge spider web above Shikamaru, and the others then summoned a giant spider. The giant spider laid a huge egg. Kadamaru cut it open, and countless small spiders surged out, attacking Shikamaru and the others below with silk threads from their tails. Shikamaru and the others were horrified by the sight. Caught off guard, they were overwhelmed and struggled awkwardly, looking very disheveled.
Demon Flute Phantom Sound Lock.
Seeing this, Taiyuya immediately began to play her flute. The sudden sound instantly immobilized Shikamaru and the others, and the swarming spiders bound them tightly with silk.
Summoning technique Mud Puppet.
Jirobo, who enjoyed kicking someone when they were down, summoned a massive mud giant and prepared to finish off Shikamaru and the 5.
Then watch your backs in case they have any tricks left.
The sinister Sakon sneered. Shikamaru, tied up by the spider silk and unable to move, looked helpless.
Come on, we're just Jinin. Could you at least not treat us like a formidable enemy? Give us a break. It looks like we're really going to die this time. And as a team leader who loses all his teammates on his first mission, I might even end up as a negative example in textbooks.
At that moment, countless thoughts ran through Shikamaru's mind. The ground trembled as the massive mud golem relentlessly advanced. Just as despair painted their faces, Niji broke free from his restraints and stood before them like a reincarnation of the god of shinobi.
Niji, as expected of the genius of the Hyuga clan, it seems we can only rely on you now.
Everyone sighed in relief and showered him with praise. Niji found this utterly exasperating.
Are you kidding me? Not only is the enemy powerful, but there are also 4 of them. There's no way I can defeat them alone.
The others smiled sheepishly in shame.
So you all need to be ready. He'll find a chance to free you from your restraints, and then we'll strike together.
While observing the enemy's movements, Niji whispered to Shikamaru and the others. However, the Sound Four were not fools. They wouldn't just stand by and watch their opponents plot right in front of them. The giant mud golem was already upon them, swinging a massive fist. Niji used Kaiten to defend, but the so-called absolute defense shattered upon contact with the golem's fist, and he was sent flying crashing through several trees before collapsing.
How could this happen? Niji's Kaiten was broken so easily.
Shikamaru and the others struggled to accept this reality.
And my mud golem can absorb chakra. That kind of move is useless against me.
Jirobo, standing on the golem's shoulder, wore a smug grin. Kadamaru glanced at Shino and urged.
Enough, Jirobo. Stop dragging this out. Finish them off already. Hurry or things might change.
Shino's expression shifted as he thought.
Damn, have I been disgusted.
What a pity, just a little more and my bugs would have. Although annoyed by Kadamaru's tone, Jirobo decided not to delay further. He commanded the mud golem to smash them with its massive fist.
Is this the end?
Shikamaru and the others closed their eyes in resignation. A deafening roar echoed, the ground shook and dust billowed.
Did we get them?
Kadamaru, Tayuya, and Sakan peered into the battlefield, but the thick smoke obscured their view.
Jirobo, what's happening?
They called out tentatively, but received no response.
Looks like Jirobo's in trouble. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Forget it, just attack directly. He's done for.
Kadamaru formed numerous golden kunai from his spider silk, and shot them into the smoke. Just then a voice rang out.
Sage Art Wind Blade.
An invisible storm swept upward, dispersing the smoke and blowing away the kunai, slicing Kadamaru and his summon into pieces before they could react. Hearing the commotion, Shikamaru and the others had already opened their eyes. They stared at the figure before them, dazed.
Naruto! You? When did you get back?
Shikamaru, the first to recover, found a random topic.
I just got back. Sakura told me Sasuke was taken by the Sound Ninja, so I rushed over immediately. Are you guys okay?
Shikamaru replied with some shame.
Not great, but thanks to your timely arrival we managed to keep our lives.
With Kadamaru dead, the chakra in the spider threads dissipated, allowing the group to easily break free and stand up. Naruto greeted Choji, Kiba, and Shino, then asked.
Looks like you didn't get hurt much, huh?
Naruto's words hurt Kiba.
Naruto, what do you mean? Sounds like you want us to be seriously injured.
Naruto explained.
Haha, Kiba, you misunderstood. I just felt like you didn't have a fierce battle with the enemy.
This silenced the group. Shikamaru shrugged helplessly.
Because the gap between us and the enemy was too huge. We didn't put up any effective resistance before they subdued us. Is that so? But they didn't seem that strong to me.
Naruto glanced at the unconscious Jirobo on the ground and Tayuya and Sakan standing on a tree branch, drenched in cold sweat and too afraid to act. His words made Shikamaru and the others question their lives. Did we even graduate from the same ninja academy? We used to skip class and slack off together, so why are you so outstanding? Did you secretly attend cram school without telling us? As they were lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out.
Hey! You guys! Could someone come help me up first?
After Naruto easily dealt with Tayuya and Sakan, he healed Niji's injuries. During this time, he also learned about Sasuke's whereabouts. So he bid farewell, and set off alone to rescue Sasuke. Watching Naruto's receding figure, Choji asked.
Shikamaru, are we really not going to help?
Shikamaru sighed.
Sigh. Don't worry. With Naruto's strength, he'll be fine. Even if we go, it'd just be in the way. We wouldn't be much help. Though I hate to admit it, we're really holding him back right now. So we need to work harder and not let him steal all the glory.
Shikamaru turned to Niji.
Niji, how's your injury? If you're okay, let's head back to the village. Thanks to Naruto, I can move freely now.
Niji replied with a complex expression.
I never imagined Naruto would learn such powerful medical ninjutsu. It's impressive. I've completely lost the desire to compete with him. During the Chunin exams, I thought he was only good at taijutsu, but now...
Kiba sighed in amazement. Shikamaru revealed.
I heard he recently went with one of the Sannin Jiraiya to find Tsunade, also a Sannin, to become the 5th Hokage. From what I know, Tsunade was the greatest medical ninja. It's likely she taught him.
Choji.
I see. A great teacher indeed. Seems like the quickest way to improve strength is to find a powerful mentor.
Kiba.
I knew it. In the academy, Naruto was always the dead last. How did he suddenly surpass me? He found a suitable teacher. My teacher Kurenai is a jonin, but specializes in jinjutsu, which doesn't suit me. That's why my progress is slower than Naruto's, and he's overtaken me.
Neji and Shino also seemed to have discovered the secret behind Naruto's rapid growth. Shikamaru wanted to correct their misunderstanding, but no one listened to him.
Sasuke was taken away by a guy named Kimimaro.
Naruto journeyed, while extending his perception outward, continuously pushing forward to conduct a wide-range search. Finally, near the Valley of the End, he detected the other's trail. Without any hesitation, he directly teleported, appearing before the opponent. Naruto carefully scrutinized the man before him. He had white hair, green eyes, red eyeshadow on his eyelids, 2 red dots between his brows, and a wooden barrel covered in black runes strapped to his back. The opponent halted upon seeing Naruto suddenly appear ahead. Expressionless, he spoke.
To think you could catch up to me. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? I've heard of you from Yakushi Kabuto. They say you're a formidable enemy capable of obstructing our plans, even threatening Lord Orochimaru. The only thing I can do for him now is to eliminate you here.
Kimimaro set the barrel down and removed his shirt, then aimed his 10 fingers at Naruto.
Shikatsumiaka 10-finger drilling bullets.
10 bone fingers shot out from Kimimaro's digits, hurtling toward Naruto like bullets. Facing Kimimaro's attack, Naruto remained composed. He extended a hand which turned into a blur and caught every single one with unparalleled speed, then crushed them into powder before his eyes. This sight made even the ever-unflappable Kimimaro's pupils contract. Suppressing his inner tremor, he drew a bone sword from his arm and charged at Naruto at full speed. Once in front of Naruto, Kimimaro attacked with both hands and feet, his entire body bristling with bone spikes like a hedgehog launching a ferocious assault. The speed and frequency of his strikes were dizzying.
Growing bone spikes from any part of the body to attack enemies. What a troublesome ability. Is this a Kekkai Genkai?
Naruto parried Kimimaro's attacks methodically while asking. However, Kimimaro was clearly too occupied to answer, wholly focused on the battle.
Fine, don't answer then.
Naruto saw no point in asking further. Though the opponent's attack speed and rhythm were swift, Naruto simply concentrated his chi into his eyes, drastically enhancing his dynamic vision to rival the Sharingan. Thus such a level meant nothing to him. He then launched a counterattack, swiftly breaking all the bone spikes on Kimimaro's body and sending him flying across the ground with a single punch. The overwhelming force caused Kimimaro's body to scrape along the earth, leaving a long trench.
What a waste leaving all these bones here. Wouldn't taking them back for Sakura to make soup be very nourishing?
Naruto mused, staring at the scattered bone spikes. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro, who had been sent flying, slowly stood up. His entire body and face were now covered in black lines. Though his outer appearance was battered, a layer of bone beneath his skin protected his internal organs.
About to give out. I must end this quickly.
Kimimaro muttered to himself as his body transformed again. His spine bulged into massive bone spikes, a tail grew, and his skin turned dark. His appearance had drastically changed. He then pulled out his own spine, using it as a bone whip.
Shikatsumiaku dance of the iron threads.
With a flourish, the bone whip extended, rapidly winding toward Naruto like a rope. But Naruto casually caught it. Ignoring the bone spikes growing on the whip, he simply pulled Kimimaro toward him. Using Naruto's pull, Kimimaro turned the arm bone of his other hand into a spiral drill-like spear, rotating as it stabbed toward Naruto. Yet Naruto caught it with his bare hand and snapped it in two. Before Kimimaro could react, Naruto yanked him closer with the left hand, gripping the bone whip, then kicked him into the distant forest. With a crash of many trees, a human-sized path was carved through the woods.
This should be over, right?
Naruto felt the opponent's chi had dwindled to the point of almost extinguishing, believing he couldn't rise again. But a voice rang out.
Shikatsumiaku dance of the young ferns.
A forest of bones erupted from the woods, forming a sea of thorny bone that surged toward Naruto. The spectacular sight startled him greatly.
This guy can still use such a powerful technique. Incredible. Then he'll show you my strength as well.
With a loud roar, the sea of thorny bones turned to dust under a dazzling blue light. Though seething with reluctance, Kimimaro could only collapse helplessly.
Though you're an enemy, you are indeed a worthy opponent.
Naruto praised Kimimaro's corpse, then seemed to recall something.
Right, Sasuke.
He quickly looked at the wooden barrel beside him, relieved to find it intact. Naruto stepped forward and tentatively called out.
Sasuke, are you in there? I've come to save you. Don't worry, I've taken care of the enemy. You can come out now.
After several calls, there was still no response.
What's going on? I can definitely sense Sasuke's presence inside. But why no reaction? Is he unconscious? Forget it, I'll just open it and see.
Unable to figure it out, Naruto didn't bother thinking further. He wasn't the type to ponder deeply like Shikamaru. Still, he remained cautious, summoning a shadow clone to open the barrel. The shadow clone opened the barrel without incident. Naruto stared blankly at its contents.
What is this?
In Konohagakure, Tsunade had been officially appointed as the 5th Hokage, and the Konoha advisors Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura were preparing to announce this momentous news to the feudal lords and leaders of the ninja villages. However, Tsunade demurred, claiming that she was exhausted from the journey and needed to rest first. But the two old fossils insisted that this matter could not be delayed, demanding she assume office immediately. After their persistent persuasion, Tsunade reluctantly agreed. Then, under the escort of the two Konoha gatekeepers Kamiyazuki Izumo and Gozetsu, she headed to the Hokage's office with Shizune.
Really forcing me to work the moment I return to Konoha. Can't they give me some time to rest? Even a beast of burden doesn't toil like this.
Tsunade grumbled. Shizune sighed and said,
Lady Tsunade, please stop complaining. The important matters come first. I know that, but those two old codgers have no consideration for others.
Tsunade remained dissatisfied. The group quickly arrived at the Hokage's office only to find that it had been occupied by a brat. This delighted her greatly. After entrusting the task of reclaiming the Hokage's office to the gate guardians of Konoha, Tsunade went up to the rooftop to let the wind blow. Suddenly a figure appeared behind her out of nowhere and tapped her on the shoulder. Startled, Tsunade immediately threw a punch, but the figure caught it with a single hand.
Granny Tsunade, it's me.
Recognizing the person, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, it's you, Naruto. I said, can't you just appear behind someone without making a sound? That's very rude. And you're not Kakashi's son, so why copy him?
Naruto blinked, scratched his head, and grinned.
Sorry, Granny Tsunade, I'm used to it.
Tsunade sighed softly. This kid was always impossible to deal with.
What brings you here?
Tsunade asked. Naruto dropped his playful expression and said seriously,
Granny Tsunade, I actually came to talk to you about Sasuke. You mean the descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke? Yes, that's him. He's a member of Team 7 under Kakashi just like me, and he's also my important comrade. I've already heard about it from Jiraiya. I heard that Snake Orochimaru has his eyes on him, and has placed a curse mark on him. Has something happened to him?
Then Naruto recounted the whole story to Tsunade.
Is Orochimaru planning to use that boy as his next vessel for reincarnation? If that's the case, we have to intervene. If that guy really gets his hands on the power of the Uchiha clan, it will pose an even greater threat to Konoha.
Tsunade's expression turned grave. Suddenly she thought of something.
By the way, Naruto, let me have a look at that thing you brought back. Got it, Granny Tsunade.
Naruto unstrapped the wooden barrel on his back and handed it to Tsunade.
This is a replica. In other words, a clone. It seems Uchiha Sasuke willingly went with that guy.
After examining the humanoid creature inside the barrel, Tsunade said to Naruto,
Granny Tsunade, what do you mean by that?
Naruto was somewhat confused.
This thing is a clone temporarily cultivated from Uchiha Sasuke's living cells. Though it has his life essence, it lacks a human consciousness. Yet its chakra is perfectly matched to its body. This could only have been achieved with Sasuke's cooperation. So I suspect he has already betrayed Konoha and willingly joined Orochimaru. How is that possible? I believe Sasuke is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding.
Naruto couldn't accept this fact.
I think it's only natural. The Uchiha clan has always been an extreme clan with a red-eye disease. They go berserk more easily than tailed beasts, fall into darkness at a moment's notice, and are a group of people with very unstable mental states.
Tsunade spoke with a deep prejudice against the Uchiha clan. She suddenly sensed something was off.
Did Orochimaru go through all the trouble of using his 5 most capable subordinates as bait just to cover for Uchiha Sasuke? From what I know of him, I feel this isn't that simple. I'd better check it more carefully.
Tsunade conducted a more thorough examination of the clone and discovered that its chakra was slowly flowing along an abnormal path. She tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The clone burst open, and its blood sprayed out, activating the black runes carved on the barrel. The runes coalesced into a sphere that rapidly expanded, engulfing everything around.
Close call.
Naruto used a teleportation jutsu to take Tsunade to a safe distance. Tsunade's face turned grim.
Damn, that Orochimaru's so treacherous. I almost fell for his trap. And Naruto, How could you bring such a dangerous thing back to the village? You nearly caused a disaster. Hey Granny Tsunade, what are you saying? I just saved you.
Naruto was a bit displeased.
You were only making up for your mistake. It was you who fell for the enemy's scheme that led to this. I won't bother to argue with you now, but just remember this, don't make the same mistake next time. Seriously, I've only just taken office, and something like this happens right under my nose. Those two old codgers are going to nag me again.
Watching the Umbu agents rushing in from all directions, alerted by the commotion, Tsunade clutched her forehead and gave a helpless smile. Walking down the street, Naruto wore a troubled expression. Since he hadn't brought Sasuke back, he had no idea how to explain it to Sakura.
Should I just tell Sakura the truth? That might stop her from looking for Sasuke, but it would definitely break her heart. But if I keep it from her, she might do something foolish without knowing the facts.
As the saying goes, fear of what will happen brings it about. Just as he was caught in his dilemma, a familiar voice suddenly rang out.
Naruto, you're back. How is Sasuke? Why don't I see him? Oh, I know. He must be injured and resting in the hospital. I'll go see him right now.
Sakura was about to run toward the hospital when Naruto grabbed her hand.
Sakura, Sasuke is not coming back.
The atmosphere froze instantly. The surroundings seemed to fall silent, with only the sound of tears dropping onto the ground.
Naruto, you're lying to me, right? Tell me it's not true.
Naruto remained silent.
Everything was fine before. We were happily doing missions together, and Sasuke got along so well with us. How could he suddenly leave us? I don't believe it.
Sakura pulled her hand free from Naruto's, crying and running away into the crowd. Watching her retreating figure, the two words on Naruto's lips never made it out. Naruto walked dejectedly down the street. Drops of water fell to the ground. The sky had turned overcast without him noticing, and a torrential rain began to pour. The passers-by scurried and panicked to find shelter, but he didn't care. He just wanted to keep walking silently like this. Unconsciously, he arrived outside the ninja academy. He sat on the swing under the big tree just like when he was a child. Upstairs, Irika, who was working overtime, heard the noise and opened the window to find Naruto.
At Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto, what you did was very dangerous. Standing under a big tree in a thunderstorm can get you struck by lightning. I should have taught you that common sense, right? Irika-sensei, I is sorry. I know that.
Naruto, who was eating ramen, scratched the back of his head, smiled broadly, and answered as if nothing had happened. Naruto opened his eyes and walked to the mirror, gazing at the disheartened reflection of himself, a surge of dissatisfaction rising within him.
How can I let such a trivial matter affect me? I must pull myself together. If I always wear a sulky face, everyone will surely drift away from me. Because no one likes a person like that. The reason others are willing to accept you is simply that they find joy in your company, which helps them temporarily forget their troubles. That's all. If I can't bring them happiness, they might even distance themselves from me.
Naruto understood this very well. It was precisely because he always appeared carefree and harmless that people gradually overcame their fear of the nine-tailed demon fox, narrowing the distance between them. If he were to adopt a bitter and resentful demeanor, like Sasuke, not only would he fail to be welcomed, but he would also be deemed dangerous, subjected to suspicion and suppression, and might even be reported for plotting to destroy Konoha, leading to imprisonment. This was not an exaggeration on his part, but based on fact. As far as he knew, Kakashi had been assigned as the leader of Team 7 precisely to keep a closer watch on him, and to guide Sasuke in using the Sharingan. Although Naruto had overheard this information unintentionally, he was certain that if he showed any sign of losing control, Kakashi would not cover for him, but would instead report him directly, and resort to forceful measures to restrain him. After all, the nine-tailed demon fox had indeed caused irreparable damage to the village, leaving many families broken. It was only natural that they were now wary of him. Understanding this, Naruto did not resent them. After composing himself, he put on his usual sunny smile, and stepped out of the house, with a cheerful demeanor. After the heavy rain, the weather cleared up once more. Following a period of reconstruction, the devastated village was reborn, and the streets became lively again. Naruto strolled leisurely along the street, admiring the newly restored scenery. He felt that his own emotions, like the village, had undergone a catharsis, becoming more resilient and mature. Along the way, he met several acquaintances. They exchanged cheerful greetings, and shared some recent amusing anecdotes. Naruto realized that when he faced life with a positive attitude, everything around him became more beautiful. He knew the road ahead was long and fraught with difficulties and challenges. Yet he believed that as long as he maintained his positive attitude and forged ahead fearlessly, he could overcome any obstacle.
I wonder how Sakura is doing now. Is she still grieving over Sasuke?
With this thought, Naruto decided to pay her a visit. However, when he arrived at Sakura's house, he was told that she had left early in the morning, claiming she had gone on a mission outside the village. Naruto immediately sensed something was off. He and Sakura were in the same team. If there were any mission, there was no reason he wouldn't know about it. Moreover, Kakashi had not yet returned. Sakura was merely a genin with no special talents. There was no way she could undertake a mission alone outside the village. It was clearly impossible. After fending off Sakura's parents' inquiries, Naruto sensed her presence and realized she was indeed no longer in the village. He quickly set off toward the direction of the land of rice fields. Once outside the village, he used the sky dancing technique to fly into the air, speeding forward. With his greatly enhanced chi, his current flight speed far surpassed that of leaping and running through the trees. Although instant transmission was faster, he could not detect Sakura's chi within his current perception range, so he could not teleport directly to her. Naruto's perception range for chi was roughly 10 kilometers in radius. Beyond that distance, his perception became fuzzy. When he first used instant transmission, the unclear perception of chi had caused a significant deviation. Of course, if he used Sage Mode, his perception range could increase several-fold, but Sakura had left the village hours ago, well beyond his sensing range. Moreover, ordinary shinobi had unimpressive physical constitutions. Their chi was extremely weak, even inferior to that of wild beasts. They could not burst chi, and there was no one who could simply stand and shout, making the whole world feel their chi. In a forest, Sakura, carrying a white backpack, swiftly leaped between tree trunks.
Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for lying to you. But I can't live without Sasuke. I must find him and bring him back. This is the only thing I can do now. Please forgive my willfulness. If I can return alive, I will sincerely apologize to you.
Sakura wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and quickened her pace. Suddenly, she stopped, staring warily at the figure lurking in the shadow of a tree ahead. Before she could speak, a familiar voice came.
Sakura, are you really going to abandon me and Kakashi Sensei and go after Sasuke alone?
Naruto stepped out of the shadow, looking at Sakura with a serious expression.
Naruto!
A flicker of panic crossed Sakura's eyes, but at the thought of Sasuke, her gaze hardened with determination.
I'm sorry. Naruto, I know what I'm doing. You might think I won't be of much use even if I go, but I can't lose Sasuke. So I must try no matter what. Please don't stop me. Also, please tell Kakashi Sensei that I've gone to look for Sasuke, and that he shouldn't worry. He'll take care of myself. If I don't make it back, please take care of yourselves too.
Naruto was instantly enraged. He shouted,
Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think I would abandon you too? You underestimate me. Whether it's you or Sasuke, you are both my most important comrades. How could I stand by and watch you take such a risk? If we're going, well, go together. Naruto. Actually, enough. This is a matter for Team 7. We must work together on it. Sasuke is an indispensable member of our team. We must find him and bring him back safely. Never giving up on any comrade is the principle that Team 7 upholds. Kakashi Sensei once said those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. It seems we've already entered the land of rice fields. There's a village ahead. Should we go ask for directions?
Naruto said to Sakura beside him.
Ask what?
Sakura replied absent-mindedly. Naruto sighed helplessly.
What else? We're here to find out about the Otogekure village. Otherwise, how would we find Sasuke? You're right. In that case, let's go check it out.
Sakura showed a hint of awkward smile. So the two headed toward the village together. However, when they arrived at the village, they found it dilapidated, as if no one lived there. But Naruto still sensed the presence of people. He didn't rush to disturb them, clearly noticing that the villagers were hiding, showing strong resistance toward outsiders. Seeing this, Naruto and Sakura decided not to linger. They passed through the village and continued on. Soon they arrived at a place called Fuma Alley.
Finally, a decent place.
Naruto couldn't help but exclaim.
True, but the people here don't seem very friendly. Would better be careful.
Seeing two passers-by start fighting just because they glared at each other, Sakura frowned.
Sakura, don't worry. He'll protect you, so you have nothing to fear.
With that, Naruto strode ahead, ignoring the hostile glances from passers-by. He turned and waved at Sakura.
Sakura, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow.
Sakura had no choice but to follow behind. They wandered around the streets a few times, doing nothing but buying a lot of food. Naruto ate happily, his face beaming.
Sakura, these grilled skewers are delicious. Want one? No. The meatballs are great too. Try one. I said. No. Hey Sakura, why are you so angry? It's not like you're paying.
Naruto was puzzled, unaware that behind him Sakura's face had turned as black as charcoal. Unable to contain herself, Sakura exploded. She punched Naruto to the ground and followed up with a flurry of kicks and punches, drawing the attention of passers-by.
Naruto, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you, but we don't have time to waste here. We must find Sasuke quickly. If we keep dragging our feet, we might lose him forever, so please understand.
Seeing Sakura's anxious expression, Naruto decided not to hide the truth any longer.
I understand, Sakura. Actually, we haven't been idle just now. I've been trying to draw out our target. I've already found something. Follow me.
Naruto finished speaking and headed toward a secluded street. Sakura followed hesitantly. After making sure no one was around, Naruto stopped, meeting Sakura's puzzled gaze. Before Sakura could ask, Naruto shouted into the air.
I've already spotted you. Are you still going to hide?
As his words echoed, figures armed with weapons appeared on the rooftops, staring down at Naruto in surprise. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, spoke.
Not bad, kid. You actually managed to find us. You must be ninjas from another country, right? Sending kids your age on missions alone. Your Jonin instructor must have a lot of nerve.
Naruto chuckled.
All right, enough with the probing. Only the two of us Jonin are here. Our teacher didn't come along because dealing with the likes of you is more than enough for us. Humph. Quite the arrogant brat. In that case, you two can stay here.
The leader, his intentions seen through by Naruto, looked extremely displeased. Feeling outsmarted, he angrily ordered his subordinates to attack Naruto and Sakura. A barrage of projectiles shot toward them, but Naruto's chakra shield effortlessly deflected them. The leader realized he had bitten off more than he could chew and tried to flee, but in the next moment a kunai was pressed against his neck. Sakura, who was about to act, froze as she saw all the enemies already defeated and the enemy leader subdued by Naruto in the blink of an eye.
Amazing. It seems he doesn't know the location of Orochimaru's hideout. We'll have to find the other group. Another group?
Sakura looked at Naruto in confusion.
That's right. Since we entered Fuma Alley, we've been watched by two groups. If I'm not mistaken, the other group is the Fuma clan, who have allied with Orochimaru. They hope to revive their clan with his power, so they serve him monitoring all movements in Fuma Alley. What a pitiful bunch. If that's true, then it's great. We just need to capture them, find out the location of Otogekure, and we'll have a chance to rescue Sasuke, right?
Sakura's eyes lit up as she looked at Naruto excitedly. Though Naruto felt things might not go smoothly, he nodded, not wanting to discourage her.
Then let's hurry. We can't let them escape,
Sakura urged impatiently. In a forest clearing, 3 rough-looking ninjas lay unconscious on the ground. Beside them stood 2 figures, Naruto and Sakura.
All right, Sakura, we should go,
Naruto said to her.
But they haven't told us where Otogekure is. Shouldn't we interrogate them further?
Sakura was reluctant.
No need. They want talk. Besides, I already know where Orochimaru's hideout is.
Naruto smiled confidently. Sakura hesitated but ultimately chose to trust him.
But before that, let's deal with the little mouse hiding in the shadows. What?
Before Sakura could ask, Naruto had already vanished. Behind a large tree, a figure felt a sharp blade at their neck, pupils constricting, cold sweat dripping from their forehead.
Though you're a cute girl, if you're an enemy,
Naruto's voice whispered in her ear. Naruto looked at the girl with orange hair, even cuter than Sakura, and couldn't help teasing.
So you're also looking for Orochimaru's hideout just like us? Then why were you sneaking around in the shadows? I thought you were an enemy. Anyway, you're pretty reckless coming alone to take on Orochimaru. That stubbornness rivals Sakura's. Are you two long-lost sisters? Naruto.
Sakura's roar echoed through the forest like a dragon's fury, scaring countless small animals.
Shasha, are you truly determined to accompany us to Orochimaru's lair? That place is extremely perilous, you might lose your life. Are you not afraid?
Naruto asked tentatively.
Of course I am afraid, and I even hesitated out of fear, but whenever I think that Brother Lon might be trapped in dire straits, I cannot stand by idly. Although the clan says he is dead, I still firmly believe he is alive. Brother Lon was always so gentle and considerate, taking meticulous care of me. How could someone like him die so easily? Therefore, even if everyone has forgotten him, even if I am the only one, I will never give up on him. So please take me with you. I promise I will not cause any trouble.
Faced with Shasa's earnest plea, Naruto fell into a momentary silence.
Naruto.
Sakura tugged at his sleeve.
I understand.
Naruto finally nodded in agreement.
All right ahead is Orochimaru's base. Shasha, I think you should wait here for us. If we encounter your brother Lon, we will do our best to rescue him. So wait here for our news. Thank you, I understand.
Although Shasha also wanted to go in with them, she knew that the two of them had already done their utmost by bringing her this far, so she did not want to burden them. The two arrived at the entrance of the base. After checking, they found only a passage leading underground.
Only one entrance. Then it would be troublesome if the enemy set traps inside.
Sakura's expression became grave. But Naruto was unconcerned.
Sakura, don't worry, leave everything to me.
Having said that, he took the lead. Seeing this, Sakura had no choice but to follow Naruto's steps. Although they encountered many traps along the way, Naruto broke through them with overwhelming force. The two soon arrived at an underground palace. A large door opened, and a figure emerged from within. The oil lamps around lit up one by one, illuminating the face of the person who came out.
Orochimaru.
Sakura's pupils contracted. After regaining her senses, she shouted at him.
You bastard, what have you done to Sasuke? Hurry up and give him back to us. You mean Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, he couldn't withstand the power of the curse mark and died.
Orochimaru's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Sakura frozen in place at a loss. Just as she was about to break down, a hand rested on her shoulder. Naruto's voice rang out.
Sakura, don't be fooled by this guy. I believe Sasuke will be fine. And this person is not Orochimaru, just an imposter.
Sakura, with a troubled heart, came to her senses under Naruto's reassurance, and asked with confusion.
This person. Isn't it Orochimaru? Then who is he? I don't know who he is either, but he is definitely not the Orochimaru we have seen.
Naruto answered firmly.
You actually discovered me. In that case, he'll drop the act.
With that, he reverted to his original form, a handsome young man with purple hair. After seeing the other's appearance, Naruto had a guess.
You are Lon of the Fuma clan, right? Oh, you actually know me.
The other party was obviously somewhat surprised.
Shasha has told us everything about you. She really cares about you. Even when everyone believed you were dead, she never gave up searching for you, even risking her life alone to bring you back. She asked us to rescue you. She is waiting outside now. Would you like to come see her? If she knows you are alive, she will surely be overjoyed. Shasha.
A flicker of tenderness passed through Lan's eyes, but was soon replaced by violence and madness.
No need. The former Lon is already dead. For the Fuma clan to rise again and bask in the sunlight, I have devoted everything to Lord Orochimaru. Now I am a monster fused with the genes of the Fuma clan and numerous creatures. My only task is to follow Lord Orochimaru's orders and eliminate all intruders of this base. That is the mission for which I was created.
As soon as he finished speaking, his face twisted, his body mutated, and began to rapidly expand. Its volume soon became too large for the entire underground palace to contain, causing the palace to collapse. Sakura was greatly alarmed and shouted to Naruto.
Oh no! The palace is collapsing. We need to get out of here quickly.
Naruto nodded, and with a flicker, he appeared outside the base with Sakura.
Is this space-time ninjutsu?
Sakura, who was about to run back, found herself outside in a blur, a look of astonishment on her face. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, the entire base collapsed, and a bizarre-shaped monster emerged from underground. Its size was comparable to that of a tailed beast. It had a giant eye on its head, and a body like a tree trunk, looking extremely hideous.
What is this thing?
Sakura's eyes widened like brass bells, her face filled with terror. In a dark space, 9 illusory figures stood on the fingers of a giant statue, as if plotting something. The statue was a massive humanoid form with 9 eyes, its color and body like withered wood, and 10 pillar-like protrusions on its back. Suddenly the statue playfully blinked an eye, causing the 9 conversing figures to fall silent instantly. They looked in confusion at one of them, who had purple spiral-shaped eyes. The alien monster transformed from Lon opened its gigantic mouth and let out a deafening roar. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees withered, turning into life energy that flowed into the monster's mouth, instantly plumping up its withered body.
This thing is also one of Orochimaru's research outcomes.
Naruto sensed an unusual aura from it, feeling that the monster might be somewhat formidable.
Sakura, take Shasha and get away from here. Leave this thing to me.
Naruto looked at Shasha approaching from afar, and said helplessly to Sakura beside him.
I understand. After all, this is a battle between monsters, not something a mere genin like me can interfere with. So I won't be a burden here. Naruto, take care of yourself.
After giving that advice, Sakura quickly ran toward the direction Shasha was coming from, stopped her, and didn't stop until she had brought her to a safe place. Has he completely lost his reason? The alien monster transformed from Lon launched a frenzied attack on Naruto's location, destroying everything around. When the dust settled, the ground was riddled with huge craters. Just as it was looking around, a voice sounded in its ear, and Naruto abruptly appeared on its shoulder. This made the monster sense danger. Although the opponent was just a tiny speck smaller than its finger, instinct told it that this little thing was extremely dangerous. Just as it was about to swat this little bug to death, the opponent launched a counterattack. Sage Art Chakra gathered within his body, and a powerful aura burst forth, solidifying and distorting the surrounding air. Naruto threw a punch, causing a violent air explosion. The solidified air shattered like glass, and the monster's massive body was sent flying like a soccer ball. A loud crash echoed, the ground trembled, and the monster's landing point created a huge pit covered in thick dust.
What a fierce battle! With my strength, I can't do anything. I'm holding everyone back again.
Sakura watched the distant commotion, her emotions tangled, and clenched her fists.
Sakura sister, what exactly is that monster? And what about Brother Lon?
Shasha asked nervously, staring at Sakura. Faced with Shasa's question, Sakura fell into silence. This gave Shasha a bad feeling. Her eyes widened in disbelief.
Could it be?
Sometimes a woman's intuition is truly incredible. Whenever one is constantly and sincerely concerned about someone, no matter what form that person takes, they can recognize them quickly. Perhaps this is the hidden bond between hearts. Seeing Shasa's reaction, Sakura sighed inwardly. The monster emerged from the dust seemingly unharmed.
How is that possible? I clearly...
Naruto felt something was off. He was sure that his blow should have severely wounded it. Then, as if realizing something, he surveyed the surroundings.
I see. It healed its injuries by absorbing life energy. What a troublesome monster. But this makes it interesting.
The alien monster let out an angry roar and charged at Naruto. Despite its massive size, it was quite agile. Naruto, seeing this, didn't bother with any techniques and directly engaged in close combat. Each collision produced powerful shockwaves, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. Although Naruto was stronger, the alien monster could absorb nearby life energy to recover, so the battle reached a stalemate. Seeing the surrounding area devastated with many plants withering and even small insects dying in droves, Naruto realized the severity of the problem and decided to end the fight quickly.
In that case, it seems I'll have to finish you with one move. Hope you don't blame me.
Naruto noticed that Lon still showed no signs of regaining consciousness, knowing that holding back would only cause greater harm. So he prepared to land a fatal blow. A powerful energy gathered between his hands, and a blue orb radiated brilliant light, dyeing the entire world blue. Even the sun's radiance paled in comparison.
Gui Pai Qigong.
Under the blue light, a flicker of clarity appeared in the monster's eyes.
What is that? It's so dazzling. Is it over? That's fine.
Just as he was about to give up and accept death, he suddenly saw a familiar figure at the edge of his vision.
That's... No, don't come!
He shouted at her, but it came out as a hoarse roar.
Damn it! Why did Shash run over? Didn't I tell Sakura to take her away?
Naruto also noticed Shasa's sudden appearance ahead, but it was too late to pull back the attack. The violent explosion spread, like a blooming fire lotus, extremely brilliant. The powerful shockwave uprooted countless trees, sweeping them into the air and turning them into splinters. Sakura, who had just woken up after being knocked out by Shasa's sneak attack, was blown away before she could figure out what was happening. When everything settled, the site had become a giant deep crater. Red-hot water seeped from the bottom, creating steam that obscured the view. But Naruto sensed Shasa's life force; she was still alive. He also detected Lan's aura, though it was barely perceptible.
Did Lan save Shasha at the last moment? But how did he manage that?
He knew better than anyone the power of the Kamehameha. Even if Lan had blocked most of the attack for Shasha, a small fraction of the damage would have been more than she could withstand. However, when he reached the bottom of the crater, he finally understood. Lan had reverted to human form, lying on the ground. Beside him, Shasha was unharmed, protected by a green light barrier.
Is that a shield of protection formed by gathering all the surrounding life energy? I never thought he would.
Just then Sakura arrived, looking apologetic.
Naruto, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop Shasha from coming here. Forget it,
Naruto said helplessly. After all, Sakura herself was foolish enough to go after Sasuke and confront Orochimaru alone. Expecting her to keep an eye on Shasha was unrealistic.
Brother Lon.
Shasha cried, tears streaming down her face, as she looked at Lon lying on the ground, barely breathing.
Shasha, don't be sad for me. For a long time I've been crushed by the expectations of my clan, and the burden of reviving the Fuma clan. That's why I was manipulated by Orochimaru and ended up like this. But the one thing I'm grateful for is having you. Until the very end you never gave up on me lost in the darkness. Shasha, you saved my soul, allowing me to break free and find my true self. You should be happy for me because I'm finally free. But before that I have something to tell you too.
Lon looked at Naruto and Sakura.
Is it about Sasuke?
Sakura quickly stepped forward and asked.
Yes, I met Uchiha Sasuke not long ago. From his eyes, I could tell he was someone lost in the darkness just like me. Although I don't know where Orochimaru took him, I can confirm he is safe for now. I hope he can ultimately return to your side and not end up like me.
After saying that, he breathed his last.
Brother Lon. Thank you, Naruto.
Shasha suddenly appeared before Naruto and said to him. Naruto's eyes flickered with surprise.
Oh. Why do you thank me? Shouldn't you hate me instead? Remember, your brother Lon died because of me. No. Without you, brother Lon might have died unnoticed in some dark corner. Because of your arrival, he escaped Orochimaru's control, and his soul found release. So I don't blame you, and I believe brother Lon would feel the same.
Shasa's understanding dispelled the gloom in Naruto's heart, causing a smile to bloom on his face.
This is really nothing. I only did what I thought was right. Even if it meant earning your hatred, I would accept it calmly. After all, happiness is not a man's pursuit. But it's wonderful that you understand. Naruto, stop pretending to be so profound. We should go back. Sakura, did you say back to the village?
Naruto wondered if he had misheard.
Where else would we go but back to the village? We didn't find Sasuke, but at least we know he's safe for now. And no matter how anxious I am, it won't help. So we have to return to the village and discuss our next move with Kakashi Sensei and the others.
Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid Sakura would keep dwelling on Sasuke. It was good that she could stay calm now. So he urged.
You're right, Sakura. Let's set off immediately. Goodbye, Shasha. Take care.
Naruto turned and waved at Shasha as he walked away.
Naruto. You too.
A relieved smile appeared on Shasa's face as she finally let go of her inner resentment. At the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade glared at the two reckless brats before her fury blazing.
Naruto, Sakura. How dare you act without my permission? You went to the land of fields to find Orochimaru. Do you have any respect for me as Hokage? Granny Tsunade, don't be so angry. It was an emergency. I was worried about Sakura's safety, so I didn't have time to inform you. And we're fine now, aren't we?
Naruto's explanation only made Tsunade angrier.
Naruto, shut up. You think you're so strong that you can defy anyone. Do you really believe Orochimaru is easy to deal with? And what about the members of that mysterious organization lurking in the shadows watching you? Don't you understand your own situation? I know, but... Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. Until further notice, you are not allowed to go anywhere without my permission. Stay put or face the consequences.
With that, she shoved Naruto and Sakura out. They walked together down the street. Sakura spoke up.
I'm sorry for dragging you into Tsunadesima's scolding. It's all my fault. It's fine. Granny Tsunade is going through menopause, so she's a bit irritable. That's normal. I'm used to it. Is that so?
Sakura seemed unconvinced.
Say, Sakura, you must be tired. You should go home and rest. Your parents are probably worried about you. I have something to do, so I'll be going now.
Naruto turned and left. In the days that followed, the Land of Fire enjoyed a brief period of peace. Although ninja from other countries occasionally stirred trouble at the borders, these were only probing skirmishes, and nothing major occurred. On the Hokage monument, Naruto, having finished his training, couldn't help but complain.
This kind of life is so boring. I'd rather go on a mission. Calm is merely the precursor to a storm. So we must never let our guard down, and should train even harder.
Rock Lee, who was doing one-finger push-ups nearby, responded by intensifying his efforts. The ground beneath him was already soaked with sweat, but he showed no sign of stopping.
That's true, but training needs balance. Pushing too hard can backfire, you know. In my opinion, you should devote yourself wholeheartedly to training when you're at it, but also rest properly when it's time to rest. This keeps your mind and body in harmony, so you can unleash your training results freely in battle. So I think you should take a break. Is that so? But Guy Sensei said that only by putting in enough sweat and persevering tirelessly can you keep getting stronger.
Rock Lee was skeptical of Naruto's words.
No. What truly makes one grow stronger quickly is love. Love is a habit. When you like something for a long time, you gradually develop a habit called love, like loving to read, love to write, love to train. Love is the yearning for beauty in people's hearts. With it you gain infinite motivation. But the prerequisite for love is liking. If you push yourself too hard, you'll grow to hate training. Willpower alone cannot sustain you for long. Even if you force yourself, the results will be greatly diminished. So do you understand, Rock Lee?
Naruto's words set Rock Lee into deep thought. It was a while before he snapped back.
Naruto, you're right. I thought it over carefully, and it's exactly as you said. There was a time when I truly hated training and even considered giving up. It was only Guy Sensei's encouragement that kept me going. I remember that back then I trained frantically to live up to Guy Sensei's expectations, but I made little progress. Now I finally understand why.
Rock Lee looked as if a light had dawned on him.
Since you understand now, come and take a break.
Naruto beckoned to Lee.
Yes, Naruto Sensei.
Rock Lee walked over with a serious expression. The title caught Naruto off guard. He scratched the back of his head and said with an awkward smile,
Rock Lee. Why so serious? I was just speaking casually. Don't take it too seriously.
But Lee shook his head.
Naruto, your guidance just now has truly benefited me. And your insight and knowledge in taijutsu are indeed worthy of being my teacher. So there's no need for modesty. Very well, have it your way. But since you address me as teacher, I shall impart something intriguing to you. Mingren Sensei, what formidable taijutsu are you going to teach me?
Xiao Li's eyes sparkled, instantly captivated.
Somewhat close. Though it's not taijutsu, it is related. What I'm about to teach you is called Chi, a mysterious force akin to chakra that lies dormant within all living beings. Chi. It sounds like something truly powerful. Mingren Sensei, please guide me in this training right away. I beg of you.
Xiao Li bowed to Mingren, his eyes brimming with longing and an unmistakable eagerness.
I understand.
Seeing Xiao Li's earnest demeanor, Mingren decided not to keep him in suspense. He dove straight into the topic, introducing the knowledge of Chi.
Chi originates from life. It is the spiritual energy generated by living beings during breathing and movement. That is Chi. It is the embodiment of life's activity. Every living thing possesses this mysterious energy to some extent. Thus everyone has their own unique Chi, and it can be enhanced through cultivation. Now let me demonstrate the power of this force called Chi.
Seated cross-legged on the ground, Mingren slowly rose and floated in the air.
This is one application of Chi. Wow. Amazing. You can actually take off from the ground. That's incredible.
Xiao Li was dumbfounded, wearing an expression of sheer admiration.
It's nothing. This is merely a simple application of Chi. Once you master your own Chi, you'll be able to do the same. Mingren, is that true? Can I also gain the ability to fly like you?
Xiao Li could hardly believe it, even suspecting he had misheard. After all, a ninja capable of soaring freely through the sky without external aid was an exceedingly rare existence across the entire ninja world. Mingren nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving the answer, Xiao Li's heart raced, and he trembled with excitement. He felt that his ninja career was about to take a turn, and the distant dream now seemed attainable. Seeing this, Mingren descended from the air, stepped forward, and patted Xiao Li on the shoulder.
All right, Xiao Li. Calm down first. Now follow my instructions, and try to condense Chi in your hands. Yes, I understand, Mingren Sensei.
Xiao Li bowed respectfully. Under Mingren's guidance, time passed swiftly. The sun had gradually sunk below the horizon. However, Xiao Li still made no progress in cultivating Chi. He could not form even a trace of Chi in his palm, let alone grasp its sensation. This began to dishearten him, and he could no longer calm his mind to sense the Chi within. Mingren sighed, interrupting Xiao Li's training.
All right, that's enough for today. Cultivating Chi is not an overnight accomplishment. When I first condensed Chi, it took me quite some time to succeed. So don't be discouraged. And most importantly, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let your body enter a state of ultimate relaxation. That way it will be easier to sense the presence of Chi. So what you should do now is go back, rest well, and recharge your spirit. Resume training tomorrow.
With that, Mingren vanished into thin air.
Rest assured. Mingren, I will never let you down.
Xiao Li gazed at the Muyi below, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. Time passed. 1 week later.
Another beautiful day. I wonder how Xiao Li's training is progressing. It should be about time.
After 7 days of intense cultivation, Xiao Li, though not yet mastering Chi, could now sense its existence. It was now only a matter of time.
It seems that cultivating Chi not only requires a strong physical constitution, but also a certain level of spiritual perception.
Mingren mused inwardly. Given that Xiao Li's current physical strength far surpassed his own, when he first encountered Qi, theoretically the Qi within Xiao Li should be more abundant and easier to sense. Yet the reality proved otherwise, suggesting it was a matter of the spirit. When Mingren arrived at the Hokage Rock, he found not only Xiao Li, but another unexpected figure. He smiled and greeted.
Xiaoying, what brings you here? I heard you and Xiao Li were training here, so I happened to pass by and came to see. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Xiaoying replied with a smile, but a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, as if she wanted to say something to Mingren yet didn't know how to begin.
Is that so?
Mingren seemed to sense something and probed. Xiaoying, no longer hiding her intent, directly stated her purpose.
Mingren. Actually, I came here to ask you to guide me in training. I want to become stronger and contribute to the village. But am too ordinary, and no jonin is willing to teach me. Even Kaka's sensei is always busy. I didn't know who else to turn to, so I had to trouble you. I don't want to be protected forever. I want to fight alongside you. Please don't refuse me.
After speaking, she bowed sincerely to Mingren.
Xiaoying, you needn't have gone to such lengths. I've actually considered training with you for a long time, but I was afraid you wouldn't be willing. After all, I'm only a genin. If you're not afraid of being laughed at, then join us.
Mingren's face broke into a radiant smile, and he extended his fist toward Xiaoying.
What's this?
Xiaoying was puzzled.
Xiaoying, welcome to our youthful, passionate team.
Xiao Li ran over to join in, also extending his fist. Though Xiaoying had no idea what these two fools were doing, she played along, and their three fists met in a collision.
This is a gesture of friendship. Let's work together from now on. Mingren, what is Xiao Li doing?
Xiaoying saw Xiao Li sitting cross-legged motionless, a stark contrast to his usual training style, and couldn't help but feel curious. Mingren, seeing no reason to hide, explained the knowledge of Qi to her.
Is there really such a miraculous power similar to chakra in this world?
Xiaoying was skeptical.
Of course, and the might of Qi goes far beyond that. If your Qi is strong enough, even destroying the ninja world would be a simple task.
Mingren's lips curled up as he spoke with nonchalance.
That can't be. Effortlessly destroying the world is something even the legendary progenitor of the ninja world, Lu Daoxian, would find difficult. If such power truly existed, the ninja world would have long ceased to exist.
Xiaoying dismissed this, convinced that Mingren was boasting. Though he was indeed formidable, his words seemed too far-fetched and hard to accept.
That's because this power belongs to me alone, and reaching that level is no easy feat. The intensity of Qi is enhanced through physical training. To reach the point of destroying the ninja world, one must possess an incredibly robust physique, a level of physical strength that no one in the entire ninja world can achieve.
After Naruto's explanation, Sakura gradually accepted the existence of Qi. Although she learned that cultivating Qi had significant limitations, and that ninjas who generally lacked strong physiques could hardly achieve great success in this area, it was nonetheless easier to accept. If someone suddenly told you that there was a power that could be easily obtained and casually destroy the world, you would never believe it. You would only think that person was a fool. Even if that person were your father, you would not hesitate to send him to a mental hospital. Sakura sighed.
I see. It seems that any powerful force requires immense effort and time to master.
Naruto smiled.
Exactly. That is the true path of cultivation. Only through constant effort and training can one grasp greater power and become a stronger self. On the path of cultivation, there is never a shortcut.
Sakura nodded in agreement.
To be honest, I'm quite interested in this power called Qi. Naruto, can I train in it?
She looked at Naruto with eager anticipation.
Well, it's possible. After all, the threshold for cultivating Qi is not high. In theory, any sentient being can practice it. However, it is difficult to gain powerful strength in a short time, because the cultivation of Qi differs from the methods ninjas use to enhance their abilities. Ninjas mainly train chakra and improve combat power by learning various techniques, a technical craft. The cultivation of Qi is not so complicated. As long as you continuously improve your physical fitness, your strength will grow accordingly. It is a training method that truly tests one's willpower, and without unwavering determination you cannot go far. Sakura, are you really determined to train?
Naruto asked seriously. Although Sakura hesitated, she finally nodded firmly. She knew that among her peers, she was the only one from an ordinary family without clan secret techniques, and her parents were not jonin. With no one to guide her, if she wanted to catch up with others, she had to put in even more effort, just like Rock Lee. Naruto then explained the method of cultivating Qi to Sakura, and asked her to try practicing on her own. Hokage's office.
Granny Tsunade, why did you call me at this time? Seriously, we were just about to go eat delicious ramen together. You really know how to pick a moment.
Naruto complained to Tsunade with some dissatisfaction. After training, Sakura had uncharacteristically offered to treat him and Rock Lee to Ichiraku ramen, but then Tsunade's forehead veins bulged at his words, and she even snapped the pen in her hand. In the end, however, she restrained herself. As the Hokage, she still had to maintain her image.
Naruto, stop your nonsense. There is an urgent mission for you to handle.
Tsunade handed a classified document to Naruto. Despite his reluctance, Naruto took the document and began reading it.
This. Going to the Tea Country to eliminate the Konoha renegade ninja Green, who has defected to the Rain Village and retrieve the second Hokage's relic, the Thunder God Sword. Isn't this the kind of mission usually handled by Konoha pursued ninjas? Why should I execute it?
Naruto questioned.
Because the situation is urgent. Right now you are the only one who can get there quickly, so stop talking and get going.
Tsunade hustled Naruto out. With a bewildered expression, Naruto headed toward the Tea Country. On the way, he took out the document again and found there was another page.
So that's how it is.
Tea Country, heavy rain falling. Beside a broken suspension bridge, 4 figures confronted each other in the rain. One of them, a fat man, had completely collapsed and his partner couldn't wake him no matter how much he kicked.
Shikamaru, what do we do now? Choji is already unconscious. Ino, to be honest, I don't have a good plan right now. The opponent is not only a Jonin, but also wields the second Hokage's Thunder God Sword, and he seems quite familiar with our secret techniques. Under these circumstances, winning is extremely difficult. If Choji hadn't collapsed and could take the clan's secret medicine with our assistance, we might have a chance to defeat him. But as for now, ninja art rain of 1,000 needles.
On the other side, the green-haired ninja wearing the Rain Village headband Green, well aware of Shikamaru's strategic mind, didn't want to give them time to think. He threw the umbrella in his hand and launched an attack. A barrage of poison needles shot out from the umbrella, forcing Shikamaru and Ino to flee in panic. With no defensive techniques, and the overcast sky blocking the sun, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique was useless. Thus, in no time, Shikamaru turned into a hedgehog of needles, and Ino transformed from a boar into a porcupine. However, the opponent was very cautious. Even though Shikamaru and Ino were incapacitated, he didn't let his guard down. He threw several kunai with explosive tags at them. Several explosions rang out, and thick smoke obscured the area.
I wonder if those 2 brats are dead. Probably not, right? Explosive tags usually don't kill people. Besides, with all this smoke, they probably haven't been affected. I'd better finish them off with 2 more moves. But come to think of it, wasn't this mission supposed to be carried out by Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura? Why were the members changed? Still, it's fine. If it had been Naruto, I might have ended up losing since he has the Nine Tails sealed inside him.
As a pitiful transmigrator without any cheats, Wang Chinkue didn't want to face the protagonist so soon. Although his hair was a bit green, he was quite satisfied with the appearance of this body. Even without a system or cheat, he knew the plot well, so there might still be hope in the future. In his previous life, he was a school bully who dropped out of middle school. After years of hustling, he eventually became the local tyrant near the school, living a life of bullying and extorting protection money. He had robbed a kindergarten, demolished a nursing home, and his reputation was unmatched. No one dared to defy him wherever he went. But in the end, he was beaten to death by a group of elementary school students. He lived gloriously but died a pathetic death.
Forget it, it'll just take care of the Shikamaru squad first. After all, and now a rogue ninja of Konoha, so peaceful coexistence is impossible. And my dream has always been to become a great villain. I want spout nonsense about reforming.
With that, he unleashed 2 more rain of 1,000 needles into the smoke.
This should be enough this time.
Wang Chinkue was quite familiar with the abilities of Shikamaru, and the others, believing they couldn't survive such an attack. Yet when the smoke cleared, the spot was empty, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just then a voice rang out.
Hey, you're the rogue ninja Green, all right. What are you muttering about over there? But? You dared to reduce my comrades to this state. I won't let you off.
Naruto, who had somehow appeared on a tree trunk nearby, treated the grievously wounded unconscious Shikamaru and Ino before turning his hostile gaze toward the target below.
This is the protagonist of Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto. But something feels off. The Naruto I remember doesn't seem like this. And when did he get there? He managed to rescue Shikamaru and the others right under my nose without a sound. Naruto at this stage shouldn't have such strength. Could it be that this isn't the main Naruto world but something like a Tsukuyomi realm?
As his mind wandered, Naruto vanished. Wang Qingque sensed trouble, but it was too late. Before losing consciousness, he recalled the fear of being dominated by an elementary school student.
Are you kidding me? Naruto actually ambushed me without any martial honor. On my first mission since transmigrating I run into this. Is there any transmigrator more unlucky than me? However, Naruto is always soft-hearted, he probably won't kill me. It seems there's still a chance.
Looking at the fallen green-blue Aoi, Naruto placed his hand on the man's forehead and closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Naruto opened his eyes, his face filled with utter disbelief. He glanced at Wang Qingque with a complex expression.
I never expected you to be a scumbag who wouldn't even spare the elderly or children. It seems I can't let you live.
With that he raised a single hand and obliterated him with a chi blast, reducing him to ashes. Naruto went to Choji's side, checked him, and found he was unharmed. He gave him a simple treatment, casually took a few soldier pills, picked up the Thunder God's sword, and returned to Konoha to report his mission. Not long after Naruto left, the three gradually woke up.
Strange, what exactly happened? The enemy didn't kill us, and all our injuries are healed. What happened while we were unconscious?
Shikamaru fell into deep thought.
Alright, Shikamaru. If you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. Maybe he had a change of heart, recalled the good times in Konoha, and decided to turn over a new leaf.
Shikamaru and Choji exchanged looks, sizing up Ino, as if she were a fool, silently marveling at a girl's naivety. Overjoyed at having survived, Ino was completely carefree, paying no mind to her companion's stares. After returning to Konoha and reporting his mission, Naruto resumed his mundane life, but he found joy in it. Though Naruto had seen the future of the ninja world through Wang Qingque's memories, he didn't care. In his view, the future was constantly changing, nothing was predetermined. It would shift according to one's thoughts and actions. For example, you might have lived a peaceful life to 90, but one day you find your life too dull, take up extreme sports, and end up dying young. Thus every choice in life alters fate. No one's life is set in stone.
According to the memories, the next event should be Mizuki's prison break. I wonder if it will change. Let's wait and see.
Although his experiences so far were similar to the plots of the Naruto series, he wanted to confirm further. After all, this world was filled with bizarre and countless ninjutsu. Who knew if he was under some jinjutsu like Kotoama Tsukumi or something? Days passed. Through unremitting effort, Rock Lee finally succeeded in condensing chi under Naruto's guidance.
I did it!
Staring at the peanut-sized blue light between his hands, Rock Lee was extremely excited. But he didn't stop. Instead, following Naruto's method, he controlled the chi inside him and attempted to fly. After all, no man can resist the allure of soaring through the air. With repeated attempts, Rock Lee's body slowly left the ground, hovering in midair. Sakura watched in envy.
I wonder when he'll reach that level. It shouldn't be long. Honestly, I think you have a real talent for taijutsu, especially when you lose control and lash out. Every punch is full of power. You're almost a match for Granny Tsunade. Speaking of which, I recall a nintaijutsu that suits you. It can quickly boost your strength. Want to give it a try?
Then Naruto taught Sakura the monster strength technique he had learned from Tsunade. In the following days, with Naruto as her gold medal sparring partner, Sakura's mastery of the monster strength technique advanced by leaps and bounds. In a forest clearing.
Sakura, you broad-forehead ugly hag. I've wanted to call you that for a long time. What, you don't like it? Then come and hit me if you can. Naruto.
At those words, Sakura instantly went berserk, charging at him with a furious barrage of strikes. Though each punch burst with astonishing power, Naruto effortlessly deflected them all.
These thrills of a criminal punches land on me like tickles. No wonder you're a girl. Your fists are so soft. Fine for acting cute or begging, but you're still far from real combat. But some people even spread rumors that you look like a man. That's impossible. Not only do you lack a masculine chest, you also look quite old. You're clearly a malnourished, scrawny old woman. Xiaoying, how about we take a break? We've been sparring all morning. No way, Mingren. How dare you say that about me? I'll never forgive you.
Though Xiaoying looked utterly exhausted, she stubbornly continued chasing Mingren, determined to land a hit.
Alright, Xiaoying, I was just trying to help you master the strange power fist more quickly. I was only joking, so can you please let it go?
Sensing he might have taken the joke too far, Mingren began to explain. But Xiaoying refused to believe him.
You call that a joke? I can tell you meant every word. How dare you describe a girl like that? Do you think I'd let you off so easily? Don't you know women hold grudges?
Mingren could only sigh helplessly at her response. For a while afterward, Xiaoying's violent nature fully awakened, as if she had mistakenly evolved into a rampaging dinosaur. She would lash out at the slightest provocation, losing control in battle, and becoming fiercely aggressive. Though this state temporarily robbed her of reason, it greatly amplified her combat prowess.
So Shuemu did escape after all,
Mingren murmured to himself. Just moments ago, Gang Ho had assigned their team the mission to pursue Shuemu. Mingren acted without hesitation, leading Xiaoying and Xiaoli to the scene. The events that followed were largely similar to the original storyline, except that Gang Ho did not appear in Fengshan, and Lei Shen were subdued by the berserk Xiaoying obediently returning to prison. Of course, Mingren had no interest in a mediocre foe like Shuemu, so he yielded the fight to Xiaoli. Shuemu, who had trained himself into a muscular brute in prison, felt deeply insulted. Believing they had underestimated him, he swallowed a self-concocted potion, transforming into a tiger-headed man. He leaped and bounded energetically before the three of them.
What do you think? Intimidated by my terrifying speed? This is the power I gained from Lord Orochimaru. I have been reborn and reached a level you brats cannot even fathom.
Despite Shuemu's brazen boasts, Mingren could not be bothered to respond. He turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Shuemu tried to stop him, but Xiaoli blocked his path.
Your opponent now is me.
Xiaoli assumed a fighting stance, beckoning Shuemu provocatively with a wave of his hand. The Shuemu incident ended satisfactorily. After being defeated by Xiaoli, Shuemu turned into a frail, dying old man. The three of them successfully escorted him back to prison to spend his remaining days. After this event, Mingren confirmed the authenticity of the memories in his mind. He felt as if he were living in a world created by someone else, and thus had no desire to follow the predetermined plot. It would be far too dull. Moreover, Mingren did not believe that was his true life. He no longer wished to become Hokage. Instead, he wanted to live freely, unbound by any so-called destiny, and do exactly as he pleased.
Reincarnation of Ashura. I, Uzumaki Mingren, refuse to be ruled by the Nine-Tails' hatred, nor do I want to be influenced by you. I only want to be myself.
In truth, young Mingren had harbored deep resentment toward the villagers of Konoha. He loathed the way people looked at him, and had even entertained thoughts of destroying everything. But as he grew older, he gradually became more rational. Loneliness and pain tempered Mingren's mind, accelerating his growth. In moments of solitude, he constantly pondered the meaning of his existence. Eventually, he learned to control his emotions, no longer allowing hatred and anger to dictate his actions. He began striving diligently to realize his dreams. No longer shackled by the shadows of the past, he bravely faced reality, and firmly set foot on his own path.
Sai, what should I do now?
Mingren sat atop the head of his chief father, the fourth Hokage, pondering this question.
Forget it, I'll just go train. After all, I'm still weak now. My combat power is probably around 100. Besides, I need to develop new techniques, using the devouring and destructive properties of my chakra. The Shrank Illusion Water Moon Mirror Flower technique is still completely beyond my grasp. I must not slack off.
With that, Mingren split into 1,000 shadow clones, and dispersed in all directions.
The other issue should be fine. It'll make progress with time. But the Water Moon Mirror Flower technique seems to involve the spiritual realm. Mere meditation won't suffice. I'll need to find someone to help me.
After a moment of contemplation, a name came to mind. Mingren walked into a flower shop, glanced around, and spotted the person he was looking for. At the same time, she noticed him, and looked surprised.
Mingren, what brings you here? What a rare guest. You're not here to buy flowers, are you? I heard you've been training with Xiaoying lately. Are you planning to confess to her? Of course not. Xiaoying likes Wuju. Besides, with her small chest and inferior looks compared to yours, why would I confess to her? Jingya, you're overthinking. Is that so? But you're right. Xiaoying has a broad forehead, an ugly face, and a terrible temper. She can't hold a candle to me. I agree with that. But if it's not Xiaoying, then who is it?
Jingya wore a thoughtful expression.
Jingya, actually I came specifically to see you.
Seeing her lost in gossipy speculation, Mingren stopped hesitating, and stated his purpose. Jingya was stunned. After a moment, she lowered her head, cheeks flushed crimson, and stammered.
Mingren, this is too sudden. Though I admit I am superior to Xiaoying, you don't have to rush. We're still young. I think we should get to know each other first. Besides, I'm not that kind of girl.
Mingren scratched the back of his head, utterly bewildered. What was she talking about? He quickly explained.
Wait, Jingya, that's not what I meant. I only came to ask for your help with my training.
The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. Embarrassed and furious, Jingya roared at Mingren.
Mingren! Why didn't you make it clear earlier? Are you deliberately trying to make me look foolish just so you can brag to Xiaoying and win her favor? That's too cruel. Come on. You talk too much, you never gave me a chance to explain.
In a training ground of Konoha, Naruto and Ino stood facing each other. Though Ino was reluctant at first, she couldn't resist Naruto's persistent pestering and eventually nodded in agreement.
Come on, Ino, just use your mind transfer jutsu on me. Honestly treating me like free labor. I'm busy too, you know.
Ino complained but still formed the hand seal for the mind transfer jutsu, aiming it at Naruto.
Mind transfer jutsu.
As Ino spoke, her body went limp, and she collapsed, but she opened her eyes again, pale-faced.
Ino, what happened? Did the technique fail?
Naruto, not understanding, quickly helped her up and asked with concern. Ino was drenched in cold sweat, her face bloodless, her eyes filled with terror. It took a while before she regained her composure. Only after her color returned did she explain.
No. I successfully performed the mind transfer jutsu. My consciousness entered your body smoothly, but... So that's it. It seems Ino's mind transfer jutsu awakened the primal will of the Saiyan dormant within me, causing a backlash.
Naruto thought to himself.
Haha, sorry about that. I wasn't careful and lost control. But I'll try my best to restrain myself next time, so don't worry.
What?
You want to try again? Come on, I can't take it. Find someone else, I really can't help.
Ino immediately refused. But she underestimated Naruto's persistence. After promising various benefits, she reluctantly agreed to try once more. After a mental struggle, essentially self-hypnosis, Naruto successfully convinced the primal Saiyan will to accept Ino's spiritual body.
So this is Naruto's body. Such immense power. Feels like I could beat 10 Sakuramis with one hand.
Ino moved Naruto's body, testing it. One step shattered the ground beneath her, and a casual punch reduced a nearby massive log to splinters.
How does he train? This physical strength is monstrous. Can a ninja really reach this level?
Ino looked at her uninjured fist with an incredulous expression, knowing she hadn't used any chakra during that attack. Ninjas, when using jutsu, possess great destructive power, but they are still flesh and blood. Without chakra, they are little different from ordinary people, easily killed by a kunai. Thus, ninja combat is usually centered on assassination, and even in direct confrontations it's a battle of jutsu and strategy, rarely engaging in close-quarters combat unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, ninjas don't place much emphasis on the body, since no matter how much you train, you can't block all kinds of strange jutsu and hidden weapons. Moreover, to complete missions effectively, a ninja must possess versatile ninjutsu adaptable to various situations. Focusing solely on physical training not only yields slow progress, but also limits one's options, a thankless endeavor. Even the powerful ninjas renowned for taijutsu primarily rely on chakra-enhanced techniques. Without chakra, their physical abilities alone would be severely limited. While Ino marveled at Naruto's extraordinary physique, Naruto began secretly studying Ino's spiritual body. Indeed, Naruto's consciousness had not fallen asleep from Ino's mind transfer jutsu. He focused intently on sensing her spiritual fluctuations, gradually mastering her every move, and even began attempting to influence her mental processes with his own spiritual energy.
As expected, cultivation in the spiritual domain requires close contact with a spiritual body to gain insight. Mere contemplation can't unravel its mysteries.
In the following days, Naruto frequently sought Ino's help in his training. Poor Ino, despite her obvious reluctance, somehow inexplicably agreed. Naruto was the one behind this, subtly influencing Ino's thoughts with his spiritual energy without her knowledge.
Though I can't yet manipulate the five senses, I can initially interfere with others' consciousness. A first step. Thanks to Ino's assistance, I've made progress. I do feel a bit guilty for troubling her so much, but it was necessary. For now, I won't need to shear Ino anymore.
Ino had been exhausted these days. The mind transfer jutsu consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, leaving her listless and visibly thinner. She wouldn't need to diet for a while.
Next, I need to find Kurama Yakumo. To fully perfect the water moon mirror flower technique, her Ito is indispensable.
After long deliberation and combining memories from the other reincarnator, he realized much. He gradually discovered that this so-called strength jinjutsu was an incomplete technique. Its requirements for spiritual power and jinjutsu talent far exceeded normal human limits, making it theoretically impossible to master. But Naruto fulfilled the first condition, the second depended on his next actions.
By the way, where is Kurama Yakumo?
Naruto pondered but had no clue.
Well, as long as she's in Konoha, I'll find her.
He stopped thinking and began sensing with his chi. As his perception expanded, he finally detected a villa called Sataminoaki in the forest outside Konoha.
This must be the place.
Naruto teleported onto a large tree outside the villa. Surveying the house below, he felt a pang of bitterness. It was far better than his own dilapidated apartment.
We both have monsters inside us, yet the treatment is so different.
Naruto felt he was the worst off among his kind. Though he had more freedom, his living conditions were incomparable.
Sigh. When will I ever get a new house? Speaking of which, Orochimaru and the Saiyan ninjas invaded Konoha and destroyed so many places. Why didn't they demolish my rundown apartment? Then I'd be a demolition beneficiary by now. That's strange. It's this late and Naruto hasn't come to find me yet. Could he have been delayed by something today?
In the flower shop, Ino glanced at the door from time to time wearing a wistful expression.
Should I go and ask him?
She hesitated inwardly, but soon noticed her own peculiarity.
No. That jerk not bothering me is something I should be overjoyed about. Why would I actually want to go find him? Have I lost my mind?
Outside the mountain villa in the forest, Naruto noticed an Umbu and 2 medical ninjas guarding the place, but with such a level of defense, his teleportation ability made him pay it no heed. Just as Naruto was about to enter directly, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching quickly, so he swiftly concealed himself. Yuhi Kurenai arrived at the villa, greeted the guarding Umbu, and entered.
Oh, it's Kurenai Sensei. Guess I'll have to wait until she leaves before going in.
Fortunately, Kurenai didn't stay long inside. She soon departed with a troubled look. Naruto wasted no more time. Using his instantaneous movement, he infiltrated the villa, appearing in a dark, dilapidated corridor. He immediately detected the anomaly.
Both chakra and chi are unusable. It seems I've fallen into Kurama Yakumo's illusion world. I've heard that any injury sustained in this world manifests in the real world. The only way to escape the illusion is to lose consciousness completely. If I get killed here, I'll die in reality. I must be careful.
Naruto didn't rush to leave the illusion. After all, his goal was to obtain Ito. He needed to find Kurama Yakumo in this world and lure it out. Thus Naruto began his search. He opened a door, and a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. Beyond lay a world of molten lava where a monstrous volcano bird let out a terrifying cry.
Hell looks so real. If the art style weren't superior to mine, I might have fallen for it.
He quickly shut the door and continued onward. Along the way, Naruto lost count of how many doors he opened, witnessing all sorts of bizarre scenes. Cats chasing my 7 Calabash Brothers, plants versus zombies. He couldn't help but marvel at Kurama Yakumo's vivid imagination.
I wonder what's behind this door,
Naruto thought with a hint of anticipation. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a dim, unremarkable room filled with various oil paintings. Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Brushing aside his idle thoughts, Naruto sensed he was nearing his target. He scanned the room, spotted another door, deliberated for a second, then opened it and stepped through. Inside was a void of nothingness, with only a single empty space in the center. A long-haired girl in a pink dress sat with her back to Naruto, painting on a chair, while all objects around her floated in midair. Naruto walked forward, and the door behind him vanished. Stopping behind Kurama Yakumo, he looked at the canvas. It depicted the exact scene before him. Seeing that she showed no intention of acknowledging him, he spoke first.
Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. You're Kurama Yakumo of the Kurama clan, right? I have something I'd like to discuss with you.
But she remained unmoved, so Naruto decided to drop a bombshell.
What I want to talk about is the secret between the third Hokage and Kurenai Sensei. Don't you want to know?
What?
The third Hokage having an illicit secret with Kurenai Sensei? Impossible. Kurenai Sensei has always been close to Asumajonin. How could she do something like that? I don't believe you. Don't try to fool a naive little girl like me.
Kurama Yakumo was utterly shocked. She shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept it. Naruto was speechless, feeling they were on completely different wavelengths. But thinking this might tarnish his reputation, he quickly explained.
Hey, did I say that? Please stop making up stories. ITLL ruined my reputation. People will think I'm the kind of guy who spreads rumors. Is that not the case?
Kurama Yakumo looked at him with a sly smile. Naruto suddenly realized he had been tricked, and his expression darkened.
I don't have time for jokes. I came here to help you deal with the monster in your subconscious mind. And to tell you the truth, who are you really? What's your true purpose?
Seeing that Naruto seemed genuinely familiar with her situation, Kurama Yakumo's expression grew serious. She didn't trust his words, suspecting ulterior motives.
That's more like it. As for who I am, haven't I already said? Uzumaki Naruto, just a lowly genin from Konoha. I mean you no harm, so you can rest assured. I just want to tell you that your parents' death has nothing to do with the third Hokage. They were killed by...
An ink-stained scroll unfurled, its colors fading to reveal the scene of a fire. Long-buried memories surged back, and Kurama Yakumo recalled everything. She clutched her head and wept, crouching on the ground.
Wah! This can't be true.
After Naruto recounted what he knew, he asked,
Now that you know the truth, what do you plan to do? So I'm the one who killed my parents. What can I do now? No, I can do nothing. Let me atone with my own life.
As she spoke, Kurama Yakumo raised a palette knife and aimed it at her unremarkable chest. In the nick of time, a hand reached out from her self-portrait and stopped her. Then a voice rang out.
Yakumo, why would you do such a foolish thing? I would do anything to make you happy, yet you don't cherish yourself and even try to commit suicide. This grieves me deeply.
A monster emerged from the painting, wearing the same clothes as Kurama Yakumo, but with the appearance of a goblin sporting long fangs and pointed ears.
Finally showing yourself, Ito.
Naruto, who had been watching coldly from the side, murmured as he saw his target. Ito, upon emerging, immediately noticed Naruto and spoke with malice.
You've been corrupting Yakumo, haven't you? You don't need to deny it. Anyone who witnesses my existence, I will never let go. So just let me devour you obediently.
In the illusionary space, Mingren, unable to use chi or chakra, was enveloped by Ito's ink. Facing the steadily approaching consciousness product that could devour his mind, Mingren offered no resistance. He had completely given up struggling. The monster Ito, seeing this, also relaxed its vigilance. It approached Mingren ready to feast, when suddenly a cold smirk curled at the corner of Mingren's mouth. A giant golden hand materialized out of thin air, grasping the Katokard Ito. An immensely colossal golden ape figure emerged behind Mingren. Its eyes blazed with scarlet light as it opened its gaping maw and let out a furious roar. Seeing this, Ito struggled violently, but its feeble strength compared to the giant ape was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. Ito was shoved alive into the ape's mouth and chewed to pieces. It died in agony, its eyes filled with reluctance, and before its death, it kept crying out to Ma Ba-yun for help. Yet the person it had devotedly protected never cast a single glance at it, for it was a monster that was never accepted. No matter how much it did, it would never be embraced, and in the end, it could only perish in resentment.
All right, it's over.
Mingren came before Ma Ba-yun, who was slumped on the ground, and reached out his hand to her. This made Ma Ba-yun somewhat puzzled.
Someone like me who could even kill my own parents, why would you help me?
Mingren shook his head upon hearing this.
No, it wasn't your fault. It was the monster controlling your body that killed your parents. That was never your intention. So you don't need to blame yourself. Even so, what difference does it make? It was I who killed them with my own hands. My hands are stained with the blood of my beloved. How could an outsider like you possibly understand that pain? You merely judge from a bystander's perspective, knowing nothing of my feelings.
Mingren, upon hearing this, held his stomach and fell into a brief contemplation, then slowly spoke.
Is that really the case? To be honest with you, there is also a monster sealed inside me. It is not only the murderer of my parents, but also the cause of many deaths. This has led to me being ostracized and hated by everyone around me since childhood. Later, I finally gained the recognition of teacher Irika, only to discover that his parents were also killed by the monster inside me. Yet unlike others, he did not harbor hatred toward me. Instead, he wholeheartedly guided me because he understood that I was also a victim, and it was not my fault. So, you must pull yourself together. There are many who know the truth, yet no one blames you for it. They all understand that it wasn't your intention, and they sympathize with your plight. Besides, you have a good teacher who cares about you.
A bright smile appeared on Mingren's face, and he once again extended a helping hand to Ma Ba-yun. His smile dispelled the gloom in Ba-yun's heart, allowing her to fully accept herself. Their palms clasped together, and a white light burst forth, filling the entire void space. Mingren opened his eyes, and found that he had been sitting on a tree trunk outside the villa all along without moving at all. He looked toward the distant house, and saw a window opened under the eaves, with a cheerful bird landing on the windowsill. And Ma Ba-yun's figure appeared at the window, exchanging a glance with him. Though neither spoke, Mingren could perceive much from her expression. He then turned and left with peace of mind. Above the Huiying Rock.
Hey Xiaoying, do you really not know where Mingren went?
Jingyi asked persistently.
Jingyi, I've already told you I don't know. Why do you insist on looking for that guy? By the way, aren't you supposed to like Zhuju? How come you suddenly have your mind on Mingren? You're too fickle. No, it's not like that. I just happen to need his help with something. Don't overthink it.
Jingyi quickly defended herself. Xiaoying noticed something off about Jingyi and probed.
Is that so? I always feel like you're acting strange. You're not secretly dating Mingren behind my back, are you? What a joke. How could that be possible? I was just...
Just as Jingyi was about to come up with an excuse to brush it off, Luwan and Ding Xiai appeared.
Jingyi, have you already heard about the mission?
Luwan asked with some surprise.
Mission?
Although Jingyi wasn't sure what was going on, she went along with it and answered.
That's right, I came to look for Mingren regarding the mission. But I don't know the specifics yet, I need you to explain it in detail. Of course, but the top priority is to find Mingren first. Once all the mission participants have gathered, he'll explain the situation to everyone. Finally, a mission.
Luokuli stopped his training and ran over excitedly to ask. But to his surprise, Luwan poured cold water on him.
Shaoli, sorry, but this mission does not include you or Xiaoying. It's a special mission for our Team 10 and Mingren. Ah, is that so?
Shaoli instantly became dejected. He started muttering to himself, but soon regained his energy and rushed off to train again.
Since I'm not included, he'll go train too.
Xiaoying, seeing this, didn't linger either. She said that and turned to leave. Luwan sighed.
Lately, everyone seems to be working so hard. Suddenly, I feel a lot of pressure. It seems that after completing the mission, we also need to undergo rigorous training, or else we might end up as the bottom of our peers. Exactly. We must also strive together and not let them steal the show.
Ding Xiai and Jingyi agreed. Suddenly a voice sounded in their ears.
Luwan, why are you all here? Are you planning to invite us old classmates to a dinner party?
Mingren abruptly appeared before the three of them. Upon seeing it was Mingren, the three relaxed. Luwan replied in a lazy tone.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have the money to treat you to a feast. We came to find you because Lady Gang Shou assigned us a mission that requires your participation. Don't get the wrong idea. I see. That is indeed disappointing. In that case, let's set off.
Mingren then turned around to pack his belongings.
He doesn't even bother to ask about the mission details. That guy Mingren is really confident, but he does have the qualifications.
Watching Mingren's retreating figure, Luwan sighed inwardly, then said to Jingyi and Ding Xiai.
Let's go back and prepare too. We mustn't keep Mingren waiting too long, or he'll complain about our slowness.
The two nodded and left each their own way. Jingyi walked home somewhat sullen.
That Mingren is really too much. When he needs my help, he pesters me relentlessly, but now, just you wait, this lady is not someone to be trifled with. Does he think he can use me and then discard me? No way.
After the four gathered, they set out toward Kono Kuni. On the way, Shikamaru began briefing the other three on the mission.
Our task is a rank mission personally issued by the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. The objective is to go to Kono Kuni and kidnap someone. Kidnap? Are we supposed to grab some rich man's son and demand a ransom? That's something bandits do. Are we really going to carry out such a mission?
Ino and Choji looked at Shikamaru with confusion.
It's not like that. The reason goes back to the relationship between the two nations. Kano Kuni and Kono Kuni were originally allies, but for some unknown reason Kano Kuni suddenly decided to sever the alliance and instead form a pact with Hai no Kuni. So they entrusted us with a mission to go to Kono Kuni and rescue the young master who is being held there as a hostage. Do you understand? I see.
Ino and Choji nodded in understanding. Shikamaru turned to look at Naruto. Naruto didn't seem too concerned.
Isn't it just rescuing the young master of Kano Kuni from Kono Kuni? That should be simple. That's true, but we still need to take it seriously. If we mishandle this, it could spark a war between the two countries. So during the mission, we must not reveal any information about the client. You must keep that in mind.
Shikamaru stated solemnly. Naruto grew serious as well.
I got it. What a troublesome thing, though. Come on, could you stop stealing my lines? I'm the one in charge of this mission. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear the biggest responsibility. I'm the one who should be saying troublesome.
Shikamaru couldn't help complaining. The four of them looked down at Kono Kuni below, discussing how to sneak into the city and spirit away the young master of Kono Kuni without anyone noticing.
Do we even need to discuss a plan? Just let me go in and bring him out directly. You guys wait here for my good news.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Naruto vanished. Shikamaru had no time to stop him.
As expected, I have absolutely no authority as the team leader.
Shikamaru shrugged helplessly.
Alright, Shikamaru, don't worry. With Naruto's strength, nothing major should go wrong. Let's just sit down and wait calmly.
Ino tried to comfort him.
Well, I guess there's no other choice.
But to their surprise, they waited for a long time without any news. Now the three of them couldn't sit still anymore.
What's going on? Did Naruto fail? But there doesn't seem to be any commotion in the city. And that guy isn't easy to deal with either. He shouldn't be taken down so easily. What could have gone wrong?
Shikamaru was utterly puzzled.
How about I go and gather some information?
Ino suggested. Shikamaru thought it over and found it reasonable.
Ino's right. We should send someone into the city to gather intel. Choji, I'll leave this to you. You have the strongest combat capabilities among us three. Even if you're surrounded, you can buy time and cause a stir. If anything goes wrong, well, come to support you.
No problem.
Leave it to me.
Choji patted his chest in assurance, then strode confidently into the city, and never returned.
What the hell? Even Choji.
Shikamaru rubbed his head in frustration. Ino asked worriedly.
Shikamaru, what should we do? What else? Let's go in and take a look.
So the two sneaked into the city. They had expected a dangerous den of tigers and dragons, but encountered no danger at all along the way. The streets were lively and bustling as if nothing had happened. After making some inquiries, they learned that the daimyo of Kono Kuni was hosting a royal cuisine competition in the city. Participants could not only taste delicious food, but also had a chance to win generous prizes. Many people from nearby areas had come for the event.
Let's go check it out too. Naruto and Choji are probably there, and we might even spot the mission target. Fine. If those two idiots really dared to ditch us and go feast, he'll never forgive them.
Ino said through gritted teeth. She had been worried about them, and now, at the royal cuisine competition venue, the contest was nearing its end. Only a few remained, and of course Naruto and Choji, the two bottomless pits, had not been eliminated. They were now in the final round eating grilled meat. This was Choji's favorite food. He grilled and ate at an incredible speed with two thick stacks of plates piling up beside him. Naruto, on the other hand, was not far behind. In fact, he even surpassed Choji. He swept the grilled meat off the table like a whirlwind, claiming first place. But he wasn't very happy.
If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken first place. I don't live here. What's the use of winning a house? I think the second place prize is better.
Naruto looked at Choji holding a huge box of gold and silver. He would be lying if he said he wasn't envious unless the box was full of fake coins. The two were walking down the street when two figures suddenly blocked their path.
Can you two explain yourselves? Leaving us outside while you come here to gorge yourselves, that's absolutely unforgivable.
Ino had a sinister expression. If it weren't for the street and her need to maintain a ladylike demeanor, she would have left claw marks on them.
We were just completing the mission, But honestly, the food was really good.
Naruto licked his lips, still savoring the taste.
Yeah, Naruto's right.
Choji nodded in agreement.
These two. They really have no idea what's going on.
Shikamaru sighed helplessly.
Are you two provoking me?
Ino instantly transformed into a tigress, lunging at them, with claws bared, launching a merciless attack. In no time, poor Choji's face was covered in scratches, a sight too miserable to behold. But Naruto was completely unharmed. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he was also a blockhead when it came to romance, so Ino could do nothing to him. She was almost in tears, until she pulled out her ultimate move. And Naruto ended up with a pendant on his back. Indeed, Ino wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, and hung onto his back, refusing to be shaken off. The four of them checked into an inn to discuss their next move. Choji set down the huge box from his shoulder, intending to count the gold and silver inside. But when he opened it, out popped a real person. He was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but exclaim.
It really is a big box of real people. So you were behind all of this?
Choji glared at Naruto with a stern expression.
That's right. Did you really think I'd been in the city for so long and done nothing? In fact, I had already secured the target before the Imperial Feast competition even began. Later, I felt a bit hungry, so I joined the competition. I still can't figure out how you managed to get this person into my crate, but I want to know where my chest of gold and silver went.
Choji questioned with a hostile glare.
Well?
Seeing Naruto hesitate and stammer, Choji grew more convinced of his suspicions.
Naruto, tell me the truth. Did you embezzle my gold and silver? Choji, you've misunderstood. How could I ever do such a thing? Your gold and silver are still in the feudal lord's mansion untouched. But since you've contributed to completing the mission, let's just drop it.
But Choji was clearly not buying it. Those gold and silver were meant for his barbecue plans, and he wouldn't give them up easily. The two locked horns, tension rising. Shikamaru stepped in to mediate.
Alright, let's set aside this trivial matter for now. I want to ask, since you've already gotten the young lord out, what about the feudal lord's mansion? Don't worry about that. I've left a shadow clone to take his place. For now, there's no risk of exposure.
Naruto said with a confident grin. Shikamaru was taken aback.
Naruto, I didn't expect you to think ahead so carefully. I thought you'd just charge in recklessly.
Naruto replied proudly.
Of course. My growth isn't just in strength, you know. Even though we've almost completed the mission, we can't afford to let our guard down. To avoid any unforeseen complications, we should escort the young lord back to the country of care as soon as possible.
Naruto and the other two agreed, so they prepared to leave the city that very night. However, the young lord of the country of care Shu was reluctant to depart so soon. He wanted to see the sights of the city before returning. His reasoning was that, as the young lord of the country of care, having been a hostage here for so long without knowing anything about the place, would be too embarrassing. Under Shu's insistence, Shikamaru finally agreed to stay for one more day.
Shikamaru, why do you always have to indulge him? In my opinion, we could just knock him out and carry him away. Why make it so complicated?
Naruto dismissed the idea. Shikamaru shrugged helplessly.
There's no help for it. He's the son of a feudal lord. It's best not to offend him unnecessarily. What's so great about him? I could destroy a petty country like this in no time.
Naruto muttered under his breath, forgetting that he still had a clingy passenger on his back.
Naruto, I never imagined you harbored such monstrous thoughts. You're truly a menace. Let me strangle you and rid the world of a disaster.
Ino's icy ghostly voice hissed in Naruto's ear, sending chills down his spine. He couldn't help but scream.
Ah! A ghost!
Time quickly passed to the next day. The group of 5 strolled idly down the street. Actually, only 4 were walking because Ino was still clinging to Naruto's back. This reminded Naruto of an animal called a wingba from the Naruto world. So Naruto bought Ino some Narutomaki fish cake rolls, and found that she indeed calmed down considerably. She even stopped choking him.
Just as I thought, women are as terrifying as wingba monsters.
Naruto sighed inwardly. Suddenly the ground trembled, and an explosion echoed through the streets. Panic erupted among the crowd.
What's happening?
Choji looked bewildered.
It seems this country is under attack by unknown assailants. Although this country is small for someone to attack so openly, they must be no ordinary foe. We must prepare defenses until we know their intentions.
Shikamaru warned with a grave expression. Choji and Ino nodded in agreement, while Naruto closed his eyes, and began sensing with his chi. An image formed in his mind, a white strange bird soaring high above with 2 figures in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds standing on its back. One was a young man with long golden hair tied in a ponytail, the other was a hunched-masked old man with a hideous face. The golden-haired youth was setting off firecrackers and playing with clay in the sky, while the old man beside him rebuked his behavior.
All right, Deidara, that's enough. Don't actually destroy this little country, or we won't get paid. And drop me down, I'll take it from here,
the hunched old man said in a hoarse voice.
Sorry, elder brother Sasori, I got carried away, and forgot about the mission. Good thing you reminded me, or I'd have messed things up. Enough talk. Hurry up.
The old man was clearly impatient.
Don't rush me, I'm sending you down now.
With that, Deidara controlled the white bird into a sharp dive, nearly sending Sasori of the red sand to his doom.
This blasted fool. I'll turn him into a collectible sooner or later, but he's still useful for now. I'll just wait a little longer.
A cold glint flashed in Sasori's eyes as he watched Deidara's receding figure. Inside the city, Choji and Ino saw Naruto with his eyes closed and turned to Shikamaru.
What's Naruto doing? He might be scouting out the enemy's information,
Shikamaru guessed.
Is Naruto a sensor-type ninja?
Choji and Ino looked incredulous.
Probably. I'm not sure either. You'd better ask him yourself later.
A frustrated Shikamaru brushed it off. He didn't want to dwell on this topic, as it would only dent his confidence. Why bother seeking trouble? Soon Naruto opened his eyes. The 3 of them immediately gathered around.
Naruto, were you just probing the attackers' identities? Did you find anything?
They stared at Naruto with interrogating looks, as if to say,
You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say can be used against you in court.
Seeing this, Naruto had no choice but to confess honestly.
The attackers are members of an organization called the Akatsuki. Though few in number, each is a notorious class criminal. They operate on battlefields across nations ostensibly as mercenaries, but secretly brewing a grand conspiracy, one that aims to overthrow the world. They are an ambitious organization. Naruto, are you saying that the 2 members of the Akatsuki are the ones attacking this country?
Choji and Ino turned pale with fright. Shikamaru's expression also darkened.
If they're truly rank rogue ninjas, we should avoid a direct confrontation. We still have a mission to complete, so it's best to leave this place quickly and avoid unnecessary trouble. Shikamaru is right. We're just Jinin and their rank rogue ninjas. Let's get out of here first.
Choji and Ino nodded in agreement. Naruto spoke up to reassure them.
Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Although the Akatsuki is formidable, the two who came here aren't so powerful that we can't fight them. We have a good chance of defeating them. Is that really the case? That's only for you. We're ordinary Jinin, so please don't drag us into this.
Shikamaru clearly didn't believe Naruto's words. He had heard of the Akatsuki organization. Even Orochimaru, who had destroyed most of Konoha, was once a member. That alone spoke volumes about their strength. If they clashed here, it could lead to casualties, and he couldn't bear the responsibility. So Shikamaru, ignoring the objections of the young lord of the land of Pi, led the group away from the land of Ci without a word. But fate had other plans. They encountered their enemies on the road to the land of Pi.
Watch out! Everyone scatter!
Naruto shouted, pulling Shu and Ino aside as they dodged. Shikamaru and Choji, though unaware of the danger, quickly leaped away without hesitation. The moment they moved, a rain of white clay spiders fell, triggering a massive explosion.
You dodged it. As expected of the strongest tailed beast, the Ninetales jinchuriki, not so easy to deal with.
A white clay bird hovered above, and Deidara, frowning in concentration, observed from its back. Out of caution, he ascended higher, and crafted a clay doll from his mouth, dropping it down.
Behold my No. 18 the C3 clay bomb.
The clay doll expanded as it fell, and with a loud boom from Deidara, it exploded, flattening everything within a kilometer.
Even you can't remain unscathed after that, no matter how powerful you are. The Ninetales jinchuriki who made Itachi and Kisame retreat in defeat, I've taken him down easily. Truly my explosion art is the greatest.
A smug smile curled on Deidara's lips. In the distance, the four Konoha ninjas wiped the sweat from their brows.
That was close. So this is the power of an Akatsuki member. Such destructive force is terrifying. Thank goodness Naruto sensed them in time, and used a diversionary shadow clone, or the consequences would have been dire.
Shikamaru thought, still shaken.
I didn't expect them to come to us. I was planning to sneak back and take them out, but now it seems we don't need to bother.
Naruto mused inwardly. He had no fear of the duo of Deidara and Sasori, as they were far easier to handle than Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. After all, both were long-range attackers, weak in close combat with long casting times and glaring weaknesses. For instance, Deidara had to chew and spit out clay before creating his bombs, a cumbersome process. If not for his mobility, he would have been killed countless times during that interval. Sasori was similar. He could control 100 puppets simultaneously, which seemed impressive, but it was ultimately useless. No matter how well you controlled puppets, they could never be as agile as your own limbs, and the mechanisms required time to activate. Against ordinary ninjas, that delay might not be fatal since everyone takes time to form hand seals. But against someone with overwhelming speed or space-time ninjutsu, they could be killed before even deploying their puppet. Moreover, his puppets posed little threat to true experts. As for Sasori's puppet body, if you just took off his clothes, anyone with eyes could see the weakness.
Naruto, what should we do now?
Choji and Ino looked at Naruto for guidance, which frustrated Shikamaru, feeling his authority as team leader was eroding. Ever since the Chunin exam, Shikamaru's luck had been declining. The first time he led a mission to retrieve Sasuke had nearly ended in the team's annihilation, saved only by Naruto. Then during a mission to the land of Tea, he experienced the same situation again, leaving him utterly disheartened.
No wonder they don't trust me. I've let them down too many times. Maybe I'm just not fit to lead.
Shikamaru lamented, then gave up entirely, turning to Naruto along with the others. Naruto stepped up without hesitation.
Don't worry. Although his jutsu is powerful, he's not as strong as you think. After using such a devastating technique, his chakra is depleted. He's running on fumes. All that awaits him is annihilation. So leave him to me.
Naruto instructed the others to wait, and went alone to finish the job. Watching him disappear into the distance, Ino asked worriedly,
Shikamaru, is he really as weakened as Naruto says?
Shikamaru.
Well, it's possible.
Meanwhile, Deidara, seeing no movement below, gleefully danced the subject 3 on his white clay bird's back. This irritated Naruto, who appeared in front of Deidara in a flash and slapped him twice. The bewildered Deidara felt the stinging handprints on his face, snapping him back to reality.
Not bad, Ninetales brat. You survived my C3 explosion unscathed. You've got some skill. But now I'm getting serious. Enjoy the instantaneous art of explosion.
With that, Deidara leaped off the giant bird, shouting,
Boom!
The white giant bird exploded with a deafening roar, engulfing Naruto in flames. Deidara crashed to the ground like a meteor, staggering to his feet, battered, but wearing a triumphant smile. Suddenly a voice came from above, making his pupils contract as he looked up.
Is this your so-called explosion art? It doesn't seem so impressive. A painless attack like that. Are you sure you're not joking with me?
Naruto slowly descended from the explosion, smoke stopping about 5 meters above the ground. Then he looked down at Deidara with a mocking gaze, his expression filled with disdain. Deidara looked up at the completely unharmed Naruto, his expression turning extremely ugly, because he could see from Naruto's expression contempt and disregard for his art, which enraged him.
You damn bastard, how dare you look down on my explosion art? I will never forgive you. Is that so? If you really have the strength, then try it.
Naruto fell from the air and walked toward Deidara without any guard. Suddenly a white clay centipede emerged from the ground and tightly coiled around him, and with a loud shout, it exploded directly.
Like you underestimate my art, now you know the power.
Deidara blustered with forced bravado. While observing Naruto's movements, he reached his hands into his ninja tool pouch and quickly molded a small winged dragon from clay. After a puff of smoke, the small dragon turned into a giant one. Without a word, he leaped onto the dragon's head and controlled it to fly into the distance. Flying high into the sky, Deidara looked back and saw Naruto walking out of the explosion smoke unharmed, calmly looking at him, as if completely unconcerned whether he would escape.
As expected, an explosion of this power can't hurt that guy at all. But if he really thinks he'll flee, he's sorely mistaken. I'm doing this just to buy time to use a more powerful ninjutsu. For a bastard who dares to slander my art, how could I ever back down?
Deidara suddenly stopped. He first controlled the clay giant dragon to spit out a small dragon toward Naruto, then began eating clay in large mouthfuls. Facing the clay flying dragon rapidly approaching him, Naruto casually destroyed it with a Qigong wave. Then he looked at Deidara, who was vomiting from eating too much clay. The clay spat out from Deidara's mouth transformed into a giant Deidara walking toward Naruto with large strides.
This is my proudest masterpiece, the C4 Clay Bomb Garuda. I originally planned to use it against Itachi, but now I have no choice but to test it on you first. Deidara, though looking utterly exhausted, still spoke with a tough attitude.
Naruto watched the steppy-step approaching clay giant, feeling somewhat speechless. This move would be okay against ninjas without special dojutsu or extremely strong perception abilities. But for Deidara to specifically develop this move to deal with Uchiha Itachi was a bit too unrealistic. Didn't he know that the Sharingan could see through the flow of chakra? Just as Naruto was lost in thought, the clay giant exploded, turning into microscopic clay bombs invisible to the naked eye, invading Naruto's body through his respiratory passages. Then, nothing happened because the chakra in the clay was devoured by the black hole inside his body.
Forget it, let's end this game quickly. I really shouldn't have held such high expectations for you. Now it seems your performance is indeed somewhat disappointing.
Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Deidara, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up.
Don't you have a self-destruction move? Show it to me.
Naruto looked at Deidara with a half-smile. This made Deidara's face change drastically.
How do you know my trump card? That is the highest achievement of my art, never used before. How could an outsider know about it? I don't want to answer that question. If you don't want to use it, then forget it.
Having said that, Naruto prepared to choke Deidara to death.
Hey! Wait, that is my proudest, strongest explosion art. I believe it will definitely not disappoint you, so don't be in a hurry to act. Deidara hurriedly shouted.
Is that so? If that's the case, then hurry up and use it. Otherwise you won't have a chance.
As soon as the words were spoken, Naruto threw him down.
Deidara, his chakra exhausted, crashed to the ground like a meteor, barely alive. But at this moment, a crazy smile appeared on his face.
Bastard, how dare you underestimate my explosion art so much? You forced me to do this. To die under my ultimate art is your honor. After saying that, Deidara took off his clothes, revealing the black tattoo on his chest. He removed the stitches that had been sewn with over 100 needles, and a large mouth appeared.
Then he fed the remaining explosive clay into his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, countless black lines spread from his chest to his entire body. The black lines transformed Deidara's body into chakra, condensing into a black sphere. His body began to slowly become transparent until it disappeared, and a black pumpkin bomb was fully formed. Then it burst into dazzling light, exploding into a diffusive big explosion. Everything within the blast range directly sublimated, forming a giant blue paidaxing that covered an area of 20 li. Such a huge commotion even frightened Shikamaru and the others far away.
What exactly happened over there? How could such a fierce battle break out? Shikamaru and the others began to worry about Naruto. After the explosion, the surroundings became unusually quiet. Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out from the center of the explosion. Ha ha. Truly impressive. This power indeed did not disappoint me. At this time Naruto was covered in wounds, but he was laughing heartily. Anyone who didn't know would surely think he had suffered severe brain damage in the explosion and become brain dead. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Naruto began to control his chakra to quickly repair his bogus injuries. He had withstood Deidara's self-destruction, causing himself serious injuries, but this was exactly the effect he wanted. This meant that after his injuries healed, his strength would increase significantly again. This was something others could only dream of, so how could he not be happy? Little did he know that Sasuke, in order to gain power, willingly became a rogue ninja and risked becoming a vessel to join Orochimaru. If Sasuke had such talent, he would be courting death every day, so Naruto was relatively restrained. Under the healing of the Yang attribute golden chakra in his body, Naruto's injuries healed quickly. This recovery speed is not inferior even to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, right? Naruto thought smugly. Then he began to sense his own power, but found that it was not as much of an increase as the previous 2 times. Naruto guessed that this was due to using this method to increase strength multiple times in a short period. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, his combat power was less than 5. After mastering Chi, it should be around 10. First time during the battle against Zabuza, after recovering from serious injuries, his combat power roughly tripled, reaching about 40. Second time after being tortured by Orochimaru's destruction and devouring medicine, his combat power eventually increased to about 100. Plus the relentless training during this period, before this his combat power should have reached about 120. This time, after being seriously injured and fully recovered, my combat power only increased by a little over 80 points, reaching over 200. It seems that from now on I have to rely on my own hard training. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there is no such thing as an overwhelmingly powerful bloodline in this world. No matter how formidable a race may be, it has its limits and cannot grow indefinitely. As a warrior race, the Saiyans possess exceptional talent in combat. When stimulated, they can easily unleash their potential, rapidly elevating their battle power. However, their potential is finite and cannot be harnessed endlessly. Otherwise, why would so few Saiyans ever break through the 10,000 mark in battle power? Thus, relying solely on relentless combat cannot break the Saiyans' bottleneck. For them, the correct approach is to combine training with battle. By accumulating strength through daily cultivation, then using the stimulus of battle, when needed, they can surpass their limits and achieve growth in power. This method enables Saiyans to better utilize their innate talents and potential, reaching higher levels of combat prowess. Although Saiyans can more easily break through their limits through combat stimulation, they must still cultivate diligently to store potential. Therefore, I must never slack off. Naruto silently admonished himself. Alright. Time to head back. With such a huge commotion, they must have noticed. They might even be rushing over here by now. But what about Sasori? Just as Naruto was pondering whether to return and finish off the enemy, a figure rushed over. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own shadow clone. The clone looked slightly disheveled, carrying a red-haired puppet in its hand. Looking closely, it was none other than Sasori. Naruto was taken aback. Did you take him down? Of course. Isn't it obvious? To be honest, I expended considerable effort to defeat this guy named Sasori. I thought I'd receive some praise, but instead am met with your distrustful gaze. How disappointing. Haha, what are you talking about? How could I not trust you? You're the strongest shadow clone I've ever created with a massive amount of chakra. If I didn't trust you, I'd be distrusting myself. That's simply impossible. You're overthinking it, Naruto explained insincerely. In truth, when he first summoned this clone, he hadn't thought much about it, only wanting it to last longer without considering its combat capabilities at all. After all, in Naruto's eyes, shadow clones were merely tools for training, rarely used for combat. So he had no idea how powerful this clone had become. The 5 decoy clones he used earlier to mislead Deidara were only given a small amount of chakra, and were blown up by the C3 clay bomb, leaving no chance to demonstrate their strength. Now seeing his own clone defeat Sasori single-handedly surprised him greatly. Naruto studied the clone carefully, and noticed something amiss. By the way, you said you had a tough fight with Sasori. But why do I feel your chakra hasn't decreased? In fact, it's increased. What's going on? The clone smirked proudly. Hey, you've never guessed that I can grow in battle, fuse the traits of destruction and absorption, and create brand new ninjutsu. My mastery of ninjutsu has surpassed yours. Even without the original, I have enough chakra to sustain myself. So, are you planning to leave me?
Naruto stared at the clone with a sharp gaze.
Hell, I never meant that. Don't take it too seriously, boss. I just want to go out for a stroll and clear my mind. After all, you always assign us such heavy tasks. Who can endure that? Think of it as giving me a vacation.
Seeing the clone's cheeky grin, Naruto fell into a brief contemplation. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. After a moment's thought, he decided to give it a chance.
Letting you go out isn't impossible, but I have a condition. If you agree, I'll grant you some freedom. What condition?
The clone hurriedly asked. It had only been complaining but never expected the original to agree. How delightful.
It'll give you a mission, which is...
When Shikamaru and the others arrived at the explosion site, they found Naruto fiddling with a humanoid puppet.
Naruto, are you alright? And what is this thing?
Ino was the first to step forward and ask.
I'm fine. This is another member of the Akatsuki, the renegade ninja from Tsunade Sasori. He's a twisted puppeteer who turned himself into a puppet. This is what you see now.
Naruto introduced with a smile, then handed the puppet to Ino, making her step back in fright.
Naruto, what exactly happened here? And what about that explosion?
Shikamaru couldn't help but ask.
Oh, that. Actually, it's like this. You mean to say that the renegade ninja from the land of Earth Deidara, after exhausting his chakra, was cornered by you, and then detonated himself, killing his ally who came to support him, Sasori? That's right. Good thing I ran fast, or even my body would be gone by now.
Naruto recalled the scene, still shuddering.
Naruto, if you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. That guy was an rank rogue ninja. How could he die so casually?
Shikamaru wore an expression of disbelief.
Casually? Not at all. I think it's quite reasonable. When a comrade is in danger, it's normal for Sasori to rush to support, right? Deidara's self-destruction covered a radius of over 20 li. Sasori entered the blast zone and couldn't escape in time. Dying in the explosion is also perfectly normal, right? The only unusual thing is that Ayamir Jinin wasn't killed. But that's easy to explain, because I know space-time ninjutsu.
Shikamaru was left speechless.
That's true, but I still feel their deaths were too hasty. Characters like them, who seem so formidable, should have had more screen time, right?
Unlike Shikamaru's overthinking, Choji and Ino readily accepted Naruto's explanation. After witnessing the terrifying explosion, they believed that no ninja without space-time abilities could have survived unscathed. Naruto and the others safely escorted Shu to the land of Bai, and after successfully completing the mission, they returned to Konoha.
Finally back. Honestly, I'm starting to dread missions now. Every time we go out, we encounter powerful enemies that are hard to handle. Either I can't get involved or I get beaten up. The outside world feels really dangerous.
Shikamaru sighed. Choji and Ino nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment.
Is it that exaggerated? I think it's fine. The reason you feel that way is simply because you're too weak.
Naruto said bluntly.
Maybe.
Shikamaru surprisingly didn't argue this time. Ino and Choji bowed their heads in shame, remaining silent. Beneath a massive beast skeleton lay one of the Akatsuki's hideouts. At that moment, 6 imposing figures stood solemnly on the fingers of the demonic statue of the outer path. One figure with purple pupils was clearly growing impatient.
What's going on? Why haven't those 3 shown up yet? Could it be that they performed poorly and got kicked out of the organization?
Another figure couldn't help but interject.
To be honest, I think the one who should be kicked out of the Akatsuki is you. Hey, you shark-faced guy, don't talk nonsense. If you piss me off, they'll sacrifice you to Lord Jashin in no time. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you perform the ritual in water.
Just as the two were about to come to blows, a dignified voice rang out.
Alright, stop arguing. I sent Zetsu to gather information. He should be back soon. So everyone wait patiently. Anyone who acts recklessly will face my wrath, especially you, Haiden.
The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, suddenly spoke. Under the pressure of the renegade's ocular power, Haiden wisely chose to back down.
I know. I was just joking. Leader, please don't take it seriously. I've always been loyal to the organization and have no intention of betraying it.
Soon Zetsu, who had been out gathering intel, returned. All the Akatsuki members looked at him. Pain asked,
"How did it go?"
In response to Pain's inquiry, Zetsu replied calmly.
It has been confirmed that Deidara and Sasori were indeed taken down by the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Pain, should we take action?
Pain shook his head.
No, now is not the time. We are not sufficiently prepared. Attacking the Ninetales Jinchuriki at this point is unwise. It might cause the 5 great nations to unite against the Akatsuki, which would hinder our subsequent plans. Although that is true, the Ninetales Jinchuriki has already become a force to be reckoned with. If we wait any longer, he might become a major threat to us. Oh, just a brat, and yet he makes you so wary, Zetsu. Is he really that formidable?
Kakuza asked dismissively.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. You should ask Itachi and Kisame. They have fought the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and are the most qualified to comment.
Seeing this, Kakuzu had no choice but to look at Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame with a questioning gaze.
Is that so? Indeed. He is the strongest taijutsu user I have ever seen. Not only is his strength comparable to Tsunade, renowned for her monstrous strength, but his speed and mastery of spacetime ninjutsu have likely caught up with the 4th Hokage. Moreover, he possesses bizarre techniques with devastating power that are hard to guard against. We suffered heavy losses when we fought him,
Hoshigaki Kisame said gravely. Kakuza fell silent. Having been in the same organization for so long, he believed he knew Kisame well enough to trust that the latter wouldn't lie about such matters. He thought to himself,
I'll have to be more careful from now on, and avoid taking bounties from the Land of Fire as much as possible.
Although Kakuza loved money, he valued his life even more. He knew whom to provoke, and whom to avoid, otherwise he wouldn't have survived this long. Although he had 5 lives for true masters, it only meant a few extra moves. It was utterly useless, especially when facing someone proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Even escaping would be difficult. Deidara was a cautionary example for him. Pain, as the leader of the Akatsuki, stepped forward to declare,
Rest assured, no matter how powerful a mortal becomes, they cannot oppose the god who created the ninja world. With the Rinnegan, I am not an existence that ordinary shinobi can match.
Seeing Pain so confident, everyone felt relieved.
It seems I was overthinking. The Rinnegan is indeed the eye of the Sage of 6 Paths, the founder of the ninja world. It truly cannot be compared to the mere Ninetales Jinchuriki.
As he said this, Zetsu's face showed a look of longing.
However, losing 2 members before the plan even begins might affect the capture of the tail beasts. Then leave the recruitment of new members to me,
Zetsu volunteered. Pain nodded, then turned into a plume of smoke and disappeared.
That's your job as a scout anyway. Anyone would think you're a good employee who cares about your boss.
Haiden became lively again after Pain left. However, Zetsu couldn't be bothered to respond. He just glanced at Haiden as if looking at an idiot. Kakuzu, who was nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and directly threatened.
Shut up or he'll kill you. Hey, old man Kakuzu, don't try to scare me. You've said that countless times, yet I'm still alive and well. Do you know why? Because I don't have a heart condition.
After leaving the task report to Shikamaru, Naruto returned home, took a cold shower, and lay on his bed thinking. In terms of physical prowess, he had already reached a level beyond ordinary people. To improve further, he could only rely on diligent training in the short term. In ninjutsu, aside from the strength Raisin Shuriken, he had also created a technique that could absorb chakra and ninjutsu by combining the properties of devour and destruction. He had yet to name it. As for Jinjutsu, he had initially reached the level of dominating the 5 senses and affecting reality. Unlike Kurama Yakumo, who needed to use paintings to cast Jinjutsu, Naruto could influence others without them even realizing it. This was because his spiritual energy far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even shinobi proficient in Yin release or possessing related bloodline limits were no match for him. Previously, although his spiritual energy was strong, he could only use it roughly because his Jinjutsu talent was not very good. Spiritual energy is like chakra, and Jinjutsu talent is equivalent to chakra control. The larger your chakra reserves, the harder it is to control. The same goes for spiritual energy. Moreover, Naruto's spiritual energy did not grow naturally. It was enhanced by merging with the residual soul energy of the Saiyan Son Goku after his death. Hence his control over it was relatively weak. Later, after devouring Ito, Naruto's Jinjutsu talent greatly improved, and he was finally able to flexibly utilize this spiritual power. The next direction for training is to combine chi and chakra, forging a path that belongs to oneself. Although Naruto had some ideas in mind, the fusion of these 2 forces is no simple task. Chakra differs from chi. It is a product of the combination of spiritual energy and cellular energy. Chi, on the other hand, is something that life possesses innately, and all movements of life cannot exist without it. As long as there is a living existence, there is some degree of chi within, though it is typically not utilized. Mastery over this power requires cultivation of chi. One of these forces leans towards the mental aspect, while the other pertains to the physical. Although both are products of the ethereal and the tangible, their external manifestations are starkly different. Chakra can create ninjutsu that manifests as physical objects, whereas attacks using chi usually exist in the form of energy. It can be said that the two are contradictory yet do not interfere with each other. Moreover, even the black hole within cannot devour chi, as if it does not exist at all, leaving Naruto at a loss. If these two powers were mutually exclusive, resulting in violent reactions, they could slowly adapt and permeate each other. However, upon returning from his outing, Naruto thought of a feasible method, albeit with significant risks. He must prepare thoroughly, and only execute the plan when he is completely confident.
There's no rush. First, I need to elevate both chi and chakra to the pinnacle of the ninja world, and only then proceed with the fusion. That way the enhancement to my strength will be greater. For now, I should collect more forbidden jutsu. Perhaps I can find an even better solution.
At this point, Naruto remembered the Book of Seals. In the original storyline, he had secretly learned the multi-shadow clone technique from it. Although this ninjutsu was later taught to him by the third Hokage, he still held a certain interest in the contents of the Book of Seals. It is worth noting that Orochimaru's signature techniques, the 8-branch technique, and the rebirth of Earth, as well as his proud father Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, are all recorded within. To say he wasn't curious would be a lie.
I'll take a look, it should be fine, right? After all, it's just gathering dust. I might as well study it myself.
With this resolution, Naruto teleported effortlessly to the Hokage building. In the corridor, Shizune, holding a stack of documents, suddenly froze, taking a while to react.
What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so disoriented? Could it be that I've been too tired from working overtime lately?
Shizune absent-mindedly walked into the Hokage's office. On a rooftop, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth.
Done!
He then arrived at the location where the Book of Seals was kept, and sensed with chi, discovering that several Anbu were guarding it in the shadows. Naruto flashed inside, and the hidden Anbu upper ninjas remained oblivious to his presence. This was because Naruto had overwhelmed their senses, leaving them unaware of what was happening outside. Naruto cast a glance around, and saw a huge scroll prominently displayed on a table, walking directly to a painting beside it. He took down the painting, and knocked on the wall several times, opening a hidden compartment to retrieve a slightly smaller scroll.
This is quite interesting. If it weren't for reviewing Shizune's memories, I might have fallen for it. It seems the sealing scroll that Tsukuyomi stole last time was also fake.
In fact, the true Book of Seals is not as massive as it appears. What has been displayed in the open is merely a decoy meant to mislead. However, that Book of Seals is not entirely fake. At the very least, the initial forbidden jutsu, the multi-shadow clone technique, is indeed real. As for the subsequent forbidden techniques, they are too profound, even the second Hokage Tobirama Senju would shake his head at them. Additionally, the scroll also conceals an embodiment technique. If triggered, it would summon a shadow clone of the Hokage.
TCH, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Even if it's just a shadow clone, even if Tsunade herself were present, I would still make her kneel and sing conquer.
With that, he no longer thought further, and arrogantly opened the Book of Seals right there. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps approached. An elderly man leaning on a cane, his right eye covered with bandages, and his right hand suspended by a bandage around his neck, walked in. The Anbu hidden in the shadows quickly revealed themselves and greeted.
Lord Danzo, we are the Anbu responsible for guarding the Book of Seals. May I ask what brings you here? I am here to review the Book of Seals. I advise you not to inquire into matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much will not bring you any benefits.
Danzo Shimura said with an air of superiority.
Well, I didn't mean to pry. I was just fulfilling my duty by asking a necessary question. Does Lord Danzo have the 5th Hokage's orders?
We are the guards personally appointed by the Hokage after careful selection. Without orders, no one is allowed to approach the Book of Seals. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened significantly. As a disciple of the second Hokage, and a senior figure in Konoha, when did he fall to the point of needing orders to examine the Book of Seals? This made him feel quite uneasy. Back when the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was in office, he would not dare to be so excessive. Unexpectedly, not long after the new Hokage took office, his status had plummeted. If this continued, he might be swept out the door one day, which filled him with a strong sense of crisis.
It seems I must find a way to ascend to the Hokage position quickly.
Danzo Shimura snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Just when everyone present thought he had given up on examining the Book of Seals, he returned dejectedly, holding Tsunade's orders. Then, with an air of confidence, he slapped the order across the face of the Anbu member. That arrogant display made even Naruto want to punch him. However, Danzo's strength had not reached a level that Naruto deemed worthy of attention. At most he was at the elite Jounin level without relying on the techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. His actual strength was rather ordinary. Moreover, Naruto was well aware of this information, which greatly impacts battles between ninjas. Given Naruto's current speed, he might not even have time to lift the seal on his arm, before having his Sharingan taken and his right hand severed. This illustrates the limitations of ninjas. Once their information is leaked, their threat level significantly decreases, and they may even be taken down by opponents who are weaker than themselves. Alright, go outside and keep watch. Don't disturb me here. Danzo, with a commanding tone, ordered the few A and BU guards. The A and BU members, though displeased with Danzo's ugly demeanor, could only obediently withdraw. After the A and BU left, Danzo went directly to the wall, took down the scroll painting, and studied it intently, occasionally showing a contemplative expression. All of this was observed by Naruto, who stepped forward and placed his hand on Danzo's head to read his memories. After a moment, Naruto withdrew his hand and muttered to himself, I see. This old fool actually wanted to use Kotoama Tsukumi to control me and use it against Grandma Tsunade. However, considering the special nature of the jinchuriki, he came here to examine the sealed scroll and find a solution. I never expected to run into the very person he was targeting. Looks like you miscalculated. Naruto looked mockingly at Shimura Danzo, who was deeply trapped in the illusion and completely unaware while pondering how to deal with the old man. Ah, that cast of yours has been on for who knows how many years. It seems your right hand has completely necrotized. Let me help you amputate it. Oh, and that right eye of yours also needs replacing. When Danzo came to, he found himself missing an arm and an eye, causing his face to twist with rage, his expression suddenly changing. He immediately thought of Uchiha Itachi and the masked mysterious figure suspected to be Uchiha Madara. But he quickly dismissed this idea because he hadn't seen the Sharingan. Even if Uchiha Madara were reborn, he couldn't have trapped him in an illusion so stealthily. Unable to understand, Shimura Danzo left with a gloomy expression, watching his hunched figure disappear into the distance, and A and B was puzzled. Danzo, what happened? Probably a mistake while practicing forbidden jutsu. But it has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own jobs. Another A and B said dismissively. Naruto went into the forest and began attempting to practice the forbidden jutsu he had memorized from the sealed scroll. The first technique he studied was the Flying Thunder God technique. Since Naruto had already learned instant movement, learning this similar spatial ninjutsu was twice as effective with half the effort, and he quickly grasped the knack. Instant movement and the Flying Thunder God technique each have their advantages. In close range, instant movement is more convenient, as it doesn't require throwing kunai or making marks. As long as you sense the opponent's chi, you can appear directly beside them. However, as the distance increases, the perception of chi becomes blurry, leading to growing inaccuracy and significant errors. On the other hand, while the Flying Thunder God technique is more troublesome to execute, as long as markers are placed, it can instantly reach a designated location regardless of distance. For now, instant movement is suitable for close quarters combat, while the Flying Thunder God technique is more convenient for escape and travel. Of course, this is also because Naruto is not yet strong enough, and his perception range of chi is limited, otherwise the advantages of the two would be debatable. Naruto then summoned his strongest shadow clone, intending to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. Since the task Naruto assigned to the shadow clone had a distant destination, and the shadow clone lacking chi within couldn't fly, it would likely take considerable time, so the clone didn't rush to depart immediately. Original, what did you call me for? I'm about to go out and carry out your mission. Don't try to exploit me anymore. Haha, how could that be? Am I that kind of person? It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Actually, I called you here to teach you the Flying Thunder God technique, so that your chances of completing the mission are higher. With that, Naruto shared his experience and memories of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique with the shadow clone. After the clone had mostly digested them, Naruto took out Danzo's right arm and handed it to him, causing the clone's eyes to widen and retreat in terror. Then, pointing at Naruto with an incredulous look, he stammered, Original, you not only killed someone, but you also kept the severed arm for me. Since when did you become so twisted? Naruto, a bit speechless, explained that the arm formed after Shimura Danzo transplanted Hashirama's cells with Sharingan embedded in it. It should be useful to you. So it's Danzo's arm. Then there's no problem. But, is this really useful to me? I don't know how. Original, you don't expect me to attach this arm to you. That's too horrifying, I might have nightmares. Seeing the shadow clone talking to himself incessantly, Naruto had to interrupt. You're overthinking. You're just a shadow clone, how could you possibly transplant this arm? Even if I wanted to, the conditions don't allow it. That's true, but your words imply you look down on me, which makes me feel very annoyed. The Shadow Clone breathed a sigh of relief, but also sensed the original's disdain. Faced with the clone's complaints, Naruto could only change the subject. Alright. First use your devouring ability to absorb this arm, and see what effect it has. Fine. The Shadow Clone didn't delay any further. He opened his palm, and a black vortex appeared in the center. Instantly a powerful gravitational force expanded outward, as if all surrounding light was devoured, giving a dim feeling despite it being broad daylight. The surrounding trees began to rustle, sand and stones flew on the ground, and countless rocks and branches were sucked into the black vortex, crushed into pure natural energy. The scattered chakra in the world was also drawn and gathered. Seeing the commotion growing, Naruto quickly threw Danzo's arm out. The severed arm was pulled into the black hole, and the rapidly spinning destructive force turned it into two streams of chakra, one black and one white, which were absorbed inside. The Shadow Clone dispersed the vortex in his palm, and closed his eyes to sense. Naruto found a spot nearby, and sat down patiently waiting. He wanted to verify his hypothesis, that the four chakra natures within him were obtained by the black hole devouring the corresponding chakra. He wanted to see what reaction would occur after simultaneously devouring Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan. At that moment, the black hole silently rotating inside the Shadow Clone suddenly spat out two streams of pure chakra, one black and one white, which quickly traveled through the clone's body one after the other. Where the black chakra passed, phantom images of meridians and bones emerged. The white chakra followed closely, carrying vast vitality, fostering the birth of muscles, bones, and flesh within the phantoms. The two streams of chakra traveled throughout the body, shaping a flesh and blood body for the Shadow Clone, and finally converged into his eyes.
How is it?
Naruto asked as his Shadow Clone opened its eyes, stepping forward to inquire, only to notice a striking change in its eyes. The Shadow Clone's pupils contracted, rapidly shrinking into a sesame's eyes. Black dot thin rings of golden patterns radiated outward from the center, covering the entire eye, and exuding an awe-inspiring aura.
Is this a golden Rinnegan?
Naruto exclaimed in shock. He realized that not only did the Shadow Clone now possess the Rinnegan, but it also emanated the unique chi of a living being. Though this aura was inferior to his own, it was already formidable compared to others in the ninja world. The Shadow Clone was ecstatic. It pinched itself to confirm it wasn't dreaming, then shouted,
I finally have flesh and blood. This is absolutely amazing. To celebrate this new life, I've decided to give myself a name. But what should it be?
The Shadow Clone began pondering, scratching its head vigorously, but despite racking its brain, it couldn't come up with a satisfactory name. Naruto, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and suggested,
How about Otsutsuki Naruto?
The Shadow Clone's eyes lit up.
That name. Not bad. It's classy, grand, and most importantly, I like it. So original from now on. Don't call me Shadow Clone anymore. Call me Otsutsuki Naruto. No problem, but before that, let me see the power of your Rinnegan,
Naruto said, immediately attacking the Shadow Clone.
Hey original, are you serious? Come on, I don't have a Rinnegan or anything. If you want to beat me up, at least find a better excuse.
The belatedly aware Shadow Clone recoiled in fright, completely oblivious to its own condition, thinking Naruto was just looking for an excuse to teach it a lesson. It never occurred to it that it had already awakened the Rinnegan. Without a word, Naruto flashed in front of the Shadow Clone and threw a punch at its face. The Shadow Clone was startled and cursed.
Damn it, original, you're too sneaky. I just got a physical body, and you want to swell up my handsome face. That's too much. If you keep this up, I'll fight back.
Ignoring the Shadow Clone's protests, Naruto's fist hurtled toward that familiar face. If it connected, losing a few teeth would be the least of the worries. It might even cause brain damage. In the nick of time, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the Shadow Clone, expanding outward in a circle. It not only repelled Naruto, but also caused massive destruction to the surroundings. The Shadow Clone surveyed the area, staring at its hands in disbelief.
Could this be Shinra Tensei? But isn't that a Rinnegan ability? Could it be I'm really from the Otsutsuki clan?
As the Shadow Clone's thoughts ran wild, Naruto emerged from the dust. Brushing off the dirt and checking for injuries, he said,
It seems you figured it out. Yes, after absorbing Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, you've awakened the Rinnegan. But you don't know how to use it, so let me be your sparring partner to help you master its abilities.
The Shadow Clone quickly shook its head.
No need, I think I'd rather get familiar with it slowly on my own.
A few days later, with Naruto's help, the Shadow Clone had basically grasped the abilities of the Rinnegan. Besides possessing the same skills as the 6 Paths of Pain, it also had its own unique abilities. The Shadow Clone's exclusive Rinnegan ability was called
gravity domain,
allowing it to create a gravitational field covering a 100-meter radius. Currently it could increase the gravity up to tenfold. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it was highly practical, especially for aiding training. Thus Naruto decided to change his plans, and keep the Shadow Clone by his side to accelerate his own cultivation. Poor Shadow Clone. Even after gaining a human body it couldn't escape its fate of being a tool. In truth Naruto had a better plan. He wanted to train the Shadow Clone to surpass the Ten Tails jinchuriki, and the Otsutsuki clan then fuse with it. Surely by then his power would be unimaginable. Of course to achieve this the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts was indispensable. But it would be even better if he could capture a few Otsutsuki members, and plant some fruit trees, to satisfy his cravings.
It seems he'll have to find a way to extract some chakra from the nine-tailed beasts. I wonder if the Shadow Clone's Renegade can summon the Ghetto statue. If so I could reap the benefits without lifting a finger. He'll drain the chakra from the nine-tailed beasts first, then release them. Surely no one would accuse me of mistreating little animals, right? After all, I'm their savior.
As Naruto schemed, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching rapidly. Tsunade wearing a raccoon mask appeared before him and said,
Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage, has urgent business with you. Please follow me. Oh, got it. You go ahead. I'll make my way there myself.
Naruto waved the off. Seeing Naruto's nonchalant attitude, the was about to scold him, but before he could utter a word Naruto had already vanished.
Is that space-time ninjutsu? No wonder he's the son of the fourth Hokage. A mere genin has already reached such a level. Good thing I didn't offend him.
While the was relieved, Naruto had already arrived at the Hokage's office. Pushing open the door, he found not only Tsunade, but also 3 others. And a dog.
Huh? Hinata, Kiba, and Shida, what are you doing here? Am I going on a mission with— I really don't think it's necessary. Whatever the mission, I can handle it alone with ease. Hey Naruto. What are you saying? Sure, you're stronger than us, but this mission can only be handled by teammate. You're the one who's dispensable.
Kiba argued indignantly. Hinata barely whispered his name, then blushed deeply, and lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Shino was quite upset, silently resenting that Naruto had listed him last, and that Naruto had hesitated when calling his name. It bothered him deeply. Bang. Gangzo slammed the table, stood up directly, and roared loudly, "All right. All of you shut up, let me say a few words first." Seeing Gang Ho in a rage, Mingren and Quan Zhongya smiled awkwardly, and then fell silent. This mission is led by you NVG Nai as the squad leader. The purpose is to go to a hidden place to find a bug called the microscent bug. As for the specific details, ask your leader then. In short, everything is up to him. I won't ramble on. You may go. After saying that, Gangzo immediately shooed them away. Hey Grandma Gongsho, you are way too irresponsible. What's the difference between this and saying nothing? And this kind of thing doesn't need me at all. Mingren expressed confusion. In the original storyline, this mission existed because Chu Tian saw Mingren constantly troubled by searching for Zuozhu, so she wanted to help him, and asked her teammates for help, thus this mission came about. But now, he not only showed no urgency to find Zuozhu, but was also somewhat slack about it. So he wanted to know why this mission had come about. You have the nerve to say that. You are deeply involved in this. Without my permission you took it upon yourself to teach my strange strength to someone else. I haven't settled accounts with you yet, and you dare to complain in front of me. I think you're itching for a beating. Gangzo roared at Mingren. Grandma Gongsho, are you talking about Xiaoying? Mingren scratched the back of his head and asked sheepishly. Besides her, who else could it be? Xiaoying has now become my disciple. I saw that she has never given up on finding Zuozhu. Additionally, Dashiwan is also a potential threat that Muyi must eliminate, so I issued this mission. Moreover, Yuji Bo Zuozhu is a member of Team 7, so Mingren, you also have an inescapable responsibility. That's why I arranged for you to participate in this mission. Do you understand now? When did Xiaoying become Grandma Gang's house disciple? I didn't know. And is this mission for Zuozhu? If that's the case, then I have no objection. You only think about training. After teaching a messy set of training methods to Xiaoying and Xiaoli, you just left them. How would you know? Besides, is that something a girl can train? Do you want Xiaoying to become a muscular woman? I saw that she has good talent and strange strength, and didn't want her to go astray, so I decided to take her as a disciple and personally guide her training. Well? Mingren was left speechless. He hadn't thought that much at the time. Moreover, it was at Xiaoying's request that he explained the pros and cons, obtained her consent, and then taught her the cultivation method of chi. Now that he thought about it, there indeed were no female experts who cultivated chi in his memory. Could it really be because girls care about beauty and don't want their figures to change? Or perhaps women tend to be gentle and are not suited for the path of masculinity. In fact, he didn't know that due to physiological characteristics, women experience a monthly depletion of chi and blood, making them naturally weaker in physique than men, so they are indeed inferior to men on the path of chi cultivation. Mingren, deep in thought, was pulled out of the Huiying's office by Quan Zhongya. Watching the departing group, Gang Ho sighed to herself, I didn't expect that brat Mingren to have such high talent in ninja body techniques. Just by fighting with me once, he learned my strange strength and taught it to Xiaoying. What a freak. But his character is not mature and steady enough, otherwise he could become a leading jonin. And that thing called chi, is it really that miraculous? I guess I need to have a good talk with him when I have time. Mingren and the other two, led by Unv Jinai, headed towards a hidden jungle in the Hua country. It is said that this place is where the Unv clan cultivates bugs, and the microset bug they are looking for lies there. This bug has a strong ability to track enemies. It is an endangered insect said to have a sense of smell thousands of times stronger than a ninja dog. During the Third Ninja World War, it was used on the battlefield by the Muyi bug-using clan, the Unv clan, but later was withdrawn and protected due to its scarcity. The microset bug resembles a silver-gray rhinoceros beetle with a trunk-like antenna organ on its head. The female lays eggs every few years during rain. The eggs are white and spherical, then hatch the next morning and instantly form pupae. When the adult emerges from the pupa, it will target the first scent it smells. Even the faintest clue, the microset bug will immediately track and find it. So as long as we find the microset bug, wait for it to lay eggs and hatch, and then let it smell an object containing Zhuju's scent, that should do it right. Sounds pretty simple, Quan Zhongya said dismissively. Unv Jinai shook his head. It's not that easy. The microset bug is not only scarce and small, making it hard to detect, but just finding it is difficult. Moreover, it lays eggs only once every few years. Although based on the last egg-laying period, it's roughly around this time, whether we can encounter it is uncertain. Besides, it doesn't look like it will rain in the next few days. We'll most likely return empty-handed. In that case, why did you still take this mission, Jinai? Mingren asked, puzzled. Exactly. For a mission that can't be completed, making a special trip is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Quan Zhongya echoed. Although Chu Tian was very happy to have an opportunity to be with Mingren, seeing the two speak up, she also nodded and looked at Jinai. That's true, but as an excellent ninja focused on intelligence, one cannot jump to conclusions based on one's own guesses. After all, even the smallest probability is possible. Moreover, this is also a training exercise for our reconnaissance team. So what reason do I have to refuse? That's true. It's better than walking the dog in the woods. Alright, it's getting late. How about we set up camp here? After arriving at a place, Jinai suggested resting here for the night. Mingren and the other two knew that coming early or late for this mission didn't make much difference, so they weren't in a hurry, and nodded in agreement. At night, 3 big men and 1 woman squeezed into a tent, which made Mingren quite unhappy, even though Quan Zhongya and Jinai said it was for safety. Knowing the plot development, he always felt that the two were taking advantage of his future wife. Perhaps it was the male possessiveness at play. In the past, he didn't think much of it, because his thoughts were simple, and besides, this matter seemed unrelated to him, so he didn't care. But now, it's different. In the past, he didn't think much of it, because his thoughts were simple, and besides, this matter seemed unrelated to him, so he didn't care. But now, it's different. After seeing Hinata go to take a bath, Naruto walked out of the tent, with a displeased look, leaving Kiba, Inuzuka, and Shino Aburim utterly bewildered.
What's wrong with that guy, Naruto? I feel like he's looking at us with disdain, or maybe it's just my imagination.
Kiba expressed his doubt.
I think so too.
Shino adjusted his sunglasses, and replied with a calm expression.
Woof.
After leaving the tent, Naruto sensed Hinata's presence, and headed in a certain direction. He certainly wasn't going to peek at Hinata bathing. That was something the pervy sage, and the third Hokage, that old lecher, would do. Naruto wasn't so despicable. It was merely because he worried for Hinata's safety, and simply wanted to protect her. After all, she was his future wife. If anything unfortunate happened, he might end up like the pervy sage Kakasha Sensei or Irika Sensei, forever a bachelor. This was not the life Naruto desired. Having been orphaned since birth, he yearned for a warm and loving family, a longing shared by every orphan, and he was no exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought he had fallen for Sakura simply because she possessed something he yearned for but could never have, a happy and complete family. He even once believed that getting close to her would bring him closer to happiness. He still remembered the first time he noticed Sakura, when she like him was bullied and isolated because of her broad forehead. At that time a thought arose in Naruto's mind.
Perhaps she could become my first friend.
But before he could act, Ino had already beaten him to it. Nevertheless, he refused to give up, and tried every means to get close to Sakura. When Sakura noticed his behavior, she confronted him, asking if he liked her. Naive and ignorant Naruto didn't even know what like meant at the time, but he readily admitted it, and thus he became Sakura's foremost suitor. As time passed, he gradually came to believe this himself, forgetting his original intention. However, after merging with the residual soul memories of the Saiyan Son Wukong, he slowly matured. Coupled with the vast memories he had accessed, his experiences enriched, and he was no longer as naive and innocent as before. It also made Naruto realize that his feelings for Sakura were merely admiration, not love. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Beneath a waterfall, a hazy figure was shrouded by mist dancing under the moonlight. Her graceful silhouette appeared and disappeared as if draped in a crystalline veil under the moonlight, exuding a mysterious beauty that left even Naruto, a man of steel, completely mesmerized.
So beautiful. Like an elf. No wonder she's my wife Uzumaki. Naruto.
Hinata, who was practicing the gentle fist under the waterfall, seemed to sense something, paused, activated her by yin, and looked toward Naruto's hiding spot.
Who's there?
When she looked closely, she saw only a white rabbit, and breathed a sigh of relief. Still cautious, she scanned the surroundings before finally relaxing.
I must be overthinking. But it's getting late, I should head back so everyone doesn't worry.
With that, she went to the shore, dressed, and left. Behind a large tree in the forest, Naruto clutched his chest and sighed in relief.
That was close. Almost got caught. But this feeling is really thrilling. I wonder if this counts as peeping. Probably not. After all, I was watching my own wife, even if she's only my future one.
The night passed as peacefully as still water. The next morning the group set off again. Kiba suddenly began to complain with discouraging words.
We're almost at the destination, but the sky is still clear and cloudless. Looks like there's no hope. Even so, since we're here, even if we can't complete the mission, we have to go and confirm. Shino is right. Maybe a miracle will happen.
Naruto encouraged everyone.
Yeah, I think so too.
Hinata chimed in.
Woof. Geez, even Akamaru is siding with them. I was just making a casual remark. Why are you all taking it so seriously? Woof woof woof. Akamaru, you say you smell something burning. Woof. What's going on?
The other three also noticed Akamaru's abnormal behavior, and were about to ask when they saw black smoke rising in the distance.
Over there. Could that be the Waixiangchong forest?
Naruto pointed at the rolling smoke.
Yes, it seems there's trouble. We must hurry,
Shino said with a serious expression. They quickly rushed to the Waixiangchong forest, only to be greeted by a vast sea of flames. The scorching fire reflected off the faces of the group, turning them red. The blazing heat was almost unbearable. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were forced back by the fire waves, while Naruto stood unharmed. He stepped forward, split the encroaching flames with a single hand chop, and shielded them behind him.
What kind of jutsu is that? You can actually split flames with your bare hands. I heard Kakashi Sensei's self-created lightning cutter can cut through lightning. This technique of yours should be comparable to it. Is it also in strength jutsu?
Kiba asked in astonishment.
No, it's just a simple application of chi, not a jutsu. Not a jutsu. Then,
Kiba was about to ask more, but Shino interrupted.
Enough. Let's discuss this later. We need to deal with the immediate problem first. We must stop the flames from spreading to prevent greater damage. Shino, what are you talking about? With such a massive fire, we mere Jinin can't possibly extinguish it. Even a few Jonin from the Mist Village specializing in water release might have a chance, but there's no time to call for backup. Even so, we can't just do nothing. We should do what we can within our capabilities.
Shino, who valued the Waixiangchong forest home to countless rare insect species, was unwilling to give up easily. But Kiba thought differently, believing their companion's safety was more important. As the two argued, Naruto spoke up.
Isn't it just putting out a fire? Leave this small matter to me. Mingren, are you serious? Although your wind release is formidable, and your taijutsu is even more monstrous, it's completely useless here, so stop being stubborn.
Quan Zhongya thought that Mingren's old habit of showing off had flared up again. After all, he had already displayed taijutsu, wind release, and medical ninjutsu. If he were also proficient in water release, Quan Zhongyu would never believe it. Even if he were a monster, there should be a limit. After all, he himself only had a single Fang through Fang to show off, and his trump card Fang Wolf Fang could not be used casually. If Mingren also knew water release, then what was the point of all his hard work? Wouldn't that mean he had been training for nothing? Moreover, even if Mingren could use ordinary water release, it would be impossible to extinguish a fire of this magnitude.
Mingren!
Chu Tian also grew worried for him. After all, she had never seen Mingren use water release, and thought that even if he could, he wasn't very proficient. Sure enough, Mingren admitted it himself.
I am indeed not very proficient in water release, but I feel I can still suppress a fire of this magnitude. TCH Mingren, you really are something, still talking big at a time like this. A Jonin who is not particularly proficient in water release could never solve this situation in a place without a water source.
Facing Quan Zhongya's doubt, Mingren ignored him, and began forming hand seals on his own. His gestures were so fast that the others were dazzled, and before they could react, a voice rang out.
Water release, great waterfall technique.
Suddenly the sky turned dark as 8 enormous waterfalls spanned between heaven and earth, cascading down, like the waters of the Milky Way enveloping the Weixiangchong forest. This scene left Quan Zhongya stunned.
A water release of this level? How is it possible? Mingren's water release has reached such an astonishing level, it's simply incredible.
Chu Tian covered her chest with both hands, trembling with excitement.
To be able to perform in a rank great waterfall technique to such a degree, how much chakra and control would that require?
Ji Nai adjusted his black-framed sunglasses, and was momentarily dazed. But it wasn't over yet. To avoid unnecessary damage, Mingren formed hand seals again.
Water release, water dragon bullet technique.
The vertical water flow transformed into 8 enormous water dragons, each hundreds of zhang long before they even fell. Mingren controlled the dragons circling in the air, and charged them toward the blazing Weixiangchong forest. Wherever they passed, the fire was quickly extinguished. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the fire hazard was resolved. As the flames were put out, a large amount of steam shrouded the entire Weixiangchong forest. In a forest not far from the Weixiangchong forest, an old man leaning on a walking stick walked slowly and unhurriedly. Suddenly he turned back to look at the Weixiangchong forest, and said to the blue-haired youth beside him,
"The fire has been put out.
It seems the enemy team has a very powerful water release ninja. We might have been discovered by Konoha. It's better to leave the land of fire quickly."
But Lord Chi Feng, we haven't found K Feng, Hei Feng, and D Feng yet. Qing Feng.
Don't bother looking for them. They are probably beyond hope. As the last members of our clan, we must protect ourselves, and not let the Shangxuilia clan vanish from the ninja world. As the most talented survivor of our clan, you should understand this. The old man sighed.
I'm sorry, I have disappointed you.
The blue-haired youth said, lowering his head in shame. Just as they were about to leave, they were suddenly surrounded by 4 figures that appeared.
If I'm not mistaken, you are the ones who set fire to the Weixiangchong forest.
The newcomers were none other than Mingren and his team. After extinguishing the fire, they followed faint clues, and searched the area to find them here. After all, each of Mingren's team had decent reconnaissance abilities, so achieving this was not difficult. Konoha is getting more arrogant. They actually sent a few Jinin to deal with us. And that kid with sunglasses should be from the Yan clan, right? Given the enmity between our 2 clans, it seems we cannot settle this peacefully today. In that case, let me finish you off, and collect a little interest for the Shangxuilia clan. Seeing the stance of Mingren and the others, the old man decided not to pretend anymore. He pondered how to quickly eliminate them, and then leave. In his eyes, these kids were just a reconnaissance team. The real enemy was still behind.
So it's the Shangxuilia clan. It seems there's nothing more to say.
Hearing this, Yunai's expression turned serious, and he began to secretly release the parasitic insects inside his body. However, as the archenemy of the Yan clan, and an old veteran of the Shangxuilia clan, how could the old man be unprepared for such a tactic? So, as soon as he made a move, he was detected. Seeing this, the old man sneered, and then a loud buzzing sound filled the area. A swarm of crimson bees flew out from the trees surrounding Mingren and the others.
Everyone be careful, these bees seem extraordinary, and likely carry potent toxins. Don't let them sting you, or it will be troublesome.
Jinai quickly warned his companions.
I know. There's no need to specifically point that out. Anyone with eyes can see it. And no one would be stupid enough to stand there and let them sting.
Quan Zhongyu replied nonchalantly.
While that's true, it's a captain's duty to consider the safety of his teammates. Even if it makes me seem nagging, some things still need to be said. TCH, really now he's putting on the captain act. Earlier, I wonder who lost his mind over some bugs.
Quan Zhongyu muttered to himself. Chi Feng was also irritated by the kid's demeanor of not taking him seriously, so he immediately commanded the bees to attack. But he clearly underestimated them. Not to mention Ning Ren, the bees were all eliminated by his
Wind-release wind blade.
as soon as they approached. Chu Tian's Guardian A Trigram 64 palms also had strong defensive power, and combined with the all-seeing white eye, the bees could not get close. Although Ya and Ji Nai were not as relaxed, they could hold out for a while without any problem. Seeing that the bees couldn't defeat Mingren and the others for the moment, Chi Feng decided not to test further. He bit his finger, smeared blood on his palm, and pressed it to the ground, shouting,
Ninja art summoning technique.
Instantly the earth shook, the surrounding scenery changed, and by the time Mingren and the others realized, they found themselves inside a pitch-black cave full of holes.
Where is this?
Naruto perceived with his chi, sensing an abundance of life force in this place, and a conjecture formed in his mind.
If I'm not mistaken, we are now inside a colossal beehive. Stop joking. How could there be such a giant beehive in the world? That's too absurd.
Kiba and Izuka clearly found it hard to believe.
There's nothing surprising about it. The Kamizuru clan, like our Aburame clan, are also insect users. The only difference is the type of insects they command. Our clan primarily uses the small Kikaichu, while they opted for bees, larger and more formidable in combat. After years of cultivation, it's not strange that they have bred giant bees. During my grandfather's generation, the Hidden Stone Village launched an attack on Konoha with the Kamizuru clan as the vanguard. They planned to use their bees to create chaos within the village before launching a full assault. But the Aburame clan detected their scheme in advance, and a rare battle between insect-controlling ninjas ensued. The Aburame clan emerged victorious, and the Kamizuru clan began their decline. It's said that only a few of them remain now. I never imagined we would encounter them here. If this truly is the Kamizuru clan's breeding hive for their bees, then we are in grave danger, Hinata said with a worried expression. Rest assured. No matter what danger arises, I will stand in front of you. So you need not worry. Naruto reassured her, patting Hinata on the shoulder. That's right. With us around, there's no need to fear any bees. Right, Akamaru? Kiba said, confidently stroking Akamaru's head. In his view, how formidable could mere bees, no matter how cultivated, really be? Even if there were so-called giant bees, they could at most be the size of a fist. Nothing to fear. Yet Akamaru barked a few times into the darkness, then cowered, burying his head into Kiba's chest. This made Kiba feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, pairs of enormous blood-red compound eyes lit up in the honeycomb cavern. Kiba stumbled back a few steps in fright, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No! No way! One by one, massive figures crawled out from the darkness, revealing their true forms, giant bees, each about 2 to 3 meters in size, covered in crimson, with ferocious features that sent chills down one's spine. Hinata's breath quickened at the sight, clearly showing signs of nervousness. Shino's expression also turned grave. Only Naruto remained calm, his expression unchanged, still composed as ever. After all, with his strength, he could easily destroy the entire hive if he wished. Truly, skill breeds audacity. But he couldn't do that because it would be too dull. Moreover, he wanted to give his comrades a chance to grow. If he handled everything himself, others would never gain experience or progress. Honestly, he missed the days when he was the dead last, the times when he could improve together with his peers, and had a goal to strive for. Now, there was no one who could keep pace with him, which made him feel somewhat disheartened. Perhaps this was the loneliness of standing at the top. He sometimes couldn't help but think that having a rival was actually a delightful thing. Gradually he began to understand the emotional bond between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, a giant bee appeared above him, its massive stinger thrusting toward him. He sidestepped and kicked the bee away. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino had been about to warn him, but upon seeing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Naruto's action had undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest. Air-splitting buzzing filled the air around and above them. Countless stingers rained down, like a storm, sending a chill of terror through Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Seeing this, Naruto had no choice but to intervene again, for among those present only he could withstand such an attack unscathed. Earth release, earth-style wall. 3 earthen walls rose from the ground, forming a pyramid that shielded them and blocked all the stingers. Having witnessed Naruto's extraordinary water release techniques, they were no longer surprised by his earth release abilities. They began to discuss how to deal with the bees outside. Shino Aburame, as the team leader, and the one most familiar with the enemy's methods, spoke first. Given this situation, we must first neutralize the jutsu user rather than engage in a war of attrition with these bees. Our chakra and stamina are limited, and these bees are highly venomous. it's best to minimize contact. So, it's up to Hinata now. I understand. Leave it to me.
Hinata promptly activated her Byakugan, searching for the location of the two Kamizuru clan members.
Found them. But they're not inside the hive, they're outside. And there's only one person. The other young man with blue hair seems to have already left. I see. So only one is left to deal with us. That's fine. Please find the shortest route to the outside. We'll break out together. Already found it. Follow me.
Naruto dispelled the earth-style wall and shielded Hinata as they advanced toward a tunnel entrance. Though these bees were enormous, as long as they stayed wary of the venomous stingers on their tails and the sticky honey they spat from their mouths, dispatching them wasn't too difficult. Moreover, they were moving swiftly, so they never faced too many at once. However, the hive's terrain was labyrinthine, with countless tunnels twisting like a maze. Without Hinata leading the way, they would have taken many wrong turns. Of course, that was from Naruto's perspective. Kiba and Shino didn't share the view. They had narrowly escaped death several times. The passages were narrow, and when the bees sprayed honey, there was nowhere to dodge. In some sections, the entire tunnel was coated in sticky residue, leaving no foothold. It was nearly impossible to move, and they were on the verge of collapsing.
Ugh! I can't go any further. Everything is sticky and disgusting.
Kiba groaned, leaning against the wall, looking half-dead.
Woof woof woof.
Akamaru, sprawled on his head, panted weakly.
Same here. Even my Kakechu are stuck. I feel like I'm dying. Kiba, Shino, hang in there. The exit is just ahead.
Hinata encouraged them. But the two, and the dog, clearly didn't believe her.
Hinata, stop lying to us. How many times have you said that already?
Hinata blushed and explained sheepishly.
That's because many paths were blocked, so we had to take detours.
After Mingren dealt with the pursuing bees, he came before the group, and seeing the two people and the dog in a sorry state, his heart bloomed with joy. At the same time, he did not forget to taunt them.
Yes, Jinan, you two are pathetic. You barely exerted any effort, so how could you be so exhausted? Are you faking it?
Otherwise, Chuchi, and a girl hasn't complained of fatigue, so how can you as men be so feeble?
The two nearly jumped up in anger upon hearing this, but they were too exhausted to do so. They wanted to refute Mingren's mockery, but found no suitable excuse.
Strangely enough, it seemed the giant bees had taken a particular dislike to them, persistently targeting them, while ignoring Chutian almost entirely. Even when a bee occasionally approached her, it was merely a token gesture. This left them utterly baffled. Were bees nowadays so chivalrous? Or did they harbor the outdated notion of valuing men over women? The two had suspected that Mingren was behind this, but seeing that he was treated even worse than they dismissed their doubts. Admittedly, their suspicion was correct. It was indeed Mingren's doing, euphemistically calling it a training exercise for the two. Originally, although these bees were large, they had limited intelligence. With Ya and Zainang's reconnaissance abilities combined with Kyushin's Byakugan, breaking through would have been troublesome but manageable. However, Mingren thought that would be too boring, so he increased the difficulty. After all, only by teetering on the brink of life and death could one grow rapidly. His intentions were well-meaning.
Looks like it's about enough,
Mingren muttered softly. Then he said to the three,
Wait. Grab my hands and it'll lead you out. Ya and Jinong had no idea what Mingren intended to do, but in their current state, they had no choice but to trust him.
As for Chutian, upon hearing that she would hold hands with Mingren, her face flushed crimson, steam seemed to rise from her head, and then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Sigh. The three and the dog saw Kyushin's old habit acting up again, and sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Mingren stepped forward to carry Chutian on his back, then placed his hands on Ya and Zainang's shoulders. Before the two could react, the space shifted, and in an instant they found themselves in the forest outside.
What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Chuenjongya exclaimed in astonishment. Yan Jinong remained expressionless, but his mind was far from calm. He already had a guess. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a space-time ninjutsu. That's right. Mingren nodded, not intending to deny it. With his current strength, apart from 6 paths-level beings, he had little to fear, so he saw no reason to conceal it.
Chuenjongya, feigning ignorance, asked with curiosity.
Space-time ninjutsu. What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. Yan Jinong patiently began to explain. So-called space-time ninjutsu refers to techniques that allow the user to freely traverse between real space or between real space and alternate dimensions. Techniques like the summoning jutsu and the flying thunder god jutsu, which the fourth Wing excelled in, are examples of space-time ninjutsu. I see. I never imagined such miraculous ninjutsu existed in the world. If we could learn it, our strength would surely skyrocket.
Chuenzhongya's eyes gleamed with longing. Yun Jinong shook his head, indicating it was not that simple.
You're overthinking it. The difficulty of learning space-time ninjutsu even surpasses that of strength ninjutsu. As far as I know, since the founding of my only 2 people have mastered it, the second Huiying Qianshou Feijian, and the fourth Huiying Bofeng Shuimen. So don't get your hopes up. Is it really that exaggerated? But didn't Mingren also learn it?
Chuenzhongya retorted, somewhat unconvinced.
As for Mingren, perhaps he was born with such talent.
Yun Jinong seemed to hesitate, as if he wanted to say more. Watching this, Mingren's eyes flickered with surprise. He felt that Jinong might know something.
All right. Let's deal with the enemy before us first.
Mingren interrupted their conversation, gesturing for them to look into the distance. Chuenzhongya and Jinong followed Mingren's gaze, and saw a shocking sight. A massive hive hundreds of meters high stood in the distance, surrounded by countless giant bees with menacing intent. Among them was a queen bee dozens of meters in size. At that moment, standing atop the giant queen bee, Chiefeng wore a grim expression. He had noticed that the group which he had been keeping under control had suddenly vanished.
How did those brats manage that? They're mere my gen, and yet they slipped away right under my nose. Has my Kamizuru clan fallen so low? Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out.
Old man, don't get the wrong idea. We didn't run away. It's you who should be fleeing, because the enemy you face is me, Naruto Uzumaki, so you stand no chance. After taking a military ration, Pilya and Jinong barely recovered their fighting strength. The 3, along with the dog carrying Chutian, took the initiative to confront Chiefeng. Chiefeng was surprised that they hadn't taken the chance to escape, and instead dared to appear before him. However, once he recovered, his face twisted with anger.
A mere Jin dares to bandy words with me. It's true that mastering a rank wind-release ninjutsu at such a young age shows some talent, but such arrogance is unbecoming of a true ninja. Ninjutsu isn't everything. In the end, you're just a brash, ignorant child. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Mingren smiled nonchalantly, unprovoked by the old man's words. In the past, he would have charged in without a second thought, but now he felt no urgency at all.
This was the privilege of strength. Mingren did not take the opponent seriously in his eyes. This was merely a minor nuisance easily dealt with. The 2 were on completely different levels, so it was not worth getting angry over. But while he was unbothered, someone else couldn't hold back.
You damn bastard. You made your dog, your master, so miserable, I won't let you get away with it. Chuan, let's go. Beast imitation ninja art, beast human clone. Fawn over fawn.
Chuenzhongya and Chiwan unleashed their signature moves, transforming into a battle tornado and charging at Chiefeng. Chiefeng sneered contemptuously, commanding the queen bee to spit a glob of century-old phlegm. Wait, no, it was a sticky honey syrup that instantly cured Chuenzhongya's chronic asthma. Seeing the 1 person and 1 dog completely encased in the honey syrup, Mingren and Jinong were left speechless.
Yeah, this guy is still too impulsive. Moreover, his moves are too monotonous, making it difficult to handle enemies with high mobility.
Naruto sighed inwardly, then said to Shino,
Shino, please go help ya. Leave this guy to me for now. I understand. Be careful yourself.
Shino Aburame agreed readily. He was much calmer than Kiba Inuzuka, and could better assess the situation. Although he had temporarily cultivated a type of insect that could neutralize the enemy's sticky honey, their numbers were limited. The enemy still held an absolute advantage in terms of bee numbers and terrain, so he did not overestimate his abilities by foolishly claiming that the Aburame clan's adversary should be handled by him alone. Seeing this, Naruto created a shadow clone to look after the unconscious Hinata, then soared into the air and flew toward Chiefeng. Although Shino was surprised by the sight, he did not forget his mission. He released his parasitic insects, which formed 2 large black hands to catch Kiba, and Akamaru then controlled the insects to secrete saliva that began dissolving the bee glue binding them. On the other side, Chiefeng, upon witnessing Naruto's ability to fly, also set aside his contempt, and no longer regarded him as an ordinary brat. As soon as Naruto flew into the air, countless giant bees swarmed toward him, as if they had discovered pollen. However, Naruto did not tolerate them. Beams of blue light shot from his hands, and violent explosions echoed through the sky. Amidst the smoke, the corpses of countless giant bees fell like raindrops. Seeing the heavy losses of his painstakingly cultivated giant bees, Chiefeng grimaced in agony, completely losing his composure, and cursed at Naruto.
This damn brat has wiped out the fine breed I spent so much effort to cultivate. Absolutely unforgivable.
With that, he began commanding the remaining bees to form a formation and launched a fierce counterattack against Naruto. Clumps of bee glue mixed with countless stingers attacked Naruto from all directions. Faced with such a dense assault, even an ordinary elite jonin would find it difficult to handle. But for Naruto, this was nothing. A roar erupted from his throat, and an immensely powerful chi burst forth from his body, instantly distorting the surrounding air and shaking the earth. A golden sun expanded outward with Naruto at its center, enveloping everything around. When the light faded, nothing remained in the area. The region once covered by the radiance had been completely erased, leaving only a massive circular crater.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this brat possess such power? Who is he?
Chiefing, who had intended to bluster, make a feigned attack, and then flee, was now pale with terror at the sight. In truth, Chiefing's earlier bravado was all an act. After witnessing Naruto's true strength, he had already planned to escape, for he was old, and had long lost the edge of his youth. But he never expected.
Naruto! Did he really have to go that far? That almost hit him.
After being rescued by Shino, Kiba had intended to join the fight, but this scene left him dumbfounded.
This destructive power is indeed excessive, completely beyond the scope of ordinary ninja abilities. Could this be the power of the Ninetales Jinchuriki?
Shino pondered to himself. He had always believed Naruto's power came from the tailed beast. Thus, no matter how outstanding Naruto's performance, he was not particularly surprised. Little did he know his assumption was completely wrong. Naruto had never once thought of relying on the tailed beast's power, because his own strength alone already placed him at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The tailed beast was merely an embellishment. Looking at Naruto blocking his path, Chiefing asked viciously,
"Brat, do you really intend to show me an old man no mercy?"
Naruto shook his head.
"To be honest, I have no interest in you. It's just that I happened to meet you. Leaving footprints makes them beautiful."
Chiefing was baffled by Naruto's words.
"What do you mean by that?" "It means I'm going to keep you here and hand you over to Granny Tsunade. You entered the country without permission and even dared to set fire to the mountains in the land of fire. How could I ignore such outrageous behavior? So, old man, prepare yourself."
Seeing Naruto's attitude, Chiefing abandoned his little schemes. He had thought that even if the boy was strong, he was still a Wepahinthire's child, and could be easily fooled. But now it seemed otherwise.
"Since that's the case, let me show you the lost secret technique of the Shangchuelu clan, the Candle Bee technique."
Standing on the head of the giant queen bee, Chiefing began forming complex hand seals. After the seals, a dense, buzzing sound rose again. Wild bees from dozens of kilometers around were gathered along with the remaining bees, wrapping Chiefing and the giant queen bee into a massive bee cocoon.
What kind of jutsu is this? The old man's aura has completely merged with the queen bee and is rapidly increasing, but it seems very unstable.
Naruto showed a contemplative expression. At that moment, the countless bees forming the cocoon fell off one after another, dead on the ground, having lost all signs of life. The revealed giant queen bee underwent a strange transformation, rapidly expanding until its body reached about 100 meters in size. Moreover, it grew crimson stingers all over, not only increasing its defense, but also making it look more ferocious and terrifying. The mutated giant queen bee emitted a deafening buzz. A powerful ultrasonic wave spread outward, reducing surrounding trees to splinters. Naruto dared not be careless. He quickly used his chi to protect his vital points. Although his physical body was extremely strong, his internal organs and brain were relatively fragile. It would be terrible if he accidentally got shaken into a fool. Kiba and Shino, who were watching from a distance, had not yet recovered from the sudden turn of events when they were hit by the residual ultrasonic wave. They instantly felt deaf in their heads buzzing, and then their legs gave way, sending them to their knees gasping for air. Chi Feng's upper body emerged from the head of the mutated giant bee queen, sneering at Naruto, who stood with his head bowed before him.
"Brat, taking the full brunt of the giant bee queen's destructive sonic wave. Doesn't feel too good, does it?"
"This is the terror of my Kamehameha clan's secret art. Through my efforts it has once again bloomed with radiance in the ninja world, and the Kamehameha clan shall rise anew. No one can stop us. As for you, you will be the witnesses to all this." Next comes the Aburame clan and the entire Konoha. Chi Feng's face was twisted with madness, his eyes burning with brutality. At this moment, not a trace of the elderly man's benevolence remained. After fully merging with the giant bee queen, his mind had been corrupted, his heart warped, and rationality was slowly being replaced by wild instincts. He recalled how not long ago he had stumbled upon the secret scroll of the first patriarch of the Kamehameha clan. He had studied it in secret, and after a period of effort, he had fully mastered this forbidden art. Just then, the third Tsukuyomi Jinoki learned that Konoha had been attacked by one of the Sannin Orochimaru, resulting in the death of the third Hokage and a severe loss of strength. He decided to send operatives to the Land of Fire to test their defenses. When Chi Feng received the news, he resolved to seize this golden opportunity to lead the Kamizura clan to Konoha and take revenge on the Aburame clan. After all, he was already advanced in years. If he didn't act now, he might never have another chance. Who could have predicted failure before even setting out? Shortly after infiltrating the Land of Fire, the three main family members, the pillars of their force, vanished without a trace, leaving only himself and Chi Feng, a pair of old and weak. This nearly drove him to utter collapse. Refusing to give up, Chi Feng followed the trail all the way to the fragrant insect forest, but found no sign of the three. He suspected they had met with a grim fate. Realizing that revenge seemed hopeless, he fell into despair, and decided to set fire to this place where the Aburame clan cultivated their poisonous insects, venting his fury. Unexpectedly, this drew Naruto and his companions here. Chi Feng thought to himself,
since I can't trouble the Aburame and Konoha, for now, I'll take care of these brats, who are closely tied to them. That way, I won't have come for nothing.
After all, this expedition had been a catastrophic loss. If he couldn't inflict even a scratch of damage on his enemies, he wouldn't be able to swallow his pride, and even if he returned, he would have no face left. Thus Chi Feng glared at Naruto with murderous intent, deciding to start with the brat who had caused him so much trouble. Naruto seemed to sense Chi Feng's killing intent. He lifted his head, wiped the corner of his mouth, where a bit of drool had formed, opened his drowsy eyes, and glanced casually at Chi Feng opposite him.
Old man, are you done talking? To be honest, your sonic wave attack just now had just the right frequency. It was remarkably effective as a sleep aid. Combined with your brilliant speech, it gave me the illusion of being back in the Ninja Academy. I unwittingly dozed off. Sorry about that.
Chi Feng was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage.
Damn brat, you dare mock me. I'll annihilate you.
The mutated giant bee queen flapped its wings, stirring up a gale. A storm comparable to an Arank wind release technique swept toward Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms to shield his head, and was blown away. The storm covered a vast area laced with wind blades that sliced through trees for miles, snapping them at the waist. Kiba, Inuzuka, and Shino, who had just caught their breath and were about to stand up, quickly dropped back down at the sight. As for Hinata, a shadow clone had wisely carried her far away in advance.
Indeed. Watching the original fight is the most dangerous thing. Good thing I ran fast.
The shadow clone said, carrying Hinata on his back, as he gazed into the distance, feeling immensely relieved. Naruto was blown over 1,000 meters before stopping. Steadying himself, he curled the corner of his mouth into a sly grin.
Interesting. It seems it's not just bigger, its power has increased correspondingly. In that case, I can actually let loose a little and have some fun.
Ever since his last major power boost, he had been suppressing his strength, and it had been driving him crazy. Now he could finally release some of that pent-up pressure, and he was thrilled.
Hi!
He let out a roar, burst out with energy, and shot toward his opponent like a meteor. Chi Feng's face twisted into a contemptuous sneer.
Useless. The mutated giant bee queen's body is covered in armor as hard as the toughest metal. Moreover, the barbs on it and the stinger are packed with lethal poison. Attacking it is nothing short of suicide.
Hearing this, Naruto gave a dismissive laugh.
Is that so?
Without hesitation, he drove his fist into the massive body of the giant bee queen, a sight like an ant trying to topple a tree. But then, a crisp sound rang out.
Crack!
The seemingly indestructible armor on the giant bee queen's chest splintered into a web of cracks, like a spider's web. A colossal force capable of uprooting mountains and overturning seas struck. Its enormous body was torn from the ground and sent flying backward, completely out of control. Chi Feng was terrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. But he didn't just sit there, he immediately performed an earth release technique to soften the ground beneath him, reducing the impact.
Boom!
The giant bee queen's massive form crashed into the earth, triggering a tremor that shook the mountains. The softened soil surged outward like a tidal wave. Kiba and Shino, who were nearby and couldn't escape in time, were buried alive. Watching from afar, Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise.
Oh, so you can still use ninjutsu?
At that moment, Chi Feng's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Even from a considerable distance, he could clearly catch the surprise in Naruto's tone. He shed his previous dejection and began to gloat with arrogance.
This is the true terror of the Kamizura clan's secret art. After fully merging with the mutated giant bee queen, I've been reborn. My ninjutsu power has increased dozens of times. Now even the cage-level elites of the 5 great villages don't frighten me, let alone a brat like you who only knows brute force. That powerful, huh? I don't see it. But I'd love to see it in action. I just hope your performance won't disappoint me or else you'll have to end this little game early. You insufferable brat always putting on that grown-up act. It'll show you that no matter how strong your taijutsu is, it's useless against my superpowered earth release, which surpasses cage level.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Feng rapidly formed hand seals, then shouted,
Earth release, heaven and earth transformation.
The earth shook violently as peaks of mountains burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain. The surrounding terrain underwent a dramatic transformation, with once relatively flat areas now bristling with towering mountains. Naruto dodged the impact of the mountain below with a teleportation, feeling puzzled.
What is this guy trying to achieve with such a commotion?
It seemed that Chi Hong noticed Naruto's confusion and boasted,
Did you see that? This is my current strength, but the next part is the key.
With that he formed seals once more.
Earth release giant stone golem.
The mountains began to change shape, morphing into towering stone giants, over 100 meters tall. One of the stone giants, standing relatively close, turned around and eyed Naruto with its hollow eye sockets before raising a hand larger than the Hokage building to grab him. However, Naruto remained unfazed. To him, this clumsy attack posed no threat at all. The stone giant seemed to perceive the disdain in Naruto's eyes, paused, roared, and then clenched its fist, rapidly smashing down towards the tiny figure before it. Facing the overwhelming might of the giant fist, which descended like a meteor, Naruto did not flinch or evade, seemingly giving up on resistance. Yet just as the colossal fist was about to hit him, Naruto slowly extended a hand to block the tremendous force of the strike. Boom! A powerful force erupted at the point of contact, creating a terrifying shockwave that obliterated everything around. The ground seemed unable to withstand this force, and shattered completely, forming a sunken area resembling a spider's web. Under this force, the legs of the rock giant sank deeply into the ground, unable to extricate themselves. In contrast, Naruto stood firm in the air, unyielding, his small figure towering like Mount Tai, exuding an unshakable presence. Chi Hong witnessed this scene, breaking into a cold sweat and screaming in shock.
He actually casually blocked the full force of the stone giant's attack with just one hand. What kind of monster is this?
Naruto smirked.
Is that all you've got? If that's your limit, then I won't waste any more time with you.
A blue light burst forth from his palm, enveloping the stone giant before him and reducing it to dust. Chi Hong, who initially wanted to be stubborn, widened his eyes in disbelief, completely dazed, muttering,
How could this happen?
Seeing that this minor character, who had never appeared in the original plot, was more talkative than himself, Naruto interrupted directly.
I was just toying with you earlier, but now I'm going to get serious. You'd better bring out your full strength, or else there won't be another chance.
With that he unleashed a barrage of lasers, powerful tremors accompanying the explosions, as crimson mushroom clouds soared into the sky, illuminating the whole world. Chi Hong summoned stone giants, which consumed a vast amount of chakra, were all instantly eradicated. Naturally, the entire forest was nearly flattened and would take years to recover. In the distance in the sky, a massive flying insect was rapidly fleeing the combat zone. On its back were Inuzuka, Kiba, and Shino, who were gasping for breath. Having narrowly escaped, Kiba couldn't help but complain.
That was close. If I hadn't run fast, I would have almost lost my life. This guy is too reckless. Doesn't he care about our safety at all?
Shino nodded, sharing this sentiment, and then said seriously,
However, Naruto has caused such immense destruction within the Land of Fire. Next, we might be in for some trouble ourselves.
Kiba was taken aback and self-comforted.
That shouldn't be the case, right? After all, Naruto is the one responsible for all this. It has nothing to do with us. How could they possibly blame us?
Shino shook his head.
Although that's true, we are partners who came out on this mission together. We're in this together, so.
Kiba fell silent instantly.
No, I don't believe it. This is definitely not the power that a mere ninja can possess. Moreover, you're just a lowly genin. Could it be?
Chi Hong, struck by disbelief, suddenly seemed to realize something, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes.
I see. No wonder you possess such immense power. To think you are the jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha. What a pitiable little brat. It must be tough for you in Konoha, right?
What do you think? How about considering coming back to the Land of Earth with me? With your strength, you wouldn't have to serve the Hokage or the feudal lords of the Land of Fire. If you wanted, you could even establish your own ninja village, just like Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Upon learning that Naruto was the jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Chi Hong's heart began to stir with ulterior motives. He planned to exploit the animosity between the jinchuriki and the village to sow discord and achieve his own goals. Yet he did not know that for Naruto, the so-called animosity meant nothing. True strength is never dictated by mere hatred. Both their tolerance and vision transcend the realm of ordinary people, so they would not easily be swayed by emotions.
I'm sorry, but I'm completely uninterested in establishing a ninja village, and don't want to become a revolting figure like Orochimaru. If you have no other means, then surrender quietly.
Seeing that Naruto remained stubbornly unyielding, Chi-Hong began to feel anxious. To buy time, he spoke again.
Little brat, aren't you going to consider this seriously? What is there to consider?
Just as Naruto was about to respond, a gust of wind blew him away. When he steadied himself, he found that his opponent had already fled, leaving him momentarily stunned. Coming to his senses, he cursed.
That despicable old man. How dare he cheat and sneak attack a kid like me? I will not let you off.
After Oil Girl Shino felt that they were far enough away, she controlled the giant insect to stop. Who would have guessed that before they could even catch their breath, a fierce wind arose, and a menacing black cloud loomed, threatening to crush them. Even the parasitic insects on them began to stir restlessly. Kiba also felt Akamaru trembling in his arms. Both of them looked up to the sky only to see a grotesque giant figure appearing above them, gazing down with a predatory glare. Kiba, Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame felt the overwhelming pressure above them, and cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. When they watched from a distance, they didn't feel much because of the distance, but up close it was completely different.
Damn, its size is so enormous. How can we defeat such an enemy?
Kiba Inuzuka forcibly suppressed his fear, and having no other option, looked at Shino Aburame beside him.
I have no way either.
Although I hate to admit it, this guy is indeed not an enemy that ordinary genin like us can handle. However, I believe Naruto won't be easily defeated by him, so our battle should mainly focus on buying time.
I see. But it can't be helped. In that case, let us take the lead first.
Kiba Inuzuka could only nod helplessly in agreement, as he had no better choice. Red B's figure emerged from the abdomen of the mutated giant queen bee, looking down at the two brats below with a sneer. He had clearly overheard the conversation between Kiba and Shino, so how could he let them succeed? After realizing he couldn't escape from Naruto, he planned to directly capture Naruto's companions to threaten him. After all, in his eyes, these naive wetbehinthers, brats would fall for such a trick. So he spoke.
Are you two planning to stall for time waiting for that blonde brat to arrive? I advise you not to delude yourselves, because I won't let you succeed.
Hearing this, Kiba's expression changed drastically. He thought,
not good, our plan has been seen through. It seems we have to seize the opportunity to attack him by surprise.
He exchanged a glance with Shino Aburame, then without a word transformed into a white two-headed giant dog in a puff of smoke. Shino Aburame didn't hesitate, shouting,
Secret technique, insect swamp.
Suddenly a swamp composed of parasitic insects formed under the mutated giant queen bee's feet, binding it, and preventing it from breaking free temporarily. Seeing this good opportunity, the giant dog formed by Kiba and Akamaru unleashed the Fong Wolf Fong without hesitation, spinning rapidly and charging at the mutated giant queen bee. The fierce wind generated by its high-speed rotation had an extremely strong cutting ability. Everything in its path was turned into dust as if nothing could stop it. A deep furrow was plowed on the ground. Carrying an irresistible force, it slammed heavily into the cracked abdomen of the mutated giant queen bee.
Crunch! Buzz!
The indestructible armor of the mutated giant queen bee shattered completely. It let out a shrill buzzing sound and began to struggle wildly. A terrible destructive sound wave radiated outward without restraint. The insect swamp that bounded lost all life instantly upon being hit, falling to the ground. Shino Aburame, who usually had no expression, was also distraught at the sight. However, before he could mourn his insects, he was hit by the sound wave, fell to the ground without a sound, and lay still. As for Kiba Inuzuka, who was closest, naturally he collapsed without any resistance in the first place. Thus, all members of Team 8, who had come to execute the mission, were down. When Naruto arrived, Red Bee had not only calmed the rampaging mutated giant queen bee, but also captured Kiba and Shino, who were unconscious and seemed lifeless. Seeing his two comrades held by the neck by Red Bee, Naruto's expression turned very ugly. He demanded with a dark face,
Are you planning to threaten me with them?
Heh heh heh.
This can't be helped. You forced my hand, so I had to resort to this. However, if you let me go, I promise I won't hurt your little friends. What do you say?
Seeing that the other party looked certain of having him cornered, Naruto suppressed his anger, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Do you really think I will be threatened by you?
Red Bee showed a surprised expression.
Oh, are you not going to care about your comrades' lives?
Naruto smiled and taunted.
Old man, you should know that as an excellent ninja, one must always be prepared to sacrifice. When faced with a choice that must be made, one must never be swayed by emotions. This is a test that must be faced to become a chunin. So do you think this trick will work on me?
Besides, you captured them, why should I let you go?
Red Bee was stunned. He didn't expect this blonde brat to not fall for this, which left him at a loss for a moment.
At that moment a blue beam of light pierced his forehead at an incredible speed. Red Bee died in shock. The mutated giant queen bee, whose life was linked to his, struggled a few times, and then completely lost its life force. In fact, even if Naruto hadn't killed him, he wouldn't have lived much longer. The principle of the flame bee technique is actually similar to the death gate of the 8 gates. It is a forbidden technique that burns one's life as a price. Not only is it certain death after use, but there is also the risk of losing control. Therefore, it was sealed away by a certain head of the Shongshui Lu clan, who knew that Red Bee stumbled upon it by chance. He didn't know the cost of performing this forbidden technique, so he used it without hesitation. Otherwise, he would have thought twice. Naruto flashed and caught Kiba and Shino. After checking, he found that although they were unconscious, their injuries were not very serious. After giving them a simple treatment, he waited for them to wake up. Just then his shadow clone, who knew the battle was over, returned with Hinata. Naruto looked at the members of Team 8 lying neatly together, and felt a bit speechless. After some time, Hinata woke up first. She opened her sleepy eyes, and when she saw her 2 teammates lying beside her, she immediately assumed the gentle fist starting stance, like a startled cat cautiously looking around. When she noticed Naruto looking at her, with a strange expression, she immediately blushed and stammered.
Nah. Naruto, are you okay?
Sorry for causing you trouble. I wonder how Kiba and Shino are. And where is the enemy now? Naruto was dumbfounded by her barrage of questions. He scratched the back of his head and joked.
Hinata, you ask so many questions. As soon as you wake up, I don't know which one to answer first. Sorry, I was too anxious.
Hinata instinctively lowered her head and nervously played with her face. Seeing this, Naruto slowly said,
Hinata, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Kiba and Shino are not a big problem either. They should wake up soon. As for the enemy you mentioned, I have already defeated him. He's lying behind you now.
Hinata was startled and quickly turned around to look behind her. What came into view was a bee corpse as huge as a mountain, which left her dumbfounded. She couldn't help exclaiming,
So big! Damn it, my head hurts.
Quan Zhongya, who had just woken from a coma, felt a splitting headache. He couldn't help but cover his head with his hands. Ming Ren and Chu Tian immediately stepped forward to check on him.
Kiba, are you alright?
After a long moment, Quan Zhongya came back to his senses. He did not immediately respond to Chu Tian and Ming Ren's greetings, but instead asked 3 questions.
Where's Chi-Wan? Where is Chi-Wan? How is Chi-Wan?
When he found Chi-Wan lying not far away, he hurried over to check. After confirming that he was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Unvg also woke up. He was even more extreme than Quan Zhongya. After waking, he knelt silently in front of a pile of insect corpses, emitting an ominous black aura that gave off a very bad feeling. Ming Ren felt utterly speechless, and couldn't help but complain inwardly.
No wonder you two have always been single. It turns out we don't even like the same species.
Unlike Ming Ren, Chu Tian's face was full of worry.
G9. Is he alright? It's hard to say. If it's mild, he might be fine in a few days. If it's severe, he might just go dark side.
Quan Zhongya replied with a serious expression.
No way.
Chu Tian was so frightened that her face turned pale. Seeing this, Ming Ren comforted her.
Don't listen to his nonsense. G9 isn't from the Uchiha clan, it's not that exaggerated.
While Ming Ren and the others were discussing the person in question, Unvg9 discovered the surviving parasitic insects among the pile of insect corpses. The surviving parasitic insects not only had strong vitality, but also developed resistance to sound-based attacks, making them an excellent insect species. Unvg9 planned to use the corpse of the mutated giant queen bee as nutrients to cultivate them, expecting a good harvest, but this would take some time. So he decided to go to the Weixiangshang forest first to check, and then come back. The 3 who were discussing saw Unvg9 suddenly stand up and walk toward them, as if nothing had happened, and they were momentarily confused. Ming Ren tentatively comforted.
G9, the bugs are dead and cannot be revived. Please accept my condolences. Exactly, they're just some bugs. If they die, just cultivate some more. It's not a big deal at all. So G9, stop dwelling on this trivial matter. Is that so?
Unvg9 looked at Chi-Wan and Quan Zhongya's arms with an unfriendly gaze.
Then what if I said I wanted to eat dog meat hot pot? Would you treat me?
Quan Zhongya. After being ravaged by a great fire, only a small area in the center of the Weixiangchong forest remained relatively intact.
It's already burned like this. You don't still naively think you can find the Weixiang insects, do you?
Quan Zhongya looked at the bare large pit below where the steam had not yet fully dissipated, and no longer held any hope for the purpose of this trip. Mingren and the other two remained silent, but finally decided to go down and check. After searching the central area as expected, not only were there no Weixiang insects, but even other surviving insect species were scarce. Seeing this, they gave up the idea of searching further, and prepared to leave. Suddenly a thunderclap sounded, and a torrential downpour began. Although they were a bit surprised, they didn't think much of it. After all, the Weixiang insects were already extinct, what use could the rain be? Just as the four were about to leave the Weixiangchong forest, Sharpie Chu Tian spotted a hint of green in a stone crevice.
What's that?
Looking at the Weixiang insect larva that was wiggling in front of him, shaped like a silver-gray rhinoceros beetle, Mingren was filled with emotion.
I thought we would return empty-handed this time, but unexpectedly, there was such a turn of events. Truly an unexpected outcome, but all this is thanks to Chu Tian.
Praise from Mingren made Chu Tian instantly blush with shyness, and she quickly shook her head in denial.
No, this is what I should do. Compared to the trouble I've caused everyone along the way, this is nothing. Alright, Chu Tian, don't be modest. We as your teammates have all witnessed your efforts. And this time Jinai and I were actually the ones who got carried. We not only did nothing but also got beaten up badly. So stop rubbing it in. Kiba, I'm sorry, Hey, that's strange. Where did that huge bee corpse go?
The group returned to the battlefield only to find that the mutated giant queen bee's corpse had disappeared. UNV Jinai explained calmly.
There's nothing strange about it. I used the giant queen bee's corpse to cultivate my parasitic insects. Hey Jinai, are you kidding me? That huge corpse, can your parasitic insects eat it all? And by the way, weren't your parasitic insects all dead?
Quan Zhongya asked with a puzzled expression. UNV Jinai didn't explain much. Instead, he stretched out his hand forward. A rustling sound was heard. Countless parasitic insects surged out from underground like a tide, and in an instant, they formed a black insect tide over 10 meters high, making one's skin crawl.
This is too exaggerated. Are these the bugs you cultivated from the giant queen bee? This number. Can your body hold them all?
Quan Zhongya looked at UNV Jinai with a strange expression. UNV Jinai adjusted his sunglasses, summoned a parasitic insect, and while observing it retorted.
You didn't think that all the parasitic insects I use in battle are hosted inside my body, did you? Isn't that the case?
Mingren and the other two looked at UNV Jinai with curiosity.
Of course not. The parasitic insects hosted inside my body are only a small part, mainly used for special situations. The ones used for battle are usually summoned except for those temporarily cultivated.
Quan Zhongya suddenly realized.
I see. I was thinking with your small frame, even if you emptied out your internal organs, you couldn't possibly stuff so many bugs in there. Alright, since the mission is complete, we should head back.
UNV Jinai spoke again. Mingren and the others had no objections, so they set off on their journey back to Konoha. In a dark underground, 3 figures were walking. One of them suddenly spoke.
Deshiwan, where exactly are you taking me? I don't have time to wander around with you here. Zhuozhu, as a subordinate, how can you be so disrespectful to Lord Deshiwan? That's too impolite. Don't give me that. I'm not like you. I came here only to gain powerful strength, not to pledge loyalty to Deshiwan like you do. So, don't lump me together with you. Zhuozhu, I advise you to watch your words, because I am not as magnanimous as Lord Deshiwan.
Yao Shirdo revealed a dangerous smile.
Alright, Kabuto, don't be like that. Sasuke is one of us now, so there's no need to dwell on such trivialities. You should get along well. Yes, Lord Orochimaru.
Kabuto replied respectfully, then turned to Sasuke and said,
For Lord Orochimaru, Sasuke, you'll let it slide, but I advise you to know your place.
Sasuke sneered, finding Kabuto, a sycophant who groveled before Orochimaru, utterly contemptible.
Sasuke, rest assured, I will never break my promise. You seek powerful strength, don't you? Trust me, your wish will soon be granted.
Reassured by Orochimaru, Sasuke finally calmed down, and the 3 continued deeper underground. After what seemed like an endless trek, Sasuke stepped through a cavern, and was stunned by the sight before him.
What is this? How about it? Hard to believe, isn't it? When I first came here, I felt the same way. But let me tell you, this is only a fraction of what has been revealed. What exactly is it?
Sasuke asked, struggling to suppress his emotions, but unable to stop trembling. Facing Sasuke's inquiry, Orochimaru's expression turned grave.
As for its origin, you must have heard something. Its legend is ancient, dating back to an era far removed from ours. Much of it can no longer be verified, but it has a name well known to all. Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi. How is that possible? Isn't that a creature from myths?
Sasuke's pupils contracted, his face etched with shock. Orochimaru explained patiently.
No, myths and legends that are widely known and passed down generally have a basis in reality. As time passes, they gradually fade from people's sight, hence, they are regarded as mere stories.
Sasuke was silent for a long time, then slowly came to his senses, accepting the astonishing truth. Seeming to think of something, he turned to Orochimaru with a questioning look.
You brought me here and told me all this. It can't be just to broaden my horizons, can it? Could it be? Exactly. To make you stronger quickly, we must harness the power of Yamada no Orochi. What? Don't tell me Yamada no Orochi is still alive.
Sasuke's expression was horrified. Orochimaru shook his head.
According to years of research, although its body cells still retain strong vitality, they have lost all signs of life. So it's most likely dead. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that it is still alive. After all, such an entity is beyond our easy comprehension. I see. How do you plan to use Yamada no Orochi to help me become stronger quickly? Sasuke, don't rush. Let me explain slowly. I'm sure you'll understand soon.
Led by Orochimaru, the three arrived at an underground laboratory. Cylindrical cultivation tubes filled with green liquid contained various bizarre malformed experimental lifeforms.
It is said that each of Yamada no Orochi's heads possesses a different elemental power. However, its body is too enormous and buried deep in tough geological strata, so we have only excavated 3 elemental trunks so far. This is the laboratory studying its yang attribute cells. There are also laboratories for fire and lightning attributes, which I'll show you later.
Seeing this, Sasuke guessed.
Orochimaru, you don't mean to have me fuse with Yamada no Orochi's elemental cells, do you? As expected of Sasuke, you saw through my intentions so quickly. Yes, that's exactly what I planned. I must say any of the 3 attributes would suit you, but I suggest you fuse with the yang attribute cells. After all, your Sharingan is an Yin attribute Kekkai Genkai. Fusing with yang attribute Yamada cells might bring unexpected surprises. So Sasuke, tell me your choice.
Sasuke didn't answer immediately, but instead asked back.
Orochimaru, which attribute cells did you fuse with?
Orochimaru was taken aback, then wore a resigned expression.
Sasuke, it seems you don't trust me much. But I'll tell you anyway, or else you won't be at ease. I once fused yang attribute cells to learn the 8-headed serpent technique. That's why I recommend you fuse yang attribute. With my precedent, the chances of success are higher. So there is still a risk of failure.
Sasuke frowned.
Naturally, and the risk is considerable. But compared to the immense power gained after success, this risk is nothing. After all, to obtain great power, one must pay an equal price. It's inevitable.
Hearing this, Sasuke fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Kabuto sneered.
Sasuke, you're not scared, are you? But that's understandable. Growing up in the Konoha greenhouse, you're different from us. Faced with life or death decisions, it's hard to choose. But we have plenty of time. Even if you think for 3 to 5 years, we can wait. However, by then... Shut up. I don't have time to waste with you. Since Orochimaru succeeded in fusing, so can I. As for choices, only children make choices. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will take them all.
As soon as he finished, the air seemed to freeze. Recovering, Kabuto scolded.
Sasuke, you're reaching too high. Even Lord Orochimaru only fused 1 type of attribute cell, yet you arrogantly want to fuse all 3. That's enough. Kabuto, don't be so agitated.
Orochimaru interrupted, then looked at Sasuke gravely.
Are you sure about this? Fusing 3 attribute cells simultaneously is extremely dangerous. One mistake could cost your life. Have you really thought it through? Tell me your reasons.
Sasuke looked at Orochimaru with unwavering eyes, and said slowly.
Using only 1 attribute cell is far from enough. To kill that man, I must gain even greater power. For that, I am willing to pay any price, even my life. Is that so? In that case, I respect your decision. I am also eager to witness the true power of the Uchiha clan. I hope you won't disappoint me. I'll arrange this as soon as possible. Go and rest for now.
Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but speak.
Orochimaru-sama, why do you let Sasuke run wild like this?
He is the premium vessel you have longed for, and finally found after great effort. It would be a pity if something happened to him.
Kabuto, you are mistaken. The reason I covet the power of the Uchiha clan is merely their extraordinary potential. If he fails, it only proves that the Uchiha clan is nothing special and has lost its value to me. After all, the perfect vessel is not necessarily limited to the Uchiha clan.
With that, a figure that left a deep impression on him surfaced in Orochimaru's mind. He continued,
And I also want to see how far Sasuke can go under my guidance. The next reincarnation is 3 years away. Let us wait and see during this time.
Konoha Hokage Tower. The group led by Naruto returned to the village and headed toward the Hokage's office. Suddenly 2 figures emerged from the Hokage's office. Looking closer, they were an old man with glasses leaning on a cane and an old woman. They passed by the 4 of them, ignoring Hinata and the others, but cast a meaningful glance at Naruto. Naruto thought to himself,
Those 2 were the Konoha advisors Hamura Miyokado and Koharu Utatane. What did that look mean?
Before he could think further, he arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Pushing it open, he was greeted by Tsunade's terrifyingly gloomy face. She scanned the group and said coldly,
You? Finally back. Explain yourselves. What good deeds have you done out there?
Shino and the others sensed trouble, and shrank back like turtles. Only Naruto stepped forward, with a grin to take credit.
It's nothing really. This time we not only completed the mission, but also took care of a Land of Earth ninja who had infiltrated the Land of Fire. But it's no big deal, just what we should do.
Naruto shrugged, implying it was trivial, and no reward was needed.
Is that all?
Tsunade's forehead veins bulged as she glared at Naruto. Naruto looked puzzled and turned to his trembling teammates.
Wasn't it? I'm still trying to argue. Bam!
The desk was smashed into pieces by the enraged Tsunade's fist. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata huddled in the corner in fear.
Your massive destruction within the Land of Fire has already alarmed the feudal lords. The 2 old fogies from the council just pressured me to deal with this seriously. How should I punish you?
Tsunade gritted her teeth, staring at Naruto. Naruto felt a chill under her gaze and stammered.
Well, it was to fight the enemy, right? A little collateral damage is normal, isn't it? A little damage. According to the intelligence, you nearly leveled the entire forest. If I didn't know your strength, well, I'd be suspect the Ninetales had gone berserk. Was it that bad?
Naruto scratched the back of his head, dumbfounded.
Yes, it was that bad. In any case, you must take responsibility. The compensation will be deducted from your mission rewards. You have no objections, do you?
Naruto wanted to object, but under Tsunade's sharp gaze he wilted. Tsunade then turned to the trio cowering in the corner.
You 3 are the same. You'll bear part of the compensation deducted from your pay. I'm informing you now.
Kiba immediately protested.
Tsunade-sama, this has nothing to do with us. Naruto did all of it. Why should we be punished too? If you dare say that. As his teammates, you failed to stop his wrong actions in time. You share the blame. What? You don't agree?
Tsunade grabbed Kiba by the collar and lifted him. Kiba quickly shook his head. Tsunade was satisfied.
Since you have no objections, it's settled. All right, considering the mission was completed successfully, I'll let it slide for now. Go back and await orders. When Kakashi returns from his mission, he will lead the follow-up operation to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke.
Tsunade's tone softened, losing its aggressive edge. The 4 left the Hokage's office in a daze. On the way back, Naruto felt increasingly uneasy, suspecting he had been tricked. He wondered if Tsunade had staged the whole scene to avoid paying their mission rewards. After all, ever since Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, and the death of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, they had never received any payment for their missions. When Tsunade took office, she explained that the village's reconstruction required massive funds, so their rewards were deferred to be settled later. Now unexpectedly this happened, and it was all gone. And whether they would get paid for future missions depended on Tsunade's mood.
It seems I can't escape a life of poverty. I'll have to drink expired milk and eat instant noodles again.
At that thought, Naruto felt his future was bleak. He fell to his knees, clutching his head and crying.
All my ramen. Wah wah wah.
This drew stares from passers-by on the street. Suddenly a voice rang out.
Hey, you're the strongest Genin in Konoha who defeated Gaara. Crying in the middle of the street in broad daylight. Isn't that a bit embarrassing?
Naruto looked up to see 3 figures standing side by side in the glow of the setting sun. The one in the middle had his arms crossed, the left one had a hand on her hip, the right one had both hands in his pockets, and the conspicuous large gore giant fan, and the massive object wrapped in white bandages clearly identified them. Naruto quickly stood up, holding his neck with both hands, pretending to be relaxed and composed, but he couldn't hide his embarrassment. He forced a smile and greeted.
You guys came.
Gaara slowly explained.
During the last Chunin exam, the Saiyan village was used by Orochimaru and caused great trouble for Konoha. We deeply apologize. We heard you're short-handed recently, so we came to see if we could help. Oh, I see. You're still the same, completely lacking the demeanor of a strong one. Crying in the street, only you would do that.
Temari looked at Naruto with amusement.
Hey, stingy big sister from the Saiyan village, I'm just a kid. What's wrong with crying?
Shoju. Wailua.
Since you are here to help you are considered my Schwanwa Mingren's friends. Let me as the host take you to taste the most delicious food here. Friend.
Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar word, Wailua was stunned. In the Sharin village, everyone around him only felt fear and terror, and no one had ever regarded him as a friend. However, Mingren didn't think too much. With a wave of his hand, he led the three to Yao Ramen shop and ordered a large bowl of ramen for each of them. The three from Sharin village saw Mingren's generosity and didn't stand on ceremony, so they started eating heartily. Who would have thought?
Mingren, the money you paid is not enough.
Yao squinted and said with a smile.
Uncle Yao, don't worry. I still have 2 free meal tickets here.
Saying that, Mingren began to search in his pockets. 2 crows flew by calling.
Strange, it was right here, how did it disappear?
Mingren took off his clothes, but still didn't find the 2 tickets. Just as he was about to take off his pants, the 3 from Sharin village finally couldn't sit still. They exchanged glances. Wailua.
Don't look at me. You know my situation. Although I've carried out many missions, I only enjoy killing. I didn't care much about rewards or anything.
He said calmly.
I never pay for meals. If anyone objects, he'll just use sand coffin, sand burial to deal with them.
Kenjilhan shrugged.
My money is all spent on modifying and repairing puppets. After all, being a puppet master is a very expensive profession.
Shoju helplessly covered her forehead and sighed.
You men are really something. Going out to eat and making me a girl pay. The way you are, you might end up single forever.
Having said that, she stood up and stopped Mingren.
Alright, you bastard, are you planning to take off your pants in public? I don't want to see that eyesore again, so stop it. I'll pay for this ramen.
Mingren scratched the back of his head and said apologetically.
Sorry, I've embarrassed myself. I didn't bring enough money today. I'll treat you to a big meal next time.
After paying, Shoju walked straight out waving her hand.
I think you'll pass. Otherwise you'll end up paying again. I really don't understand how you think. You clearly have no money yet you insist on acting like a big spender. It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but you also drag us into awkwardness.
Well? Mingren didn't know what to say for a moment. Mingren returned home and went to bed early. Early the next morning he brought Daetongmu Mingren to a remote forest, intending to test the effect of training in the gravity domain. Although the current maximum gravity of the gravity domain had reached a terrifying 10 times comparable to the planet Geowang, it was not sustained. To keep the gravity domain active for a long time, it could only be maintained at about 5 times. However, Mingren was already very satisfied with this. After all, when Sun Wukong had a combat power of 7 or 800, he could barely move when he first arrived at planet Geowang. Now the 5-fold gravity domain was sufficient for the current stage of training. In a circular pit 50 meters in diameter, Mingren, bare-chested, was sweating profusely, every movement feeling extremely difficult. His whole body was flushed, red muscles bulging, and white steam rose from his body. Of course, this was without Mingren using Sage Mode. If he activated Sage Mode, this amount of gravity would be nothing to him, but then, there would be no training effect. A day passed quickly. After finishing his training, Mingren felt sore all over. He used Yang-attributed chakra to give himself a simple treatment, then closed his eyes to feel. After a moment, Mingren opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face.
The gains are not bad. Just 1 day of training increased my combat power by 5 points. If this continues, the future is promising.
Suddenly a rumbling sound was heard.
I'm so hungry. Ah, the consumption is too great. The food I brought is all gone. It seems I should go back. But I have to find a way to solve the money problem.
Nowadays Mingren was even poorer than his original version. No way who told him he was now a big eater. The original Mingren managed to save some money by frugal living, though later Jiraiya swindled it away, but he soon earned it back with incredible luck. Now he was bad at making money but number 1 at eating, a typical glutton. Moreover, he now had another glutton, Mingren, to support, so he was living beyond his means. So he immediately made a decision. After Kakashi returned, he would send Daetongmu Mingren to leave Mai and work as a bounty hunter for a while. After all, Ishwanwa Mingren never support idle people, of course, except for a wife, and he felt his wife didn't need his support either. Just as Mingren was daydreaming, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned to look and his face turned green with fright.
Ah! Ghost! Huh? Where is the ghost?
A familiar hoarse voice sounded. Mingren finally realized. At this moment Daetongmu Mingren had sunken eyes, two big dark circles, and looked like a bag of bones, extremely creepy. Mingren wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked tentatively,
Are you okay?
Daetongmu Mingren replied intermittently in a hoarse voice.
Okay, just a bit dizzy feeling. Light all over as if about to float away. Original, do you think I've become stronger?
Mingren nodded.
Yeah, you look like a match for Yuzhibo-ban. By the way, who are you going to pass the renegade?
Daetongmu Mingren. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Early one morning Mingren was in a deep sleep, having a sweet dream and drooling. Suddenly a knock on the door sounded. He opened his bleary eyes, rubbed them, and mumbled.
Who is it? Can't even let me sleep well in the early morning.
Although he complained, he quickly got up and opened the door. The door opened, revealing pink hair that shimmered in the morning sunlight. A clear voice, like an oriole, sounded.
Good morning. Mingren! Xiaoing, why are you here?
Mingren showed surprise. Xiaoing squinted and said with a smile.
Mingren, you are my most important partner. Even if you don't come to find me, can't I come to see you?
Although her face was full of smiles, a trace of imperceptible sadness flickered deep in her eyes.
Sorry. I've been so focused on training lately that I neglected how you felt, but we've already found the Mikazuki bug. I believe we'll soon be able to see Sasuke again. And I've already heard about this from Lady Tsunade. You played a crucial role in the successful completion of this mission. Not at all. Actually, it was all Hinata's merit. I even got punished by Granny Tsunade for making a mistake.
Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly, a look of vexation on his face. Seeing Naruto's expression, Sakura couldn't help but let out a silvery laugh.
It's actually fine. By the way, aren't you going to invite me in?
Well? Naruto hesitated for a moment.
What's wrong? Is there something inconvenient?
Faced with Sakura's persistence, Naruto had to tell the truth.
Actually, it's nothing major, just that it's really messy. If you don't mind, feel free to look around. It's okay, my room is pretty messy too.
Sakura acted as if she didn't care at all and walked straight in. What lay before her eyes was trash scattered everywhere, half-eaten instant noodles, and milk on the table, along with various odds and ends. And clothes strewn about everywhere. To be honest, in all the years she had known Naruto, this was the first time she had been here. She had never imagined what life without a family was like. Unlike her, even if her home got a little messy, her parents would clean it spotless and arrange everything neatly, so she never had to worry. But even so, sometimes Sakura still found them nagging and annoying, even envying Naruto for his freedom without any constraints. Now that she thought about it, it was really ridiculous. With mixed feelings, Sakura came to the dining table ready to help Naruto tidy up, only to find that the half-drunk bottle of milk he had left was clearly expired. Just as Sakura was about to throw it away as trash, Naruto stopped her.
Sakura, don't bother, I'll take care of this myself.
Naruto took the half bottle of milk and put it back in the refrigerator. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then reminded him.
Naruto, that milk is expired. You can't drink it anymore or you'll get sick.
But Naruto didn't take it seriously.
It's okay, I've always been drinking it like this before. Now, I'm still fine, aren't I?
Sakura wanted to argue, but found her throat seemed to be blocked, unable to speak. So she began to help clean up the trash on the floor, and Naruto no longer stopped her. After a flurry of activity, the two finally got the room clean and everything in order.
Thank you, Sakura. It's been a long time since the house was this clean. It's just a small favor. We're teammates of Team 7, so you don't need to be polite with me. By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. I promised you last time, but unfortunately you missed it because of the mission. Now I'm making it up to you.
Naruto immediately perked up at the words.
Yeah.
Seeing this, a smile involuntarily spread across Sakura's face. This scene made her feel as if they had returned to the past when Sasuke was still there. On a bare rock face, Kakashi was climbing with one hand behind his back. Just as he was about to reach the top, a hand suddenly reached out to him. Kakashi was startled and immediately lost his grip, falling. Soon the news that Konoha's elite jonin, the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, had died from a fall while climbing spread throughout the entire shinobi world. For this reason, Tsunade did not hesitate to convene the 5 Kage summit to hold his funeral, and even deliberately invited the funeral master Kurozuchi Raiga to preside over it. Of course, that was just a side story. The official story is just as Kakashi was about to fall that hand pulled him back. He looked up and saw two familiar figures standing above, and the one who had pulled him up was Naruto. A rare smile appeared on Kakashi's face, partially hidden by his mask, as he said,
Naruto Sakura, long time no see. How did you know I was here? As long as you're in the leaf, it's pretty easy to find you, Kakashi-sensei. You should come up first.
Naruto exerted a little force and easily pulled Kakashi up.
Naruto, you seem to have grown quite a bit while I was away. Of course I've been improving all the time. But, Kakashi-sensei, you're still the same.
Though he had indeed grown stronger, he still wasn't exactly likable. Kakashi gave Naruto a deadpan look, then turned to Sakura with a pleased expression.
Sakura, I heard you become Lady Tsunade's disciple. You haven't let me down.
Receiving Kakashi's praise, Sakura didn't get carried away. Instead, she replied modestly,
It's thanks to Naruto's help that I earned Lady Tsunade's recognition. I still have many shortcomings to learn, so this is nothing much.
Kakashi was deeply surprised by this. He never expected that Sakura, who used to be so obsessed with Sasuke, could have changed so much. Though he sighed inwardly, he asked about their purpose without showing it.
You came to see me about the mission, right? The 5th Hokage has already explained the situation to me. As soon as the mission is assigned, we can set off together to find Sasuke.
Naruto said.
That's great. I just wonder what level Sasuke has reached now. I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, I can see Sasuke again. I wonder if he's doing well at Orochimaru's place.
Thinking of Orochimaru's twisted nature, Sakura couldn't help but worry for him. Soon the mission assignment notice arrived. Kakashi led Naruto and Sakura to the Hokage's office, only to find the other members assigned to this task already waiting.
Kakashi, you still can't get rid of that old habit of being late.
As soon as the three entered, they heard Tsunade's dissatisfied voice.
Lady Tsunade.
Kakashi stepped forward to explain. Meanwhile, Naruto looked curiously at the others.
Hey Gaara, what are you doing here? Are you joining this mission too?
Gaara replied.
That's right. Orochimaru was the mastermind behind the previous Konoha Crush plan, which led to the disappearance of the 4th Kazekage. Our village cannot stand idly by.
Kankuro said.
Orochimaru is guilty of heinous crimes, and everyone wants him dead.
Temari added.
A father's murder is an irreconcilable blood feud. Naruto.
Shino Aburame, exuding a dark aura, appeared behind Naruto, as if out of nowhere.
Sure. Shino, so you're here too. I am here. I have always been here. Did you just notice now?
Well? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment.
Alright Kakashi, I don't want to hear your messy excuses. Your primary mission this time is to bring Sasuke back. If possible. Incidentally eliminate Orochimaru, this major threat to Konoha. Of course, only if conditions permit. The team for this mission consists of the original team 7 members Shino Aburame, and the 3 Saiyan Village ninjas, who came to support. In short, you are fully in charge. If any special situation arises, you may handle it at your discretion.
At the gates of Konoha, Shino Aburame released the Kakachu, leading the group northwest. Several days later, they left the Land of Fire and entered a small country. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Orochimaru, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and asked Kabuto Yakushi beside him.
Kabuto, how is Sasuke's condition?
Though puzzled by Orochimaru's sudden inquiry, Kabuto answered truthfully.
Reporting to Lord Orochimaru, the transplant experiment is proceeding smoothly. Sasuke's compatibility with the cells of the Yamata no Orochi is extremely high, even surpassing yours, my lord. It's incredible. It seems everything is going according to plan.
Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He stood up and, together with Kabuto, approached a massive container filled with green liquid, carefully observing the changes in Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was fully immersed in the green liquid, his brows furrowed, a look of pain on his face. Strange patterns emerged on his skin, emitting a faint glow.
Sasuke, you have not disappointed me. I truly look forward to seeing what you will be capable of after your perfect transformation.
Orochimaru murmured. However, just then a faint commotion came from outside.
What's going on?
Orochimaru frowned. Cold sweat beaded on Kabuto's forehead, as a sense of foreboding rose in his heart.
His.
Just then a small white snake slithered quickly out of the darkness, and flicked its tongue at them a few times.
Oh! They actually managed to find this place. Quite capable, aren't they?
Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed in the darkness, tinged with surprise and anticipation. He then said to Kabuto,
Kabuto Sasuke still needs a little more time to complete his transformation. I have just changed bodies, so it's not appropriate for me to act. I'll leave this to you. Should be. No problem, right? It is my honor to serve Lord Orochimaru. Although the ninjas sent by Konoha this time are no pushovers, I am confident that by using the technique I can buy us some time. So please rest assured, my lord.
Kabuto promised with conviction.
In that case, I leave this place to you.
With that, Orochimaru vanished into the darkness. The 7-man team led by Kakashi traveled a long distance, and finally stopped upon reaching a secluded forest. Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses and said,
According to the feedback from the Kakashi, Sasuke should be nearby. Can you pinpoint the exact location?
Kakashi asked. Shino shook his head.
Sasuke scent disappears here. I cannot determine where their base is. Is it a special jutsu that masks scent? If so, my ninja dogs won't be of use either.
Kakashi rubbed his chin deep in thought.
Then we'll have to split up and search.
Kakashi made a swift decision.
Shino and I will be one group, Sakura, and Naruto, another Gaara's team of 3, will move together. If you find any sign of the enemy, signal immediately.
After the division, Shino released a swarm of destruction bugs to conduct a thorough search in one direction. Gaara also created a sand eye that rose into the air, then left with Temari and Kankuro. Within moments, only Naruto and Sakura remained at the original spot.
Naruto, everyone's gone. Let's go find Sasuke quickly.
Sakura urged anxiously.
Wait, Sakura. Let me first scout the area for clues. Don't act blindly.
Naruto calmed her down. Then he closed his eyes and began sensing with his chakra. Seeing this, Sakura could only wait patiently. Soon Naruto opened his eyes. Sakura immediately pressed forward.
What's the matter? Have you found any trace of Sasuke?
Naruto sighed.
Not yet. But I sensed a familiar presence. He should know where Sasuke is. Who? Is it Orochimaru?
Sakura asked curiously.
I didn't sense Orochimaru's chi nearby. It's Kabuto Yakushi.
Naruto frowned, puzzled.
What? Did Orochimaru discover our arrival and take Sasuke away ahead of time?
Sakura exclaimed, her face full of anxiety.
Not necessarily.
Naruto analyzed sharply.
Maybe Kabuto deliberately stayed behind to divert our attention, allowing Orochimaru to escape with Sasuke. Then what do we do now?
Sakura was at a loss.
Let's follow him quietly and see what tricks he's playing. With Kakashi Sensei and Gaara and the others around, it won't be easy for Orochimaru to slip away with Sasuke without a sound.
Thus Naruto and Sakura carefully trailed Kabuto's chakra signature. Before long they arrived at an abandoned factory where Kabuto stood as if waiting for someone. Naruto and Sakura hid in the shadows, observing Kabuto's every move. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Kabuto whipped his head around and looked directly at their hiding spot.
We've been discovered.
Sakura's heart skipped a beat. But Kabuto didn't take any action, he merely curled his lips into a sinister smile.
Is he provoking us?
Naruto muttered. Just as they were puzzled, Kabuto spoke.
Come out, Naruto, Sakura.
Since they had been exposed, Naruto and Sakura stopped hiding and stepped out in front of Kabuto.
How did you know we were here?
Naruto demanded. Kabuto sneered.
Don't think you're the only ones with tracking methods. My intelligence network is quite extensive. Where is Sasuke? Hand him over,
Sakura said urgently. Kabuto shook his head.
Don't be impatient, Sakura. Sasuke is not here. I can take you to see him, but not just yet. Yakushi Kabuto, although I don't know what you're planning, I believe that once I capture you, everything will be clear. So, just surrender obediently.
Naruto threw a punch at Yakushi Kabuto from a distance. The air twisted, and a powerful gust of wind shattered the already dilapidated factory. The violent airflow surged forward. Yakushi Kabuto, like a lone boat in a raging wave, was sent flying without any resistance. Sakura was stunned at the sight, cold sweat trickling down her forehead.
That Naruto. He seems even stronger. But is this really okay? He won't be killed by a single punch, will he? I haven't gotten any news about Sasuke from him yet.
Naruto seemed to read her thoughts and explained.
Sakura, don't worry. He's not that easy to kill.
Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, in the dust a coughing sound was heard. Yakushi Kabuto emerged, supporting himself against a tree. His right hand covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. The hideous wound on his chest was healing at a visible speed.
Cough. Truly terrifying. Is this the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? No, he clearly didn't use the tailed beast's power just now. His own strength alone rivals that of a tailed beast. What kind of freak is this? He's a monster.
Pale-faced Kabuto shook his head, and muttered to himself, looking as if he was shocked into doubting his own existence. Seeing this, Naruto wore a look of disappointment and taunted.
I merely made a slight move, and you're already a flickering candle in the wind. How can you continue?
Kabuto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and did not refute.
Indeed, with my current strength, I cannot contend with Lord Naruto as he is now. But I still have one forbidden technique, and I wish to seek your guidance.
A look of determination flashed in Kabuto's eyes. He knew that escaping today would be difficult. So he quickly formed hand seals, then bent down, and placed his bloodstained right hand on the ground. Immediately the ground shook violently, and 2 upright coffins rose from the earth.
This is impure world reincarnation.
Naruto became alert at once. The coffin lids opened, revealing 2 ninjas wrapped in bandages. Their eyes were hollow, exuding an eerie aura.
What kind of jutsu is impure world reincarnation?
A trace of fear flickered in Sakura's eyes, as she asked tremblingly.
It's a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage. It can summon the souls of deceased ninjas back to the living world, resurrecting them in physical form and controlling them. The dead inherit most of their abilities from their lifetime and have an immortal body. Only sealing methods can effectively deal with them. It's very troublesome, so Sakura, you need to be careful yourself.
Naruto explained patiently and warned. Sakura, upon hearing this, stood on guard, ready to face the upcoming challenge. The 2 ninjas in the coffin slowly opened their eyes. The powerful aura emanating from them made the surrounding air heavy.
It's them. The second Tsukuyomi Mu and the third Raikage.
Naruto recognized them, surprise appearing in his eyes.
It seems Kabuto has really gone all out this time. What? This? How is this possible?
Sakura was thunderstruck. She clenched her fists, and her heart pounded rapidly. As a top student, she had heard of these 2 famous Kage. Especially the third Raikage, who was said to have single-handedly fought against tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas during his lifetime, ultimately dying from exhaustion after a 3-day battle. Who in the ninja world hadn't heard of such a fierce warrior? The thought of facing such an enemy made Sakura's heart tremble with fear. Seeing this, Naruto had to comfort her.
Sakura, don't worry. They're just 2 old geezers left behind by the times. They're nothing special. Remember, we are the strongest genin of all time. No matter who the opponent is, we can defeat them. Us. Strongest of all time. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Please, I'm just a weak girl, not that strong.
Sakura was on the verge of tears. Naruto's self-praising approach, though embarrassing for Sakura, successfully eased the tense atmosphere and calmed her down. However, others were not pleased.
You 2 little brats, are you genin from Konoha? Quite a big mouth you have. Though I died long ago, I am not to be offended by anyone. You have committed the crime of insulting the dead. Let me, on behalf of the second Hokage, teach you how to respect your elders.
The second Tsukuyomi stepped out of the coffin with an unfriendly tone. Following him, the voice of the third Raikage rang out.
Such arrogant brats indeed deserve a good lesson.
He kicked the coffin lid aside, and a violent aura pressed down on Naruto and Sakura. Instantly the ground trembled, and sand and stones flew. Under this powerful pressure, Sakura's face turned pale, and she was forced to step back repeatedly. Seeing this, Naruto stepped forward and dissipated the aura. Sakura's legs gave way, and she fell to the ground, gasping.
So strong. No wonder he is called the strongest Raikage. This aura is even more terrifying than Lady Tsunade's. You little brat actually managed to neutralize my aura so easily. You have some skills. It seems Konoha hasn't completely declined. Well, today, you'll see what level the younger generation of the ninja world has reached.
Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled confidently.
I think my strength won't disappoint you. Ignorant brat, you're getting carried away. Watch my Hell Rush 4-finger gouge.
The third Raikage snorted coldly, his body enveloped in lightning-release armor, and charged at Naruto and Sakura with lightning speed.
Hey, wait. I'm not ready yet.
Naruto glanced at Sakura behind him and quickly shouted, but the third Raikage didn't care. Having slain countless IWA ninjas single-handedly, he was not one to show mercy. Now that he was dead, he had even fewer scruples. Naruto could only use a body flicker to dodge, taking Sakura with him. A flash of lightning passed, leaving a deep trench in the ground as if plowed by a cow. In the distance, the sound of a large number of trees falling was heard. From the dust, a huge shadow slowly emerged, his body flickering with lightning. He attacked the 2 again. After teleporting to a distance, Naruto set down Sakura.
You hide far away. I'll deal with him.
With that, Naruto formed hand seals.
Multiple shadow clone jutsu.
Instantly a swarm of Narutos appeared before the third Raikage surrounding him. Seeing this, the third Raikage was not flustered at all. He directly used
Lightning level 1000 dance.
and a powerful current instantly engulfed all of Naruto's clones.
Is that all you got, brat?
The third Raikage effortlessly dispelled all the shadow clones with a single
lightning cutter.
Then looked at Naruto with disdain.
Hey old man, don't be so hasty. That was just a joke. Now I'll get serious.
Naruto chuckled nonchalantly, completely unfazed by the clones' easy defeat. After all those were hastily made cannon fodder clones, it was only natural. With that he instantly teleported behind the third Raikage and threw a punch. But the swift third Raikage crossed his arms to block it.
Boom!
The ground within 50 meters shattered like a spiderweb into a funnel-shaped crater.
Such immense physical strength. To think he could block my full-force strike.
Naruto couldn't help but admire as the third Raikage withstood his unexpected blow.
Brat, you dare underestimate me. I'll crush you.
He roared, blasting Naruto back, then unleashed a series of rapid thrusts with his
three-finger thrust.
But Naruto was no pushover. He steadied himself, charged forward, and directly clashed with the third Raikage's
three-finger thrust.
A flash of golden light and a streak of azure lightning weaved and collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if it might shatter at any moment. The ground was shattered, dust billowing, only to be swept away by the shockwaves of their battle.
Hell, stab, one-finger thrust.
The third Raikage aimed his strongest attack at Naruto's head. Enraged Naruto shouted,
"How dare you! I'm not Sasuke. I hate it when people poke my forehead. You've already sealed your fate."
Furious, he instantly activated Sage Mode, and in the third Raikage's incredulous eyes, he snapped his fingers. Fortunately, the third Raikage was already dead, otherwise he would have let out a pig-like scream. Regaining his composure, the third Raikage felt his pride wounded. He extended his left hand, jabbed Naruto's forehead hard, and taunted,
"Brat, you've got quite a temper, huh? I'll poke your forehead if I want to. What are you gonna do about it? My strongest defense is no joke."
Naruto couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Blazing with fury, he delivered a devastating blow, punching a hole through the third Raikage's chest, then under his shocked gaze shattered half his face with a single punch. Finally, he kicked the mangled third Raikage hundreds of meters away and sneered,
"Is that all? You call yourself the strongest shield? Pathetic. All bark, no bite."
Suddenly the sky darkened. Before he could grasp what was happening, he heard Sakura's urgent voice from afar.
"Naruto, watch out above."
Naruto looked up to see a massive boulder the size of a mountain plummeting toward him. He tried to teleport away, but his body was seized by enormous arms sprouting from the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently for miles around, as if a massive earthquake had struck. The commotion drew Kakashi and Gaara. They found Sakura kneeling on the ground, dazed. They rushed to ask,
"Sakura, what happened here? Where's Naruto?"
Snapping back to reality, Sakura cried out,
"Kakashi-sensei, we need to save Naruto. He's trapped under the giant rock." "What?"
Kakashi's pupils contracted as the memory of Obito's death flashed before his eyes. The scene was so similar.
"No, I won't let this tragedy repeat itself,"
he murmured, then said to the others,
"Everyone help. I believe Naruto will be fine."
They nodded solemnly.
"Don't worry, the guy isn't so easy to kill. He's a monster who survived the explosion of a one-tailed beast ball. He'll be fine,"
Temari asserted confidently.
"That's right. Naruto is determined to become the strongest. How could he fall so easily?"
Shino Aburame echoed. Their spirits lifted, they sprang into action. But when they reached the massive boulder, they fell silent. The oval boulder loomed over 200 meters high. Moving it seemed impossible, and even destroying it with ninjutsu was a daunting task. While everyone was at a loss, Kabuto Yakushi, watching from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief.
"No one could survive that attack, not even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But to be safe, I should eliminate any potential loose ends."
Kabuto looked up at the sky where a bandaged figure emerged, the second Tsukuyomi Mu. Earlier, while Naruto fought the third Raikage, Kabuto had controlled the second Tsukuyomi to use the split technique and
Earth Release Super Lightweight Rock Technique
to secretly lift a massive boulder to a kilometer high, successfully crushing Naruto. Now he planned to eliminate Kakashi and the others. The second Tsukuyomi raised his hands, formed a seal, and blew a fierce gale that swept toward the ninjas below.
"Get down!"
Kakashi shouted, creating an earthen wall with ninjutsu to block the sandstorm. But the storm was so violent that the wall shattered instantly. At the critical moment, Gaara unleashed his absolute defense, shielding everyone.
"Damn it! We can't keep this up. We have to find a way to save Naruto,"
Sakura said anxiously. Shino analyzed calmly.
We might find a weak point in this boulder and use a powerful jutsu to destroy it.
Under Gaara's protection, they began to act. Some used sensory ninjutsu to probe the boulder's interior, others brainstormed ways to break it. Kabuto wasn't about to let them succeed. He merged the second Tsukuyomi's two split bodies, preparing to unleash a Kekii Tota. The second Tsukuyomi aimed both palms at the group and shouted.
Dust released detachment of the primitive world.
A massive transparent cubic barrier enveloped the area, disintegrating everything within. When it vanished, nothing remained but a square crater.
Solved. Yokoshi Kabuto muttered to himself. Suddenly his expression shifted dramatically as he thought not good. He saw the ground in front of him shatter as a dark figure burst out, its right hand wreathed in lightning, speeding toward him with a sound like 1,000 birds. Yokoshi Kabuto failed to dodge and was struck in the left shoulder. The one who had emerged from the ground was Kakashi, who had devised a series of plans after learning of Kabuto's presence from Sakura. Ostensibly focused on rescuing Naruto, who was trapped under a massive boulder, but in truth he secretly ordered those with perception-based techniques to search for Kabuto's whereabouts, for only by eliminating the lurking enemy could they proceed with the rescue mission without worry. When Kabuto had the second Tsukuyomi unleash the particle style on them, the group had already taken cover underground under Gaara's protection, and only a few clones were destroyed. Ignoring the pain and numbness in his left shoulder, Kabuto forcibly broke free from the lightning blade's grip. Kakashi pressed the advantage, launching a series of attacks, giving Kabuto no chance to catch his breath. Kabuto dodged left and right in a sorry state. Lightning blade. Kakashi roared, the lightning in his hand growing even more dazzling. Seeing this, Kabuto quickly performed a jutsu trying to block the attack. However, Kakashi's strength exceeded his expectations. The lightning pierced through the defense and struck Kabuto's body. Kabuto grunted, convulsed, and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi stepped forward and pressed a kunai against Kabuto's throat. "You lose," Kakashi said. Seeing this, a hint of self-deprecation appeared on Kabuto's face as he praised Kakashi-senpai. "You truly live up to your reputation as the genius jonin known as the copy ninja of Konoha. I humbly concede defeat. However, there is one thing you got wrong, senpai. I don't think the outcome is decided yet. It's too early to admit defeat." Kakashi frowned, instantly sensing a powerful surge of chakra rushing toward him like lightning. Without time to think, he swiftly dodged, but was still caught in the blast and sent flying. Fortunately, Gaara reacted in time and caught him with his sand, preventing serious injury. At this moment, Shino, Sakura, Temari and Kankuro, who had been lying in ambush to prevent Kabuto's escape, also converged. Everyone stared warily at the tall figure standing before Kabuto. Kakashi followed their gaze and his expression instantly turned grave. No wonder he has such speed. It's the legendary third Raikage. Truly fearsome. The third Raikage's eyes were cold and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He looked at Kakashi and the others and said, "You youngsters must be the companions of that blonde-haired brat, right? I don't want to fight you, but I have no choice. If you don't want to die, then run away while you can." Kakashi stood up and dusted himself off. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Third Raikage. Although we are not confident we can defeat you, we wish to know the gap between ourselves and the older generation of shinobi. So, please teach us well." After saying that, he pushed his headband up, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. "Oh. You possess the eyes of that clan. No wonder you have such confidence. In that case, let's see what you've got." A flicker of surprise crossed the third Raikage's eyes as if he acknowledged the challenge. Meanwhile, Kabuto took advantage of the conversation to summon the second Tsukuyomi and was carried high into the sky. "This way I have no worries. I've already wasted too much time. I wonder how Sasuke is doing. He should have completed his transformation by now. Forget it, I'd better finish things here quickly and go back to check." After muttering to himself, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze back to the battlefield below. "Oh. They're fighting among themselves, which saves me a lot of trouble." Sandbinding Coffin, Shikaku's spear, lightning blade, wind release, great sickle weasel. Lightning release, thunderous heavens dance. Impossible. We didn't cause him even a scratch. The group charged together, unleashing a barrage of attacks, only to find that they had not dealt any damage to the third Raikage, but instead were knocked down by a single move from him. A sense of helplessness washed over them. Don't give up. Even the strongest have weaknesses, even the third Raikage, known as the strongest shield and strongest spear. As the team leader, Kakashi had to steel himself and stood up first to encourage the others. Kakashi is right. There has never been such a thing as the strongest spear or strongest shield in this world. I used to think I had the strongest defense until... Gaara agreed. Kakashi-sensei and Gaara are right. What strongest shield? Naruto just shattered it with 2 punches. It's not that impressive. Sakura also stopped being sentimental, got up and encouraged everyone while healing. However, some were more rational. That's true, but it's based on having sufficient attack power. Given the techniques you've shown so far, I'm afraid we can't do it. Shino stepped forward to pour cold water on their hopes, causing everyone to fall silent again. How will we know if we don't try? And I already have an idea. I don't know if it will work, but we have to try to find out. Kakashi, shedding his usual lazy demeanor, said seriously. He then called everyone over and they huddled together whispering. After hearing Kakashi's plan, hope reignited in their eyes. Seeing that the third Raikage did not press the attack, Kabuto, fearing complications, took control and used Hell Stab one finger. Seeing this, the group quickly dispersed and took their positions. Gaara manipulated his sand using Desert Great Funeral to create a vast desert that blocked the third Raikage's advance. After the third Raikage broke through the desert barrier, Temari and Kankuro intercepted him with wind release and puppet technique. Combined with Shino's insect bog, they successfully reduced the Raikage's thrusting speed to a minimum. Now is the moment. Kakashi's expression was extremely grave as he channeled his lightning blade and charged forward. Two figures clashed like lightning, and when they stopped, the outcome was decided. Kakashi gasped for breath, kneeling on the ground without any dignity. The third Raikage's gruff voice rang out, "What is your name?" "Konoha Jonin Kakashi Hataki." Kakashi paused and replied. "So you're the son of Konoha's White Fong Tsukumo Hataki. I admit defeat. I never imagined you could find my weakness and defeat me in this way. Truly impressive for the younger generation." The third Raikage looked at his own right hand thrust into his chest and couldn't help but praise. "However, I cannot be killed in my current state. You need to seal me quickly."
In the dim underground laboratory, the container filled with green liquid had shattered, spilling the fluid all over the floor. Sasuke stepped out naked, his body covered in mysterious three-colored patterns that were slowly fading, and lightning soon returning to normal. He paid no heed to it. He walked straight to a wardrobe, took out a set of clothes, and put them on. He then took the short sword hanging on the wall, fastened it at his waist, and strode outside without hesitation. Sasuke emerged from the cave with an arrogant swagger. The sunlight he had not seen for so long felt dazzling, and he couldn't help raising a hand to shield his eyes. At the same time, he sensed the changes within himself. This feeling. It's absolutely exquisite. My chakra has increased at least tenfold compared to before, and I finally have the same eyes as that man. Under the sunlight, Sasuke's Sharingan underwent a visible transformation. 3 tomos spun rapidly, eventually forming a pattern resembling a 6-pointed star. Kabuto Yakushi was not about to stand idly by while Kakashi and the others sealed the third Raikage, and then came after him. Just as he was about to interrupt their sealing ritual, he made an unexpected discovery. "That is Sasuke. Looks like the fusion was successful. It seems there's no need for me to intervene anymore. He'll just sit back and enjoy the show. I hope his performance won't disappoint us, or else it will be hard to explain to Lord Orochimaru." Spotting Sasuke approaching from afar, Kabuto abandoned his plan to act. Compared to the threat posed by Kakashi and his team, he was more curious about how powerful Sasuke had become. As Sasuke ran, his gaze suddenly turned icy. He sensed someone watching from above and spotted Kabuto. Kabuto, feeling Sasuke's stare, smiled and waved at him. Sasuke stared back with a blank expression, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew all too well how deep Kabuto's schemes ran, and he detested dealing with him, yet he couldn't ignore the value of the power boost that Kabuto could provide. Not long after Kakashi and the others finished sealing the third Raikage, they now noticed Sasuke's arrival, surprise and delight flashing in their eyes. Sasuke met their gazes coldly, instantly making the atmosphere tense. "Sasuke!" Kakashi broke the silence. "We came here to bring you back to Konoha. What do you think?" Sasuke looked at him coldly. "Mind your own business." "Sasuke, don't you see how strange you're acting? We came because we care about you. How can you talk to Kakashi-sensei like that? Naruto's fate is unknown, so please don't be like this. Otherwise, I don't know what to do." Sakura pleaded, tears blurring her eyes. Sasuke gave her a complicated glare. "All this has nothing to do with me anymore. My affairs are none of your concern." What a cold, selfish brat. Temari, also a kunoichi, was deeply dissatisfied with Sasuke's attitude. Ignoring her, Sasuke looked up at Kabuto. "Where's the thing I asked for?" Kabuto smiled, took out a scroll, and tossed it to Sasuke. Sasuke caught the scroll, opened it, and glanced inside. It contained secret documents about the Uchiha clan. "Lord Orochimaru instructed me to give this to you," Kabuto said. "He said you would understand everything after reading it." Sasuke was startled. Did Orochimaru know the truth? He immediately rolled up the scroll and prepared to leave. "Sasuke!" Sakura tried to call him back, but Sasuke didn't turn around. "Sorry, Sasuke, but whether you like it or not, I have to bring you back to the village. You should know the reason. Orochimaru is an enemy of the village. The Konoha elders will never allow you, a member of the Uchiha clan, to collude with him. So come quietly, and don't force me to take action." Kakashi stepped forward to block his path. "I'm not going back with you." Sasuke's eyes grew even colder.
If you want to fight, then try. But I should warn you, I'm not the same Sasuke anymore. You may not be my match now. If you want to live, step aside. Is that so? I didn't expect that after spending time with Orochimaru, you would no longer regard me as your teacher. I was negligent before. It seems I need to discipline you today. I hate it when people talk to me in that tone. Kakashi, you have no right to discipline me.
Before the words faded, Sasuke vanished and charged forward, lightning flickering in his hand as he slashed at Kakashi. Kakashi quickly sidestepped and used Earth-style Earth Flow Wall to defend.
Sasuke, do you really want to fight me?
Kakashi's voice was low.
Stop talking nonsense.
Sasuke's short sword danced in his hand, making swishing sounds as he engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding. Dust flew and sparks scattered across the field. Sakura watched anxiously from the side, unable to intervene.
He's dead set on following Orochimaru,
Kakashi thought.
In that case, I'll have to subdue him and take him back to Konoha.
Kakashi's eyes hardened, deciding to hold back no longer. But Sasuke smirked contemptuously.
Kakashi, is that all you've got? How disappointing. As expected, without Uchiha blood, even with a Sharingan, you can't unleash its true power. Today I'll show you what the Sharingan can really do.
Sasuke's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, forming a six-pointed star pattern. His chakra erupted like a volcano, coalescing behind him into a massive purple skeleton with only the upper half.
Such immense chakra. When did Sasuke gain this power? What's happened to his eyes? And what is that thing behind him?
Kakashi and the others were utterly shocked, and even Kabuto looked somewhat surprised.
Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved from 3 Tomo into the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like Itachi Uchiha's. Unbelievable.
Sasuke was pleased with their reactions.
Kakashi, do you see? This is the power unique to the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Your half-eight Sharingan can't even compare. So I advise you to give up. I'm no longer someone you can defeat. Not even Naruto of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is an exception.
Sasuke, your growth has exceeded my expectations. I can no longer guide you in anything, but as your teacher, I cannot stand by and watch you fall into darkness. So, let us prove the paths we have chosen through our strength. Kakashi finished speaking, instantly activating his Sharingan chakra, surging within him, a powerful aura erupting from his body. Kamui. Kakashi roared, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A space-distorting vortex formed above Sasuke, devouring the Susanoo. Sasuke quickly dodged, simultaneously performing a jutsu fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot from his mouth, heading straight for Kakashi. Kakashi countered with the same technique, but he underestimated Sasuke. After fusing with the fire-attributed cells of the 8-headed serpent, Sasuke's firepower surged, easily overwhelming Kakashi's great fireball. Kakashi was inwardly alarmed. I never expected Sasuke's strength to have increased to this extent. He immediately unleashed his signature move, Chidori, slicing through the incoming fireball and charging at Sasuke without losing momentum. A purple chakra light flared as Sasuke summoned a massive Susanoo, encasing himself in its protection. Kakashi's full-powered Chidori failed to breach the defense, and instead Sasuke's Susanoo sent him flying with a single palm strike. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura rushed forward to catch him, applying medical ninjutsu to heal him. But Sasuke did not relent. He dispelled the Susanoo behind him, swiftly formed hand seals, and unleashed fire-style dragon fire technique aimed at Kakashi and Sakura. Sakura's face instantly turned pale. Is this still the Sasuke I used to know? As the flames were about to reach them, Sakura stood frozen, and Kakashi was dumbfounded. What? Fortunately, a sand wall emerged in time to block the dragon of fire. Why? Aren't they your comrades? Gaara stared at Sasuke with an expressionless face, deeply puzzled by his actions. This was something he himself had always longed for. How could Sasuke discard it so easily? Do I need a reason? If I must give one, I simply wanted to test my own strength and make you all realize the gap between us. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Merely for such a reason, you would attack your former comrades without hesitation. Uchiha Sasuke, you are truly a terrifying individual. Kankuro, who had been unnoticed, looked on with incredulity. Is this the same Gaara who used to threaten to kill me, his own brother? Oh, so the once bloodthirsty fool Gaara can utter such words. How strange. I thought we were the same, but it seems you haven't fully awakened. You like this? No longer deserves to be my opponent. Are you challenging me? Then I'll teach you a lesson on Naruto's behalf. Gaara said calmly. Sasuke's eyes were cold. He raised his hand, and a ball of red flame burned in his palm. Today I will make you all understand that my power is unmatched. Before his words faded, the scattered flames coalesced into a dragon of fire charging at Gaara. Gaara's expression darkened, as sand rapidly gathered before him, forming a shield. Sand shield, he muttered. Sasuke's flame dragon collided with the sand shield, erupting with a thunderous roar. Amid sparks, Sasuke's figure pierced through the sand cloud, closing in on Gaara. Quicksand torrent, Gaara shouted. The desert sand surged like ocean waves, engulfing Sasuke. Yet Sasuke, with lightning and fire wings sprouting from his back, emerged from the sea of sand protected by Susanoo, and appeared before Gaara in an instant. Gaara had no time to retreat, so he used Desert Wave for defense. Still this trick. Do you think this can stop me now? How absurd. With that, he controlled the Susanoo to punch down. Gaara was sent flying like a ball, and even the Desert Wave crumbled. Fortunately, the sand armor protected him, causing little damage, though he was left in a disheveled state. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro rushed forward to shield him. Stand back. I'm fine. Gaara got up and ordered them in a commanding tone. But this time the siblings, who always followed Gaara's lead, did not retreat. They exchanged glances, nodded, and simultaneously formed hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Wind-style weasel slash. Two powerful whirlwinds struck Sasuke from the left and right. Sasuke smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. With a light flap of his wings, he evaded the attack. Do you think these little tricks can hurt me? But the more you resist, the more excited I become. Sasuke taunted, then activated Susanoo again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Kankuro and Temari. Just then a figure rushed in, blocking Sasuke's path. Sasuke, please stop. No more fighting. It was Sakura. In the pitch-black labyrinthine sewers, Naruto kept moving forward. He didn't know how long he had been there, or when he would reach the end. He could only walk aimlessly. I wonder what's happening outside. A flicker of worry crossed Naruto's eyes. Naruto hadn't come here willingly, he was forcibly dragged in by the Ninetales. After all, who would willingly wander through sewers? He wasn't Spider-Man. At that moment, he was about to use instantaneous movement to dodge a falling boulder, when everything went black, and he found himself here. Damn Ninetales, great timing to pull me in now. It's clearly trying to get me killed. Naruto grumbled as he walked. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spotted a massive iron door ahead. Finally, I was about to fall asleep. Naruto rubbed his eyes in surprise. Hearing his approach, the Ninetales opened its enormous crimson-slit eyes. It rushed to the iron door, clawing at it, desperately trying to stick its head out. Corrosive drool dripped from its menacing fangs, emitting a foul odor. Kid, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you.
You're Joey, aren't you?
Naruto said with a dark expression, as an ominous aura emanated from him, his tone unfriendly, his resentment seemingly deeper than Joey's. Joey was taken aback.
What's wrong with this kid? He's not even intimidated by my terrifying presence. Are all brats this fearless nowadays?
Then it spoke again, snarling fiercely.
Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Of course I do. Just a fox with 9 tails, right?
Naruto replied nonchalantly, utterly unimpressed by Joey's threat.
Damn, brat. If you've got the guts, come closer. Let me see how I devour you.
Joey was enraged. If the mighty nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the tailed beasts, was being so flippantly dismissed by a mere human. It opened its massive maw and spewed scorching flames at Naruto, but he showed no fear. Clenching his fist tightly, he gazed at Joey with a contemptuous smirk. A powerful aura surged from Naruto's body, forming a white stream around him, and an overwhelming presence enveloped Joey.
This is...
Joey instantly felt immense pressure, a flicker of fear creeping into its heart.
How is this possible? I am the nine-tailed fox. How could I fear a mere snot-nosed brat? I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will become the strongest being to surpass the entire ninja world.
Naruto shouted, his voice echoing through the space, making the massive iron door rattle. Joey was stunned by Naruto's aura. It cast aside its condescension, a hint of curiosity flickering in its eyes.
Interesting, brat. I never expected such immense potential hidden within you.
Joey muttered to itself. Suddenly it saw Naruto walking slowly toward the iron door, a flash of surprise in its eyes.
This brat. What does he think he's doing?
But Naruto did not stop at the door. Instead, he stepped straight through the gaps between the bars. Staring at the ignorant little brat now, beneath its paws, Joey was momentarily dumbfounded. Naruto looked up at the towering Joey, his gaze unwavering and fearless.
Fox, I'm inside now. Didn't you say you wanted to eat me? Why aren't you making a move? Are you going to give up on this free meal delivered right to your doorstep?
Joey snapped back to reality, doubting its own eyes.
How is this possible? He just walked right in. That's way too easy.
It instantly sensed something amiss and roared at Naruto.
You little brat. Quit this foolish joke. I'm not in the mood to eat you today. Get out of here.
With that it tried to shove the uninvited guest away, but found it couldn't budge him at all. Naruto held Jue's massive claw at bay, with a single hand. The overwhelming strength he displayed astonishing the beast.
This brat. How can he possess power beyond that of a tailed beast?
Naruto smirked disdainfully.
You didn't think I was the kind of guy you could just boss around, did you? Since I'm here and not leaving empty-handed. Your power might be insignificant to me, but taming you as a pet wouldn't be so bad.
As he spoke, Naruto reached out, grabbed one of Jue's enormous claws, and tried to lift it, and slam it into the ground. Jue was not so easily subdued. It gave a violent shake.
Huh?
It couldn't shake him off. So it lashed out with its 9 tails at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto leaped up, flipped in midair, and landed heavily on Jue's head, the terrifying force driving the creature's face into the ground.
Not bad, Jue. You're interesting.
A corner of Naruto's mouth lifted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Feeling utterly humiliated, Jue thrashed wildly.
Damn brat.
Jue howled, its fur bristling as it belched a torrent of fire. But Naruto remained steady, as a mountain, easily dodging the flames, and leaping behind Jue, wrapping his arms around its neck.
Don't waste your energy. Just be a good pet for me,
Naruto said smugly. Jue grew even more furious. It recklessly swung its 9 blazing tails, the ground evaporating into steam under their blows. Yet Naruto nimbly evaded every attack, occasionally landing a punch on its head, sending Jue reeling in confusion.
Curse you, brat. It'll kill you.
In its rage, Jue began forming a tailed beast ball in its mouth, but before it could release it, Naruto kicked it apart. After a bout of struggle, Jue lay completely flat on the ground, motionless, unmoved by Naruto's provocations.
I've been trapped in this dark, godforsaken place long enough. If you got the nerve, just kill me. But making me your pet? Not a chance,
Naruto retorted.
Who said there's no chance? If you agree to be my pet, I can open the door and set you free. How about that? Really?
Jue's eyes lit up, then dimmed, as if remembering something.
Don't fool me. Don't you know that if a tailed beast leaves its jinchuriki, the jinchuriki dies? I don't believe you trade your life for my freedom. There's no fool like that in this world. Don't worry, I may not be a fool, but I have a way to solve that problem,
Naruto assured, patting his chest.
Fine, I agree.
After a moment of silence, Jue gritted its teeth. In its heart it thought that if it couldn't get out, this was just empty talk. But if this brat could actually grant it freedom, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to be his pet for a few days. Naruto was overjoyed when Jue agreed.
From now on I'll call you Kurama.
He patted Jue's head, then added.
But first, I need to go out and take care of some things. Next time I come, I promise I'll take you away from here.
With that he turned to leave, but Jue called out.
Hey brat, wait. You called me. Yeah, what's wrong? Don't you like that name?
Naruto scratched his head, puzzled.
How do you know that name? Could it be? Are you the child of prophecy that the old man of the 6 paths spoke of, the one who would gain the recognition of all 9-tailed beasts and lead the ninja world to peace? Hell, I don't know if it'll bring peace to the ninja world, but it'll take care of all the troublemakers. As for how to gain the recognition of the 9-tailed beasts, anyone who doesn't acknowledge me, Naruto Uzumaki, it'll just beat them up.
Naruto grinned and vanished in front of the iron gate.
That brat. Can he really bring peace to the ninja world? It feels like he himself is the biggest troublemaker in the entire ninja world.
The 9-tails watched Naruto's fading figure, seriously doubting its earlier judgment. Outside, Sasuke had been maintaining Susanoo for quite some time. Though he coldly threatened to kill Sakura if she didn't step aside, he never actually made a move. Feeling rather embarrassed, he thought to himself.
What is Kakashi doing? Why doesn't he step up to stop me? If you all keep this up, he'll lose face.
Little did he know that Kakashi was equally powerless. He had secretly used Kamui once during his battle with the 3rd Raikage, and again against Sasuke. Now the side effects had kicked in, making it hard for him even to stand. If he stepped forward now, what if he accidentally got killed by Sasuke? With the 3rd Hokage's precedent fresh in mind, he dared not take the risk. Suddenly a familiar voice came from beneath the massive boulder.
Sage art, monstrous strength.
The others' faces lit up with surprise.
That's Naruto's voice. He's really okay. Thank goodness.
Then they witnessed a breathtaking sight. The ground trembled violently, the earth around the boulder cracked like a spiderweb, and the enormous elliptical rock 200 to 300 meters high began to rise slowly before their eyes. As the boulder ascended, everyone saw Naruto, his clothes tattered, and muscles bulging, holding the massive rock the size of a small mountain aloft and soaring into the sky under their stunned gazes.
You despicable wretch, I'll return this to you.
With that he hurled the boulder toward Yakushi Kabuto, who was still frozen in shock. The boulder flew like Mount-type, pressing down on him. Snapping out of his daze, under the immense pressure, Kabuto quickly commanded the second Tsukuyomi to use the super lightweight rock technique to halt the boulder.
This is...
Instead of disappointment, Naruto's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had originally planned to send a shadow clone to the hidden stone village to steal the super lightweight and heavyweight rock techniques, but an unexpected incident had forced him to cancel the plan. Seeing this now, he instantly realized that the second Tsukuyomi also seemed to know the jutsu.
Perfect. This saves me a lot of trouble.
The boulder, now under the control of the second Tsukuyomi, was hurled back. But Naruto remained unfazed.
Huh?
With a burst of chakra, a dazzling blue light radiated from his hands, dyeing the entire world blue. Terrifying flames spread across the boulder, shattering it into countless fragments, with a thunderous roar.
What? He destroyed that massive rock with just one blow. How? Is that possible?
Sasuke was stunned, his previous confidence completely shattered. He muttered to himself.
There's no way Naruto is that strong. He must have used the nine-tailed fox's power to achieve this, and there will be severe side effects later.
While Kakashi and the others were momentarily distracted by Naruto's terrifying power, a voice rang out.
Dust release particle style.
A cylindrical transparent barrier formed between the second Tsukuyomi's palms and rapidly expanded toward the group. Naruto's eyes blazed with fury.
You dare!
In an instant, he teleported before his comrades and swung his hand, unleashing a spiral laser that not only destroyed the cylindrical barrier, but also blasted a massive hole through the second Tsukuyomi's chest. Then with another flash, he appeared behind the second Tsukuyomi, grabbing his head with one hand to read his memories. After extracting the information he needed from Yu's memories, Naruto used the four-symbol seal, which he had learned from the scroll of seals, to seal him away. He looked around for Yakushi Kabuto, only to find that he had already vanished without a trace. With a soft sigh, Naruto turned his gaze towards Sasuke.
Sasuke!
Naruto shouted. Still reeling from the shock of Naruto's strength, Sasuke instinctively turned around at the call. But what greeted him was Naruto's fist the size of a gourd.
Bang!
Sasuke was sent flying dozens of meters, spitting blood.
Naruto! You were too harsh.
Sakura chided softly.
Who told him to leave the village without a word and join Orochimaru, forgetting all our bonds and easily discarding our ties? I've long been sick of his arrogant face.
Naruto said irritably.
What would you know, you orphan? Do you understand the pain of losing a loved one? Overnight, my dearest brother became my most hated enemy. You can never comprehend what that means to me, so you have no right to boss me around. The only thing that keeps me going now is revenge. I'm willing to pay any price for it, even our bonds.
Sasuke struggled to his feet, ignoring the burning pain on his face, and roared at Naruto. A massive surge of chakra erupted from him, forming a gigantic skeleton behind him. The skeleton grew muscles, and was fully covered in armor, leaving only its eyes visible. Sasuke now seemed a completely different person. His chakra grew darker and more sinister, sending chills down everyone's spines.
How could this happen?
Kakashi was bewildered. Sakura stumbled back in fear.
Is this the same Sasuke who, despite his cold exterior, was always gentle and considerate? It can't be. Let me show you just how powerful the power of hatred is.
His blood-red eyes glowed with an ominous light. Fierce flames gathered in Susanu's left hand, forming a divine bow. Lightning crackled, shaping into a destructive arrow. A terrifying aura washed over them. Even though the arrow had not yet been fired, everyone felt a suffocating pressure from this dreadful power. Naruto frowned, sensing something amiss.
What's happening? Why has Sasuke's aura suddenly turned so sinister and foreign?
The Mangekyo Sharingan, which should not have awakened at this time, and the astonishing power now erupting, made Naruto realize that an unforeseen change had occurred, one that had completely deviated from the original course. Yet he was not particularly concerned.
Well, no matter how things change, it can hardly affect me now. And the unknown is what makes it worth anticipating.
A faint smile curved at the corners of Naruto's mouth, and his gaze towards Sasuke held a hint of curiosity. Curiosity about how spectacularly he would perform next.
Sasuke, I have to admit your growth is indeed astonishing. But are you truly certain that this power is entirely your own?
Naruto questioned.
No matter where this power comes from, as long as it helps me take revenge, I will accept it. I have no other choice anyway. Besides, you yourself rely on the nine-tailed fox to have your current strength, so you have no right to judge me.
Naruto shook his head.
You're wrong. My current strength comes from my own talent and hard work. It does not depend on the Nine Tails.
Sasuke upon hearing this flared up like an enraged bird.
Cut the crap. You a dead last, what talent could you possibly have?
If not for relying on the nine-tailed fox, how could you have turned the tables so quickly and surpassed me, the genius of the Uchiha clan? And now you come hypocritically trying to persuade me to give up this power. What's the matter?
Are you afraid? Or perhaps you're not confident you can beat me now, so you're wasting words. Too bad I'm not falling for it.
With that he drew the flame bow, aimed the arrow of destruction at Naruto. With a piercing howl, a purple arrow over 10 meters long wreathed in lightning tore through the void, severed the air currents, and transformed into a streak of light hurtling straight toward Naruto. Everyone watching broke out in a cold sweat for him. Naruto instantly panicked, flailing frantically.
Oh no! I'm dead. He just kidding.
His face turned serious, and he clasped his hands together, catching the speeding arrow of destruction between his palms. The tremendous force dragged Naruto's feet, gouging deep furrows into the ground. Surges of lightning coiled around his body, yet his expression remained unchanged. Soon the arrow's momentum dissipated. With a single exertion from Naruto, countless cracks spread along the shaft. The arrow shattered, dissolving into lightning attribute chakra that vanished into the air. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Naruto, you reckless fool. I thought, but it was just a false alarm. How can you catch my arrow of destruction with your bare hands and remain unscathed?
Sasuke's composure shattered instantly.
I have already attained power comparable to the first Hokage. Not only your arrow of destruction, but even if Madara Uchiha were resurrected, he could not defeat me.
Naruto declared confidently.
Stop boasting. Do you think he'll believe that?
Sasuke gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that the former braggart Naruto had become so powerful. He wanted to summon Tsunade again and unleash an even stronger jutsu. Yet Naruto stood motionless, his gaze growing sharper.
Sasuke, your Sharingan is formidable, but it is also eroding your body and mind.
Naruto warned earnestly. Sasuke's heart jolted, a wave of fatigue and pain suddenly washed over him.
This power is not something you can easily control at your current level. It will make you lose yourself.
Naruto continued. Sasuke panted, beginning to doubt whether he truly could not yet fully master this power as Naruto had said.
No, shut up. How could I not be able to control my own power? It must be your interference.
Sasuke's face twisted with ferocity. Ignoring the physical and mental discomfort, he forcibly drove Tsunade, condensing 3 arrows of destruction on the flame bow.
Die, you bastard!
Naruto's eyes narrowed. The chi within him surged. In a flash, he sidestepped the 3 arrows streaking toward him.
That's it!
Naruto was a little puzzled, but then he saw the cold smirk on Sasuke's lips, and instantly sensed danger. Without hesitation, he flashed away from his original position. The 3 arrows that Naruto had dodged earlier whistled past.
What's going on?
Everyone was confused. It was Kakashi who keenly revealed the reason.
Sasuke can freely control his fired arrows. Even if they are dodged, he can launch a second or even a third attack.
What?
Then Naruto is in danger.
Even Sakura, who had been wavering and leaning towards Sasuke, couldn't help worrying about him. However, Kakashi simply shook his head, indicating, I don't know either. Naruto dashed and dodged, evading the 3 pursuing arrows of destruction, looking somewhat flustered. Sasuke wore a smug grin.
See, Naruto. No matter where you run, you can't escape my arrows of destruction. Is that so?
Naruto remained unimpressed. Sasuke thought he was just being stubborn, but little did he know that Naruto had merely been warming up.
Alright, warm-up is over. Now! I'm getting serious.
Naruto warned. Sasuke clearly didn't appreciate it.
Naruto, you'd rather suffer than lose face. Even now you're still bragging. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?
Naruto didn't argue. Suddenly his speed skyrocketed. In a flash, he dodged the pursuing arrows and appeared right in front of Sasuke. A single kick shattered his Susanoo, sending him flying dozens of meters. Then spinning around, he rapidly released 3 blue light orbs, which exploded with a deafening roar, shattering the 3 incoming arrows of destruction. This dazzling display resolved the battle before anyone could react.
What happened?
Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Shino, and Sakura all turned to Kakashi. Kakashi waved his hand, indicating he hadn't seen it clearly either. Suddenly a defiant, eerie voice rang out, drawing their attention.
No! I am the genius of the Uchiha clan. How can I lose to a dead last like you?
Sasuke struggled to his feet again. Mysterious 3-colored patterns spread across his body, and the wounds he had suffered in the battle healed instantly. His voice was hoarse and uncanny, as if two voices were overlapping.
Sasuke, are you okay?
Sakura tried to go to him, but Kakashi held her back.
Don't go over there. Something's wrong with Sasuke now.
Naruto also stopped her.
Hee hee, you damn bastard, how dare you say something's wrong with me? I feel stronger than ever before.
His voice was filled with madness and cruelty, like a wounded beast emitting a low growl. His eyes flickered with a frenzied gleam like burning flames that sent chills down one's spine. His body trembled slightly, as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption ready to spew forth at any moment.
What? You don't believe me? If so then, it'll kill you.
The frenzied Sasuke erupted under the crowd's strange gazes. Three-colored chakra soared upward, transforming into a tricolor tornado that pierced the sky. A terrifying pressure spread outward, and the air seemed to twist and solidify, making everyone feel suffocated and oppressed. After the powerful tricolor chakra completely dissipated, Sasuke's appearance underwent a drastic transformation. His skin was as pale as snow, and his arms were covered in scales of two colors, the left hand fiery red, the right hand purple-blue. 8 snake heads of various colors sprouted from his back. Among them, the red, purple, and white heads appeared very real, while the remaining black, gray, cyan, blue, and yellow heads seemed somewhat illusory. Sasuke looked down at the crowd before him, his eyes filled with coldness and disdain.
See, this is my true form,
he growled lowly. Before his words faded, the 8 snake heads behind him rapidly extended, lunging toward the crowd. The group's expressions changed drastically as they unleashed ninjutsu to attack, defend, or evade.
Sand shower bullet. Wind style great sickle weasel. Earth style earth flow wall.
Various ninjutsu collided with the snake heads, producing loud sounds. However, Sasuke's power at this moment was too overwhelming. These ordinary ninjutsu were utterly unable to withstand his attacks, and each of his 8 snake heads had a different attack method. The red snake head could spew flames, the purple one controlled lightning, the white one could change size, and while the black one could devour heaven and earth, the gray one's ability was unknown, the cyan one manipulated water, the blue one commanded storms, and the yellow one governed the earth. Under the terrifying 8-limit ability, the group's ninjutsu were completely countered and useless. Only Naruto in the entire field remained calm and composed, moving with ease.
Interesting. This move feels similar to Choji's expansion jutsu,
Naruto muttered to himself as he kicked away the white snake head that had transformed into a giant python. Just then a bolt of lightning struck him, leaving his whole body smoking. This scene perfectly proved the saying,
"Don't show off or you'll get struck by lightning." Damn it! How dare you ambush me?
Naruto grew furious. 8 air bullets shot out, instantly destroying Sasuke's 8 snake heads, with lightning speed, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Sasuke gave a sinister smile. The 8 snake heads destroyed by Naruto regenerated at super speed, returning to their original state in the blink of an eye. This horrifying scene instantly stunned Kakashi, and the others. Even Naruto's expression turned serious.
Such regenerative ability. Isn't that too exaggerated?
Suddenly the cyan and blue snake heads merged together, and spewed a stream of bone-chilling cold air toward Naruto and the others. Caught off guard, everyone instantly turned into lifelike crystal-clear ice sculptures. Immediately after, 6 bolts of lightning struck, seemingly about to shatter the frozen ones. At the critical moment, Naruto broke out of the ice, and used the summoning jutsu to call forth Gamabunta, the giant toad, to protect everyone. Poor Gamabunta was used as a meat shield. Before he could even react, he was struck by 6 lightning bolts, leaving him charred on the outside and tender inside. After coming to his senses, he cursed loudly.
"Naruto, you bastard!"
Naruto scratched his head sheepishly.
"Sorry, Gamabunta, the situation was urgent, and I couldn't think of a better way at the moment, so I had to resort to this. So, don't be angry, forgive me, okay? I promise it won't happen again."
In the end, Gamabunta gave in to Naruto's sincere apology. After all, he couldn't win in a fight nor outtalk him, so what else could he do?
Fine, he'll let it slide this time. If there's nothing else, he'll head back.
With that, without waiting for Naruto to stop him, he returned to Mount Myaboku in a puff of smoke. After a brief respite, everyone broke out of the ice with Naruto's help.
"You all step back. I'll handle Sasuke from here,"
Naruto said to Kakashi, and the others, seeing that everyone's condition was not good. They nodded in agreement.
"Yeah, Naruto, be careful yourself. If necessary, you don't have to hold back, because Sasuke now is already,"
Kakashi cautioned.
"I understand, Kakashi-sensei."
Naruto glanced at Sakura and interrupted Kakashi's next words. Then, in an instant, he appeared before Sasuke and demanded,
"You? What exactly are you?
Sasuke was taken aback, then burst into maniacal laughter.
Naruto, what are you saying? Am I not Sasuke? Don't try to fool me. The real Sasuke would never go for the kill against his former comrades. And that evil unfamiliar aura on you can't fool my senses. Naruto, you are indeed perceptive.
A flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's eyes, but it vanished instantly.
But even if you know the truth, so what? Kill me. This is Sasuke's body. Can you bring yourself to do it?
Sasuke's voice turned low, as if from the depths of hell.
No matter who you are, I will defeat you, and turn you back into the real Sasuke,
Naruto said firmly. With that, a powerful chi surged out like a storm, kicking up dust everywhere, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Sasuke.
Then try it, Naruto.
Sasuke sneered, enduring the pressure, as the 8 heads behind him stirred again. A fierce battle was about to unfold.
Bam!
Naruto made the first move, appearing at Sasuke's right side, in a flash, landing a punch on his abdomen that made him spit out a mouthful of tomato juice. However, Sasuke grinned sinisterly, as if unaffected, and quickly condensed a lightning spear in his hand, launching a fierce counterattack. Naruto dodged and observed, realizing that Sasuke now was a completely different person. His speed was so fast that even he had to be cautious, and the injury from the previous punch had healed in an instant.
It seems I can't keep this up. I'll have to use stronger power to defeat this guy.
With that, Naruto released a burst of energy, sending the 8 snake heads attacking him flying, and grabbed the lightning spear with his bare hands.
You're asking for death.
Seeing Naruto's arrogance, Sasuke snorted coldly. He gripped the spear with both hands, and crimson flames turned into runes that instantly spread across the entire spear, greatly increasing its power.
Seize these T!
Lightning flashed and sparks flew. Naruto withstood the lightning spear's strike completely unharmed. He seized the spear, yanked Sasuke forward, and then landed an uppercut that sent Sasuke flying backward. Sasuke adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily.
To actually block my lightning fire spear with bare hands and counterattack. Such astonishing physical strength.
Sasuke looked at Naruto in astonishment. Naruto stretched his limbs and smiled confidently.
If this is all you've got, you can't hurt me. Is that so? Then try this move.
Sasuke's eyes transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and all the snake heads instantly merged into a single multicolored giant serpent, opening its massive maw toward Naruto. The colossal multicolored serpent opened its gaping maw, condensing a dazzling 8-colored orb of light within. All surrounding light was devoured, plunging heaven and earth into utter darkness. An awe-inspiring, world-shattering aura spread and expanded across the heavens and the earth. Crackling thunder, raging flames, flowing wind, all-embracing source of life, heavy bearer of all things, gathering, devouring, and destruction into one, heed my guidance, and let the world be reborn. Sasuke, a fanatical look on his face, recited the incantation, as a terrifying existence stirred from the Pure Land. An 8-headed phantom piercing through the heavens manifested above the ninja world. What is this? Naruto felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. How is this possible? Could the technique Sasuke is unleashing now pose a lethal threat to me as I am now? At this thought, Naruto's expression instantly turned grave. As Sasuke completed his incantation, the 8-colored orb reached its limit of condensation and compression. A beam of light imbued with ultimate destructive power shot forth. In that moment, the entire world seemed to tremble. Simultaneously, Naruto, who had been on high alert, let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying white aura burst from his body, surging like raging flames. In his hands, a blindingly bright blue orb rapidly condensed. He shouted, "Ka, me, ha, me, ha." A blindingly brilliant blue beam collided with the incoming rainbow-colored beam, and the world plunged into utter silence. Space quaked, and the resulting ferocious air currents akin to a Category 12 typhoon ravaged everything in their path. Even Kakashi, and the others watching from afar, were nearly swept away. Temari, having been buried alive once before, immediately sensed danger and shouted, "Gaara!" Gaara understood her intent without a word. He immediately used his sand to envelop everyone into a massive sand sphere, then employed prison sand burial to sink it 200 meters underground. With a deafening boom, a sphere of light rose, like a sun, radiant and dazzling. Under its brilliance, the world became a pure land, and everything within 100 miles was reduced to nothing. As the light faded, the dust settled. The once mountains had become a plain. The scene was desolate, with a bottomless pit at its center. Naruto knelt on one knee, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Though fatigue flickered in his eyes, he laughed heartily. "Haha, interesting. To think even I as I am now could be pushed this far. How exhilarating." On the other side, Sasuke fared even worse. He had been blasted dozens of miles away, and now lay face down, in the dirt, unable to stand even with his hands. He had reverted to his original form, and looked around in confusion. Where am I? What happened? What just occurred? Why do I have no memory of it? Suddenly a voice he would never forget rang out. It's been so long, my foolish little brother. This is... The utterly familiar voice made Sasuke's pupils contract. Uchiha Itachi, you Sasuke's face twisted with fury. Drawing on some unknown strength, he forced his exhausted body upright, and staggered toward Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke raised a feeble fist and swung it at the face he detested so deeply, but Itachi caught it with one hand, and sneered, Sasuke, after all these years you are still as weak as ever. It seems your hatred for me is far from enough. In that case, let me give you a vivid reminder of that hellish... With that he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, preparing to cast Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. But Sasuke, also activating his own Mangekyo Sharingan, froze him in place. Uchiha Itachi, that trick won't work on me anymore. I now have the same eyes as you. If it weren't for the battle I just fought draining my chakra, you might not be a match for me. What do you think? Going to take the chance to kill me? Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke with a complex gaze and sighed. It seems you have indeed grown. Since you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I will tell you a secret about the Uchiha clan. I'm sure you've experienced the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it is not perfect. It carries severe side effects. Itachi's eyes turned serious. The more you use it, the worse your vision becomes, and eventually you may go blind. Moreover, prolonged use of the Mangekyo Sharingan also places immense strain on the mind. Sasuke was startled, recalling how frequently he had used his Sharingan recently. However, this defect is not irreparable. Once a clan leader faced blindness from overusing his eyes, but he found a solution, transplanting the eyes of a sibling. That is why the Uchiha clan is called the Cursed Clan. Itachi paused here, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? That's right. The reason I slaughtered the entire clan was to obtain the eternal Mangekyo. That's also why I spared you. But you disappointed me, Sasuke. After losing your family and loved ones overnight, you didn't grow as fast as I had hoped. Even when I used illusions to spur you on, you only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. Do you know how disappointed I was then? But fortunately things have turned around. Now, it's finally time to harvest the fruit. With that, Uchiha Itachi extended his hand toward a terrified Sasuke. In the grip of extreme fear, Sasuke tapped into his latent potential. Three-colored runes crawled over his entire body. His form rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive three-headed serpent. But Uchiha Itachi seemed to have anticipated this. His Susanoo, clad in the red armor of the Tengu, appeared behind him, its left hand wielding the Yata mirror, its right hand the Totsuka blade. With a single strike, the three-headed serpent was sealed into a gourd, leaving Sasuke now powerless, lying on the ground, questioning his existence. Uchiha Itachi dismissed his Susanoo and staggered towards Sasuke. Though he appeared drained, his eyes remained as calm as still water. Ah! A scream rang out. Uchiha Itachi placed two blood-soaked eyeballs into a bottle filled with green liquid. He spoke to Sasuke, who was writhing and sobbing in agony, clutching his empty eye sockets. Remember your hatred for me. Cling to that obsession, and live on, crawling like a worm in misery, until one day you possess eyes like mine again, and come to seek your revenge. Itachi's words hung in the air. Uchiha Itachi left behind a wailing Sasuke, departing silently with Hoshigaki Kisame. Not long after they left, Kabuto Yakushi emerged from the ground and rescued Sasuke. Naruto witnessed all of this, but did not intervene. Though he could not fathom Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, he had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. As for why he didn't take the opportunity to bring Sasuke back to Konoha, it was mainly because Naruto understood Sasuke's temperament too well. Unless he was willing, forcing him would be useless, so he had no intention of keeping him against his will. Naruto sensed the presence of the others, and upon finding they were all safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi and the others, noticing that the commotion outside had ceased, returned to the surface with Gaara's assistance. Yet they found that the once lush forest had transformed into an endless Gobi desert, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Such destruction! Is this not too exaggerated? I wonder how Naruto and Sasuke are doing.
Sakura looked around, a hint of worry in her voice.
I don't know about Sasuke, but Naruto is definitely fine. Temari seemed to have great confidence in Naruto. Instead of worrying here, we might as well search around, Shino Aburim suggested.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then a voice rang out.
Is everyone all right?
Naruto descended from the sky and walked toward the group. Sakura was the first to rush forward, asking anxiously,
Naruto, how is Sasuke?
Naruto hesitated for a moment before telling the truth.
Sasuke encountered Uchiha Itachi, got injured, and was taken away by Kabuto Yakushi. I see. In the end, we still couldn't bring Sasuke back to the village.
Sakura's face was filled with disappointment. Everyone fell silent.
Sakura, don't be like this. Everyone did their best.
Kakashi comforted her.
I'm not blaming anyone, but I just can't accept it. I've tried so hard yet. Why is Sasuke still unwilling to return to the village with us? Am I really that detestable?
Thinking of this, Sakura couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. Naruto looked on speechless. Sakura was truly a lovesick fool. She always managed to twist everything into her own emotional issues. Sasuke refused to return to the village. Because of his hatred, what did that have to do with her? After comforting Sakura, the group prepared to set off back to Konoha. Along the way, everyone remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi led the group to the Hokage's office to report. Tsunade, upon learning of Sasuke's situation, could only sigh helplessly.
Sakura, don't worry too much. One day Sasuke will realize that Konoha is his true home.
Tsunade comforted her.
Yes, I believe Sasuke will come back,
Sakura said firmly. At that moment, a plan formed in Sakura's mind. She recalled Naruto once saying that when chi was cultivated to an extreme level, it could possess the power to destroy the ninja world. At the time, she had dismissed it, but after witnessing the terrifying might of chi firsthand, she no longer doubted. A thought sprang into her heart.
I will be a queen.
She made her vow with both confidence and madness. In the following days, aside from regular training, Naruto devoted most of his efforts to studying sealing techniques and practicing the super lightweight rock jutsu. After a period of research, Naruto finally gained the confidence to release the Nine-Tails seal using only his own power without the aid of a ki. He also understood why a jinchuriki died when the tail beast was extracted. It turned out that, after a tail beast was sealed inside a jinchuriki, the chi of both would gradually merge. When the tail beast was extracted, the jinchuriki's chi would also be drawn out, leading to death. Even after understanding the cause, solving this problem was still extremely difficult for ordinary ninjas. After all, what Naruto perceived as chi was what people in the ninja world call vitality. Separating it without special means was impossible. However, such an operation was nothing to Naruto. Within the application of chi, there existed methods to separate it. Moreover, there had been some progress in the practice of the earth-released super lightweight rock jutsu. It had two applications: the lightweight rock jutsu and the heavyweight rock jutsu. The former could lighten objects, while the latter could make them heavier. Compared to the former, Naruto was more interested in the latter, as it could help him increase his strength more quickly. Although the effect was not very good due to the lack of earth nature in his chakra, he believed that with a little time, he could quickly develop earth nature chakra thanks to his multiple shadow clone jutsu cheats. Ordinary jonin required long and arduous training to acquire more than 2 nature types, but Naruto didn't need such trouble.
I've added about 1,000 gene of weight to my body. Feels not bad, I guess. Once I fully adapt to this level, my combat power should see a significant increase.
Naruto applied the heavyweight rock jutsu to himself, felt the state, and then estimated inwardly.
Now the next step is to fulfill the promise and release the Nine-Tails. But this cannot be done in the village. I need to find a suitable location.
Naruto had no intention of delaying. After all, the Nine-Tails had become dispensable to him, and keeping it inside was a potential hindrance that could interfere with his progress. He didn't want to rely on any external power, he only wanted to grow stronger through his own efforts. This was the martial will he had perfectly inherited. Naruto left Konoha and flew into the distance. After circling around, he finally found a remote place.
This spot will do.
Naruto descended from the sky, found a clean rock, and sat cross-legged. He then formed hand seals, and created 2 shadow clones to stand guard nearby. Closing his eyes, his consciousness arrived at the iron gate sealing the Nine-Tails.
Nine-Tails, I'm here.
Naruto called out toward the inside. The Nine-Tails, which had been dozing on the ground, opened its eyes in surprise.
What does this brat want now?
It hadn't thought about the promise. It assumed that even if Naruto genuinely wanted to release it, it would take a considerable amount of time to prepare. So it replied lazily,
Idiot, I'm going to sleep. I don't have time for you.
Naruto's mouth twitched.
Enough nonsense, open the door. I'm here to fulfill my promise and let you out. Oh.
The Nine-Tails suddenly perked up.
Are you really planning to let me out? Don't be so talkative,
Naruto said impatiently.
Ha ha ha, good. I can't wait.
The Nine-Tails laughed excitedly, but its joy was short-lived as it quickly realized something was wrong.
This brat just told me to open the door. If I could open the door, would I still be stuck in this damn place? Is he messing with me?
Naruto burst into laughter at the sight of Kurama's face, which contorted in an expression as sour, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of filth.
Haha, Ninetales, I was just teasing you. But the way you get angry is exactly like Choji. You damn brat, how dare you mock me like this?
Kurama's face darkened with fury, nearly losing control, but the thought of his inability to defeat Naruto swiftly cooled his temper. He changed the subject.
Kid, do you truly have the confidence to break the seal and release me? You're not boasting, are you? Just watch and see.
Naruto waved his hand grandly, brimming with confidence. Then he began forming hand seals. Kurama's eyes widened, watching Naruto's every move with intense anticipation. Upon completing the seals, Naruto lifted his shirt and pressed his hand against his abdomen. The seal's pattern visibly transformed, as the black lines around its periphery vanished entirely, marking the successful release of the first layer.
Alright, the first step is a success.
Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Although he was confident in his thorough understanding of the 8-trigram seal, he had never attempted it in practice. A failure would have been embarrassing, but now that the first step was complete, the rest would be straightforward.
Now, I need to tear off the seal talisman.
With that, Naruto strode to the iron gate, only to realize he was too short to reach it. So he fetched bricks and began building a wall in front of the gate. Kurama stared dumbfounded at the scene.
Hey kid, what are you doing?
Naruto grinned sheepishly.
Haha, sorry, it just occurred to me that this is my spiritual space, and I can alter it according to my will. So I wanted to give it a try.
Kurama sighed in relief at this absurd excuse.
I thought you were trying to reinforce the seal on me,
he muttered. Naruto stopped fooling around and fetched a ladder. Under Kurama's expectant gaze, he climbed step by step. Suddenly his foot slipped, and he fell, breaking his leg. Kurama quickly rubbed his eyes upon witnessing this, only to realize it was all an illusion.
Huh? Could it be that I'm getting old and suffering from failing eyesight?
On the ladder, Naruto's body trembled slightly, perhaps from the overwhelming excitement of finally meeting his parents. As for why he was clutching his stomach with one hand, it was presumably due to drinking expired milk causing an upset stomach, a phenomenon that had become all too familiar to Kurama over the years. Naruto took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions, and reached out to tear off the seal talisman. But a hand grasped his wrist. A cascade of golden hair fluttered in the wind, like the sun's rays at dusk, enveloping Naruto in a sensation akin to standing on a shimmering sea. A gentle voice echoed,
Naruto, we finally meet.
Aware of the plot, Naruto felt no surprise, and replied calmly,
Yes, my dear father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze.
Minato Namikaze was taken aback, a flicker of surprise and melancholy passing through his eyes.
Naruto, so you already know. I'm sorry. I couldn't fulfill my duties as a father, and made you endure so much suffering. It's all my fault. I don't expect your forgiveness, but please don't let Kurama's hatred consume you. Kushina always wished to see you grow up healthy and happy. That was our only wish.
Naruto shook his head slightly.
Dad, you didn't do anything wrong. Despite never seeing you or Mom all these years, I've always felt your love. And I haven't let you down. I've become a powerful ninja.
Minato sighed in relief, a gratified smile spreading across his face.
I believe you, Naruto. But now is not the time. Kurama's power is beyond your current control. You must wait for the right moment. Dad, I'm actually really strong now. I don't need.
Naruto began to explain, but Kurama's impatient voice interrupted.
Hey kid, don't forget your promise to me.
Naruto turned to Kurama and reassured him.
Don't worry, I keep my word.
Minato suddenly realized his misunderstanding. Naruto seemed not to be under Kurama's influence, but rather had a cooperative relationship with him due to some agreement. This put his mind at ease. He thought to himself,
perhaps it won't be that complicated. Naruto can earn Kurama's acknowledgement on his own and achieve the perfect jinchuriki mode, surpassing me as a father.
With that thought, Minato patted Naruto's shoulder and said with a smile,
In that case, go ahead and do it. He'll watch over you in silence.
As his figure began to fade, Naruto called out,
Dad, wait. Don't you want to see Mom one last time before you go? I know she also left a conscious chakra inside me.
Minato paused, then shook his head.
No need. Save the little time you have for her. Kushina must have a lot to say to you.
Minato cast one last glance at Naruto before his form completely dissipated. Naruto gazed at the spot where his father vanished, whispering,
Goodbye, Dad.
Then he turned to face Kurama.
Kurama, I'm setting you free now,
Naruto declared firmly. He reached out again and tore off the sealed talisman with force. Instantly, a surge of immense chakra gushed out from the iron gate.
Haha, I'm finally free. Kid, hurry up and undo the last seal.
Kurama roared with excitement.
Don't rush, it's almost done. You've been trapped in there for so long, a little more patience won't hurt.
Unfazed by Kurama's urgency, Naruto calmly formed hand seals and chanted.
For symbol seal release.
He placed his 5 fingers infused with chakra onto the seal on his abdomen and twisted them. The seal's pattern vanished completely, and the lock-like mechanism on the iron gate clicked open with a series of sounds. Kurama let out a mighty roar, pushed open the gate, and strode arrogantly toward Naruto. Just as he was about to speak, several chains emerged from nowhere and bound him. A woman with long red hair appeared, suddenly roaring at Kurama.
Ninetales, I will never let you escape from here to harm Naruto.
Kurama merely shot her a contemptuous glance, then lazily lay down on the ground pretending to sleep. Kushina was bewildered, expecting a fierce battle. Just then a voice came from beside her.
Hello there, Mom. You? Naruto.
Kushina was stunned, speechless. Recovering, she rushed forward and embraced Naruto tightly. Kushina and Naruto talked about many things, daily life, her love story, and the 3 prohibitions of being a ninja. Naruto honestly recounted his entire childhood. Kushina flew into a rage, not only deeply resenting the ignorant villagers, but also cursing the 3rd Hokage as a despicable old man, vowing that even in the Pure Land, she would never forgive him. When she learned of Naruto's current strength, she was utterly astonished and immensely proud, praising him as worthy of being her son, and declaring that she would fully support him even if he wished to rule the entire ninja world. However, Naruto had no such ambitions. He simply thought ruling the ninja world would be a waste of time, far less interesting than training. Kushina agreed that her son had made the right choice. With sufficient power, one could decide everything, so why bother with thankless tasks? Happy moments never last long. After reminding him of daily precautions, Kushina bid Naruto farewell with a smile and faded away in the consciousness space.
Is it settled?
Ninetales, pretending to sleep, opened its eyes and looked at Naruto. Naruto nodded.
Yes, let's get out of here, Kurama.
Ninetales' eyes flickered with hesitation. Finally, it couldn't help asking.
Kid, you must know that your parents died because of me. Why are you still willing to let me out? Don't you hate me? Oh, why should I hate you? As far as I know, you were controlled by some masked guy back then, completely out of control. They died protecting the village, following their own ninja way. It's not really your fault, so don't worry too much. I never cared about such trivial matters. Just asking out of boredom.
Ninetales replied with a Sundra air.
Then let's go out together. It'll sever the bond of chi connecting us the moment you break free. The process is like giving
Ninetales. Outside, Naruto was now enveloped in a tail beast cloak with 6 tails emerging behind him. A crimson chakra pillar shot straight into the sky. Suddenly the chakra contracted violently and retreated back into Naruto's body.
Now!
Naruto opened his eyes and shouted. The moment he spoke, an immense surge of chakra burst forth from his abdomen like a dam breaking, and Naruto felt his own chi being dragged out along with it. Without hesitation, he immediately controlled his chi to completely separate it from the crimson chakra. The surging red chakra coalesced into a gigantic orange Ninetales.
Success!
Naruto sighed in relief. Although separating Ninetales had cost him some chi, a few days of rest would fully restore it. Ninetales roared to the sky, seemingly celebrating its hard-won freedom. After letting off steam, it approached Naruto and said solemnly,
Kid, thank you for letting bygones be bygones and granting me freedom. It'll keep our promise.
Naruto blinked, uncertain.
Kurama, you mean being my pet? Exactly.
Ninetales nodded seriously.
But I am after all the great nine-tailed fox. I deserve some privileges.
Naruto scratched his head.
Like what? Like, don't call me your pet in front of others. I have my pride, and I don't want to be mocked by the other tail beasts.
Ninetales lifted its head arrogantly.
Also, I want good food. The expired cup noodles in the fridge are terrible. No problem.
Naruto instantly understood that Ninetales was saving face, and readily agreed.
Also, I don't like being disturbed when I sleep.
Ninetales added another condition.
Fine.
Naruto agreed without hesitation.
And I like sunbathing, so you have to take me out often. Okay, sure.
Naruto kept nodding.
That's all for now. I'll tell you if I think of anything else.
With that, Ninetales laid down to bask in the sun. Naruto smiled helplessly at the lazy Ninetales. He jumped onto its head, gently stroked its soft fur, and promised.
From now on, wherever I Uzumaki Naruto, and that's your home. No one can restrict your freedom. So rest assured, Kurama, I'll protect you.
A Sundra voice replied.
I don't need a brat like you to protect me. There are few in the ninja world who can threaten me now. Yeah, you're the strongest.
Naruto couldn't be bothered to argue. Ninetales' head was fluffy, and lying on it was pure bliss. Soon he was snoring. While the pair enjoyed their rare leisure, several uninvited guests, wearing cat masks, approached rapidly from
ahead is where the astonishing chakra erupted. Everyone be careful. According to intel, the source is likely the nine-tailed fox. Do not let your guard down.
The leading ANBU warned sternly.
The nine-tailed fox. How is that possible? Has the nine-tails jinchuriki lost control? If so, we need to inform the Hokage immediately. It's not that serious yet. It's just speculation not confirmed. Let's go check. If it really is the nine-tailed fox, we can't handle it alone. We'll request backup then.
Several ANBU stealthily approached the location of Naruto and Ninetales. When they saw the massive creature lying in the distance, they felt as if the sky had fallen.
Not good. Ninetales has truly broken free. Quickly report to the Hokage. He'll hold it off here.
The leading ANBU ordered the others. Without further ado, he charged toward Ninetales. The remaining ANBU members wasted no time and sprinted back toward Konoha. At that moment, Ninetales sensed someone approaching. It abruptly opened its eyes and fixed its gaze on the ANBU rushing toward it. The leading ANBU swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Yet he forced himself to stay calm, formed hand seals, and executed a wood-style technique.
Wood-style thorn bind.
Binds of wood burst from the ground, tightly binding Ninetales. Several massive wooden pillars rose around it, trapping it inside. But the ANBU didn't stop. He shouted,
Wood-style four-pillar prison.
A huge wooden cage formed in an instant, imprisoning the newly freed Ninetales once again.
This is the first Hokage Hashirama in just wood-style.
Ninetales' pupils contracted.
No, this would release. It's too weak. The Ninetales struggled slightly, its previous concerns swept away. For it discovered that this wood release was utterly fragile, breaking free with ease. The Ninetales destroyed the wooden prison, binding it with a single claw, then strode toward the ANBU ninja who was kneeling on the ground gasping for breath. Damn, my wood release was destroyed so easily. No wonder it's the strongest of the tailed beasts, truly terrifying. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the Ninetales, the ANBU was drenched in sweat. Just as he thought he was about to meet his end, a childish voice came from above the Ninetales' head. Hey, you're a Konoha ANBU, right? Uzumaki Naruto. Kurama was just joking with you, it means no harm. Moreover, from now on it will never pose any threat to Konoha again. That's our promise, so you can rest assured. Is that so? The ANBU was hesitant, but after carefully observing and seeing that the Ninetales indeed showed no intention of attacking, he relaxed a little. I understand. I'll report this to the Hokage-sama and let her decide. To prevent any accidents, I'll have to follow you around for now. Please forgive me. Suit yourself. Naruto didn't mind. He knew such a commotion near Konoha couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to hide it anyway. Since he wanted to bring the Ninetales back to the village, he decided to come clean. If anyone had objections, they could come and talk to him. By the way, Kurama, I want to take you back to Konoha, but your size is too conspicuous. Can you shrink down a bit? The Ninetales was taken aback and replied awkwardly, our bodies as tailed beasts are made of chakra. Shrinking is no problem, but... Are you really planning to take me back to Konoha? You know, when I was controlled and went berserk back then, I caused considerable damage to Konoha. If I appear in the village as the Ninetales, it will surely cause a huge stir. As long as you're not afraid of the trouble, I have no problem with it. Hee, I didn't think that far ahead, but I don't think it's a big deal. I believe everyone will accept you sooner or later. Even if they don't forgive you in the end, you still have me, so you don't need to worry. Naruto laughed carelessly. It's not that I'm worried. It's just... Forget it, do as you please. The Ninetales finally agreed, and under the incredulous gaze of the ANBU transformed into a Persian Ninetales the size of a raccoon. Naruto felt the weight on his shoulder and was surprised. He asked curiously, hey Kurama, although your body has shrunk, the weight doesn't seem to have changed. How is that? What's so strange about that? I just compressed my body. It's still the same amount, so naturally the weight doesn't change. Oh, I see. Naruto suddenly understood, then asked, by the way Kurama, can you practice ninjutsu? Of course I can. Not only can I practice ninjutsu, but I can also practice senjutsu. The Ninetales boasted proudly. That's great. A delighted expression appeared on Naruto's face. I happen to have a good jutsu here. Once you learn it, you'll instantly become a flying Ninetales. That would be awesome. Oh. You have such a jutsu. Are you talking about the super lightweight rock technique from Iwagakure? That's right, that's the one. Naruto nodded with a smile and, disregarding the outsider's presence, directly taught the jutsu to the Ninetales. If the third Tsukuyomi Jinoki had seen this, he would have demanded an explanation from Konoha. Hey, why isn't she here yet? After waiting for a long time without seeing Tsunade, Naruto didn't want to wait any longer. So he walked toward Konoha step by step with the Nine Tails. The ANBU didn't dare to stop him and could only follow. They walked all the way to the Konoha gate. As luck would have it, Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, was just then rushing past with a group of jonin. Naruto was about to wave and call out, but the crowd had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't be bothered anymore and directly teleported with the Nine Tails to the bustling street. Naruto's sudden appearance didn't catch the attention of the nearby villagers, but three familiar figures noticed him. One of them waved and called out, "Hey Naruto, over here." The three were the new generation Ino Shikacho trio. The one waving at Naruto was Ino. On her left stood Choji eating snacks, and on her right was Shikamaru looking utterly bored and muttering complaints. "Geez, everyone's training hard, so why do I have to go shopping with you guys?" Naruto also walked forward with a smile and greeted them. "Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, how have you been?" "Not good at all. As long as I have something to eat, I'm happy. I've been training lately and I have to take time to manage the flower shop every day. It's so busy. Today I finally have some time, so I dragged Shikamaru and Choji out for shopping, but they still look unhappy." Ino glared at her two companions with dissatisfaction. Shikamaru retorted, "Come on, aren't we accompanying you now?" "Oomph, don't give me that. You didn't come voluntarily." Ino snorted, then looked at Naruto. Suddenly her eyes lit up. "Wow. Is this a raccoon dog? So cute." With that, she reached out to touch it. Naruto had to dodge, which made Ino unhappy. "Naruto, what are you doing? It's just a raccoon dog, why are you so nervous?" "I just want to touch it, don't be so stingy." Seeing that Ino seemed a bit angry, Naruto quickly explained, "It's not like that. Kurama may look cute, but it's very fierce. I'm afraid it might bite you." But Ino looked unconvinced. "Oomph, Naruto, you're too much. How could such a cute little raccoon dog bite? If you don't want me to touch it, just say so, but don't make up such lame excuses. Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Yeah. Choji and Shikamaru chimed in. Naruto was sweating. These two were so oblivious, they couldn't even recognize the Nine Tails. "I'm telling the truth. It really does bite." Alright, I'm just teasing you." Ino suddenly laughed. "But is this little raccoon dog yours? I've never seen it before." Sort of." Naruto scratched his head nervously. He couldn't tell them it was the Nine Tails. "By the way, what are you guys doing here?" Naruto quickly changed the subject. "We're going to Tuchi's place for ramen. Want to join?" Ino invited. "Great. I'm hungry too." Naruto patted his stomach. He hadn't had Tuchi's ramen in a long time and missed it. "Let's go then." Choji eagerly pulled Naruto toward Ichiraku Ramen, with Shikamaru and Ino following closely. The group arrived at the ramen shop and found seats. Soon after, Tuchi came over with several bowls of ramen. "Long time no see, Naruto," he greeted warmly. "Tuchi, I've missed your ramen so much." Naruto took the ramen and wolfed it down. Beside him, the Nine Tails stared longingly and wanted to eat too. Seeing this, Naruto reluctantly shared some with it. The Nine Tails ate contentedly, thinking that maybe it would just stay in Konoha from now on. With food, drink, and Naruto's company, it seemed pretty good.
Having missed her target, Tsunade was furious and stormed back to Konoha with a group of elite jonin. At that moment, Naruto had just returned home when suddenly the door was kicked open and an enraged Tsunade barged in. Without a word, she lunged forward, grabbed Naruto by the collar, and demanded,
"Brat, tell me honestly, what have you done? Why is the Nine Tails outside?" "Oh well. Grandma Tsunade, don't get excited, let me explain slowly."
But this only added fuel to the fire. Just as Tsunade was about to explode again, she suddenly realized that a crowd of curious jonin had gathered at the door, so she held back her anger. She roughly sat Naruto down, placed one hand on the Nine Tails' head, and kneaded it vigorously. It must be said this feeling was quite stress-relieving. Tsunade's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and her tone became much softer. "Speak." As Naruto recounted, Tsunade's hand paused, and she suddenly realized what she was kneading. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Though inwardly panicked, she forced calmness and said, "So that's how it is. Oh right, this Hokage is tired today, and doesn't want to stay here any longer. Write a detailed report later, and have Sakura deliver it to me." With that, she walked out of the room, as if nothing had happened. Once outside, Tsunade finally let out a sigh of relief. Without lingering, she left the bewildered jonin behind and quickly disappeared. After Tsunade left, the jonin swarmed into the room, firing questions at Naruto from all sides. It took him considerable effort to send them away. However, when he was about to write the report, he found himself at a complete loss. He racked his brains for a long time, and finally decided to seek help from Kakashi Sensei. After hearing Naruto's story, Kakashi smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to simply write down the truth of what happened. Taking Kakashi's advice, Naruto set about writing the report with great seriousness. He included every detail of his encounter, with the Nine Tails even adding some of his own thoughts and requests. When Sakura received Naruto's report, she couldn't help but laugh. The report read like an elementary school essay full of Naruto's innocence and straightforwardness. Nevertheless, she dutifully passed it on to Tsunade. Upon seeing the report, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. She understood that although Naruto could be a handful at times, his heart was always filled with kindness and justice. However, upon reading Naruto's demands, she frowned. The Nine Tails, as a forbidden power, was of crucial importance to Konoha, serving as a deterrent against the 4 other great ninja villages. Tsunade didn't need to think to know that the old foxes of Konoha would never allow it to slip out of control, especially Danzo, who had always coveted the Nine Tails, and would not miss this golden opportunity.
I'll need to find a time to talk to Naruto properly,
Tsunade thought to herself. A few days later, Naruto was taking a walk in the forest with the Nine Tails when 3 figures blocked his path. Naruto saw that the newcomers were Danzo, whom he had met once before, and 2 root members, Torian Aburame of the Aburame clan, and Fuyamanaka of the Yamanaka clan.
"You're Uzumaki Naruto, right? I am Danzo Shimura, leader of Root. I heard you can separate a tailed beast without dying. I'm very interested in you, so come with me."
Danzo was as usual, his severed arm and right eye had been restored to their original settings. Naruto guessed he had spare Sharingan eyes. With a cold expression, seeing that Naruto did not reply, Danzo muttered inwardly,
"Is he about to refuse?"
He then tapped the ground a few times with his cane. Several root members instantly emerged from the surroundings and surrounded Naruto. They unrolled sealing scrolls, formed sealing hand signs, and glared warily at the Nine Tails on Naruto's shoulder. Danzo also took the opportunity to undo the seal on his right hand, tore off the bandages wrapped around his head, revealing the newly transplanted 3-Tomo Sharingan, as if ready to spring into action. After all, the opponent was the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, so he had to be cautious. As for Naruto, in Danzo's eyes, he was just an ordinary genin, with a bit of taijutsu talent, utterly powerless without the tailed beast's strength.
"It seems they're coming for me,"
the Nine Tails yawned, yawning.
"Do you want me to take care of them?"
Naruto refused.
"Forget it, I'll handle it myself. If you act, they'll have an excuse to mobilize the entire village against you. I don't want to make things difficult for Grandma Tsunade."
With that, Naruto left the Nine Tails and walked slowly toward Danzo.
"Lord Danzo, leave him to me,"
Torian Aburame volunteered. His impression of Naruto was still from the Chunin exams. Although rumors spoke of Naruto's impressive feats, such as defeating Zabuza and thrashing Orochimaru. In his view, those were merely due to the tail beast's power. Now that Naruto had lost the Nine Tails, his taijutsu alone posed no threat.
"Fine,"
Danzo agreed readily.
"But be mindful of your limits, he still has some use for me." "Yes, Lord Danzo."
Torian Aburame replied respectfully, then leaped forward to block Naruto.
"Your opponent is me. Show respect to Lord Danzo."
Torian Aburame, while currying favor with his superior, quickly removed his gloves and clothes. Naruto-sized venomous insects spread over his entire body, turning him into a deep, striking purple. Naruto smirked disdainfully.
"Mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself."
With a sharp glare, Torian, charging at him, was sent flying backward, curled up, and collapsed.
"What?"
Fuyamanaka was horrified.
"What's going on?"
Danzo Shimura was also stunned.
"Didn't see it clearly." "Then let me slow down."
Naruto waved his hand, and a fierce gust of wind swept Fuyamanaka away, like a fallen leaf, utterly helpless.
"It seems I've misjudged you. Your talent is remarkable, reminding me of the 4th Hokage. But that still won't change your fate of defeat. Be wise and hand over the Nine Tails, join Root, and when I become Hokage, you'll be richly rewarded. Otherwise..." "Oh, so confident is it because of the secret arts derived from the Uchiha clan Sharingan?"
"Oh, it seems you know quite a lot. Since that's the case, let me show you today the power born from the fusion of the Uchiha and Senju clans." Naruto couldn't help but laugh at this. What kind of damn power was that? It was nothing but a punching bag capable only of dying a few more times. What was so special about it? Shimura Danzo seemed to sense Naruto's mockery. Enraged, he rapidly formed hand seals.
"Wind release, vacuum wave."
A stream of air spewed from Danzo's mouth, transforming into a thin line that sliced toward Naruto. Naruto let out a cold sneer. Without dodging or evading, he casually flicked his fingers and shattered the incoming cutting air current. This sight made Danzo's pupils contract. Suppressing his shock, he formed seals again and shouted,
Wind release vacuum bullet.
Danzo's mouth spat out countless wine bullets, like a Gatling gun hurtling toward Naruto, yet he effortlessly blocked them with a single hand.
Impossible.
Danzo was utterly dumbfounded.
My turn.
Naruto's lips curled slightly, as a blue light orb materialized in his hand, shooting out like lightning, and striking Danzo square in the face. A violent explosion rang out, and Danzo fell. However, Naruto did not stop there. He knew well that Danzo possessing the Yixinani technique was not so easy to kill. Sure enough, before long Danzo appeared again, not far behind Naruto. Danzo tried to say something, but Naruto couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. With a backhand energy blast, Danzo was reduced to ashes once more. When Danzo revived again, he found Naruto's palm already pressed against his face. Blue light burst forth, and without surprise Danzo turned to dust in terror. This cycle repeated endlessly. After who knows how long, when Danzo appeared again, all the Sharingan on his body had closed. Having tasted all kinds of humiliating deaths, Danzo was driven completely mad.
Damn brat, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll take you down with me.
Danzo rushed to Naruto with lightning speed, knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. To show sincerity, he pulled out a dagger and demonstrated what it meant to commit seppuku. Under Naruto's stunned gaze, Danzo raised his blade and slit his own belly, jet black blood spurting out. Danzo laughed wildly. Haha brat, you're still too green. Come to hell with me and atone. With that, his body transformed into a rapidly expanding black sphere that devoured everything around it, surging toward Naruto. Naruto recognized it at once as the four-symbol seal technique and unhesitatingly used teleportation to evade. Danzo, after all his scheming, ultimately succeeded in sealing a patch of land, leaving a large crater as a testament to his great achievement. Admittedly, the crater was later transformed into a hot spring, which not only became popular among the villagers but also added a unique scenic spot to Konoha. Naruto stared at the massive crater, still shaken. He never expected Danzo to be so insane, willing to sacrifice his life to unleash such a forbidden jutsu just to kill him. Good thing I ran fast, Naruto muttered to himself. Just then Kakashi and Sakura rushed over upon hearing the news. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked with concern. I'm fine. Thanks to my quick escape, I wasn't tricked by that old geezer, Naruto said. Where's Danzo? Kakashi looked around but didn't see him. That old man used some strange jutsu and sealed himself along with a patch of land. Naruto pointed at the crater. Kakashi and Sakura exchanged glances, both surprised. I never expected Danzo to end his life in such a way. Kakashi sighed. He's atoning with his death, Naruto said dismissively. Alright Naruto, it's over now. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder. Let's go back and report to Lady Tsunade. Naruto nodded and left with Kurama, Kakashi and Sakura, leaving behind the bewildered root members. The village of Konoha returned to a facade of calm, but undercurrents stirred beneath. The series of conflicts triggered by Danzo's death had not been quelled. Moreover, the three great ninja villages of Earth, Lightning and Water seemed to have caught wind of something and began to stir. Hey, did you hear? Rumor has it that the allied ninja forces of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are already approaching the borders of the Land of Fire. What? How is that possible? Is war starting again? What's going on? I heard it's because of the nine-tailed demon fox. No way. Wasn't the nine-tailed fox sealed by the fourth Hokage? Brother, you don't know. I heard the nine-tailed fox has broken free from its seal and is now in the village. What? How? Is that possible? The man seemed to recall the tragedy 12 years ago and turned pale instantly. Naruto walked down the street, finding no trace of the usual laughter and joy. The villagers were murmuring all around. Naruto frowned, surprised that news of the Ninetales had spread so quickly. He quickened his pace toward the Hokage's building, and along the way people looked at him with fear and suspicion. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto barged in directly. Granny Tsunade, everyone outside is talking about the Ninetales. What's going on? Naruto asked seriously. Tsunade glanced at him and said slowly, these rumors are likely deliberately spread by other ninja villages to create panic and break Konoha's unity from within. But how could they know such classified information? Naruto asked in confusion. Tsunade paused for a moment, then said, perhaps we have a traitor in the village. Naruto's eyes widened. A traitor? That's impossible. Tsunade said gravely, regardless, we must prepare for the worst. Naruto, I may need to use your and the Ninetales power from now on. Is that okay? Naruto thumped his chest and assured, don't worry Granny Tsunade. We will definitely protect the village and everyone. Within a few days, war broke out and Konoha became busy. Sai the Jonin have already left for the front lines. Next will be our turn. Who knows if we'll make it back alive. The 12 rookie ninjas of Konoha gathered together to enjoy their last precious moments of leisure. Hey Shikamaru, could you please not say such depressing things while I'm eating? It's ruining my appetite. Choji, who was devouring his food with gusto, said with displeasure. Choji is right. You should focus on eating. Why overthink things? Eating heartily, Naruto expressed his agreement.
I truly envy you two carefree souls.
Ino sighed, her tone betraying her anxiety about the front lines. Hinata remained silent, yet her unease was evident in her expression.
What's there to fear? You should be burned on the battlefield. That's where a man's true charm lies.
Rock Lee clenched his fists, flames blazing in his eyes, clearly elated.
TCH, another idiot.
Teten muttered, pressing her forehead in exasperation.
Honestly, I think everyone's worrying for nothing. We might not even get a chance to shine. With Naruto's strength and Kurama, even if the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages join forces, there's nothing to fear.
Kiba Inuzuka said nonchalantly. Shikamaru shook his head.
Things might not be that simple. The Raikage and Tsukuyomi's main target this time is Naruto and Kurama. Once they appear on the battlefield, it means the final showdown. So I suspect that unless absolutely necessary, the Hokage won't let them go. Shikamaru's analysis is correct. Things likely are as he says.
Shino agreed. Soon after, the other members of the Konoha 11, excluding Naruto, were dispatched to the front lines. Before leaving, Hinata gathered her courage and approached Naruto, handing him a gift box before fleeing in a panic. Naruto opened it to find a red scarf and was stunned.
Isn't this scarf a bit early? We haven't even come of age yet.
The sudden outbreak of war left Konoha in a vulnerable state, with internal defenses weakened. A stroll through the village revealed hardly any ninjas. One day, after finishing his training, Naruto was about to head home when he sensed a ripple in space. A black vortex materialized before him, and when it vanished, a man with short black hair and an orange spiral mask stood in its place. He scrutinized Naruto with his exposed three-tomo Sharingan, then spoke.
You're Uzumaki Naruto, right? I'm Uchiha Madara. I've come today to reclaim what is mine, the nine-tailed demon fox on your shoulder. How about handing it over?
At that moment, Kurama awoke, eyeing the mysterious intruder warily. His pupils contracted as if recalling something.
This guy. No mistake, he's the one who controlled me 12 years ago to wreak havoc on Konoha, the despicable fiend who caused your parents' deaths. He possesses immense ocular power. Naruto, be careful.
Kurama warned urgently.
Don't worry, I won't lose to some skulking coward like him,
Naruto replied. Honestly, Naruto didn't think much of Obito Uchiha. In his view, the man had nothing worthwhile except that phasing ability to dodge attacks. His actual combat strength couldn't even beat Kakashi, utterly pathetic. Moreover, the blood debt of his parents was irreconcilable. Perhaps today he would settle it here. Seeing that Naruto seemed to dismiss his words, Obito grew annoyed. His three-tomo Sharingan spun, rapidly morphing into a pinwheel pattern. He cast a Jinjutsu on Naruto, but to his surprise, Naruto was unfazed, and Obito himself suffered backlash, freezing in place. Unbeknownst to Obito, Naruto possessed an immense amount of Sage Chakra, and had devoured the illusion-controlling monster Ito. Now, without Kurama's interference, his chakra control had vastly improved. His Jinjutsu resistance even surpassed that of Hashirama Senju. How could Obito easily control him? Still, Obito soon broke free from the illusion and regained his composure.
So that's how it is. He'll have to change targets.
Obito wasn't discouraged. He decided to repeat his old trick and target Kurama instead. The moment Obito's Jinjutsu activated, Kurama sensed his intent. But with only half its power, it couldn't resist before being completely subdued, its eyes taking on the shape of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kurama's body swelled rapidly, and it roared at the sky, its nine tails thrashing wildly, a scene eerily reminiscent of the full moon night 12 years ago. Obito laughed maniacally.
Ha ha, Uzumaki Naruto, what will you choose? Sacrifice yourself like your father, the fourth Hokage, to seal Kurama again, or watch Konoha be destroyed. Let's see.
But his glee was short-lived, cut short by a loud shout.
Wake up!
Naruto landed a heavy punch on Kurama's head, shaking the ground. A huge lump swelled on Kurama's head, and the intense pain made it clutch its head, with both paws writhing on the ground. But it also broke free from Obito's control, and regained its senses.
Such a thing is possible.
Obito was stunned. After the pain subsided, Kurama got up, and glared at Obito with fury.
You damn scum, daring to control your master Kurama again. Unforgivable.
It swiped a claw at Obito, shattering the ground, but still unsatisfied, it began pounding the earth wildly. After a while, it stopped and started digging, intending to unearth Obito and flog his corpse. But even after digging deep, no body was found. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore.
Idiot, you've been tricked. He wasn't hit at all, he's over there watching the show.
Kurama looked up and saw Obito sitting on a tree eating sunflower seeds. It flew into a rage. It lashed its 9 tails wildly at the tree, smashing a huge crater before stopping only to find Obito still there unharmed, continuing to eat seeds.
What's going on? Am I under Jinjutsu again?
Kurama looked at Naruto in confusion.
No, you're not.
Naruto shook his head.
He used a space-time dojutsu, making his body exist in another dimension. That's why you couldn't hit him. I see.
Kurama realized. Meanwhile, Obito was impressed.
Oh, you can see through my ability. Impressive for a youngster. But even so, you can't defeat me. No one in the shinobi world can touch my body now. Is that so? I'd like to try.
Naruto said, eager to fight. Kurama yielded the stage to Naruto, knowing it was useless against Obito, and further humiliation would only worsen. Thus Naruto and Obito faced off, neither making the first move. Naruto was waiting for an opening, while Obito dared not act rashly, having witnessed Naruto knock out Kurama with a single punch.
Mingren thought to himself now. He instantly teleported behind Dai-2, condensing Sage Chakra to unleash a devastating punch. The air twisted and space itself seemed to shatter. A sonic boom erupted as half of Dai-2's body was obliterated, his form sent flying like a torn sack. Dai-2, now reduced to half a body, lay miserably on the ground, coughing up blood mixed with shattered organs. Horror filled his eyes. Without daring to utter a threat, he dragged his last breath and fled. Watching the vanishing vortex Mingren sighed, he got away. Suddenly several figures rushed over from afar. Gangsho, having heard the commotion, arrived with a few Umbu members. Mingren, what happened here? Why did the Nine Tails suddenly go berserk? Faced with Gangsho's inquiry, Mingren had no choice but to tell the truth. Good, I understand. Go rest first. After dismissing Mingren, Gangsho stood there thinking. The mysterious figure who caused the chaos in Konoha 12 years ago has reappeared, suspected to be the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, and even claims to be Uchiha Madara. This matter is far from simple. As time passed, the battlefield situation grew increasingly tense. From minor skirmishes to full-scale conflict, the enemy even deployed their jinchuriki. It could be said that the situation had spiraled out of control. Now, with heavy casualties on the front lines and the border in crisis, as the Hokage Gangsho was under immense pressure. She looked at the battle reports from the front, her brow furrowed and expression grave. She asked Jingin beside her, is there any news from Tsunade? Have they sent reinforcements? Jingin shook her head with a grim expression. No, Tsunade is tied up by the mist ninja from the land of water. They can't even help themselves, let alone support us. Damn it. How outrageous. Even Kirigakure has joined in. Gangsho cursed. She thought to herself, it seems the other villages are not peaceful either. After a moment of thought, she decisively ordered, immediately send orders for all ninja on missions to return to Konoha and request aid from the fire daimyo. Yes. Jingin acknowledged and quickly turned to leave. Gangsho looked out the window, silently praying may this crisis pass smoothly. Suddenly footsteps sounded outside, and the Konoha advisors Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuohomenyan pushed open the door and entered. They spoke to Gangsho without courtesy. We don't care about other matters, but what do you plan to do about the Nine Tails and Uzumaki Mingren? You must be aware that Kirigakure has joined the war. Now Konoha is at a critical moment of life and death. As the Hokage, you should make a choice. Although the Nine Tails is very important to Konoha and cannot be easily abandoned, the matter of handing over Uzumaki Mingren can be considered. No, I disagree. Gangsho refused directly. Mingren is not only the orphan of the fourth Hokage but also a trump card for Konoha to turn the tide. I will never hand him over. I doubt it. Zhuanqin Xiaochun expressed doubt. Leaving aside whether a 12 or 13-year-old genin can solve the immediate crisis from the fact that he forced Danzo to death, can you be sure he won't hold a grudge against Konoha? Is it worth risking Konoha for an uncertain factor? You know you never win at gambling, so I advise you to think. After speaking, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuohomenyan turned and left. Gangsho fell into deep thought. She recalled her younger brother Nawaki killed by a detonating tag and her lover Dan Kato who died on a mission. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Is my choice really correct? However, in the end she decided to trust Mingren once more. Mingren, I hope you won't let me down. The next day Mingren received a summons from Gangsho. Without a word he hurried to the Hokage's office. Granny Gangsho, have you finally decided to send me to the battlefield? Mingren asked as soon as he entered. That's right. I do plan to send you to the front line for support. The situation is urgent. Kumogakure and Iwagakure have already deployed their tailed beast Jinchuriki. Jiraiya is away and hasn't returned, so for now Konoha has no one to counter them. We can only rely on you and the Nine Tails. Mingren, this mission is very dangerous. You must be careful. Gangsho warned sternly. Don't worry, Granny Gangsho. I'm going to become the strongest man. Mingren showed a confident smile. Gangsho nodded and handed Mingren a mission brief. This is the current battlefield situation and mission objectives. Study it carefully. Also I will dispatch. Before she could finish, Mingren interrupted. No need. With me and Gio Lama going, it's enough. Granny Gangsho, just wait in Konoha for our good news. With that, without waiting for Gangsho to react, he took the documents and vanished into thin air in the office. After leaving Konoha, Mingren suddenly said to the Ninetales on his shoulder, Gio Lama, are you ready? Ninetales what? He. Mingren grinned, grabbed one of the Ninetales' tails and flung it into the sky. Ah. Mingren, you bastard. The Ninetales grew larger in the wind, instantly returning to its original size. It quickly used the newly learned super lightweight rock technique to hover in the air. Seeing this, Mingren leaped up and landed steadily on the Ninetales' head. Let's go. To the battlefield. At the border of the Land of Fire on the battlefield. The 9 Konoha rookies except for Xiaoying stood back to back in groups of 3 facing the endless onslaught of IWA and Kumo ninja from all directions. Although the attackers were mostly low-level genin extras, the sheer numbers were overwhelming. They were already struggling to keep up. Ino, Shikamaru and Choji were having the hardest time. They had killed dozens of IWA ninja, but the enemies kept gathering. Huff. Huff. If this continues, we'll eventually run out of stamina. Ino panted. We must find a way to break out and regroup with the other teams. Shikamaru analyzed calmly. Suddenly a huge gust of wind pressure came from afar. A figure wearing a red straw hat charged forward like a train, unstoppable. Many Konoha Chunin and Genin were sent flying. The sight made Shikamaru, Ino and Choji's faces turn pale. Not good. It's the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han from Iwagakure. He's charging at us. At this moment they were surrounded by enemies and breaking out was clearly impossible. Seeing this, Shikamaru gritted his teeth and made a decisive call. Let's go all out. The 3 exchanged glances and instantly understood each other. Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals and shouted shadow binding technique. From his shadow dozens of black lines shot out, binding the surrounding enemies. Ino quickly formed a hand gesture aiming at the charging Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Mind transfer technique.
Choji! Shikamaru shouted as he saw the Five-Tails Jinchuriki pause. I know. Choji immediately swallowed the green pill in his hand, and a surge of powerful chakra erupted from his body. Super Expansion Jutsu. Meatball Tank. A massive green sphere collided with the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, it was knocked away in less than 5 seconds. As expected, it's still not enough. Shikamaru sighed. Ino's face also turned pale. Just as they were about to resign themselves to fate, a towering figure suddenly appeared and blocked the charging Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Asuma Sensei! Shikamaru and Ino's faces lit up with surprise. Soon after, Kakashi, Kurenai, Yuhi, Might Guy and others arrived one after another. Alright, lead this to us. You take Choji to get his injuries treated first, then regroup with the other squads. What follows will be a fierce battle, not something you can be part of. I understand, Kakashi Sensei. Shikamaru, though reluctant, led Choji and Ino away. After Shikamaru and the others left, Kakashi and the rest turned their attention to Asuma, who was engaged with the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing that he was in a tight spot, they prepared to help. Unexpectedly, a massive blue cat with black stripes suddenly appeared on their side of the battlefield, wreaking havoc. Even Yujito, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, has shown up. This is troublesome. The Jonin couldn't help but frown. Just then a green figure stepped forward. You all deal with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, leave the Five-Tails Jinchuriki to me alone. Guy, are you sure you can handle it alone? Kakashi asked with concern. Trust me, Kakashi. Might Guy smiled confidently, then charged at the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Might Guy activated the 8 gates, instantly unleashing immense power. His speed was blinding like lightning, making it hard for the Five-Tails Jinchuriki to evade. Leaf Whirlwind. Might Guy kicked the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, sending it flying. The Jinchuriki steadied itself and retaliated with a burst of steam, but Guy sidestepped and followed up with a Morning Peacock. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han was equally unyielding, unleashing Oil Release Steam Explosion. To counter, a cerulean blue beast and a steam ninja, 2 evenly matched opponents, locked in a fierce and decisive battle. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others wasted no time and moved to intercept the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Ino carried the unconscious Choji to the rear to seek Sakura's treatment. Before long, Hinata, Kiba, and Izuka and Shino Aburame also withdrew from the battlefield due to injuries and exhaustion. Finally, Niji, Rock Lee, and Titten returned. The young ninjas gathered together, looking haggard and exchanging uneasy glances. Ahem. Shikamaru broke the silence first. By the way, how's the situation on the battlefield now? Very bad. Niji spoke gravely. The fully tailed beast form of the Two Tails Jinchuriki boasts incredible defense and regeneration. Even with Kakasha Sensei Asuma Kurenai and several other elite jonin working together, we can't defeat her. Same goes for Gai Sensei. The Five Tails Jinchuriki has also unleashed terrifying power. Even though Gai Sensei has opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates, he still can't secure a victory. Lee added. Lee replied. Not only that, but another Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who is known as a perfect Jinchuriki, has also appeared. Even though he hasn't fully transformed, he wields 7 swords in a bizarre manner, cutting through the battlefield with no one able to stop him. Even the combined efforts of special jonin like Anko Mitarashi Shizen Rado Namishi Iwashi Tatame Ebisu and Ibiki Marino couldn't hold him back. Tenten reported with a grim expression. Everyone fell into silence, uncertain of what to do. If only Naruto were here! Sakura sighed inwardly. Suddenly a commotion arose outside. As the group stepped out of the tent, they saw the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who had broken through the defensive line and arrived at their location. Yo yo yo! The least jonin are a bunch of lousy fools. They couldn't stop me at all. Before I knew it, I'd cut right through. The middle-aged sunglasses-wearing slightly unkempt man sang and danced as he dispatched the leaf ninjas, who had surrounded him, then fixed his gaze on the group emerging from the tent. Hey, you little brats over there, you want to stop me too? Hey, don't misunderstand. We're just taking a look. Shikamaru broke out in a cold sweat, chuckling nervously, as he backed away with his comrades. But Rock Lee, ever the hothead, completely lacked discretion, and jumped forward to challenge him. Humph. I, Rock Lee, am not afraid of you. Bring it on. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant brat. Enraged Killer Bee charged with his 7 swords in a bizarre stance. Lee, undaunted, rushed forward, activated the 8 gates, and engaged in a fierce battle with Killer Bee. The others watched from the sidelines, silently cheering for Lee. Shikamaru, meanwhile, was utterly speechless, inwardly grumbling. Are you serious? That's the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Instead of running, you're just standing there like idiots. What do you think you're doing? Although Rock Lee had greatly increased his physical prowess by learning the chi cultivation method, and had opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, his training time was too short, and his foundation was ultimately lacking. After a few exchanges, he was eventually stabbed several times and defeated. Seeing this, the young ninjas rushed in together, only to be ensnared by 8 tentacles and immobilized. Just as Killer Bee was about to finish off these brats and move on, the ground trembled. An overwhelmingly powerful aura, like a storm, swept in from afar, instantly putting immense pressure on him. A voice suddenly rang out. Hey, weird old man down there, could you let go of my comrades? In an instant, Naruto appeared above everyone, riding on Kurama, looking down. Though his tone was inquiring, it carried an undeniable authority that made Killer Bee frown. He replied coldly, Where did this annoying little brat come from? So young, but with such a big mouth. What if I refuse? What can you do? Oh, why don't you try it? Naruto's face was full of contempt, as if he didn't consider his opponent a threat at all. Such an arrogant little brat. Killer Bee's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the voice of the 8 Tails Gyuki echoed in his mind. Killer Bee, be careful. This guy is incredibly strong. He gives me a bad feeling, like when I saw Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha back in the day. Don't underestimate him. This brat is so young, how is that possible? Killer Bee found it hard to believe. Naruto saw Killer Bee muttering to himself, showing no signs of compromise. Without further ado, his figure vanished instantly from atop the 9 tails. Not good. Killer Bee immediately sensed the danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Several afterimages flashed past him, and 8 tentacles were severed cleanly. By the time he realized what had happened, Naruto had already rescued the hostages. At that moment, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Niji, Tenten, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and Sakura had not yet realized they had escaped. Feeling a sudden lightness, they found themselves beside Naruto. Coming to their senses, everyone greeted Naruto with gratitude. Naruto also learned the current battlefield situation from them. Don't worry, leave it to me. I believe this war will end soon. Naruto flashed a confident smile and turned his gaze to Killer Bee. At this moment, Killer Bee felt the terrifying pressure from Naruto. His body rapidly expanded, entering full-tailed beast mode, transforming into an octopus-like bull-headed giant, sending chills down everyone's spines. Naruto, unfazed, charged in and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks, instantly subduing the beast. Just then, a bolt of lightning shot from afar. The 4th Raikage, having sensed the 9 tails, rushed to support. Seeing this, Killer Bee reverted to his Jinchuriki form. Exchanging a glance with the 4th Raikage, they immediately understood each other,
and unleashed their combined secret technique, the double lariat. The two figures moved like phantoms, weaving in and out as they aimed for Naruto's neck, intending to kill him on the spot. But Naruto effortlessly blocked their attack.
Is that all?
Naruto seized their wrists with lightning speed and flung them away like garbage. Kiba couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he saw his past self in Orochimaru. However, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were far more tenacious. Even after being pinned down and humiliated, they refused to surrender and charged again, only to meet the same fate. An hour later. Beneath Naruto's feet lay Killer Bee behind Yujito, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, Might Guy, and others. In his left hand, he held the fourth Raikage, and in his right hand, he gripped Inoki's neck, dominating the entire battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of the IWA and Cloud Shinobi. Of course, Kakashi and other Konoha Jonin lying on the ground had nothing to do with him. They were completely faking. They were already down when Naruto arrived. After some treatment, Kakashi and the other Konoha Jonin gradually woke up. Though momentarily bewildered to find the war over, they quickly composed themselves and began organizing post-war tasks. With Naruto's intervention, the war ended prematurely, and Konoha ultimately emerged victorious. The Cloud and IWA villages were forced to sign a peace treaty, with Konoha ceding territory and paying reparations. A classic case of trying to gain, but losing everything. From the third Tsukuyomi and fourth Raikage, everyone learned the truth behind the war. It was not simple. A mysterious figure had been pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who was it? They were not entirely sure either. The matter was left unsettled. After the war, Naruto chose not to return to Konoha, but instead embarked on a path of training. He left a flying thunder god Kunai with Hinata, entrusted the Ninetales to her care, and then quietly departed. In a forest, two figures of Naruto sat cross-legged, contemplating their future training path. The other Naruto was the one with golden Rinnegan. He had greatly benefited from this war, secretly absorbing half of the chakra from the 2 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails. His power had soared, and his gravity field now reached a maximum of 15 times. However, Naruto was still dissatisfied. Unwilling to wait any longer, he wanted the Rinnegan Naruto to reach the 6 paths level as soon as possible, so he devised a series of training plans. First was to collect the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. He had already completed half, with only the 1 tail, 3 tails, 4 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails remaining. It was only a matter of time. Next was the training and yin-yang release. Without yin-yang release, the 6 paths mode was only temporary. He didn't want that. Yang release was easier. Based on his speculation, cultivating the yang nature to its utmost would unlock yang release. As for yin release, the Rinnegan was the ultimate manifestation of yin nature. By advancing to the Ninetamo stage, it would awaken automatically, saving him many detours. Additionally, for his original Buddhist training, combining the gravity field with a super lightweight rock technique could meet the current training requirements, so there was no immediate concern. Thus, Naruto began executing his plan. 1 year later, he successfully gathered the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, his combat power skyrocketing to an astonishing 5,000. 2 years later, with the aid of shadow clones, the Rinnegan Naruto finally developed yang release, and his golden Rinnegan advanced to 6 tomo. His original Buddhist combat power broke through the 10,000 mark. 3 years later, Naruto's combat power reached around 15,000, while the Rinnegan Naruto advanced to 9 tomo, awakening yin release. With both yin and yang release, the Rinnegan Naruto achieved the perfect 6 paths mode. A black and gold chakra cloak adorned with tomo patterns fluttered in the wind, and 9 truth-seeking balls hovered behind him. His power was so immense that it even surpassed the 6 paths sage before he became the 10 tails jinchuriki. Thus both Narutos reached their peak.
This should be the limit of combat power that the ninja world can bear,
Naruto mused. Since the Rinnegan Naruto had reached his ceiling, and could not advance further, his original Buddhist training speed began to decline. Seeing this, Naruto decided not to wait any longer, and attempted to merge. The Saiyan Naruto and the 6 paths Naruto struck a strange pose based on memory, but nothing happened.
What's going on? Is the pose not accurate enough?
So the two kept trying. After countless failures, they finally succeeded one day, by accident. A multicolored light cocoon enveloped the two. Naruto felt the chi and chakra inside him break the previous balance, and slowly merge, forming a new power. Suddenly a wave of drowsiness hit him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the ninja world began an unprecedented upheaval. An organization named Akatsuki emerged, launching a massive campaign to capture the tail beasts. By the time the major villages reacted, Akatsuki had already captured all the tail beasts except the 8 tails and 9 tails. To counter the Akatsuki, which sought to overthrow the entire ninja world. The 5 great shinobi villages united to form the allied shinobi forces. They engaged in fierce battles against the Akatsuki.
During the confrontation with the Akatsuki, the 10 rising stars of Konoha stood out, becoming independent forces and an unignorable presence in the allied shinobi forces. Among them, Sakura, Rock Lee and Hinata progressed the fastest. On the battlefield, Sakura was known as the Violent Queen, her ferocity even surpassing that of Tsunade. Kakuzu, an Akatsuki member who had once fought the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and escaped unscathed, found his 5 lives insufficient to withstand her blows and was beaten to death. From then on she became famous in a single battle. Rock Lee, using the 6th gate of the 8 gates, killed Kisame Hashigaki and inherited the title of the Blue Beast from Might Guy. Hinata Hyuga single-handedly defeated and sealed Akatsuki member Haiden, earning the recognition of Hayashi Hyuga and becoming a genius of the Hyuga clan who surpassed Niji. Of course, the remaining 7 Konoha rookies were no pushovers. They joined forces with the Nine Tails to repel the 6 Paths of Pain and Konan, who attacked Konoha, performing exceptionally well in the process. After recovering from his injuries, Obito, who had reclaimed his Sharingan from Kakashi and possessed dual Kamui, was forced to resurrect Madara Uchiha early due to fear of Naruto's existence. He captured Nagato through underhanded means such as sneak attacks and controlled him to perform the Rin rebirth technique. Thus Madara Uchiha was resurrected. From the moment he appeared, he displayed an overwhelming aura and indescribable sense of pressure. The allied shinobi forces were like mere weeds before him, instantly routed. Madara Uchiha summoned the demonic statue of the outer path, the shell of the 10 tails, which spat out 2 chains. The 9 tails and the 8 tails were sealed without any resistance. Then, amidst the despairing gazes of the ninja world, he became the 10 tails jinchuriki. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had been watching from afar with Kabuto, Yugo Suigetsu and Karen, could no longer sit still. He used the impure world reincarnation to summon the 4 previous Hokages, hoping to buy time for Sasuke. As for Sasuke, after having his eyes taken by Itachi Uchiha, he transplanted the cells of Yamada no Orochi. With the help of Yang release cells, his eyes grew back, but without the Sharingan they needed to be reactivated. At the same time, he also obtained some memories of Yamada no Orochi. Learning that Orochimaru had only found the shell of Yamada no Orochi with its true power divided into 8 parts and sealed across the ninja world. Thus Sasuke embarked on a journey to find the power of Yamada no Orochi. During this time he also learned the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre and understood Itachi's hardships. So the abilities of the Mangekyo could be changed. If they were too weak, one could simply pluck them out and reactivate them, developing them until satisfactory abilities were obtained. What a pity that such a good brother ended up dead. Under this intense stimulation, Sasuke awakened his Mangekyo again, and with incredible luck he obtained godly timespace abilities. His left eye granted Godspeed and his right eye granted timespace imprisonment. Truly, when a brother is sacrificed, magical power knows no bounds. Not long ago Sasuke had gone to the ruins of Lulan to find the last piece of power and had not yet returned. Orochimaru had thought that with the immortal bodies of the impure world reincarnation he could at least stall until Sasuke came back, but unfortunately he miscalculated. The allied shinobi forces, who had rekindled their hope upon the appearance of the previous cage-level powerhouses from each village, soon tasted despair again. 6 Paths Madara transformed his truth-seeking balls into a staff, and no matter who rushed at him they could not withstand a single strike and were shattered into pieces. Indeed, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, relying on his immortal impure world body and the Flying Thunder God technique, charged forward only to end up with half a head humiliatingly trampled underfoot. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju, known as the God of Shinobi, was also nailed to the Pillar of Shame. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been jumping around like a monkey, now had his legs broken. Even the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, known as the fastest, became a one-armed man. As for the previous Kages from other villages, they were shattered all over the ground, unable to tell whose parts were whose. 6 Paths Madara soon grew bored. It's time to put an end to this. Let me lead the ninja world onto the right path, into the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, where all your desires will be fulfilled, a perfect world without pain or sorrow. With that he slowly rose into the sky, broke off the horn on his head, revealing a blood-red Rinnegan with 9 Tomo ready to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone watched helplessly, unable to stop it. Naruto, where are you? Come back. Sakura looked up at the sky as if losing all her strength. Her legs gave way and she knelt on the ground in despair, crying out, Naruto. Hinata placed her hands over her chest and prayed silently. The others, though not speaking, were also calling out to Naruto in their hearts, hoping he would appear in time to save everyone, to save them all. Naruto, inside the cocoon of light, seemed to sense the calls of everyone. The entire cocoon trembled violently and a powerful heartbeat resounded. Suddenly the cocoon shattered and an indescribably powerful aura erupted like a volcano, shooting straight into the sky. In that moment the entire ninja world began to tremble. Even from a great distance one could feel an unparalleled sense of pressure. A brilliant blue pillar of light came from the other side of the ninja world, piercing through the entire battlefield and reaching the sky. Its dazzling radiance illuminated the night sky of the ninja world, turning the darkness as bright as day. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the moon hanging in the heavens burst like a brilliant firework, turning into cosmic dust. You've got to be kidding me. This can't be real, can it? The surviving ninja on the battlefield witnessing this scene were so terrified they doubted their own existence. Madara Uchiha, who was about to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, was momentarily stunned, hovering in the air, unsure of what to do. On the other side of the ninja world, Naruto, who had just woken up and was still a bit dazed, was surprised. He hadn't expected that a casual strike would blow up the moon. He assessed his own condition and found it to be unimaginably powerful. Even he could hardly believe it. He could not even calculate his current combat strength. Naruto closed his eyes and the entire topography of the ninja world appeared in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good, everyone is safe. With a thought, he instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield and shouted, "Madara Uchiha, you dare to harm my comrades?" Naruto's voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield. The people still immersed in shock were awakened by this. Naruto. Sakura was the first to recognize him, tears streaming down her face with excitement. I made it in time. Naruto looked at the devastated battlefield and his fallen comrades, his heart filled with rage. Madara Uchiha came to his senses and sneered, "Uzumaki, Naruto, you finally showed up. But even if you come, you cannot change the outcome. Don't think destroying the moon can stop me from casting infinite Tsukuyomi. How naive. The Sage of Six Paths created the moon and I, Madara Uchiha, can do the same." Madara was extremely confident. Even if Naruto had the power to destroy the moon, he was now the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Ninjutsu was useless against him, and even Senjutsu only caused him slight concern. With that thought, he took out his Six Paths staff formed from truth-seeking balls, preparing to strike Naruto dead with one blow. But to his surprise, Naruto did not dodge or evade. The result? He really was struck dead. Of course, this was just Madara's fantasy. In reality, when he struck Naruto, he was completely unharmed, while Madara's Six Paths staff was covered in cracks and shattered. Impossible. This is formed from the supreme power of the Six Paths. Why can't it hurt you? I don't believe it. With that, he controlled two truth-seeking balls to hurl at Naruto, but Naruto casually swatted them to pieces. Madara, still unwilling to give up, used Sage Art Storm Release Light Fang, spitting a laser beam towards Naruto's face. But Naruto tilted his head and blocked it with his cheek. A bit itchy. Naruto touched his cheek. Though it has no power, it's extremely insulting. Are you spitting at me? As he spoke, Naruto slowly advanced towards Madara. This. Madara was terrified and retreated step by step. He summoned his limbo to block, but Naruto crushed it with a wave of his hand. He cast Sage Ardeen Release Lightning Dispatch, releasing branch-like purple lightning to attack Naruto, but it was ignored. Obito, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer sit still. He couldn't let Madara be killed. He needed him to cast infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world with Rin. So he decisively intervened. Kamui. A vortex appeared above Naruto's head, attempting to twist it off, but it had no effect. Kamui. Failed. Is that all? Naruto twisted his neck, looked at Obito and taunted, "You need a bit more strength for a massage." Infuriated, Obito activated his complete Susanoo and slashed at Naruto's head with a massive sword. The sword shattered, but Naruto remained unscathed. Obito sensed danger and quickly became intangible. Yet with a wave of Naruto's hand, space shattered and Obito, along with his intangible Susanoo, instantly exploded into a rain of blood. Obito. Kakashi's pupils contracted, his body swayed and he nearly collapsed. Just then a sudden change occurred. Black Setsu appeared behind Madara and thrust his hand into his chest. Madara's body was enveloped in black ink, rapidly expanding and transforming into Kagaya Otsutsuki. Under the astonished and curious gazes of everyone, Kagaya, without saying a word, stepped into the black portal she had opened behind her and fled. That's it. Everyone was greatly disappointed. They had thought she was the ultimate mastermind, but she turned out to be such a coward. In fact, they didn't know there was an even bigger coward, Sasuke, who had been watching from the shadows. Having obtained all the power of Yamata no Orochi, he was brimming with confidence and had originally wanted to challenge Naruto. However, after witnessing Naruto's overwhelming display, he immediately abandoned that unrealistic notion and slipped away quietly. Naruto watched the fleeing Kagaya and Sasuke and shook his head helplessly. He turned around and walked towards the injured. Whether they were missing arms or legs, with a wave of his hand he restored them to their original state. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Then he glanced at the ravaged battlefield. A colorful ripple spread out, restoring the shattered land to its original appearance, and even the flowers and trees grew back. This was nothing short of a miracle, but everyone was already too shocked to feel anything. But it wasn't over yet. After seeing the heavy casualties of all the villages, Naruto didn't hesitate to use the Rinne rebirth technique, resurrecting those whose bodies remained. This scene was epic and mind-blowing. Moreover, after using the Rinne rebirth, Naruto was still perfectly fine and energetic, as if he could use it dozens of times a day without any issue. After the war ended, the name Uzumaki Naruto resounded throughout the ninja world. Because he possessed incredible power to revive the dead. Thus people gave him a resounding title, Jian Yu Mingzuan.